Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I'm Hyman Brown. Are you ready for us? We trust you are, because we propose to deal with the most obscure of subjects, that of death. Some people never speak of death, while others can't stop talking about it. We have chosen in the next hour or so to consider it calmly, perhaps philosophically, with a minimum of agitation, and naturally to arrive finally at the most fascinating question of all. What, if anything, comes after?
What comes after, Joe?
After what?
After we've, packed it in?
Nobody knows, Harry.
I know.
Oh, Harry.
I'm going to go on, Joe. I am. Somehow, somewhere, Harry Cantor is going to go on.
Our mystery drama, Appointment in Uganda, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars William Redfield. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Harry Cantor lies flat on his back in a hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. Across the room, a sturdy middle-aged nurse sits in an armchair. It's very quiet. The machine next to Harry's bed makes no noise, though its dancing lines are carefully recording every beat of his heart.
Is it all right to come in, nurse?
Are you Mr. Burroughs?
Joe?
Yeah, it's me, Harry.
Oh.
Dr. Klein said it's okay for 5 minutes. I'm his business partner, Joe Burroughs.
Oh, he's been crying for you. Come in.
How do you feel, Harry?
I almost died, Joe.
Yeah, I know, you're hard.
Never been sick a day in my life, and now this.
Oh, you're going to be fine, Mr. Cantor. Long as you do what the doctor says.
I lie here and I think... Joe, do you believe in reincarnation?
You mean coming back as somebody else?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
You two gentlemen mind if I go out for some coffee?
No, don't go. Don't you leave me.
Well,
don't
Mr.
leave me.
Burroughs will be here.
I'll be here, Harry.
What does he know about heart attacks?
Well, you're off critical, Mr. Cantor. Long as you don't excite yourself, you'll be okay. I really need a break, Mr. Burroughs. 5 minutes? What I really need is 5 weeks.
Joe, sit down. I got to talk to you about the crypt.
The crypt? You're going to get well, Harry.
I got to have it ready.
Harry, lots of guys have had heart attacks and go on to a ripe old age.
I got to be ready. Now, write this down. I wanted marble. Marble from Italy, that good kind.
Carrara, that's the best.
Okay, then that's what I want. Write it down.
Okay, now, how big a crypt did you plan on?
Big. Very big.
But you're going to be there all alone, Harry. And you're not going to be moving around exactly.
You never know. Make it 8 by 10, the very least.
What about shelves?
Shelves? Shelves for what?
Well, it's my understanding people do have shelves put in crypts, for loved ones who, later on when the time comes. It's a nice idea.
Who would I put on the shelves? Who? Oh, unless you want to
No, not me.
Well, you're my friend. You're my partner.
No, I was thinking your mother, maybe.
Oh, my mother. She hasn't even been to see me. Why should I give her a shelf?
Well, Bernice.
Bernice hasn't even sent me a get-well card.
Well, she's called up every day, Harry. I happen to know that.
So, what's the phone call?
She's at work all day, you know.
She's through by 5.
Harry, this is the first day you've been off the critical list. I'm the first person who's been let to see you.
Well, she could have tried.
Look, when they let you out of here, why don't you take a nice trip? You could take Bernice with you.
I already did that, Joe, 15 years ago.
You could go to Europe.
That's where I took Bernice. 6 countries in 6 weeks. Terrible. And no cottage cheese.
California. How about California? They have cottage cheese.
Joe, while I was lying here, I had an idea. For the business. I want to tell you.
You just had a heart attack and you're thinking about business? Gee whiz, Harry.
Well, what else have I got to think about?
Well, I don't know. Think about being reincarnated or something.
Oh, nuts to that. Now, look, here's what I figured out, Joe. Lots of people are turning to natural sponges, you know? And I know where we can get our hands on some very cheap. Very cheap. Labor costs are practically nothing. These peasants, they die for them, see? They die.
Harry, my time is just about up. I really got to get going. I'll call the nurse. I'll get in touch with your mother.
Don't go, Joe.
I'll tell Bernice that you're coming along.
Joe, I just thought of something.
What?
For the crypt.
Yeah?
I want music. Perpetual music.
Oh, well, what kind of music, Harry?
All the good old songs. Stardust. The moon comes over the mountain. Dardanella.
Harry, I don't know.
Oh, are you my friend?
Well,
are you my partner? I want music.
Well, I'll look into it, Harry.
You'll see to it?
I gotta go. I'll be
night
back.
of love.
Yeah,
Barney Google.
Oh, there you are.
Well, everything all right, Mr. Burroughs?
Well, I tried not to upset him about anything. He seems to be fine.
Good.
I had a telegram from his mother, but I didn't show it to him. It wasn't exactly a telegram for him. She sent it to me.
He never mentioned having a mother.
Oh.
Matter of fact, he never mentioned anybody but you.
Yeah, well, see, I wired his mother right after the attack.
Yes?
And, well, here, I've been carrying her reply around with me in my pocket ever since. See, here it is. I didn't know whether to show it to him. You know, he might take it the wrong way.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, please.
Harry is too mean to die, and tell him I said so.
Yeah, see, his mother's kind of a joker at times.
You ask me, she's one smart old lady. That man in there is too mean to die.
Mrs. Canner?
Hold your horses. I'll be right there.
It's Joe Burroughs, Mrs. Canner.
Oh, how are you, Joe? It takes me a little time to maneuver the old wheelchair. I got some tea ready for you, so come and sit down.
Boy, you sure get around in that thing, Mrs. Canner.
Oh, well, practice makes pretty good. Oh, come on, sit down.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I saw Harry yesterday, Mrs. Canner. They say as long as he doesn't excite himself, he's going to pull through in great shape. I didn't show him your telegram.
Harry knows what I think of him. Here, have a cookie.
Oh, you baked these?
No, Bernice did.
They're good. You see a lot of Bernice?
Oh, she stops by 3-4 times a week, does errands for me.
Oh, yeah. Nice girl, Bernice.
Simple-minded, but very nice. What did you talk about?
Well, we talked about the crypt.
Oh, that crypt.
Yeah, well, it means a lot to him.
You know, Harry's never realized that death is just an incident. Well, it's the final incident, of course, but even so, just an incident.
He's thinking about reincarnation.
Oh, that's something new.
Do you believe in reincarnation, Mrs. Canner?
Well, it's a pretty idea.
But you don't believe in it, right?
Joe, what's the difference if I believe in it? That doesn't make it true. On the other hand, if it's true, it'll happen anyway. Now, what else did you and Harry talk about besides that silly crypt?
Oh, not too much. I did bring up the question of having shelves built into the crypt.
Shelves for what? Cancel checks?
No, well, as a rule, you know, they're for those nearest and dearest. I mean, if that's what they want.
Oh, it's not what I want. Shut up in a tomb with Harry for eternity? Oh, no. No, I'm going to be placed gently in the ground up at Fargus Falls. That's where I was happy with Harry's father. I still have the house, you know. Well, I suppose I ought to go see Harry at the hospital.
Oh, I think he'd like that.
He won't like it, but he'll hate it if I don't.
Yeah, well, should I tell him that...
Well, tell him I'll get over there soon. And Joe...
Yeah?
Tell him I'm sorry. Sorry for everything.
Oh, that's probably Joe.
Hello, Mr. Burroughs.
How is he?
Oh, he's coming along fine. Come on in.
So, how are you, Harry?
As well as can be expected. That's what they all say around here.
Yeah, well, I saw your mother. She said she'll be in to see you real soon.
How soon is real soon?
Well, today, maybe.
What about the crypt?
Harry, What are we going to talk about? The crypt?
Well, what about the crypt, Joe? How many times have I got to ask you? What about it?
Your mother doesn't want to be put in the crypt.
Why not?
She doesn't like the idea of the shelf. She wants to be buried up at Fargus Falls.
No. She can't do that.
She likes it there.
Joe, that 10 acres was made to order for a development. Or it will be in another 10 years. Right now it's a little too far out, but in another 10 years, I got it all worked out in my head. Shopping center, parking lot, the whole schmear.
Yeah, Harry, I talked to the cemetery about the crypt. They said it's okay about the size.
Well, of course it's okay.
And the Italian marble, I think I know where I can get that.
Joe, what are you holding out on me?
The cemetery plays music regularly. There's always some kind of nice, soft music on.
No, I want my own music. That's one of the main reasons for a crypt, so I can have everything my own way.
Take it easy, Mr. Cantor.
Now, Joe, you go back and tell them I gotta have it my way, or the whole deal's off.
You'd better leave, Mr. Burroughs.
Yeah,
You tell them I got the money, and I gotta have I gotta have it.
Oh, out of my way.
Is he having...
Yes, he is. Push that emergency button. Dr. Klein, 407 on the double. Heart emergency.
I better leave.
Hand me that tray with the hypodermic needles.
Harry?
Clear the way, lady. The emergency heart unit is coming in.
There is no more satisfying and awesome sight than a group of people doing what they have been trained to do, what they do best. Their faces do not matter, or their shapes, or their colors, or their accents. They are professionals at their work, and they are working together in harmony and understanding. Mystery Theater will be back with Act 2. At the close of our first act, Harry Cantor had just suffered his second, his most severe heart attack. Actually, his heart had stopped completely. He had no pulse, he had no breath, he had no life. Where, you may ask, was the soul of Harry Cantor? Where had it gone? Where is it now? A pertinent and awesome question, one we shall now attempt to answer.
All right now, Kaylin. All right. That's it. Good. Good. Oh, it's your baby. A male. Oh, well, at least he looks healthy. Come on, little one. Up on your feet. Come on now. Up, up, up. Up. On your feet. On your feet.
Are you my mother?
I'm your mother's sister. I'm Bombine.
Where's my mother?
She's cleaning up. Birth is a messy business.
No.
Come on now. Time to stand up.
You have such beautiful eyelashes, Bombine. And how tall you are.
Oh, just average for an elephant. Now stand up.
What are all those others doing?
Standing around waiting for you to be born.
Do elephants always do that?
Well, you didn't think they only did it for you. Now, they're getting impatient. We've got to get going, so get up. Kaylin, come get your new child on his feet.
Oh, little Abu. Come on. Get up, little Abu. Get up and eat. That's it, little one. Feel around till you find the milk.
I think you've born a stupid one, Kaylin.
Oh, what's the matter, little son?
My nose gets in the way.
Oh.
That's not your nose.
Well, tuck it up between your ears. He's not stupid, Bombine. All newborns have trouble with their little trunks.
Well, the herd is getting impatient. The flies and mosquitoes are very bad today.
Oh, I could stand a good swim myself. Are you through, little Abu? We must move on.
Is that what you're going to call him? Abu?
It's a nice name, don't you think?
Very nice, yes. Well, Abu, let's get going.
Well, where are we going?
Into the forest, Abu, where there's food for all.
Now, I shall walk on one side of you, and Bombine will walk on the other. And we will go with the herd into the forest.
I am Abu.
And I am an elephant. What are we looking for, Mother?
Food, silly. And water.
Well, why are we all going in the same direction? Why don't you and I and Bombine go off on our own?
Now, what would be the point of that?
Well, we might find something good, and we could keep it for ourselves.
What would be the point of that?
Why, then we'd have it.
I repeat.
I told you he was stupid, Kaling.
Oh, well, maybe he's just odd, Bombine.
No, I mean, Mother, if, say, we found water, if we didn't tell the others, then they would have to come to us to find out where it is, and we wouldn't tell them unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless they did something for us.
Like what?
Oh, worked for us or gave us something or, well, at the very least, they'd respect us. They'd think we were very superior and wonderful.
We are all very superior and wonderful, Abu.
But the three of us would be more superior and more wonderful, don't you see?
Oh, what I see is that you have a lot to learn, Abu.
And a lot to unlearn. Where do you get these peculiar ideas, Abu?
They sort of pop into my mind.
Abu, you must understand that elephants have the marvelous gift of finding water.
Mm-hmm.
And we find it not just for ourselves, but for all the other animals, too.
All of them?
All. It is our responsibility.
Why is it our responsibility?
Because we are so good at it.
I don't follow that at all.
Bombine, I'm going to bring down this tree. Now, I can't quite reach the leaves at the top, and they look so delicious.
Bombine, are we friends with all the animals?
What do you mean by friends?
Well, it's not possible, is it? To love them all?
Oh, you talk very strangely for an elephant. We have due and proper respect for all the animals, as they have for us. Does that answer your question?
Oh, are they afraid of us?
Well, I don't think so.
Are we afraid of them?
Of course not.
Not any of them?
Well, there's one you should look out for until you have grown larger. The one with the stripes.
The tiger.
When the tiger is very hungry, he sometimes attacks a very young elephant for food.
Oh, that's terrible.
Just you stay close to your mother and me.
Well, what will you do if a tiger tries to hurt me?
Your mother will pick the tiger up and dash him against a tree. Then I shall sit on him. Understand?
Ooh, what a good arrangement.
There now. Your mother has knocked down the big tree. Come.
But all the little animals are eating, too. The elands and the dik-diks, everybody.
Why not?
Well, but it's our tree.
Who said it's our tree? It's part of the forest. Come on now. I'm hungry.
Mother, where is my father?
Around somewhere.
How can I know where he is? I know he's at the head of the line. He's the leader.
Oh, Bombine, did you hear that? Abu says his father is leading the herd.
I told you he's a strange child.
Well, why shouldn't he be leading the herd? I'll bet my father is the strongest, the wisest, the cleverest, the most handsome.
Do shut up, Abu.
I won't shut up. Mother, Bombine hit me with her trunk.
She had every right. And it won't be the last time. Every elephant in the herd has the right and the duty to punish you when you get too impudent and talk of things you know nothing about.
Well, all I said was my father is probably our leader.
Our leader, my dear little stupid, is a female.
Is it female?
The oldest, the wisest female of us all.
But that's wrong. Mother.
I have been cursed with a stupid male child, Bombine.
Pardon me if I say I told you so.
No, but wait. If the male elephants don't lead, what do they do?
Oh, let's see. Well, they sort of hang around.
They are very agreeable. Very companionable.
And then there's something else. Every now and then, I remember your father. At least, I think I do. It was quite a long time ago. He and I were companions for a while. A long while. And then suddenly, one day, he seemed different to me. More than a companion. We stroked each other with our trunks, something we'd never done before, and gave each other little pinches with our mouths. We thought we were only playing. And then...
And then?
Well,
then what?
Well, then I noticed that his ears were flapping wildly, and his tail was whisking back and forth. I was surprised. And then I felt that my ears were flapping and my tail was whisking crazily. Oh, my, I was so excited. I felt that he was the only elephant of the forest for me, and that I was the only elephant for him. Oh, it was a wonderful day. I remember it rightly.
But you must remember it.
Oh, it was seasons and seasons ago, Abu. A long time. And now you are here.
I want to meet him. Which one is he?
Oh, heavens, I don't know.
I'm going to find him. I'm going to ask around.
If you have any sense, Abu, you'll stay here.
I'm just going to join the males and talk to them.
He hasn't any sense, Kalen.
The males don't care too much for young elephants, Abu.
Just the same, I want to try.
Abu?
Let him learn, Bombine. Let him learn the hard way.
Sir? Do you think you might be my father?
You're what?
Kayleen is my mother. She's over there with Bombine.
So?
Do you remember being married to my mother?
Being what?
Well, I mean, did you sort of keep company with her for a long time, and then one day did you start whisking your tail and flapping your ears and fall in love?
Well, seems to me I remember something like that.
Was it my mother you fell in love
Well,
with?
how would I know? It's happened to me so many times.
Many times?
Many, many times. Oh, many, many, many times.
How many?
No!
You hurt me.
You ask too many questions.
Well, I'm curious. Are you very old?
I think I am.
Don't you know?
Well, how should I know? The flies bother me more than they once did. Sometimes I shiver. I never used to shiver.
Oh, you're sick.
I don't feel well, that's certain. Now go away.
But I want to ask you...
I said go away!
Oh.
I don't want any children around me. I don't want anyone around me. I want to be myself.
Mother, Bombine?
Who are you talking to back there?
Oh, a very old one. He didn't know how old, but he said he'd lived through many things many, many times. And now he doesn't feel very well. He shivers, he said.
That's old Noor.
Yes, that's Noor. Very soon now.
Yes, very soon.
Very soon what? Very soon what, Mother?
Very soon, old Noor will wander off into the deepest part of the forest.
By himself?
All by himself.
Well, then what?
Then we shall never see him again. Nor will anyone at all ever see him again. Nor any trace of him. Not skin, or tusk, or bone.
Well, how can that be? Mother, Bombine, how can that be? Surely a tusk, surely a bone will be left behind.
Nothing.
Nothing. It's the secret of the elephants, Abu. When you have grown, you will learn the secret.
When? When will I?
Perhaps not till the very end. Come now. It's time to bathe. Oh, that feels good.
Spray some more water on me, Mother.
You've had your bath for today. Bombine, the sky is getting dark.
Oh, yes. Well, I am bathed.
The day is ending, Abu. Come.
But I like the water. No.
Pay attention when I speak to you.
Well, what are we going to do now?
You'll see.
Well, where are we going?
We are not going anywhere. We are going to stand right here. Do you see the other elephants? They've all stopped bathing.
Why have they?
The good red circle of fire is leaving us, Abu.
And the darkness is coming on.
Why is it leaving?
Because it is time for it to leave.
Will the good red fire circle come back?
When it is time for it to come back.
Come now, Abu. Stand in line with us and all the others.
Hurry, Abu. Don't dawdle.
What now, Mother?
Be silent. Stand still. Watch the great fire circle as it goes.
Where's it going?
Be quiet.
But where?
Hush and watch.
Oh, Mother. Please, Mother. What are we doing, Mother? Mother, are we praying?
It's quite true, according to those who have watched and studied the great elephant herds, that they stand silent and motionless, facing the sun, not only in the evening when it sets, but again each morning when it rises. We're too ignorant or too far removed from our natural heritage to know just why it is that they do this. There's no obvious reason, no apparent advantage, no material gain. So perhaps the answer to Abu's question is, yes, the elephants are praying. Mystery Theater will be back shortly with Act 3 of our strange tale. We left the great herd of elephants facing the setting sun in silence, except for little Abu, who asked, "What are we doing, Mother? Are we praying?" It may very well have been. How do we know that it wasn't, that the elephants were praying for the return to life of one Harry Cantor? At least it looks that way as we return to Act 3.
Back in your own little Betty Boo, Mr. Cantor? Does it feel good?
Bombine?
I'm your nurse, Mr. Cantor. You remember me?
Where's Mother?
Outside. You can see her when you're stronger.
How's Noor? Did he die?
You're the one almost died. Oh, it was a near thing there. Your heart stopped for 6 whole seconds.
Oh, it must have been more than 6 seconds.
Well, you were in intensive care for 2 weeks.
Am I alive?
Alive? You are alive, and you're going to go on living. Only this time, you'll do as you're told. No excitement like before. You've been very sick. Are you warm enough? I'm going to put this extra blanket over you.
What happened to your eyelashes?
My eyelashes?
You used to have such beautiful, long eyelashes. Were they false?
Mr. Cantor, I have never worn false eyelashes in my life. Or false anything else.
I'm sorry, Bombine.
My name is... Well, never mind. You just rest.
Are we going to take a bath?
You want a bath? Well, I'll ask Dr. Klein.
You don't have to ask anybody. We'll just wander down to the river when it gets cool.
Mr. Cantor.
Just before the sun goes down. That's the beautiful time.
Yes.
And then the big, good red circle goes away for a while.
It does?
Mm-hmm. And we pray.
You pray?
I don't know exactly what we pray for.
Uh-huh.
Maybe for it to come back, or maybe we just say... Thank you?
I never knew you were religious, Mr. Cantor.
I'm not. I never have been. I don't know anything about religion.
Well, now, do you think you could go to sleep now?
I think so.
Do you want me to pull the blinds?
No. I want to watch the sun go down. Then I'll go to sleep.
Mr. Burroughs?
Is he all right, nurse?
Yes.
Can we see him?
Well, he's sleeping right now.
When he wakes up?
Yes. But I think I ought to tell you he may seem a little strange.
Strange? Oh, what do you mean by strange?
Well, different. He talks sort of funny.
His speech is impaired.
Brain damage?
No, nothing like that.
Well, then what?
Well, he asked me what happened to my eyelashes.
Oh, did anything happen to your eyelashes?
Of course not. Then he called me Bombine and talked about going down to the river to take a bath and praying to the big red circle.
Oh, Joe, you think maybe...
Maybe we should call in a psychiatrist.
Well, not yet. Anyway, he's not strong enough.
But later?
Mrs. Cantor, remember your son did have cardiac arrest. For 6-8 seconds, his heart was not beating at all.
He was dead?
Well, yes. But he's very much alive now.
Oh, when I walked into that room, my son was dead.
Now, Mrs. Cantor.
I'll never forgive myself.
Nate, listen, when he wakes up, will you call me? Maybe I better go in and see him first.
Yes,
huh?
I think maybe you had.
Yeah.
Then you can sort of, you know, prepare his mother for what to expect.
Who is it?
It's me, Harry. How are you feeling?
Why, it's Noor.
Noor?
Oh, Noor, you're alive.
Yeah, I'm just fine, Harry. I'm fine.
Oh, I was so worried.
Your mother's outside. She wants to see you, too.
Oh, how is she?
Oh, she's fine, Harry.
She's wonderful, my mother. Very strict, but very wonderful. And a wonderful swimmer.
Oh, I never knew that.
Oh, yes. And a wonderful mother. Very strict, though.
Harry, maybe I better not stay too long.
No, stay. I know you don't care too much for children, but I want you to stay.
Harry, I'm Joe. You know, Joe Burrows. I'm your partner. I'm your friend.
You're not Noor? No, you don't look like Noor.
I'm Joe Burrows. Your mother's waiting to see you. Your girl, Bernice. She'll be around later.
Joe Burrows. My partner. My friend.
Right. We're in the import-export business, Harry. You remember? You were talking about some kind of deal to have to do with sponges. You remember before?
Sponges? What?
Yeah.
What do we want with sponges?
Yeah, well, nothing. You just thought if you could buy up all the sponges.
Well, what for?
But for nothing, Harry. Absolutely nothing.
You see, we are very wonderful, superior beings, Joe.
We are?
Therefore, we must be responsible. Act responsibly. I mean, you understand?
Well, I'm not sure I do.
That's because you're not an elephant.
I'm not...
I'm an elephant, Joe. I mean, I was an elephant, and my name was Abu.
When were you an elephant, Harry?
For a little while.
Oh.
Just for a little while.
How was it being an elephant?
Beautiful.
You're not an elephant anymore, are you, Harry?
No, I'm just Harry Cantor. But I'll never forget being Abu, and the sun going down, and all of us standing in a line.
Harry, I think I know what happened. When your heart stopped, you do know your heart stopped there for a minute, don't you?
Everything stopped.
Harry, you died for a minute, and Harry... You were reincarnated. You were reincarnated into an elephant.
Is that possible?
Well, I don't know if it's possible, but it happened. That has to be what happened.
Maybe.
Oh, positively.
I hope you're right. Only, Joe.
Yeah, Harry, what?
The next time my heart stops.
Oh, there isn't going to be any next time.
Well, there has to be some time. And what if I'm not reincarnated into an elephant, Joe?
Oh, but you would be.
No, what if I was reincarnated into a tiger, Joe? And my own mother sat on me.
Mrs. Cantor, sit down here, Mrs. Cantor. I'll try to explain if I can.
Oh, I'm sitting. Explain.
Yeah, Mrs. Cantor, when Harry's heart stopped, he was what you might call deceased.
Dead?
Yeah, well, in a way, yes. He was departed. But the emergency unit, see, they came rushing in.
Oh, they knocked me down almost. I never saw such a hurry.
Yeah, well, with all that, they brought Harry back to life.
Oh, So he's all right again.
He's all right, but...
So what's all the worry?
Mrs. Canner, during those seconds, while Harry was not of this world, if I may put it that way.
Oh, put it any way, but get on with it.
He was not Harry Cantor. He was...
Well, for heaven's sake, Joe, what was he?
He was an elephant, Mrs. Canner.
Harry? An elephant? My boy, an elephant?
That's what he says.
How could that be?
Mrs. Canner, It is my belief that Harry was reincarnated, see, when his heart stopped, and before they started it up again, Harry's soul left his body and entered into the body of an elephant.
Can such things be?
Well, you said yourself, Mrs. Cantor, we just don't know.
No, I don't believe it. Harry couldn't be an elephant. I don't know if he even likes elephants.
Well, he does now.
You know what I think, Joe?
What?
He dreamed he was an elephant. It was all a dream went through his head.
Well, I don't know if you dream when your heart isn't beating.
Well, I'll ask Dr. Klein.
Well, if it was a dream, it was a very beautiful dream.
So you see, Ma...
Oh, I love you to call me Ma. It's been so long.
Yeah. Well, you see, elephants are really the kings of the jungle. Not just because they're so big, but because they have a sense of responsibility. They find water for all the other animals. And you know who's the leader of the elephant herd? A woman. The oldest and the wisest woman elephant. Would you believe it?
Oh, that's the best thing of all.
And the men elephants, you know, they sort of hang around together, except every so often they get excited and flap their ears and whip their tails around. And the female elephants do, too. And that means they're in love.
You know, you learned a lot in your dream, didn't you?
Wasn't a dream, Mother. Wasn't a dream. I was there. I was one of them.
If you say so.
I was Abu, the elephant.
Whatever you say, Harry.
I mean, I don't mean to contradict you, Mother.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, you see, you don't understand because you've never been an elephant.
Well, I'm looking forward to it.
Ma, I just thought of something. What happened to Abu? Did he die? Oh, no, I hope he didn't die. But if I was Abu, and now I'm Harry, what happened to Abu?
Now, son, I think... let me see. Now, I think that in a dream, a person can be all kinds of things.
No, Ma, that isn't it. No, because you see, it wasn't a dream. I was Abu. My soul, Harry Cantor's soul, entered into Abu the second he was born. And it stayed there a little while, and now it's come back into me, Harry Cantor. But it's still Abu's soul, too. And as long as I live, I'll have the soul of Abu inside me.
Not a bad thing.
Mother, the big red fire circle is leaving now.
Oh, you mean the sun is going down?
Yeah, so, let's be very quiet, Mother, very quiet. Let's not talk at all. Has Fargus Falls changed much, Ma?
Not much.
It's been, I don't know, years since I saw the old place.
Well, it's pretty run down.
Oh, we can fix it up.
If you want to, Harry.
Maybe not. Maybe we'll leave it the way it is. Are the trees all there?
Everyone.
And the brook?
Still running.
That's nice.
Oh, Harry, I'm glad you're taking an interest in the old place.
Interest? I'm going to live there.
You are? What about the business?
Oh, I don't know. Joe can run that. I'll sell it to him. Maybe I'll give it to him.
Oh, it won't do so well without you. Joe's a very nice fellow, but you were always the brains.
I got different brains now, Ma. Once you're an elephant, you never forget it. Oh, did I tell you I asked Bernice to marry me?
Oh, you did? Oh, well, what did she say?
Well, she sort of whisked her tail and flapped her ears. No, I mean, she said yes.
Oh.
She said yes. Do you think she'll like living in Fargus Falls?
Oh, I think she'll love it.
We'd want you to live there with us, Ma.
You mean that?
Well, you're the oldest and the wisest, aren't you?
Oh, if you say so.
Hey, we're almost there, aren't we?
Turn left Up ahead. Down that little road.
Oh, I can smell the woods, Ma. I can smell the water.
Turn here.
I remember. Look, there's a chipmunk. Here, look. And a raccoon. Hey, a raccoon. And there's birds. That's a cardinal. I know a cardinal. I remember cardinals from way back, right? Oh, Ma, look, there's the woods.
That's right. And the house is just beyond.
Let's stop right here for a minute. Ah, beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
Quiet.
Yes.
Peaceful.
I always thought I'd like to be buried here when the time comes.
Yeah, I'd like that too. When my time comes.
Oh, I thought you wanted a crypt in the cemetery with shelves.
No, that was a crazy idea. I'd like to be buried here.
Oh.
Or maybe, just maybe, I won't be buried at all.
Oh, well, what did you have in mind exactly?
Maybe, Ma, I'll just wander off into the woods by myself. And no one will ever find any trace of me. Not skin, or bones, or hair, or anything.
Well, how can that be possible? Something like that.
It's the secret of the elephants, Ma. And only the elephants know.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. Our story has ended. Story, I can hear you ask. All right, then. Call it what you please. Call it a fantasy or a fable. Call it a parable. Call it a myth. Or, and it might be the most apt description of all, a morality play. And as with audiences of all time, you must find the moral for yourself. Our cast included William Redfield, Arnold Stang, Rainer Rayburn, and Joan Shea. Associate Director, Marlon Swing. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.
Look in his eyes, like a madman. He wants to kill me. Someone does. Like the other three, lying on the floor in a pool of blood. It's almost 12 o'clock. Midnight. Any minute now there'll be a ring. Or a knock.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest. Our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in The Creeper. And now, Murder at Midnight, On this program, we bring you the best and most blood-curdling stories ever written. And so now we bring you a tale which you may have heard before. A tale which we consider a classic in terror and suspense. The Creeper, by Joseph Ruskall. In the kitchenette of a New York apartment, a man and his wife listened to the evening news broadcast.
New York. The unknown killer called the Creeper has struck again, adding a third female corpse to his toll. Virginia Peters, a comely waitress, was found strangled to death in her third-floor apartment early this morning while her radio blared. As in the previous murders, a note was found scrawled on the wall with the victim's lipstick, and the plea, "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." Police insist...
Now, why'd you turn it
Oh,
off?
how awful, how awful. And in this very neighborhood.
Let's hear the rest. It's very interesting.
Oh, you... Don't go turning that radio on again, Steve Grant. Heard enough. I'll go out of my mind, for heaven's sake.
That's it. A good, solid clue.
What is?
For heaven's sake. How many men ever use that expression?
Oh, shut up.
Okay, Mrs. Grant. Pass the biscuits, my little pigeon.
Pass the biscuits. Eat, eat, eat. 3 women in 3 days murdered in cold blood by a mad fiend right here in Washington Heights. I'm too sick to go out, too scared to stay in. The lock's broke. He sits there eating, eating, eating. Pass the biscuits.
There's nothing wrong with my appetite, my love.
Of course. That's what cost you your job on the police force. When I even think of
Some men drink to escape. I eat.
Escape what? What?
An ugly tongue, a beautiful face, and a roving eye. In short, a wife.
Oh, so you're starting that again. You and your crazy jealousy.
Yeah, maybe that's the Creeper's way of escaping, too, Georgia. Who knows?
Shut up. Go ahead and get a divorce. Go ahead. Can I help it if men look at me? I don't know why you come home at all. Where do you go? What do you do with yourself? Where were you this morning? Why'd you come back?
To eat. But someday I'll lose my appetite for that, too. Yeah, and when I do, my dear, there'll be no escape. And now I'm off again. Kiss. Still using stage lipstick. Wipe it off. How many times must I tell you? You're married now, remember?
Steve, wait.
Yeah?
At least go buy my medicine.
Sorry, I got no time.
Don't leave me here alone. Stay home this evening. Please, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't be silly, pet. Nothing will happen to you. You got a doorman here, an elevator boy, Mrs. Stone across the hall, a phone. You're safe enough.
But the night lock, it doesn't work.
Oh, now you can't lock me out anymore.
It doesn't catch. Something's happened to it since last night. Steve.
Get a new one.
I can't get a locksmith. I've tried all day. Steve, please. If I want to phone you, where will you be?
Out. Goodbye. Take care of your cold.
Steve Grant.
Huh? Well, if it isn't old Pearly Chase, how are you?
Here you got thrown off the force, Steve.
Yeah, I hear you got thrown off the news, Pearly.
You heard wrong. I wasn't fired. I was just warned.
I wasn't fired either, just suspended for 3 days, eating a lamb chop at Casey's when I should have been ringing in from the box of the 162nd with all that trouble up there. On my way to headquarters now for reinstatement. I eat too much, my trouble is.
I drink too much. Here you're living up at the Heights, Steve.
Yeah.
That's funny, me too.
Yeah?
Here you're married now to a beautiful and lovely young... with admiration.
Say it again.
I think I knew her. Wasn't her stage name Georgia Dixon?
Yeah, that's her. I love that wench, but... women. How does a guy handle them? You know, maybe the Creeper has the right method.
Thank you for taking the words out of my mouth. Who's the Creeper, Steve? Any angles?
You tell me, and I'll split the reward with you. Say, what do you think of Inspector Bradley's inside job theory?
Nuts. Every janitor's a creeper? And as for that doorman, Jim Ellis, just because he worked at 2 of the 3 murder apartments? Pure coincidence. Anyway, they've released him. One thing, though, and I don't think even Bradley's put it together yet.
Yeah?
In all 3 cases, just before the Creeper struck, the door locks had already been tampered with.
You don't say.
You got a theory?
Well, sure. I mean, you take that note on the wall. For heaven's sake, in every case, for heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more.
I cannot control myself.
Right.
Oh.
Now, what man uses an expression like that? You want the lowdown? It's just this. A creeper is a woman.
A gimmick, huh?
Yeah.
Like the height of the message from the floor is a trick, 6 feet. And yet I'll lay odds the creeper's no more than a guy your height, say, or mine. 5'9", just like us, you or me. Only crazy.
Yeah? How do you figure that?
How do I figure lots of things? How do I know where the creeper's gonna strike next?
You do?
Certainly. The creeper's not so smart, he's just crazy. You'll play along crazy and you're one jump ahead of him. That's the trouble with Inspector Bradley. Why, he's up a tree. You expect logical clues from a madman? You play along crazy, make out you're the creeper. And what do you get?
Go ahead, let's see.
All right, the victims are all redheads, every one. You've noticed that, of course. 3 in 3 days?
Yeah, now that you mention
They
it.
all lived in the Heights, right? Agnes Martin, Jane Krutsky, Virginia Peters?
Right.
What was the number of the apartment in each case? Agnes lived in 1A, Jane 2B, Virginia 3C. Don't ask me the why or wherefore. Don't ask me the logic. Just play along crazy. See what I mean? Where's he going to strike next?
Huh? I don't get you.
The next victim of the creeper also lives in the Heights. She's a redhead. Her night lock's been tampered with. She's going to get hers today, and her apartment number's 4D. Well, why are you looking at me? Don't you like my arithmetic?
Pearlie, my wife's a redhead. We live in the Heights. And our apartment number is... You're just a boozy reporter.
Your apartment number?
4D, I told you.
4D, of course. It's pretty late, but I'll have it delivered. I was busy admiring your lipstick, Mrs. Grant. I've nothing like it in stock. 4D, I should have guessed it anyway.
Why?
Well, a face is a number. Believe me, since you've moved into the neighborhood, Mrs. Grant, for me it has a special number, like Double Dandy Delicious Dream. 4 Ds, you see?
Go on. Bet you tell that to every customer. Female.
I'm a ladies' man? Like the creeper? What did I say? What's going on in this block? Raw nerves, you can't joke. The creeper, that's all I hear all day. It's mass hysteria. There ain't such an animal.
You don't think so?
I assure you, Mrs. Grant, it's a fairy tale for circulation of the tabloids. I'll send you a prescription up with the boy.
No, I'll just wait here for it.
Well, it'll take some time. You should go right home and stay there if you're just getting over the flu. I'll tell you what. I'll deliver it myself. It'll be a pleasure.
No. I'll wait. I may not go right back. I don't want to be there alone. I'm afraid.
Very well. Suit yourself. Have a seat. For heaven's sake, stop me before I kill more.
What?
I cannot control myself. Wait! I was only joking, Mrs. Grant. Wait, Mrs. Grant, your prescription.
It's you, Mrs. Stone.
Why, yes. What's your hurry, dear?
I just got such a scare since these awful murders in this neighborhood.
Yes, isn't it terrible? I'm simply frightened to death myself. You walking home?
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, I'll go with you. It's good we live in the same house.
At least if I had a double lock, but the night one doesn't work.
Oh, really? Well, I have a chain lock besides, and still
The way it is, I sit and shiver when there's a sound at the door. Can't get a locksmith. Tried all day, but they're all so busy. Mr. Frank on the corner promised to, but didn't know when. Why are they all so busy?
Well, my dear, because every woman in the neighborhood's changing theirs, too. Simply a nightmare. Oh, but don't you worry. We'll stay together this evening. Mr. Stone's out, too. Think of it, we've never visited, though we live right across the hall from each other. Isn't that like a big city, for heaven's sake? Or would you rather I dropped in on you?
Well, I don't know.
Well, make it your place, then. Isn't it horrible, the ghastly things they're saying? The theories one doesn't know what to think next. You believe the latest?
The latest?
That maybe it's a woman, the creeper?
A woman?
Can you beat it? I just can't imagine how in the world the police figure that, for heaven's sakes. Can you? I say, can you, Miss Grant?
I don't know. I was just thinking of something my husband
Though
said.
I can see where a married woman now, if her husband was faithless, well, I can understand such a theory because, take my husband now. You've met Mr. Stone, haven't you? Oh, Mrs. Grant, why on earth are you staring at me like that, for heaven's sake?
I don't feel well. I must get home. I feel faint.
But Mrs. Grant, oh, for heaven's sake.
Sobbing with terror, the woman with red hair runs up the dark street, back to her apartment and the door with the broken lock. As the hands of the clock move on towards 12 o'clock and... Murder at midnight. And now, back to Murder at Midnight and The Creeper. Back to Georgia Grant, hurrying hysterically through the dark streets towards the apartment with the broken lock on the door.
Good evening, ma'am. Out late, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, you're the new doorman?
Just relieving Charlie. Nice night.
Yeah, it was very nice.
Here, let me ring the elevator for you.
No, you don't have to trouble.
No trouble, ma'am. There. Apartment 4D, huh?
Yeah. How did you know?
Doesn't take long.
When will this elevator come?
Coming now. Terrible things, ma'am. The happenings.
What?
The creeper. It's sort of...
Going up?
Yeah.
Up and down, up and down. The ups and downs of life, that's me. I'm a living milkshake, Mrs. Grant. Uh-oh.
What's wrong, Jimmy?
Stuck. Imagine getting stuck between the third and fourth with a production like you.
Get going, Sonny. You want me to report you?
Okay. Can't you take a joke? Maybe I misconstrued that smile you always give me. Maybe you shouldn't ought to smile that way. Fourth floor.
Let me out.
If I drop in later, will you be more receptive?
Oh, home. Oh, thank goodness. At last. Must be going out of my mind. Key. Where's my key? Darn this lock. Darn the lock. Hello. Is the locksmith in yet? Well, I want to know how soon I can get my lock changed. Yes, I know it's late, but he promised. This is Mrs. Grant. Yes, 4D, yes. I know you just explained to me, but I must...
Georgia?
Yes? Yes, so won't you
I've
please...
been waiting for you.
Don't, you little fool. It's me. Do you want the whole house to...
That's better.
What are you doing here?
Oh, don't worry. You haven't got a thing to worry about now. I've come to protect you. Give me the phone. Hello? Never mind about the lock, thank you. Sit down. Make yourself at home. Been waiting here for you. Long time no see, Georgia.
What do you want, Pearlie?
Me? A headline. Your husband wants, too. He wants I should keep an eye on you.
What's that?
Sure. You didn't think Steve and I were acquainted, did you? Oh, yes. From way back. Just met him at a bar.
I don't believe you. What do you mean, keep an eye on me?
Oh, just in case the creep...
Oh. Oh.
You heard of the character?
You're mad. You've always been mad, Pearlie Chase. Where is Steve? Why should he send you here? Why should he think the creeper will come here? What are you doing here?
Told you. Playing along crazy. Got a drink?
You're drunk now. And you're getting right out of here. You're nothing but a no-good rummy.
And you're nothing but a no-good... You finish it. When I took the drink, it was to drown you out, and you know it. I'm still a rum pot, Angel, which means I haven't got rid of you yet.
Get out.
You little two-timing redhead. You're all the same, you redheads. Even a wedding ring can't change you. Oh, don't play the innocent. My business is snooping. I make a living at it between drinks. So your new motto's love thy neighbor, huh? Mr. Stone across the hall? Poor dumb Steve.
I'm warning you. Get out or I'll call the police.
Stay where you are.
Hurry. What are you doing with that gun?
I wouldn't pick up that phone if I were you. You see, there's a big reward for the creeper and a heck of an exclusive, and I don't want to share it. I'm riding a hunch. Now, sit down, darling. Just play along with me while I play along crazy. Sit down. That's it. Like we're expecting company. Let's have some music. Don't just sit. Let's have some music. I said turn on the radio. That's it. That's the good girl. Dance music. Let's dance. Give me your arm. Let's dance. Like old times. Around and around like my brain. Why are you trembling? I still love you, you little fool. Ask me why. I love you. I love you, you lovely redhead. I could kill you and you deserve it. With the radio on, you could scream and no one would hear. I could put my hand on your throat like this and I could strangle you. Why are you crying? Stop it. I'm here to protect you. Stop crying. Cut it, I say. Cut it out. I can't stand it. I never could. Okay. You want me to leave? All right, I will. It's your funeral. What am I saving you for anyway? Where's my hat? In a few minutes there'll be a knock or a ring or the door will just open. And you'll be lying in a pool of blood like the other three. Goodbye, my worthless. Give my regards to the creeper.
What if he comes back? He wants to kill me. Somebody wants to kill me. I must lie down. My head is splitting. Kind of frightened me. Jealous spite, that's it. Like the other three. In a pool of blood. Like the other three. Almost 12 o'clock. Any minute now there'll be a knock. Or a ring. Yes?
This is the doorman, Mrs. Grant.
Yes?
The druggist is here with a medicine. Shall I let him up?
A medicine? Yes, let it... No. Don't let that man up.
Want me to bring it up?
No. I'm perfectly all right. I don't need any... I don't need it, you hear? Don't you dare come up. Don't anyone. Oh, please, I must have it changed right away. My door lock. Yes, this is Mrs. Grant. Yes, I do want it. Of course, anyone can get in, anyone. They want to murder me, but I don't know who. It's the creeper. Oh, you'll come right away? Thank you. Thank you so much, but hurry. Please hurry or I'll go out of my mind. Oh, thank the Lord. Like the other three in a pool of blood. Any minute now. A knock or a ring.
It's me, dear. Mrs. Stone.
Oh, what do you want?
I've been worried about you. Are you ill?
No, I'm all right, Mrs. Stone. I'm feeling fine.
Open up, dear. Don't you want me to keep you company?
No, thank you. I was just... Oh, stop that.
Do let me in, silly, and weird.
No, please, go away. I'm going to sleep. Go away. You hear me? Go away. Hello.
Hello, Georgia. You all right?
Oh, Steve. Steve, I've been frantic. So good to hear your voice. Where are you?
At headquarters. I'm coming right home. Sweetheart, is anything wrong? You said
No, not now. Not when I hear you, Steve. I don't know what came over me all day. I've been imagining things so silly. My nerves.
Sorry about supper tonight, honey. I wasn't myself. My job had me down, but now everything's
Of course. Forgive me, Steve. I've been bad, wicked. Oh, darling, if you knew what I've gone through tonight, the most dreadful state. And then that... Steve, did you send someone here today?
Pearly Chase?
Then you did?
Yeah, to keep you company. Isn't he still with you?
No, I just got rid of him.
Oh, I wish you hadn't. He's an all right guy. Smart reporter. Lives in the neighborhood, too. Honey, it sounds cockeyed. I mean, Pearlie's theory, but I was kind of worried when I got to thinking, so... Listen, Georgia.
Yes.
Don't let anyone in the house till I get home.
No, I won't, Steve.
Not anyone, do you hear? Not anyone.
Oh, Steve, wait.
What?
Wait, Steve. It's, thank goodness at last now I can breathe easy. Darling, just a minute.
Georgia. Hello. Hello, Georgia.
Mr. Frank?
Mr. Frank.
Thank goodness you've come. Please, step in. It's the lock on this door. I want... Just a moment. My husband's on the phone.
Hear me, Georgia.
Steve?
Yeah, what happened? There was something else I wanted to tell you.
It's all right, darling. Everything's all right now, Steve. You needn't worry.
Didn't I just hear you talking to someone? Was that somebody at the door?
No, it's no one, dear. It's just Mr. Frank, the locksmith. What a load.
Georgia, listen, Georgia. That's what I was going to tell you.
What is...
The police are on a new trail. They think maybe a locksmith. Georgia, you listening? They think maybe the creeper's a locksmith. Get him out, quick.
What nice lipstick you
Georgia,
use,
you hear me?
Mrs. Graham. Yes. Very nice lipstick.
Georgia.
Very nice.
Can you hear me, Georgia? Georgia. Hello, Georgia.
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Hurry. Catch me before I kill more. For heaven's sake.
Soft footsteps hurrying down the corridor. Away from the door with the broken lock, now standing ajar. The body of a red-headed woman. And still, should she not have known that her only visitor would be death? When the clocks struck 12 for... Murder at midnight. Remember to be with us again when death knocks at the door, wearing a familiar face, and the clocks strike 12 for Murder at Midnight. The part of Georgia was played by Ann Shepard. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The administration of justice requires absolutely that certain men render judgment on other men. It seems to me that these judges can become so burdened by this responsibility that their lives become very nearly insupportable, provided they are men of conscience. And the man whose story we now bring you is indeed a man of conscience, and his life at this time well nigh insupportable. Our mystery drama, The Man Must Die, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars William Prince and Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by imported Vigna Rosé wine and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The Right Honorable Joseph Bailey is 50 years old, has a wife and a son, Jack, age 18. The judge is a man of both strength and sensitivity, a fine combination in anyone, but most especially in a man who holds and must exercise the power to dispose of the futures and sometimes the very lives of others. We first meet Judge Bailey at a time when his life has become almost insupportable.
And don't eat so fast, Joe. You know what it does to you.
I don't want any more coffee, Ellen.
Why not? What's the matter with it?
Nothing's the matter with it. I just don't want any more.
But you always have 2 cups.
Well, this morning I don't.
Oh. This is the day, isn't it?
This is the day.
I know you've been dreading it.
You can say that again.
Well, now, dear, don't you think that just because this is the day, you should start it off right? Now, relax and enjoy your breakfast and, well, maybe a good brisk walk to the courthouse.
I was planning on walking.
It's a lovely day. Joseph, don't eat so fast. Now, heavens.
I want to get started.
But it's early. You don't want to hang around down there, do you?
No. I don't want to hang around here either.
Why not? Oh, because of him.
Because of him.
I don't think he's even out of bed yet.
Oh, yes, he is. I hear him moving around.
Well, in that case... But I don't know what you're going to do with your time. Court doesn't begin until 10.
I'll get some coffee.
Oh, it's my heart to have you drink cheap coffee when you could be drinking mine.
I'll do some reading in my chambers.
You're too wrought up to do any reading, I can tell.
Well, I'll do something. Anything's better than being here when Jack's downstairs. I simply cannot go through that one more time. I cannot.
Well, you'd better hurry. I think I hear.
Where's my coat?
It's in the closet. Where else would it be?
Oh, yes.
Now, don't brood.
No, I won't.
You always do the right thing.
Oh, I'm glad you think so.
Bye, dear. Now, take care.
Father! You talk.
I will.
Father! Sneaked off, didn't he?
Now, that's no way to talk about your father, Jack.
Didn't want to face me.
Come now, have your breakfast.
Didn't want to listen to me.
Your father has heard enough out of you, Jack. I shouldn't have to remind you that your father is quite capable of making his decisions without your help. He's done it on his own for a good many years.
This man's a murderer.
I know that, and your father knows that. It's not the first murder trial your father's presided over.
Decided. Is it going to be death or the penitentiary?
Well, I have no idea what he's decided. I don't even know that he has decided. He may very well be thinking it over. That's probably what he's doing right now.
But he must have given you some idea which way he's leaning.
Eat your eggs, Jack, before they get cold.
Hasn't he?
No.
I don't believe you.
I don't like to be talked to that way, Jack. Now eat your eggs.
You mean he hasn't said anything to you about an important case like this?
Well, your father never discusses any of his cases with me, important or unimportant, until they're disposed of.
This case? A man murdering his father?
All I know about it is what I've read in the papers. And the man wasn't his father. He was his adoptive father.
Same thing.
Well, it's not even clear that the man adopted him. He took him from the orphanage at age 14 and put him to work on his farm as he had done with 3 other boys before and did with 2 more after.
Yes, but he raised them, gave them a home, and...
Yes, and he never had to pay a cent to a hired hand. You ever think of that part of it?
Are you trying to say it was all right to bash his head in with a shovel just because he made his kids do a little work?
Of course I'm not saying that it was all right.
You're on his side, aren't you?
Whose side, for heaven's sake?
Father's side.
Your father isn't on any side.
You think the murderer should get away with it?
Jack, now, I refuse to discuss this with you. I absolutely refuse. I don't blame your father for running out of the house.
Well, that's what he did, isn't it? Ran out.
Because he didn't want to listen to another one of your harangues, and I don't want to hear another one either. Now, this is your father's decision. It is part of his job. And it's not a very pleasant part either. So, well, I'll thank you to leave it to him and not to butt in. Now, if you don't want those eggs, hand them over to me. I'll eat them myself.
Take them. I don't want them.
Well, pour yourself some coffee at least.
No, I don't want any.
Where are you going?
Well, first I'm going to get dressed, and then I'm going down to that courthouse.
Jack, don't do that.
I want to hear this decision.
You leave your father alone.
I'm not going near him. How could I? He's unapproachable. How could I do anything to him? He's untouchable. He's the judge. The final word belongs to him.
That's right. And that's as it should be.
I just want to be there to hear him pronounce that final word.
But why, Jack? Why? Why do you care so much?
Because, Mother, this man, this murderer, has got to die. Can't you get that through your head? Has got to die.
Show your passes, please.
I'm Jack Bailey.
See your pass, please.
I'm Jack Bailey. Judge Bailey is my father.
Oh, you're the judge's son.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Well, in that case,
I'll just go in.
Special instructions. You're not to be admitted. He doesn't want you in a courtroom. He left particular instructions to that effect.
Left instructions with who?
With me personally, sir.
Did he say why?
Didn't say and didn't inquire. In this building, a judge's word is law.
Mother.
For heaven's sake, what is it?
He barred me from the courtroom. Can you imagine that?
Yes.
Do you know he was going to do that?
No.
He had no right.
Oh, he had every right. It's his courtroom.
What was he afraid of?
Well, you know perfectly well what he was afraid of, that you'd make a scene. And probably you would have the state you've been in.
I feel very strongly about this. That man should be punished for taking a life.
He will be.
He should give his own life in exchange for the life he took.
Well, you know what the Supreme Court said about that.
I don't care what the Supreme Court said. 20 states permit capital punishment, and ours is one of them.
20 states are trying to get around the Supreme Court decision. Now, it remains to be seen.
The very least Father could have done is go on record that he's against the Supreme Court and for the state law.
Well, maybe he will.
He better.
Well, you'd better watch how you talk about your father. And watch your attitude toward him, too.
When will he be home?
I don't know. He didn't say.
The sentence will be in the afternoon paper.
Yes, I imagine so.
What time does that come out?
About noon, something like that.
It's almost 11:30. I'm going out to buy one.
Oh, Jack, for heaven's sake, it's not out yet. Not for half an hour at least. Now, Donnie, sit down, cool off.
I can't.
Why in the world is this case so important to you? I can't for the life of me figure it out.
Don't you understand? The whole mess we're in, the whole mess the world is in, you did it.
Me? I did it?
No, not you personally. Your generation.
Oh.
The generation of permissiveness. Bleeding hearts, understanding, tolerance, all that bilge. You swallowed it whole. You poisoned the world with all that compassion stuff. You raised me on it.
I never saw anything wrong with the way we raised you.
When I flunked out of college, you sent me to Paris, to art school.
Didn't you like Paris or art school?
Of course I liked it. That's not the point.
Well, what is the point?
I wasn't supposed to flunk out of school.
No, but you did. What were we supposed to do about it?
You weren't supposed to let me get away with it.
But you'd already gotten away with it. You're back in school now. I don't see that any harm was done.
That's not the point. It's the principle of the thing. Nobody is supposed to get away with anything.
Oh, Jack. Oh, I'd hate to have that principle applied to everything I've done.
I'm going out to see if that afternoon paper's on the stand.
It isn't.
Well, if it isn't, I'll go back to the courthouse. Somebody down there ought to be able to tell me what happened.
Now, Jack? Oh.
Jack, you came home.
May I come in?
Yes, sure.
Well, you want to know what the sentence was?
Of course I want to know.
20 years to life.
You didn't...
I didn't sentence him to death. No, I didn't. Now I'm going upstairs and lie down.
Wait a minute. Wait one little minute.
Jack, please.
You can spare me a minute, can't you?
I suppose I can.
How do you justify what you did?
You mean not sending the man to be killed?
He can get out of jail in 20 years, you know.
If he behaves himself, I know.
He can get out and kill somebody else?
But I don't think he will.
You don't think? You're willing to take a chance because you don't think he will?
Well, what else can I go on but my own judgment?
How do you know he won't kill somebody?
I don't. Any more than I know he won't. Or you won't. Or anybody else won't. Except possibly your mother, and I can't give you any guarantee about her if it comes to that. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like...
You've done a terrible thing.
I don't think so.
And you're going to regret it.
I hope not.
Well, you will. You'll see. When you're responsible for another murder, you're going to be very, very sorry for what you've done.
Jack, please.
If he kills somebody else, you'll be responsible. You'll be the murderer yourself, that don't you?
Jack, stop it. It's all been decided. It's over. Now, there's nothing more to be said or done.
Nothing more to be said or done.
That's right.
Nothing more to be said. Nothing more to be done.
Nothing, dear. So...
We'll see. We'll just wait and see about that.
Arguments between parents and their children are nothing new. Actually, they dominate the years the children are growing up. It is not until the child has left the parent's home and has his own home, produced his own children, that the passion subsides and the arguments turn into discussions. And even then, there smolders beneath the acquired courtesy and the polished tact, the ancient hostilities and the basic antagonisms of the earlier years. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Nearly a month has passed since Judge Joseph Bailey sentenced a confessed murderer to 20 years to life. A month since his son Jack denounced him as worse than irresponsible for not having sent the murderer to his death. Since his wife Helen said to their son, "There's nothing more to be said, nothing more to be done." A month since the boy replied, "Wait and see." Since that day, an unidentifiable mood has permeated the Bailey home. A mood which neither mother, nor father, nor son can break.
You need more butter.
Oh, I can make this do.
No, muffins need plenty of butter.
Helen, why doesn't Jack come down for breakfast anymore?
Oh, really? It's up to him, Joseph. We can't make him.
A month ago, I was avoiding him, and now he's avoiding me.
Well, ever since the sentencing of that man.
He's been different. Don't bother to deny it. He's been completely different.
I wasn't going to deny it, though maybe I wouldn't say completely. He's been different.
I thought by now...
I thought so, too.
I'll be in my study if you want me. I have some briefs to go over. Probably take all morning.
Well, I won't want you because I'm finally going to put up those peaches that I bought a week ago, or they'll go bad.
I'll see you around lunchtime.
Yes, dear.
Mother!
Oh! Jack, you startled me.
Sorry.
My head's full of dishes and everything. Don't you sneak up on me when I have my hands full of dishes. Don't ever do that again.
Okay, I won't ever do that again.
And pour yourself some coffee, dear. Oh, and there's muffins, but you'll need butter. I'll bring it.
Mother, sit down a minute.
I want to clear the table.
I want to tell you something. Oh, come on. Put the dishes down.
Oh, dear. Well, all right. What is it?
I've made up my mind about something.
Oh, what's that?
I'm going to see that man.
What man?
That murderer. You know which one.
That man is in jail.
Well, of course he's in jail. Father put him there.
Why do you want to see him?
I want to ask him a few things.
Like what?
Oh, how he feels, walking around alive after he's killed a man, eating and sleeping and enjoying life.
I rather doubt that he's enjoying life.
Well, he's living, isn't he? And the man he killed isn't.
Jack, you realize, don't you, that this man has gotten to be an obsession with you?
Oh, no, it's not the man. It's the fact that he's alive. I want to know if he's feeling any remorse for what he did, if he regrets it, if he feels any sense of guilt at all.
I think you can take it for granted that he feels all those things.
Oh, but how do I know? For sure, unless I ask him.
I'm sure your father won't approve.
I can't help that.
Well, when are you planning to go to see this man?
I thought Now.
Today?
This morning.
Oh, Jack, you've got to think about it.
I've thought about it for weeks.
Jack, please, don't rush into this. Please, talk to your father or somebody. Don't just go tearing off.
Sorry. I'll be back sometime.
What makes you think they'll even let you in?
Why, I'm the son of the Right Honorable Joseph Bailey. That ought to get me in anywhere, don't you think? Except, of course, into his precious courtroom.
Jack, wait. Let me ask him.
Sorry.
Jack? Joseph?
Yes, Helen?
I had to disturb you, dear.
Oh, that's all right.
Darling, Jack came downstairs right after you came in here.
Well, didn't I just hear him go out?
Yes, and that's why I had to disturb you. You'll never guess where he's gone. He's gone to see that man. You know, the murderer. He's gone down to the jail to talk to him.
Talk to him? About what?
About his feelings, he said. Whether he feels sorry that he did what he did, whether he feels remorse or guilt, all that. Joseph, I tried to stop him, but I really didn't quite realize till the very last minute that he actually meant it. That he meant to go now. He hardly listened to me, and before I knew it, he was out the door.
Don't worry about it, Ellen. They won't let him in.
They won't? Oh, I wonder.
Well, of course they won't.
He seemed to think that being your son, all he had to do was mention your name.
I don't think my name impresses the warden too much.
Oh.
Not in his own bailiwick where he makes the rules.
Well, it's a relief. Another thing that worried me, I didn't think if they did let him in, that the man would be too happy to talk to him. Not if he knew how Jack felt about his being put away instead of being executed.
He might refuse to see him, but I don't think he'd hurt him.
Well, if the warden won't let him in...
He won't.
Well, then I'll let you go back to your reading. And I'll get started on my peaches.
You call me for lunch.
I shall. And a half pint of brandy. Oh, it seems like a lot of brandy. Oh, well.
Mother.
Oh, Jack. You've done it again.
Done what?
Snuck up on me with my hands full. Do you realize I almost dropped a whole cup of your father's best brandy?
Oh, sorry.
I'm making those brandied peaches. Jack, what's the matter? You look pale.
Do I?
Very pale. You look worn out. What is it?
I saw him.
You saw... Whom did you see?
You know, the murderer.
You mean you went to the jail?
I told you I was going.
But they let you in to see him?
There was nothing to it. I walked right into his cell, and I talked to him, and then they let me out, and I came home.
It was that easy?
Of course, nothing to it.
What did you talk to him about?
What I told you. I asked him how he felt.
What did he say about how he felt?
He said he felt fine.
He felt fine?
He didn't feel guilty or remorseful or anything. He said the killing was the only thing in his life he felt good about.
Oh, he couldn't have meant that.
Oh, yes, he did. You should have heard him. He said it was his first manly act. That's what he called it. Manly.
Well, it hardly seems possible.
He said he'd never felt so much like himself. In fact, he said it was the only time he'd felt like himself. His true self, he said.
That's very strange. That's a strange way to talk.
He's of age. A little older, maybe a year or two. He's got brown eyes and brown hair. And he sat there looking at me right in the eye and telling me that the murder was the crowning achievement of his life.
He didn't mean it.
If you heard him, you wouldn't say that. Yes. He meant it all right. He really meant it.
He upset you, didn't he?
It wasn't exactly what I'd hoped he'd say.
Why don't you go upstairs and lie down for a bit? I'll call you when she's ready.
I think I'll do that. Yes, I think I'll do that. Call me for lunch.
I will. Now, get a little rest. You hear me?
Yes, I hear.
Joseph, it's me. I have to talk to you.
Come in, dear.
till they let him in. They let him in. The warden let Jack in to see that man.
He did? Well, I must say I'm very surprised and not at all pleased.
Joe, that's not the worst of it. It's what the man said to Jack.
What did he say?
Why, incredible things. He said that the killing was the only manly act of his life, the only thing he ever felt good about, his crowning achievement.
My word.
Joe, he said it was his first manly act.
Perhaps for him it was.
But, Joe, how can you talk like that?
Well, I didn't say I considered it a manly act. I said it's quite possible that he did.
Well, I wish that he hadn't chosen it to say to our son. Jack said that he showed no remorse whatsoever. Can you imagine?
Well, why should he show remorse if he didn't feel any?
Well, I simply don't understand you at all. I really don't.
Well, he was very badly treated by the man he killed.
And that's an excuse for murder? I declare I'm beginning to see Jack's point. You should have sentenced him to death if that's his attitude. Why, if everybody felt that way, if everybody spent his life getting even with everybody who was unkind...
Not everybody, Helen.
Well, all I know is that Jack is very upset. He came home as though he'd been rocked to his very soul. He was not himself at all.
Where is he now?
Well, I told him to go upstairs and then lie down for a while, and he said he thought he would. Joe, don't be unkind to him. Please.
I won't be unkind.
I know that you've been terribly annoyed with him these past few weeks, keeping after you all the time about the trial, about the sentence, but...
At the moment, I'm a lot more annoyed with the warden at the prison, letting Jack talk to that man. I can't imagine what he was thinking of. Look, you go back to your kitchen. I'm going to call the warden and chew him out a little.
All right. And don't forget, when Jack comes downstairs, be kind to him.
Don't worry, I'll be kind.
Good.
Come in. Oh, Jack. Come in.
You're busy.
Oh, no, not at all. I was going to make a phone call, but that can wait. Sit down, son.
I think I'd rather stand up, if you don't mind.
Your mother just told me that you went to the jail.
Yes, to see the man.
And they let you see him?
Of course. I walked right in.
Oh, come now. It's not that easy to see any prisoner, let alone a convicted murderer.
Well, it was for me.
I can't really say that I approve of your going there in the first place. And in the second place, I very strongly disapprove of the warden letting you in. And I'm very unhappy about what the man said to you.
Mother told you?
Yes.
I was going to tell you myself, because I wanted you to see what you've done.
What I've done?
You let a murderer live. If he kills somebody else, it'll be your fault. You turned him loose.
Now, Jack, I didn't turn him loose. The phone.
Now let it ring.
What?
Never mind about the phone. Mother will answer it in the kitchen.
I suppose she will.
You and I have got something more important to take care of.
Now, Jack, that's not a gun you have there, is it?
It's a gun, all right.
Well, put it down. For heaven's sake.
I told you a month ago what a terrible thing you were doing. And you went ahead and did it, Jack.
Joseph, the telephone's for
Helen,
you.
be careful.
What is it? Are you all right?
I'm all right.
Jack! Jack! Oh, my Lord, Jack!
I told you. Didn't I tell you?
Joseph, has he gone mad? Joseph, is our son mad?
What is madness? When does the moment arrive when it is wholly evident? Who is to call it madness? And who is to call it revelation? How long may it last? And can it ever go away? Does it hide? Or is it imprisoned? Or is it disguised in a million minor ways? Till the day when it springs into full view. And when it appears, who is to recognize it and call it madness? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. It's a great mistake to think of all young people as radical and all their parents as conservative. The story we are presenting here concerns a judge who chose to spare the life of an acknowledged murderer and his son who passionately asserted that the man should be put to death. So passionate was his conviction that he was driven to threatening his father with a gun. A few moments ago, we heard shots from the gun held by the judge's son.
Warden Keys, yeah? Who? Judge Bailey. Well, what? Yes. Ask him to come right in. Now, what on earth do you suppose he... Oh, come in, Judge. Come on in.
Thank you, Warden.
Will you have a chair?
Thank you. I should have phoned you before barging in like this.
Oh, there's no harm
Warden
done.
Keys, why, in the name of common sense, did you let my son see that man?
Now, wait a minute, Judge Bailey.
At least you could have called and asked me.
Well, I did call you.
You certainly did not.
I did, and your wife answered the phone. She told me you were working in your study, and she didn't want to disturb you.
What in the world was the idea of letting
I
him...
didn't. Jack never saw the man.
He didn't?
No. He seemed very disturbed when he showed up here. Not normal at all. And he couldn't give me any logical reason why he should be allowed to talk to the man, so, of course, I didn't give my permission.
No one else could have let him...
No. My word is law here, Judge.
Well, I owe you an apology, Warden Keys.
Well, not at all. It's perfectly all right. But, what made you think that Jack did talk to the man? Did he say he had?
Well, he told his mother some story. She told me. I should have checked right away instead of... Well, no matter now. I do apologize, Warden.
You know, Judge Bailey, I might have let him in just because he's your son. I say might have. Except that he was so overwrought. Plus the fact that he had a gun. It was in his pocket, very poorly concealed. We spotted it the minute he walked in. Your son doesn't know too much about guns, I take it.
I didn't even know he had one.
They're easy enough to pick up, unfortunately. Of course, I asked him what he planned to do with it.
What did he say?
Told me it was none of my business, and then he ran out of here. That was when I called you and talked to your wife, and, well, as I told you.
Yes.
And I did call back several times, but we always got a busy signal. I suppose your wife must have left the phone off the hook.
Yes, she must have.
I figured something happened, and she just forgot.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Something happened. She forgot. Warden Keys, I'm going to ask a favor of you, a great favor. If you feel you can't grant it, please say so, and I'll understand.
Oh, anything I do, Judge Bailey, I will do.
I want to talk to this man.
Well, now, wait a minute.
I know I shouldn't ask, and I wouldn't, except that, well, it's terribly important to me. I won't ask to see him for more than, 5 minutes, perhaps. It shouldn't take more than that.
And I don't know,
It's more important to me than I can probably explain, Warden. I wish I could explain, but at the moment I can't. Perhaps one day, I don't know.
5 minutes.
Not a second longer.
All right, where would you like to talk to him?
Any place at all, in his cell. Look, if you're afraid he'll do me some harm, is that it? You're afraid he might attack me?
Oh, no. Seeing as you're the man who spared his life,
well,
I don't...
Even so, if you think he's dangerous, I'm willing to chance that. I mean, it's that important to me.
I don't consider him dangerous at all. I think this murder is probably the only crime he'll ever commit.
You mean that?
Sure, it was a crime of passion, pure and simple. I think he'll make trustee within a year.
Really?
Most of our trustees are murderers. Didn't you know that?
I never really thought about it.
Oh, not the professional killers or the psychotic ones, but the The one-time murderers, where the stress and strain of their particular situation simply overwhelmed them, where the buried hostility suddenly surfaced, and as a rule just as suddenly subsided, never to surface again.
It's interesting.
Well, now, how would you like to see this man right here in my office?
Could I?
5 minutes?
Have my word.
Okay. You know, I'd like to know sometime what you think of him. Personally, I like him. You stay right here. I'll have him brought in.
You know who I am?
Oh, I should, don't you think?
Oh, yes, it was a silly thing to say. Look, we only have 5 minutes. I promised the warden. So if you don't mind, I'd like to come straight to the point.
Yes, sure, okay.
I have a son, about your age. He didn't agree with the 20 to life I give you. He thought you should have been given the death penalty.
Oh, really?
His name is Jack. Jack grew really exercised about it as the trial went on. Very, very vehement. Got so I avoided speaking to him for fear he'd bring it up. I didn't want to argue with him, and I didn't want him to take the chance of influencing me in the slightest.
I guess you've earned your reputation. I mean, like, you really are a good judge.
I actually barred him from the courtroom on the day I handed down my decision. And it made him even more agitated, more hostile. And then came the day, you'd been locked up here about a month, I guess, when he told his mother that he was going to come here to see you.
Yeah, what for?
I don't know precisely. To see how you were reacting to the crime, I guess.
He never saw me.
So the warden just told me. But Jack came home and told his mother that he had seen you. And that you were cool as a cucumber about the whole thing.
Not quite.
That you'd never felt so much like a man as when you killed your father. That it's the only thing you ever felt good about. Where could he have gotten such an idea?
Oh, I couldn't say for sure, but maybe because that's exactly the way I do feel about it.
You mean that?
Yeah, sure.
No remorse? None at all?
Well, I'd rather not be here, of course, and I know I shouldn't have taken a man's life, but like deep inside, deep when I really care to look at the moment, I know that my whole life had been like leading up to the killing. And it wasn't even that killing, the killing of that man, I mean. It was the killing of my own father.
You don't mean you actually...
No, I didn't kill my own father, though I wanted to. I couldn't do it because I was only 4 years old when he took me to the orphanage and left me there. He never said he was coming back for me, but I always believed he would. I went on believing for a long time.
And when this other man took you out of the orphanage...
Oh, I pretended to myself my father had come for me. Of course, the pretense didn't work. Pretenses never do.
I'm going to tell you something that I'd rather you didn't repeat to anyone.
Okay?
I have your word.
You sure you need it? You got it?
The warden wouldn't let Jack see you because... Well, I guess it's against regulations, but besides that, Jack had a gun on him. He came home after the warden had turned him down, and he came into my study where I was working, and he reproached me again for letting you live, and he fired a shot at me. His mother came into the room at that moment, telling me about a phone call, and he turned the gun on himself.
Oh, no.
Mind you, no one knows about this.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it'll come out, won't it? How he died.
Well, he isn't dead. He's wounded. He's in the hospital, but he'll live. Now, can you tell me why you'd have done such a thing?
mean, I realize you can't possibly know. Not really, but I'd like your opinion.
Me? Okay, all right. For what it's worth. I think that, brooding about me, what I've done, your son read my feelings accurately. Now, whether this was thought transference or telepathy or whatever, I don't know too much about those things. But he discovered that this desire to kill the father is a universal wish.
But I always thought my son loved me.
Oh, he does. I'm sure he does. But that doesn't alter the other feeling, now, does it? I mean, it could keep it from, surfacing, but it doesn't really alter it. Nothing does. Nothing can.
It's hard for me to accept the fact that my son tried to kill me.
Oh, but he didn't, don't you see? You mustn't think that. He was standing right close to you, wasn't he, when he fired the shots?
Well, about 6 feet away.
Yeah, and you weren't moving, were you? You weren't trying to stop him?
Well, I was too astonished and perhaps too afraid.
So you were a perfect target, weren't you?
Well, I suppose. Yes, I was.
And yet he missed you completely, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, Judge, anyone who could miss a stationary target at 6 feet, he just didn't want to hit it. So he only succeeded in wounding himself. Am I right?
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. For all you said.
No. Thank you, sir. For my life.
Hello, son. How are you?
Coming along okay, I guess.
That's what the doctors tell me.
Father, lying here thinking, trying to think, I can't understand how it all happened.
It's all right.
I was out of my mind. That's the only way I can figure it. Don't you think so?
I think something like that.
It won't ever happen again.
Oh, Jack. We went to see the man in jail, the murderer. Why'd you take a gun with you?
Oh, yes, the gun.
Did you mean to kill him with it?
Oh, no. No.
Did you think you'd do what I hadn't done? Take his life?
No. See, I thought he'd be so remorseful. I thought he'd be eaten up with remorse and guilt and sorrow for what he'd done. I thought he wouldn't want to live. So I thought I'd just hand him the gun and he'd do the rest.
By that, you mean...
I thought he'd kill himself. But I never got to see him. Did I?
No.
Funny. I thought, well, I did see him. And we talked a little bit, and he was arrogant. And he wasn't sorry at all. It was very clear to me at the time. Now I'm not so sure.
Rest, son. It'll all come clear one day, son. Thou shalt not kill. This simple, terse statement is in the book of Exodus. It is not followed by the word except or the word unless or any qualifying phrase. No, it reads plainly, thou shalt not kill. We might ask why the Lord thought it necessary to deliver this stern injunction. Can it be for any other reason but that the impulse to kill lies fermenting silently in every human heart? I'll be back shortly.
You're on the open road, rolling free and feeling great about your new Buick Century. Because in published EPA mileage test results, a V6 Buick Century got the best highway mileage of any U.S. midsize car. 24 miles per gallon and 16 in the city. Your Century's comfortable, it's nimble, it's economical, and above all, it's a Buick. Living free.
Hi, I'm Burl Ives.
You know, nothing perks up a meal like an exciting side dish. And I'd like to tell you about one your family and your guests are sure to love and keep on loving. It's Uncle Ben's long grain and wild rice. It's a mouth-watering mixture of Uncle Ben's converted brand rice, wild rice, herbs, and seasonings. It's the kind of side dish that can make an ordinary meal a great meal and can keep a great meal from becoming ordinary. In fact, Uncle Ben's long grain and wild rice is so good, they tell me that most anyone who tries it comes back for more. That's because there are no compromises in quality, but that's the way Uncle Ben's does business. So, to make an ordinary meal a great meal, try Uncle Ben's long grain and wild rice. And to make sure you get the quality ingredients and good taste I've told you about, make sure it's Uncle Ben's.
This is Shelley Henry with one of the most crucial and provocative issues of our day, the question of government. Is it adequate for the problems that it has to solve? That's Monday at 2:15.
Dear listeners, I hope we have not saddened you with our account of the darker side of man's nature. If we have, let me leave you with these lovely words from the book of Psalms. Mercy and truth are met together. Righteousness and peace have kissed each other. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. Our cast included William Prince, Augusta Dabney, Christopher Tabori, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Uncle Ben's long grain and wild rice. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets. A lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Punishment. A man is guilty of the most heinous of human crimes, murder. Our law decrees his execution. The matter is one of increasing and heated controversy. But whether we are pro or con, one inescapable enigma must be confronted. That you or I, one of us, must carry out the execution. You or I, someone among us, must release the fatal gas, pull the switch, spring the hangman's trap. Here, then, is our enigma. If you were the executioner, would you yourself not become a murderer?
But you have to do it, Tom. You're the sheriff.
Sure, but I'm not the hangman.
If you don't do it, somebody else will.
Not me, Sarah, is what I'm saying.
Tom, we have to face facts if you want to be sheriff.
That's just it. I don't have to be sheriff. Not if I have to take a man out and kill him. Just because I'm paid to do it.
Our mystery drama, The Hanging Sheriff, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bryce Walton and stars Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Tom Bender never really wanted to be a sheriff. It was his wife's idea. But when he gave in and wore the badge, he also accepted the moral stance of his office. He represented the good people. He was their defense against the bad. Then Sheriff Bender awoke one morning to find the distinction between good and evil can turn into a puzzling blur. In our story of retribution, Sheriff Bender finds that he who catches killers can eventually, of necessity, catch up with himself.
Morning, Big South man.
Oh, what got you up there?
You, honey? I swear you had this porch built on just so you could dawdle your life away. Dream about that fool boat instead of getting yourself into town. Bet you don't even know the time of day.
Morning. Morning's the best time to be out on the old river.
It's the last day.
That trial don't need me no more. Maybe it never did.
Yeah, but you need that trial, Tom. You look good and tall sitting there, everybody knowing you brought in the killer. Mighty good public relations.
That courthouse is awful hot in August. Hot and ugly as sin.
Tom, what's really working on you? You've had the blues ever since that trial started. You act scared or something. Now, what is it?
It's that salesman.
Now, what about him?
I'm just not eager to see sentence passed on him.
But he's guilty. He's sure enough guilty.
Sure enough, but there's degrees of guilt. And he ought not to get nothing worse than second degree manslaughter.
Oh, I don't see it matters much, but maybe that's all he'll get.
No. That salesman's going to hang.
What's it to you, anyway? You done your bit, brought in a killer. It's out of your hands.
No way. It's all going to be in my hands.
Now, just what's that supposed to mean?
It means that I got to do the hanging.
You? Why should you have to do it?
Why? Because I've been told to do it.
Told by who?
By town council. Bert Clippinger, Leo Bates, old Seth Boney. They decided. Bates told me. Called me into his office yesterday afternoon. All smiles, like he's doing me a favor. Tom, if the judge calls for a hanging, we're going to have to let you do it. Me, I got to do their dirty work. And you know why?
Well, I know.
To save money.
Save money?
That's right. They figure me already being on salary, they'll just hand the execution over to me. Save their tax-paying voters a bundle from hiring a professional hangman.
Maybe they'll give you a fat bonus.
Bonus? Holy crow. That's not the point. What I'm saying is I can't. I don't...
Well, getting yourself all worked up won't help matters, Tom. Tom, you wait. You wait, you hear?
You don't know what it is, Sarah. Nobody knows has ever seen a man tricked out that way. And I've seen it. I've been there. And it is bad.
Tom, wait. I don't feel so good.
Well, that makes two.
One of my splitting headaches is coming on. Oh, it's just awful. Worse than usual. I feel real dizzy.
Huh?
Like I'm just going blind with another old stress headache.
Oh, sorry about that.
You know what Dr. Cole said about my stress.
Yeah, I know about stress. Bad for the health.
Okay, well, try not to give me stress, Tom. Simmer down. Stop worrying about that no-count salesman.
I'll try. Goodbye, Sarah.
And, Tom.
Yeah?
You stop on your way to the office and see Dr. Cole. You know, he said he had a new prescription for my headache. You tell him to bring that prescription right out here. I just don't know how I'll get through this day.
All right, Sarah. I'll send him out.
And don't you worry. Maybe the judge will let that salesman off easy.
Order! Order in this court! Order! You hear? I'll clear this courtroom. Now, Mr. Franktown, our blue ribbon jury has found and declared you guilty of felonious homicide in the first degree. You got some final say with this here court?
Judge, Your Honor, that's real considerate of you. I don't have much to say more than what I said already.
I didn't mean to kill anybody. Especially your Mr. Hambrook. I know he was well thought of here in Lakeville. I know he had a family and all. And what I want to say is, I'm sorry. I had no intention of killing Mr. Hambrook. I didn't mean to do it. Judge, I wouldn't have hurt on a man if I could help it. It just happened. It was all an accident.
Being born can be an accident too, son. But never an excuse.
Please, Your Honor. Your Honor, I've told the truth. Just how it all was. How we got to exchanging words and scuffing around a little. That's all, sir. I didn't mean to hit him hard. He just fell. Hit his head on that bar stool. It was just an accident. I sure didn't plan on nothing. Why, I'd never even been in this town or in that bar before. I never knew Mr. Hambrook, never seen or heard of him before. I wish I'd never had that drink with Mr. Hambrook.
If wishes were horses, boy, beggars would ride. Got any more final say for us, Frank?
Looks like I might as well save my breath.
You're right. It is my solemn duty to pass sentence on you. Said sentence being that you shall be hung by your neck until you are declared dead.
Right.
Until the day of your execution, a day not yet decided on, but in the near future, you shall be handed over to the administrations of our dedicated lawman, Sheriff Tom Bender.
Frank? You awake, Frank?
Hard to say if I'm awake or in a bad dream.
Hard for any of us to figure that sometimes. How's your appetite?
What appetite? I'm too depressed to have an appetite.
Well, maybe some baked beans to cheer you up. Didn't I hear you express a special yen for baked beans?
Yeah. Hey, say, this is sporting of you, Sheriff. Thanks.
Yeah, well, what about some cornbread?
Oh.
Fresh and still warm. The wife just baked it.
Hey, this is mighty good. I like cornbread. Hey, this is real special. Your woman must be some cook.
Well, she's got a knack for cornbread. And here. Figures your throat might be a speck dry.
Hey, man. My favorite brew. And nice and cold, too. Dewy cold.
Fix this old jail cell up for you, too, Frank. This part of the courthouse is old, from way back in Civil War days. So these walls here are real thick. Cool in summer, warm in winter.
Thanks. Thanks for the fair shake. You're something all right for a long.
Whatever I can do, Frank.
And raisins. I never did have cornbread with raisins. You're okay, Sheriff. The first time I ever got a decent treatment in a slammer. You're all right, Sheriff. I got the hang. The judge, he said that. He said it. You heard him say it. I've been sort of crazy thinking it wasn't real. It's dreams, it's joke, something. But it's no joke, is it? I'm gonna hang. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna be as dead as a sack of oats.
Now, Frank, you got to keep a tight rein.
But I never meant to kill anybody. It just happened.
I know that, Frank.
Sheriff, you don't think it's right, do you? I ought to hang?
No, I don't think it's right.
And you being sheriff, isn't it something? Anything you can do?
Where do you hail from, Frank?
Oh, here, there. Up north, mostly.
You got any friends up there you could call?
No. Always been on the road, always going, selling. Oh, thought I had anyway some friends once. When my wife left, they just stopped coming around. Seems they were more her friends.
How about relatives?
None that could do me any good.
A good lawyer might help, but, of course, their services come high.
Too high for me. I haven't done too bad selling, but the wife took everything. I figured to do better if I could open new sales routes down here. And I wasn't doing too bad either until this.
So you're stony broke.
Flat out.
You sure got off onto a rough and lonely road.
Roads ought to go somewhere. All the roads I ever took just kept going. Till this road finally ends. At the end of a rope. Oh, Sheriff. Can't you do something?
Yeah, my friends call me Tom.
Tom, please help me.
I'd like to, Frank. I want to.
I mean, there must be something or other.
There's hope.
Well, what kind?
The kind a man always has when he's still alive.
No, that kind won't last me long. Anyway, I can't last. I can't take it. I can't hold together. I could never face that rope.
Yeah, neither can I.
You don't have to.
I hope not.
Well, you're a good man. I appreciate it. Your concern and all.
You just hold on, Frank. Keep the faith. If I can do anything at all, I will.
If the selection of an executioner presents society with a troublesome philosophical dilemma, then what about our chosen hangman? Tom is an easygoing, amiable fellow who would apparently rather do almost anything than hang a fellow man. Now a dilemma is defined as a predicament that seemingly defies a satisfactory solution. Yet Sheriff Bender implies a possible way out. Does he believe in miracles? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Behind every successful man, we are told, is a woman. We might add, in the case of Sheriff Tom Bender's wife, Sarah, an ambitious, perhaps even an unscrupulous woman. We also know that ambition's drive may carry you to the top, or drive your spouse to the top, which is presumably where she wishes you to be. I might add, as possibly germane to our story, the legend that a hand-pecked husband once had chiseled on the tombstone of a domineering woman, she is at peace, and so am I.
Tom, you come in and eat your supper.
I'm not so hungry, Sarah.
You better stop moping over that no-count salesman if you know what's good for you.
What's good for me? Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
Well, you can think better after a good supper.
I need time. I got to work things out.
Oh, come on now, honey. I baked up a big pan of cornbread.
Yeah, with the raisins in it?
Oozing raisins. Yeah. Plenty of ham hocks, beans, gravy.
Yeah, that's mighty generous of you, Sarah, but I'm just not so hungry.
I can't understand why you have to get yourself in a frazzle over that no-good salesman.
Maybe it'd come a sight more clear if you'd just consider how in 3 days I got to take that salesman out and murder him.
Murder him? Why do you have to talk like that?
Because that's what I've got to do. Murder him.
It isn't murder. You're just going to hang him.
Yeah, that's right. Until he's dead. And he'll be dead on account of me. Because I put the rope around his neck.
Tom, you just have to stop thinking about it.
Stop thinking about it? Don't you have any idea what I'm up against?
Of course I do. But you have to face facts.
Facts? The fact is, I got to take this man out, put a rope around his neck, kick a trap door out from under him, and watch him die. Fact is, I got to kill a man who never did me a wrong. A man I hardly even know. Now, ain't that murder?
But you're the sheriff.
But I'm not a hangman. I don't have to kill a man just because I'm told to do it. Because someone pays me to do it. I'm not a paid killer.
Honey, you got a big career ahead of you. If you don't do your duty now, somebody else will.
Not me, sir. That's what I'm saying, not me. Can't you get that through your head? I can't.
You will, Tom. If you want to be sheriff.
Is that all you think about? All you care about?
If somebody else has to hang that salesman, then somebody else is going to be sheriff.
And that's the worst thing you can think of.
Just about.
If murdering a man isn't worse, what is?
I'll tell you what's worse. The thought of being married to a man working for $4 an hour in the Lakeville paper mill. And that's where you'll end up, Tom, if you don't hang this salesman. Back at the paper mill, where I found you. Where you'd still be if it wasn't for me.
Sarah, please, listen to me.
Yo, you listen. Remember, there's an election coming up. You do remember the election.
Now that you mention it, sure.
Oh, Tom. Tom, I don't feel so good.
Huh?
I feel faint.
Getting one of your heads?
Yes, it's coming on. And it's all your fault. Now, you call Dr. Cole. He's got to check me over. I think it's my heart, too. He said I had to watch my blood pressure. Now, you call him.
What were you saying about the election?
I'm saying you better do what you have to do, or you'll be out of office and you know it. Everybody's just waiting to see if you've got the guts to give that salesman his just desserts. If you don't, you'll not only be nosing around the paper mill looking for work, you'll be looking for this nice big house on the river, and you'll be looking for that big sailboat you've been dreaming about, and you'll be looking for me.
You, Sarah?
Tom, call Dr. Cole. I think I'm going to faint.
All right, I'll call him.
I won't be married to any mill hand. I married a man I could look up to, a man going places. Sheriff of Lakeville, Sheriff of Grundy County. You're not going to settle for less, Tom Bender. You won't. I won't let you.
Rise and shine, Mr. Tanner.
Leave me alone. When you roll over, roll out.
I'm Judge Thomas, Sheriff Tom's deputy.
You get a special appointment for the hanging?
Nope, I've been upriver after a guy been dynamiting fish. That's against the law. Almost had him, too, but I got a call from Sheriff Tom to hurry back here and give him a hand.
And you didn't waste no time.
No way. Like Ben Franklin used to say, time is money. Now, Frank, how much do you weigh?
About 165. Hey, what's it to you?
Vital statistics.
Why are you taking notes?
Data, vital data.
Vital data?
On hanging. Nobody around here, hardly anyone anywhere, knows much about hanging. I didn't know anything about it either. Had to check a book on it out of the library. They had a good book on the subject published in England called A Handbook on Hanging. You have to know plenty. You have to be an expert to assure what they call a neat drop. You know, you can't bungle a hanging. You can't have a roughneck job.
A roughneck job?
Right. Everything's got to be carefully worked out. I bet you figured it was just a simple job any amateur could pick up on.
I figure you can take your little notebook and get lost.
Oh, now, psychologically speaking, that's the worst thing you can do, Mr. Tanner. Try to dismiss the subject, try to put it out of your mind. That's bad. You have to think about it in depth. From every angle, you have to prepare yourself, psych yourself up. I think it's called in clinical psychology pre-adaptive adjustment.
When I want your opinion quiz, kid, I'll give it to you. Just get lost, will you?
I want to help you, Mr. Tanner. And I can help. That's my major in college, computer psychology.
You doing the term paper on hanging?
Of course not. Sheriff Tom's my uncle. He lets me work for him during summer vacation. But I never been in on a hanging, so I had to bone up fast. See, it's a delicate problem in logistics, but I'm going to work it down to a T. Now, look, you take weight. Weight is the most crucial data. Every job is different. You always have to figure the weight, the strength of the rope, the number of feet of drop, all like that.
What's that?
This? Oh, it's a chart I got out of the book. You see here, length of drop in a neat job averages 6 feet. This varies inversely with the body weight. Now, you give or take a few pounds either way. But here, see, You go down the chart here to where it says 165 pants. You did say 165?
I might be off a few amps.
Well, it no matter. I'll make due allowance. Now, you run down the chart here to 165, then mark across to the left-hand column here, and it gives the correct feet of drop. And seems to be approximately 3 feet. But you're young and strong built, so here it says you add a foot to make it a 4-foot drop.
Get out of here. Get away from me.
Frank, you want to make it...
Get away from me, you computer. Get away from me.
You control yourself.
You killer. You murdering creep.
No, you got me all wrong. Listen.
You're worse than me. You're worse than any cold-blooded killer I ever heard of. Weighing a man out like a Christmas turkey. Killing a man for pay.
Me? Oh, no, Mr. Tanner, not me. I wouldn't. I couldn't hang anybody. It's against my moral principles. I'm doing this for you and for Sheriff Tom. He's the one who has to do the hanging.
What? Tom?
Oh, sure, he has to do it, but see, he doesn't know anything about it, so I want to make it easy for him. And for you, Mr. Tanner, for all of us.
The sheriff? Tom?
Oh, the poor guy. He doesn't like this any more than we do. But he wants to make the best of it. We all want to do that.
No, he's my friend. Tom's my friend. He said he'd help me.
Morning, Sheriff Tom.
Morning, Judd. On duty bright and early again, I see.
Got to see that scaffolding's up on schedule and according to plan. Has to be precise on the button.
Mm-hmm. Good to see these days. Young man so involved and dedicated to his work.
Gallows have to be built according to specifications if we want a neat drop.
Looks mighty neat from here. Looks about finished.
Will be today. Had to have an essential heavy crossbeam up there, and then 2 special fastening bolts terminating in hooks to hold the rope. Blacksmith had to make those up over in Ridgeway. And that trap, or a drop, as they call it, that's a very special custom job, too.
How's that, John?
Well, it has to be made of heavy pine fixed in an oak framework. Has to be on a level with the floor and over a deep pit. Oh, it's going to be done right, Sheriff Tom. There won't be any slip-ups.
Mm-hmm. How's our prisoner?
Oh, not good. Not good at all. His morale, I mean.
Well, let's face it. His future's not too bright.
I don't think he's made of the right stuff.
The right stuff?
No. I mean, to make a proper adjustment. As long as he has to go, he ought to be more cooperative, more considerate. Ought to make it easier for all of us.
Well, it isn't Storm Bender, a friendly sheriff. Yeah, now, easy, Frank. I just want to have a talk with you. I don't want to talk to you, you Judas creep. You have to see my side. I've seen too much of you already. Going to help me. Going to be my friend. And all the time you're fixing to hang me. It's supposed to be my job. But I was not lying. And I'll do anything I can to help you. I meant it. And I still mean it. Sure. You and that kid computer, you're both going to help me stay out of my sight. I won't see you till I have to.
Oh, Sheriff Tom, I forgot to tell you about the rope.
Yeah, you just listen to your little helper. What kind of hanging would you have without a rope, huh? What about the rope, Judd?
I just wanted you to know we got the best. Had to send over to Ridgeway for it. Have to have the finest hemp that won't stretch.
Only the best for me, huh, Fred?
Oh, it is the best. 3/4-inch rope of 5 strands of Italian hemp. Like the book says, nothing is so bad as a broken drop.
Fine, Judge. That's just fine. Come on now, let's move along. And, Frank, you keep the faith. I'll see you later. There's only one place I want to see you, Judas creep. In hell!
I might quote to all concerned an old Chinese proverb that of 36 ways to avert disaster, running away is the best. But running appears out of the question for Frank. and out of character for Sheriff Bender. We shall learn in Act 3 if Frank's desire to see the sheriff in hell is a curse or prophecy. We all play many roles between birth and death, but it may be a wrong role, and if it is wrong enough, playing it out can lead to disaster. Maladjustment, freely translated, means an inability to adjust oneself to circumstances. Desperately one seeks a way out. Any way at all seems a better way than to go on playing an intolerable part. Then you must change the circumstances. Change them at any cost, you say. Easier said than done.
We now commend you to a better world of forgiveness and mercy.
It's going wrong.
What's wrong? Oh, Lord, what's wrong?
Miscalculation, Tom.
What's happening?
Not enough drop, Tom.
Look, he's still kicking.
Too light. Should have had another foot of drop. Get down there, Tom.
Down there?
Down there into the pit. Hurry, Tom.
In the pit? No, I can't.
In the pit. You want him to suffer. His neck's broke. Get down there. Get hold of his feet. He needs more weight, boy. More weight.
I got him.
That's right. Keep hold of his feet. Now, pull harder. That's right. Hold on and pull.
Let me out.
Tom, now it's all right.
Let me. I can't breathe.
There now, honey. Tom, honey, you're awake now.
Sarah.
I'm here and it's all right now.
I can't do it, Sarah. I won't do it.
You just had another of your old night sweats. But you'll do it when the time comes. You'll face up.
No.
Yes, you will.
No way.
You'll do what you have to.
I don't have to hang that salesman or anybody else. I'm putting in my resignation. I'm going to tell Seth Boney to take this sheriff's badge and choke on it.
Oh. You hit me. Look here. I'm bleeding. That badge, it hit me. You could have put my eye out.
Sheriff, sorry. I didn't mean it.
What's got into you? You're acting crazy. Crazy as a loon.
I said I was sorry.
You
but now I got to go call.
that badge. Pick it up. Put it on the bureau and come back to bed.
Being sheriff was your idea in the first place, not mine. I'm getting out.
You mean running away?
I've got to get out. Back to Seacliff. That sailboat. I can get it cheap, and I'm going.
You are going to stay sheriff of Lakeville, or I'll make a little call to Seth Boney myself, and to the county prosecutor.
Well, now, Sarah, what would you have to talk to them about?
You know.
Know what?
What I can tell them.
What, Sarah? What would you tell them?
Why, I'd remind them of those sales of all that land down the river, where the new superhighway's cutting through. Those illegal contracts with the harbor construction outfit, and all those other payoffs and dirty deals. I know all about them, Tom.
All those debts you was running up. This house, that new car. And I figured I had to do something. Anything to hang on. And you went along. You knew. You went along, Sarah. And now you do this to me.
Try me. Just you try me, mister. You want to walk out, ruin everything I've planned on? You go ahead. But I'll ruin you, too.
Frank, you still want to talk. Ain't it enough to hang a man without having to talk about it?
The talk's about done. It's time for action. I'm going to bail you out.
Sure you are. The moon's going to turn to green cheese.
No. I mean it. We're breaking out. I'm a man of my word. You ought to have seen that. Take these. What's this? 2 sharp chisels and a hammer.
Looks like chisels and a hammer.
Frank, listen. Do what I say, and you'll be out of here and long gone. Free as a whistle.
You aren't fooling, are you?
I am not fooling. What I had to figure out was how to get out of the hanging and still be sheriff. It's one way to do it. You got to get clean away so there'll be nobody for me to hang. And it's got to look as a big surprise to me as the rest of this town.
How can you manage that?
Told you. This was an old part of the courthouse. Been here since Grant took Richmond. Concrete up there around those bars. It's as soft and crumbly as sand. Wood's rotten. Work around those bars with these chisels a while. They'll come loose. Fall right out.
Thanks, Sheriff. Thanks again. I'm sorry I called you some names. But if I do get through these bars, what's my chances of getting out of this country?
First rate. Or I wouldn't be springing you. When those bars work loose, drop down into the weeds. There's a path that goes straight out back of the courthouse to a dirt road, You go right on that road. And you hightail it and keep going west down that river road. Got that?
Yeah, I got it.
Until that road crosses a creek about 2 miles out.
Crosses a creek 2 miles out?
Right. You get in under the west side of that little bridge. Wait there for further instructions.
From who?
How? I'll be there, Frank. Don't worry. On no account move from under that bridge till you hear from me.
Okay, that's it. Just wait under the bridge.
Yeah. That's it for now. Make it that far, it's a cinch. And we're both out of the woods.
I can't believe it. I'm not gonna hang. My leg, it's gone. My leg broke. It's giving out on me. It's so good to me. Those dogs are going to get me. Bridge. What bridge? There is no bridge. Just this road going on and on, going nowhere. What bridge, old buddy, Sheriff? My old friend Tom. Is there any bridges there, old buddy Tom? Just this road and the dogs.
Frank, what held you up?
Oh, Tom. Thank the Lord. I thought you...
What happened?
My leg. I heard it pass. Maybe broke it.
Now, how'd you manage that?
Oh, it dropped out the window. Getting out was easy, but it was a long drop down into the weeds. And I landed on a rock. My foot gave way.
Can you get over ways to the river?
I don't know.
It's no more than 50 yards. You've got to make it.
All right. Sure, Tom. I can do it.
This path goes through the willows to the riverbank. A rowboat's tied up there. Go down river a mile. Stay close to this right bank. You'll see a white boat landing. It'll be shining clear in the moonlight. It goes up to a big white house. Can't miss it. Pull in there. Let the boat go on down the river. 2 miles down, it'll go over Cowwaller Falls. And they'll figure that you went with it.
Where will I be?
In that big white house. Safe and snug as a bug in a rug.
How come I'll be so snug and safe in that house?
Because, Frank, it's my house.
Your house?
Why, sure. You'll hole up there a while till the chase cools off. I'll fit you up with some clothes and traveling money. Find a way to get you over the state line. Last place anybody look for you would be in the sheriff's house.
Sheriff? Tom? Hey, you here, Tom? Tom?
Come in, Frank.
Oh, Lord, this is good. What a relief. Those dogs, they sure threw a fit when they lost me on the river.
Yeah, nothing much meaner than the dog pack.
This ankle sure is in bad shape. All swollen. Tom, I hadn't able to do something about it.
We're gonna do something about it.
Oh? Okay. Now, you see I'm going to hide out here someplace? Where's the wife?
That's her. That's Sarah.
Where? I don't.
Lying there by the table.
Oh. But what's happened? I mean, to her head. The blood. What's she doing lying there?
Waiting.
Waiting?
There was an accident. Yeah, she's waiting for the undertaker.
Tom, what are you doing?
Stand right there, Frank. Don't move now.
What's the gun for?
Just don't move or try anything. It's a lost cause.
What's this about? Who are you calling?
We had a misunderstanding, the wife and I. I hit her. Lost my temper and hit her. Might too hard. It was an accident. You know about accidents, right? You killed her. But I really didn't mean to do it. Oh, yeah. Hello, State Trooper's office. This is Sheriff Tom Bender over in Lakeville. Right. We had a man jump jail here during the early morning hours. Right. A man named Frank Tanner. Well, I just got back to my house, and I'm calling from there now. Tanner was waiting here for me. Yeah, must have known how to find my place. I guess he figured to use my wife as a hostage. That's right. Right. Yeah. But looks like she put up a fight, and he killed her. That's right. Tanner killed my wife. Right. Oh, yeah. He's here, and I got him covered. Right, Lieutenant, you best run right over here and pick him up. He's a mad dog killer and liable to do anything.
You, Judas creep.
I know what it's like in jail, Frank. I've been there a long time. Now I'm free. I'm free, too. You see, I never wanted to be sheriff. I'd have been long gone if it hadn't been for Sarah. What I always wanted was a boat. A Tahiti-rigged ketch. Something to haul deck cargo over on the Gulf. That's all I've ever wanted. And now I'm going. You double-crossing lion. Judas creep. Now, Frank. Isn't this better for both of us? I'm free. You were due to hang anyway. And isn't a gun quicker and easier than a rope? You see, Frank? Quick and easy. Maybe a lot easier.
You know something, Abe? No funny thing, but Sheriff Tom, he would have gotten away with pinning his wife's murder on that escaped killer, Frank Tanner. Mighty clever idea, no doubt about it. But there happened to be a witness to the sheriff killing her just a few minutes before Tanner got there.
Yep. That was some break, Judge. How'd it happen?
Sarah's doctor, old Doc Kroll. She was always complaining about bad headaches, always running Doc Kroll out with prescriptions. She ordered some medicine delivered about an hour before the sheriff killed her. Doc was a little late to help his patient. Now, what we have to do here is we got to find someone to hang the sheriff.
Sheriff Bender, driven by desperation to play the extreme role of killer, might have gotten away with pinning his wife's murder on the hapless scapegoat, Frank Tanner. But it is with murder, as it is in the theater. Bad timing can be a fatal flaw. And there happened to be a witness to the sheriff killing his wife just a few minutes before Tanner arrived. It was Sarah's doctor. I'll be back shortly. Of course, I do not recommend crime, especially the perfect crime. For one thing, perfection has its imperfections. And no matter how fine the crime, the punishment needed for it will be the same as for just any run-of-the-mill felony. Which returns us to the enigma presented in Act 1. Now we must find someone to hang the sheriff. No one is born a hero, but if he becomes one, it is only through the forces of fear and circumstances. Perhaps those same forces can turn any one of us into a killer or a hangman. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Elspeth Eric, Bernard Grant, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The soul is imperishable. And so is its every fragment. Every delight makes its mark upon it. Every show of love colors it. Each pleasure leaves an impression. Likewise, all wounds, all shocks, even small cuts, scratches, and abrasions, all are preserved in the cracks and crannies of the human spirit. The story we're about to bring you is the story of one woman's spirit and its hidden places.
Just for a second there, I thought I saw him. Who? He was swimming toward me. Who was it you saw? Larry? Or was it John? Which? Or was it somebody else entirely? Who was it?
Our mystery drama, Silent Shock, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. No tiniest fraction of a life is lost completely. No slightest sensation, no vagrant thought, no dart of feeling, no flutter of desire dies until the life is finished forever. And for all we know, not even then. Listen now to the story called Silent Shock.
Oh, yes. I was so right to take this place. I can see the ocean from every window. The ageless, the indifferent sea. Who wrote that? Somebody. The crashing of the waves on the shore, like tumbrils ricketing down old cobblestones. Hey there, that's not a bad line. Where's my notebook? Here it is. And pencil. Now, waves like ancient tumbrils. Oh, no. It's no good. I can't unpack my heart with words. That's Shakespeare, I think. Yes, from Hamlet. Oh, why can't I write things like that? Unpack my heart with words. I'll never write a line that I can stomach. Oh, Lord, I'm stifling. I'm choking. I need air. Sea air. There. Ah, there. Oh, wash me clean. Fill my lungs. Cleanse my soul. Yes. There. Strongly it bears him along in swelling and limitless billows. Nothing before and nothing behind but the sky and the ocean. Samuel Taylor Coleridge. He wrote that. Oh, yes. This is the place where I can think things through, get it all straight in my head, get it all together. Isn't that what the young people say these days? Something like that, anyhow. If I were young, that's what I'd be saying. Do they know, the very young, that 30 years later they'll still be trying to get it all together? Better they don't know, or they give it up, because the struggle will grow tougher and harder, and they will grow weaker and wearier. Entree. Avanti. Come in. Oh, Mrs. Denham.
Just thought I'd see if there's anything you need, Mrs. Gunther.
Nothing, not a thing. Only a thing.
Will you want a dress for dinner?
Why should I?
I've ordered fresh asparagus. Vinaigrette.
Oh, then I really should dress, shouldn't I?
Please yourself.
Pale green, do you think, for the asparagus? Or a print for the vinaigrette?
Whatever you say.
No. Mrs. Denham, no. I think I'll have dinner up here.
You're sure?
If you have another of those charming little pink capsules.
I brought you one.
Oh, aren't you thoughtful?
I'll get you a glass of water.
Oh, Mrs. Denham.
Yes, Mrs. Gunther.
Just how much am I paying you?
What's that?
How much am I paying you?
Here's your water, and here's your little pink pill.
Oh, thank you.
Now, you're sure you don't want to dress and come down for dinner?
No, I think I'll take a tiny nap. And then when I wake up, I'll make a few phone calls.
Whatever you say.
You're very good to me, Miss Denham. I'm so glad you came to work for me. And I'm so glad I took this place. I'm really very happy about the whole thing.
That's good. I'm glad.
For once, I did something right. So often I haven't.
I'll be up after a while with your dinner.
Thank you, Mrs. Denham. Thank you very much.
Have a nice nap.
Oh, Mrs. Denham.
Yes, Mrs. Gunther?
Do you mind my asking, what's your first name?
It's Harriet, Mrs. Gunther.
Harriet. That's a nice, dependable name. Would you mind very much if I called you Harriet?
No, I don't mind.
And what's the name of the yard man?
Who?
The yard man, the man who works around the garden, the man who cleans the beach and drives the station wagon and all that.
Oh, I believe his name is Casper. Casper Royce.
Casper. Not such a dependable name. Do you think?
Well, I don't know. After all, it's just a name.
My name's Catherine.
I know.
Would you call me Catherine?
If you like.
Sometimes I'm called Kathy. Sometimes lately, not too often, I'm called Kate.
Which do you like best?
To begin with, would you call me Catherine? I know it isn't strictly proper for an employer and an employee to be on first-name basis, but, would you?
Of course, if that's what you'd like.
Thank you, Harriet.
You're welcome. Catherine? Rest well, Catherine.
Thank you, Harriet. The gaudy, blabbing, and resourceful day is crept into the bosom of the sea.
Yes? Hello?
Larry, it's me. It's Kate.
Oh. Oh, yes.
Guess where I am.
Where?
The most beautiful place you ever saw. Right by the ocean. I can see it from my window.
Must be beautiful.
And hear it day and night. You want to hear it? I'll take the phone over to the window. There. You hear it? Do you hear it?
Yes, I do. It must be quite a place where you are.
Oh, it is. It is. It's terribly expensive, but who cares? Not me, I assure you. Larry?
Yes, Kate?
Do you miss me? Oh, say you do, even if you don't say that you do. I need to hear you say it in the worst way. Larry, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
You're not still brooding over that little quarrel we had, are you?
Which one was that?
The last one, of course, when you stormed out of the motel.
Oh, that one.
And you called me all those things.
What thing?
You know what things.
No, I don't. What things?
Oh, you couldn't have forgotten already?
What things, Kate?
Oh, possessive, demanding, you know.
Oh, those things.
And worse things, too. Insatiable, stifling. You said I drew a circle around you and I wouldn't let you step across the line.
Is that what I said?
And when I begged you to come back and told you I'd try to do better, you said, too late. The boat has sailed.
Kate? Are you there? Kate?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. I'm perfectly fine. Never better. Larry, you know what I think would be nice? The nicest thing I can think of?
What's that?
For you to come here. It's such a beautiful place. With the sea and the sun, and it's a lovely house. And I have aquamarine sheets on my bed. And a chaise longue draped in Chantilly lace. Aren't you tempted?
Kate.
We could fall in love all over again. I know that we will. And we'll take long walks by the sea. And breathe the good air. And skip stones. Remember how good you always were at that, and I could never learn how. Well, I'll practice. And when you get here...
I have to hang up now, Kate.
Oh, do you?
I really do.
Well, I'll call you again soon. And you think about coming up here for a visit. Will you do that?
I'll think about it.
And I'll start collecting stones for us to skip. Nice, flat ones.
All right. Goodbye for now, Kate.
Does that mean you'll come? Oh, he hung up. Well, I guess I said everything I had to say. After all, what is there to say to someone who was once your lover and isn't anymore? And when she took unto herself a mate, she must espouse the everlasting sea.
Hello?
John, is that you?
Hello?
This is Kathy, John.
Oh, Kathy. How are you, Kathy?
Fine. Fine, I'm just fine.
That's good.
How are you?
Fine.
John, have you forgiven me?
For what, Kathy?
Well, for running off with Larry.
Oh.
I was such a fool. John, I'd like to come back. Would you take me back? I know it's a lot to ask after what I did, but John, I'll be ever so good this time if you'll just take me back. It'll all be like it was before. Remember when we first got married? Remember how sweet it was? Well, it could all be like that again if you just give me another chance.
Kathy.
John, listen. I'll tell you what. Why don't you come up here and we'll talk about it? I've rented the loveliest place right on the ocean. Say you'll come.
I'll try, Kathy.
You'll do it if you love me. Do you, John? Do you love me at all? Oh. Well, what can you expect from a cast-off husband? Not much, I guess. Be there, please. Be there. Oh, Father. Daddy. Answer the phone. Daddy, please. Papa. Oh, Papa. Oh, Papa, please. Please, Papa.
There's more asparagus.
I'll have some.
She asked me to call her by her first name.
Well, that's all right.
She wanted to call me Harriet. I said, fine, sure. Go ahead.
No harm in it.
That's what I figured.
One thing bothers me.
What's that?
The telephone. I'd like to take it out.
She doesn't use it much.
Yeah, but when she does...
It bothers you?
Well, it's not that it bothers me. It's just that I can't be absolutely sure of answering it myself.
No, I suppose you can't.
And I can't trust anybody else to answer it. You know what I mean. Ships that pass in the night and speak to each other in passing. Only a signal shown and a distant voice in the darkness. So on the ocean of life we pass and speak one another. Only a look and a voice. Then darkness again. And silence. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. In Act 1, you were introduced to 3 people inside a house and 2 voices on a telephone. Between those inside and those outside, all during our intermission, the implacable sea has never ceased to throb. Listen now to the second act of Silent Shock.
La, 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 la.
Morning, Mrs. Gunter.
Oh.
Nice morning.
Are you Casper?
Casper Royce. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you don't remember me, do you, from before?
Before what?
Oh, never mind. Just before.
I'll be perfectly frank with you, Casper. I don't even remember hiring you. But I guess I did.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. What you got there?
This? Oh, this is just a pile of stones. Flat stones. Stones for skipping. You know, like this. Only... I can't do it.
Oh, it's all in the way you hold it.
I used to know somebody who could do it. I thought he might be coming to see me. That's why I collected all these stones.
Well, I see somebody coming down the beach. You think maybe...
I don't know. It could be, I guess.
Well, I'd better get on with my work.
You're doing a very good job here, Casper. I wish to commend you for it.
All right, thanks, ma'am. I appreciate that.
La, 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 la.
Hello. How are you?
Hello, Larry.
You mind if I sit down?
If you want to.
Oh, I do.
Then by all means do.
That's quite a pile of stones you got there.
Why did you come here, Larry?
Didn't you want me to?
More than anything.
That's what I thought.
Only...
Only one.
Now that you're here, I don't want you here.
Why is that?
Because I don't love you anymore.
You don't?
Not at all. Not a bit.
Why is that, do you think?
Why is anything. Foolishness to think there's a why to anything. A brain could burst and spill all over trying to figure out why. Don't you know that? Everybody asks questions, nobody gives answers, and there you have the whole thing in a nutshell. In a seashell, perhaps I should say. That's why I hate it. I hate it.
Hate what, Kate?
The ocean! The damned ocean!
I thought you loved the ocean, Kate.
Well, I don't. What's that poem? What are the lines? I have no memory anymore, and my memory used to be the best thing I had. Now I can't remember anything. Oh, yes. An ocean is forever asking questions and writing them aloud along the shore. That's true. That's so true. I walk along this shore looking for questions.
You know the story about Gertrude Stein, don't you, Kate? When she was dying, she said to her companion, "What's the answer?"
And when her companion shook her head, Miss Stein said, "All right, then. What's the question?"
Oh, that's good. That's very good. That's very, very good. I didn't know you knew things like that, Larry. You amaze me.
Do I?
You can go away now. You've given me something to think about.
All right.
And I'm going inside. Away from this damned, hateful sea!
Any progress?
I think so. Some.
She came in for lunch.
Where is she now?
Back on the beach again.
Can't stay away.
Tell me something. Do you really think it's worth it?
Oh, yes. Definitely. Yes.
Taking such a long time, such a lot of work.
That's all right.
And lately, such expense.
Never mind. It's all going to be worth it. The rewards will be tremendous. So just hang in there, Harriet.
Afternoon, Mrs. Gunther.
Oh, Casper. Hello.
Yeah, she's still calm. Good for skipping stones.
Oh, I don't care about those anymore.
You want me to clear them away?
No, leave them. The sea will take them eventually. The sea takes everything eventually, so just leave them there.
You enjoy wading in the ocean?
I like it. Anyway, it's something to do.
You ever go swimming?
Oh, no. No, I can't swim. Nobody ever taught me.
Not hard to learn.
Not if you're young, maybe.
I didn't learn till I was 50. And I'm pretty good at it.
Really? You mean that?
Oh, I could probably teach you if you'd care to try.
I don't know. I'm afraid of the ocean.
Nice calm day like this one. Nothing to be afraid of.
It's funny, just this morning, I thought I hated the ocean. But I can't stay away from it. Don't you think that's peculiar?
Ooh, I don't know if it is.
Do you know Lord Byron's poems?
I don't know any lords, and I don't know much about poetry either.
Lord Byron was an Englishman, 18th century. His real name was George Noble Gordon.
What's the poem?
And I have loved thee, ocean, and my joy of youthful sports was on thy breast, to be borne like the bubbles onward. From a boy I wantoned with thy breakers, and trusted to thy billows far and near, and laid my hand upon thy mane, as I do here.
Eh? That's very nice.
And laid my hand upon thy mane. Imagine writing that. Imagine seeing the ocean like a great imperious lion, so regal, so indifferent, so... Imagine being so talented you could see that and write it down. Oh, Lord.
You all right, Mrs. Gunther?
Why can't I write something like that? It isn't fair. It isn't right. What's the matter with me?
Nothing's the matter with you, Mrs. Gunther.
I didn't mean to upset you, Casper.
You didn't upset me. You upset yourself.
Well, whatever. You go on about your work. I'll play around in the water for a while longer.
All right, Mrs. Gunther. Don't go out where it's too deep.
I won't. Don't worry. I'm trusted to thy billows far and near, and lay my hand upon thy mane, as I do here.
Hello.
Hello. What do you want?
Just to talk to you, that's all.
I don't know what we have to say to each other, John.
I thought there might be something.
I thought there might be too when I called you, but now I don't think there's anything.
What made you change your mind?
The way I've been feeling lately.
Tell me about it, Catherine.
Don't you dare call me Catherine. Don't you dare. You never called me Catherine, never, so don't start now.
I'm sorry.
I have never given you permission to call me Catherine, never. Kathy, that's okay, that's all right, but never Catherine. Is that understood, John?
I said I was sorry, Kathy.
There's a fog rising, I think.
Yes, it looks that way. Maybe we should go inside.
Pretty soon the foghorn will start up. Do you see what I see?
I don't know. What do you see, Kathy?
A ship. A big ship.
I don't see any ship.
You never saw any of the things that I saw.
What do you mean by that,
It's
Captain?
terrible to see things that other people don't see.
Yes, I can imagine.
Yes, it is a ship. A big white ship. Far out. Way far out.
I don't see it. The fog, probably.
I can see it through the fog. That's the difference between you and me. I can see through fog and you can't. You only see what's right in front of your face.
Yes, you could be right. Partly right, anyway.
I am completely right.
Well, maybe I'd better leave, Captain.
Maybe you'd better. In fact, I'm sure you'd better.
She's still out there.
I know she is, Harriet.
I thought she'd come in for dinner. Couldn't I go get her?
Leave her alone.
It'll be dark in a few minutes. It's getting chilly. There's a fog coming up. Don't you think
No,
so?
I do not think. Just leave her alone.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I hope so, too.
Because she certainly doesn't know what she's doing.
Don't be too sure of that.
You mean she does?
In a way. In a way. Just leave her alone.
I knew it. A ship. It is a ship. It is the ship. Oh, I've waited so long, so long. It's coming through the fog. It's there. It's there. I only have to wait. It'll come closer. The fog will lift. At the very least, the fog will part, and I'll see it. Big and white and powerful and majestic. Sailing strong, serene, on the breast of the sea. It's closer. Coming closer. I've only to wait and it will... Yes, it's coming in. It's coming into me. It's coming straight to me. To my arms. Straight to my arms. Oh, beautiful. Father, I'm here. I'm here. Father, I'm right here.
She's standing up.
Oh? Let her.
I can just barely see her. It's almost dark. The fog.
She's waiting for something.
For what?
She knows.
Do you know?
I think so.
Well, then...
It's no good my knowing. She has to know.
Oh, now she's stretching her arms out to the side.
Oh?
She's moving. Taking a few steps toward the water.
Oh?
She's going into the water.
Let her.
No, I won't. I'm going to stop her.
Leave her alone,
I'm going to
Harriet.
open the window and call to her. At least I can do that. Mrs. Gunther? Mrs. Gunther?
Leave her alone.
Father! It's Catherine! It's Catherine, Father!
She's walking too far out.
Father! It's me! It's me, Daddy!
Mrs. Gunther, stop! Come back!
Papa! It's Catherine!
We can't let her drown.
Dear Papa!
I'm going to stop her if you won't.
No, you're not.
It is wrong.
It's Catherine, Papa! I'm here!
She's over her head.
She is.
I can't stand it. I can't.
Wait. Be quiet.
It's all right. I've got her. I've got her, Doctor. It's all right.
Probably no writer in English knew the sea better than Joseph Conrad. Yet, these are his words. The sea never changes, and its works, for all the talk of men, are wrapped in mystery. We shall return presently with the final act of Silent Shock. When we left you at the close of our second act, it was with some words of Joseph Conrad. As we begin the final act of our drama, we think it fitting to quote the great Polish writer again. I have known the sea too long to to believe in its respect for decency.
Yes. Come in. Oh. Hello, Doctor.
How are you feeling?
All right, I think. Strange. But I'm all right.
No cold or sniffles or anything like that?
Should I have?
Well, you weren't in the water very long. Casper pulled you out.
Oh, yes, Casper. Imagine I didn't used to think I could trust him. Awful of me.
Tell me about feeling strange.
Well, I feel as though I've been through a lot.
Well, that's very true. You have been through a lot.
Did Larry come here? Did I see Larry?
In a way, you did.
And John, did he come here? And did I see him?
In a way, yes.
What happened to them?
You sent them away.
But I asked them to come. Why would I send them away?
Once they got here, you found you had nothing to say to them.
They weren't really here, were they? Not really.
Well, that all depends on what you mean by really.
You mean it's all in my mind? That's silly, Doctor.
That's not so silly as you might think. Mrs. Gunther, I have something to tell you. It may come as a surprise, even a shock, but I have to tell you. Your father is here.
My father?
He didn't let us know he was coming. He simply showed up at the house this morning quite unexpectedly.
He came on the boat last night?
No.
Yes, he did. He did. I was right. He was on the big white ship I saw out in the ocean. And that's why I walked into the water. He was on that big white ship.
No, Mrs. Gunther. He came on an airplane.
Are you lying to me?
Have I ever lied to you?
Well, there's always a first time for a lie.
Not between you and me. There can be no lies between us. Do you want to see your father?
Why, of course I do. Of course I do.
Now, don't answer too quickly. Think about it.
I don't have to think about it. I've waited so long all my life. I walked into the ocean. Why wouldn't I want to see my father?
All right. If you're sure.
But I am sure.
You'll have a little time to think about it.
I don't need any time. I want to see him now.
No. I have to talk to him first. After I've talked to him, then you can see him. All right?
I guess so.
He's downstairs now, waiting for me. When I've talked to him, I'll send him up here.
No, don't do that.
No? Change your mind?
I don't want to see him up here. Tell him I'll be down by the ocean. Tell him to come down there.
If that's the way you want it?
That's the way I want it. By the edge of the sea. Tell him I'll be waiting.
I'll tell him. Oh, Mrs. Gunther, you like poetry, don't you?
Poetry is my passion.
Then let me quote you something from Catullus.
The Roman poet.
Yes. Catullus wrote one of his most beautiful odes. I hate and I love. Why do I do so? Perhaps you ask. I do not know. But I feel it, and I am in torment.
Where is he? He knows I'm waiting.
I think he's with your daughter. He'll be here shortly.
I haven't got all day. Oh, you're the doctor?
Yes, I am. You've met my wife?
Yes, we've met.
Please sit down. Take my chin.
I'm here about these bills.
I've just come from your daughter's room.
Yes, your wife said that's where you probably were.
Wouldn't you like to know how she is?
How is she?
She's improved.
She's all right? I didn't expect that. I didn't think she'd ever be all right.
I didn't say she was all right. I said she's improved.
Well, how much improved? How much?
Some.
You realize, don't you, what happens if she's ever really, really all right?
Yes, I do.
Tell me something. How does she happen to be here? When I went to England, she was at Edgeworth Sanitarium. It wasn't until I began to get these outlandish bills of yours that I knew she'd been moved.
I wrote you about that.
Well, you only wrote me that the sanitarium had been closed down.
And that my wife and I had taken Catherine to live with us. I was her psychiatrist at Edgeworth, and I thought she had a good chance for recovery.
Complete recovery?
That remains to be seen.
But I thought when she came here that it was just a temporary thing. I trusted you to take care of everything.
The other patients at Edgeworth went home to their families or institutionalized elsewhere by their families. When we looked about for Catherine's family, where were you?
Well, I was in England, you know that, in London. I moved my business there after, well, you know. You know everything that happened, I'm quite sure.
Well, that was 15 years ago. You stayed in London for 15 years. No one's heard anything from you in all that time. Unless you call a monthly check hearing from you. And for the last few months, we haven't even had a check.
Well, because your bills got idiotically exorbitant. Look here, look at this. $1,000 for the services of a man named Casper Royce. There was never any charge like that when she was at Edgeworth. What could a man do to earn $1,000 a month?
Well, for one thing, he could save your daughter's life. We brought Casper here from Edgeworth. He's a good man, and he developed a fondness for Catherine. As we had. He was assigned to keep an eye on her at all times. And last night, he rescued her from the sea.
She tried to drown herself?
She tried to find you.
Oh, forgive me, Doctor. I'm not up on all this psychiatric mumbo-jumbo. I'm a simple man.
Now, let me try and make it a little clearer for you. The last time your daughter saw you was from a pier in the harbor. You were on a large white ship. She waved you. I suppose you waved back. I hope you did. And the ship sailed. She never saw you again.
Well, I couldn't stay here. You know that. The scandal, the publicity. I'd have gone out of my mind.
The way your daughter went out of hers?
Well, she was already unhinged.
Unstable. Yes. Highly neurotic, yes. But not quite mad. At Edgeworth, she was obsessively interested in poetry of all kinds. Even tried some herself, but most especially, she was interested in poems about the sea. She copied them down, memorized them. She still does, and recites them, too. It became clearer and clearer that she was waiting for you to come back in a big white ship from across the sea. And last night, she thought she saw such a ship, and she went out to meet it. Isn't it strange that the morning after she did that, you made your appearance?
Oh, I came by plane.
Yes, well, that's a petty detail, don't you think? The heart of the matter is that she knew you had come back. The man she'd waited for so long had come back. The man she'd loved all her life had come back.
Now, Doctor, you're not trying to tell me she sensed something, had an intuition, some kind of telepathic communication.
I wouldn't try to tell you anything. As you say, you're a simple man. But I wouldn't want you to think that she didn't see other men before you came. Actually, just yesterday, she saw her husband. Talk to him.
Saw John? Talk to John? That's impossible. I happen to know John's in Bangkok. He got married about 10 or 12
I didn't say he was here. I said she saw him. Talk to him.
Well, if he wasn't here, how could
she talk to me?
She thought you were John?
In psychoanalysis, the doctor's always a surrogate, a substitute, a stand-in for someone else. We never quite know how the patient sees us. If the patient ever sees us at all as we really are, as anything but some familiar figure from the troubled past. That's the way your daughter sees me from time to time. But yesterday she saw me not only as John, once her husband, but as Larry, once her lover.
Larry? Larry's dead?
Yes, Larry's dead.
He's been dead for 15 years.
I know.
She shot him. She shot him dead in the middle of a quarrel.
I know all that.
If she ever gets out of here, and if she's ever declared sane, good Lord, she'll have to stand trial. Do you realize that? She'll be dragged into court to stand trial for murder.
I realize that.
Well, you can't let that happen.
I can't.
Would you?
Yes, I would. Peace of mind, emotional equilibrium are worth everything. Everything. I believe that. I believe it's worth every penny, every sacrifice, every effort. It's worth giving one's life for. I believe that, or I would not be doing what I am doing. I can't protect my patients and the other people in their lives, but I can work to protect them from themselves. And if one of them wants to walk into the ocean to meet a man, it's my duty not to just to keep her from walking too far, but to make her realize why she did such a suicidal thing. And to keep her from doing it again. Some other time, some other ocean. Some other man.
Well, I don't quite grasp your point of view.
I realize that, sir. Would you care to see your daughter?
Oh, I suppose I ought to.
It's entirely up to you. She wants to see you.
Will she know me?
I'm inclined to think that she will.
Which is her room?
She's not in her room. She's on the beach. She said to tell you she'd talk to you there. Look here. You can see her from the window.
Is that Catherine?
Has she changed so much?
Well, it's been 15 years, but she looks very nice.
I'll go down to the beach and talk to her for a few minutes first. Prepare her a little. Then you follow. Mrs. Gunther?
Yes, Doctor.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
Where is he?
He'll be along in a minute or two. That's quite a pile of stones you've collected there.
Oh, these, yes. I wanted to learn how to skip them over the water, but I'm no good at it. How does he look?
Older, but you'll recognize him.
It's been a very long time.
Yes. There he is now, coming along the beach.
Is that my father?
I told you he'd changed.
Yes, he has. A little.
More than you have.
How do I look? Do I look, pretty?
Very pretty.
Well, that's good. I want him to like me.
Catherine?
That's my father. That's Daddy.
Catherine, my dear.
My papa.
Damn him! Damn him! Get away! Get back! You're a traitor, a deserter, you're a betrayer, you're foul, you're a monster! Go back! Get up!
Now put down the stones, Mrs.
Get up! Go away! Go back! Go back!
Stop it, Mrs. Dunley. You're stoning the man.
Stop it! He left me. He went away, and he left me when I needed him the most. I loved him, and he left me. He's my father, and he left me.
It's all right. It's all right. He's gone. It's all right now.
I hate him.
I know.
I want him dead.
I understand. And tomorrow we'll talk it all out. Right now, let's walk back to the house. That's it. Remember what Catullus wrote? I hate, and I love, and I am in torment.
So the final word is by a Roman poet named Catullus, who lived in Sirmione, a peninsula stretching out into the beautiful Italian lake called Garda. These days we speak of ambivalence and sound very learned when we do so. But the torment is the same now as it was then, in the 1st century, before the birth of Christ. And who knows how long before that. We suspect to the start of civilization. I'll be back shortly. Our play is finished, and it's time to leave. In perpetuum frater ave atque ballet. Those, too, are the words of Catullus, but in the original Latin, and they translate, forever, brother, hail and farewell. But we can alter them slightly for the purposes of our little show. Till the next time, brothers and sisters, hail and farewell. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Ralph Bell, Terry Keane, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Live presents Barefoot in Athens.
Give it a hitch. Where you had a beach all winter, Mike, looks like the termites got her.
We gotta face it, Seth. The Sarah Bell's getting old.
Yeah, you expect them summer folks to ride this thing?
They gotta get to the island somehow.
They was complaining last year. Well, wait till they get a look at this driftwood.
Now, Seth. She's caulked up like a pickle barrel.
And it looks like one.
You're a victim of social pressures, Seth. That's the trouble with people. Let life close in on them. I don't hold with worrying about the way things look. Oh, I could glue that tar paper back on the cabin. And if you and Joe found some paint, I guess I'd let you clean her up a little, but she's seaworthy. And summertime, more important things to think about.
Monica Dean? She's coming back, huh?
Now, that's where I make an exception to the way things look. Monica's a girl who looks like a girl should look.
I know. I heard it all last year.
Come on, let's take the ferry to the island. See how she shapes up.
Oh, dreadful old folks. Even worse than it was last year. Look at that top fallen. Harold? You haven't taken your nose out of that paper since we left New York. Stop reading and help me decide where we're going to put Mother.
She's your mother, dear. You know where to put her.
Monica won't be coming out for 2 more days. Maybe she could pick Mother up at Grand Central.
Morning, Mrs. Dean.
Oh.
Welcome back to the island, sir. I'm sorry I couldn't get off the bridge earlier, but we're short of hands.
That's all right, Mike. By the looks of the Sarah Bell, I'd say you spent your winter studying.
She is kind of a scavenger, isn't she?
Get your degree this year?
Sure did, sir.
Full-fledged engineer, huh?
Oh, no, sir. I gave that up.
Gave what up?
I took my degree in philosophy.
Philosophy? Well, that's too bad.
Sir?
What I mean, Mike, I'm disappointed.
Well, I'm sorry about that, sir, but... How's Nikki, Mrs. Dean?
Monica is very well, thank you.
Is she coming out later?
In a day or 2, with my mother. I don't believe you've met Bert Maxon, have you? He and Monica were inseparable this winter.
Hey, Mike boy, we're coming in.
See you again, sir.
You didn't have to do that, Grace.
Do what?
She didn't see Maxon more than a couple of times, and you know it.
Oh, it was a pity.
And Mike's called her Nikki ever since they were kids.
Childhood playmates are all very well. The thought of Monica with that shiftless fairy hand. Get my bag, please.
Oh, Mike. It's just me again.
Mike! Time for the island run.
Nikki, I thought you'd never get here.
Mike! Get up here to the bridge.
Winters are too long.
Wait. You take it, Seth. I've got business here in the cabin.
I loved your letters, Mike. I just lived for them. But the wonderful thing is now we don't have to write. Oh, Mike, now that you've got your degree, just think. We can get married the way we planned. And did Daddy talk to you about the job?
Well, yeah,
He's sweet. Tell me everything he said.
Nikki, the thing I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not an engineer.
Mike, you didn't fail.
No, I just didn't finish my major in engineering. I switched.
Switched? When?
Well, a long time ago.
To what?
Philosophy.
Philosophy?
Well, you know how it is. I've got a feeling too much of life is engineered anyway.
What?
My dad killed himself following the prescribed patterns. I don't want us to do that, Nicky. A man ought to draw his life freehand, not with a blueprint.
Blueprint?
There's got to be a time to breathe.
Oh, Mike.
I figured if I studied some of those old barefoot philosophers, I might find out where that time is.
And you're going to let everything go just so you can find out how to breathe? Well, I think that is the height of selfishness.
Now, wait, Nicky, I want you to...
That's been my trouble. I have waited. As though you were serious about it.
I am serious.
I'm 23 years old, and I'm not going to spend my life waiting for you to learn how to breathe. Daddy offered you a wonderful job, and you want to go barefoot. All right, go barefoot alone. I'm through.
Nicky.
Let go of me.
No.
Our chance to be independent, to have money.
I guess that's what it comes down to. I don't have your ambition for money.
Don't make me sound mercenary.
If money's all that important, I guess you'd better go back to Max.
His name is Bert Maxon. And don't think I won't.
This is the Hawk Island ferry, I take it?
You take it if the captain runs it, son.
Was something wrong?
Real trouble's with the captain, not the boat. You see...
I don't think I'm interested. I know all about the captain.
Where is it? I've not missed the boat, have I?
No, just hove in round the slip.
More fool ways of traveling. If it's not Molan Underground, it's ferry boats. Name's Casey. What's yours, young fella?
Oh, really?
Oh, didn't mean to embarrass him. You got a name?
Seth Williamson, ma'am. You going to work on the island?
I don't yet. My plans aren't made. I've got to find out how I like it. Now, what's that thing drifting in?
Ferry, ma'am.
I'm supposed to cross water on that?
Oh, we'll get you there.
I sure won't bet against it.
Here you are, Steph. Get the line. Stand back, full.
All right, folks. If you'll get aboard, we'll be leaving right away.
You feeling any better today, son?
Mind your own business. Shall I take your bag, ma'am?
No, if this thing goes down, I want something to hang on to.
You go to Harper's Point?
That's right. Who are they, Seth?
I don't know the young fella. Kind of unfriendly. The old girl's going over to work for somebody. She's real nice.
Bossy.
Oh, you're going to sour on everything just because...
Never mind.
I don't like to see you this way. I was telling Joe I thought you was going to get married and...
Never mind. Cast off the line. I'm leaving.
Have a good trip, ma'am.
I sure hope so. Turn around, young fella. Turn the boat around.
What?
My umbrella. I left it on the pier.
Oh, it'll be all right, ma'am. I'll pick it up for you next trip.
You see to it. That thing cost me $4.
Where will you be?
Now, bring it on up to the Deans. You know them?
The Deans?
I beg your pardon. Are you working for them?
You know them?
I'm on my way there.
Good. You can give me a lift.
I beg your pardon?
I said you could tote me up in your cab.
Tote you up in...
And next time, young man, before you start turning up that nose of yours, be sure you're not sponging on the hospitality of my family.
Family?
Casey, you're Mrs. Dean's mother.
Well, she had to have one somewhere.
Oh, yes. Monica has spoken about you. I know who you are, so I might as well introduce myself. I'm Bert Maxon.
Oh, yeah. Mike Farland.
I know.
So do I.
Who's he?
A guy with shoes.
And you?
Me. I'm barefoot in Athens.
Hello, Mike. Nice night. No? Suit yourself. If you don't want to talk about it, don't.
Talk about what?
The way you went chomping up the hill with that umbrella, I thought you had it in mind to see Monica.
So?
Did you?
No.
Reckon you got cause to be jealous then, hmm?
Who's jealous? He's got better sense than to be serious about that stuffed shirt.
You tell it's stuffed with money.
Hello there, son.
Oh, Mrs. Casey, did you see her? Did you explain it to her?
Why you knocked him down? It's not that easy, son.
I saw him with his armor on.
I know. And he did call you
A deckhand. How do you like that? If a man's got values beyond money, he's no good, huh?
You remind me of my husband, boy. Casey had himself a dream, how to live, too.
Well, I don't think I'm dreaming. Seems to me there's some pretty open secrets about living, Mrs. Casey. I couldn't tie Nicky down to the kind of a squirrel cage life he'd offer her. I don't like to see everything human chopped up in the money mill.
You got any objection to money?
No, I just don't like the way you get it. People lose too much. They lose each other.
Mm-hmm. Casey all over. Kept dreaming about striking it rich. Crazy Casey called him. 14 years he chipped away in the Rio Doro stake. Laughing stock of the county. Then one morning he came howling out of that mine with a nugget the size of an eagle's egg. $22 million the Doro paid him. Casey and I shared that dream a long time. It was even better than the money.
That's what I mean, Mrs. Casey. If there's something you can win out of life, it's better than the money.
You like that girl?
I'm crazy about her. I'm in love with her.
So am I, son. We're not going to let her get wasted on him. I got an idea.
What?
Son, we're tearing this to pieces, beginning in the morning.
Tearing it to... What, the Sarah Bell? Why?
So she's decommissioned, that's why. So she can't be fixed up straight off. We're going to give them all something to think about.
Yep, that's the idea, Seth.
But the commuters were scheduled to make the mainland run.
Seth? Throw those pipes on the junk over there.
Pipes? These are the compass fittings.
Lady says throw them on the junk.
Here come the commuters, son. I'll be right down there. Hold them off.
What's going on, Mike? Sarah Bell?
Afraid so, Mr. Dean. She's a pretty old tub, you know.
But I've got to get back to New York. I can't afford to be held up. I've got an important meeting.
Mother, what are you doing in those filthy dungarees?
Don't be so all-fired grand. You lived in them till you were 17.
Grandma, what are you doing here?
Never mind that, Monica. Question is, how are you all going to get back to New York this shining morning?
You mean that thing is out of order?
Well, you see, she's old, Mr. Burton.
Maxson. Bert Maxson.
I cannot remember that name. Anyway, everybody knows old things get out of order. It's what you call obsolete in good business terms. Well, when something's obsolete, you throw it out. Unless it makes money. Right, Nicky?
I'm not speaking to you.
But you're a service here, Mike. The island relies on you.
No, I know that. But a service, well, that's not a practical idea unless...
Never mind all that. How am I going to get to New York?
Well, you could fly.
This is no time for jokes, Mike.
I know. It's time to get to New York. That's why I chartered the seaplane.
Seaplane?
She's out starboard of the Sarah Bell.
You got a plane?
That's right. $44 to Wall Street, tax included.
$44, Mike? That's high. Very high.
You saved the subway fare.
Well, now, wait a minute. You mean the Sarah Bell's permanently replaced by this thing?
Yes, sir. She's outmoded. No place for easygoing things like her. Too casual. It's up and do it these days.
This is an outrage. It's piracy.
Oh, didn't I say round trip?
Mike Farland, you are the lowest, most opportunistic.
Most enterprising, most inventive man you know.
You and your barefoot philosophers.
Well, you were right about that, Nicky. That was the silliest idea I ever had.
Silly?
All God's children got shoes.
Socrates didn't.
Now, look what happened to him. Shoes. The whole answer is good, sensible shoes.
I hope I never see you again as long as...
Monica? Well, folks, anybody interested, just jump into the rowboat, and Seth here, he'll take you on out to the plane.
$4.
Outrageous Seth. You got it made, boy.
Well, maybe. But I don't want to take that kind of money. It scares me. And I don't like the way Nicky ran off.
Son, tears are the best thing we've had out of her yet.
Abby.
Yeah?
Be gentle with the Sarah Belle, huh?
Come on, Mike.
Grandma?
For a girl mortally wounded, you sure didn't go far.
When does the come back?
6:30. He's a tycoon. Keeps hours.
He's a fool now. He'll never be happy.
Since when are you concerned about that?
I'm not. Grandma, does the Sarah Belle have to be dismantled?
No sense keeping an old relic around.
I guess not, but coming to the island won't ever be the same without her.
You get here faster. You stay here longer with the plane.
But the Sarah Belle's one of the happiest thoughts I have about this place.
Well, Mike's a captain of industry now.
But there was something, I don't know, kind of calm and graceful about the Sarah Belle. That plane is going to be fast and efficient and frantic. Oh, Grandma, I'm so stupid.
Now, can't let an old ferry boat do that to you.
But it isn't the ferry. It's everything decent and good and pleasant. And it's Mike, too. What's that plane going to do to him?
Why, it's going to make him a fortune.
But he doesn't want a fortune.
Some nice girl might appreciate it.
Listen to that horrible thing. First thing you know, he'll have a dozen of them, and he won't be himself anymore. He'll be just like Bert Maxon. I don't want that. Well, I'm going to do something about it. That's what I'm going to do.
Sorry about this rowboat, folks. We'll have a good, fast launch pretty soon. There you are, Mrs. Dean.
Soaking wet.
Hello, Mother. Daddy?
Well, Grace, how's the trip? Good and fast, huh?
Are you Mike Farland?
Well, what is this, Monica? You know who I am.
Just say you're Mike Farland in front of witnesses.
I'm Mike Farland in front of witnesses.
Take this envelope.
What is it?
It's an order to cease and desist.
Cease and desist what?
Dismantling the Sarah Belle.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
I represent the holder of a mortgage on that boat.
Mortgage? My dad owned it outright.
Do you know a Mr. Atkins?
Sure, he's my uncle. Lives up on the point.
Well, the mortgage was issued to him in the amount of $25.
When?
Right there, see? February 1912.
You mean my uncle's waited since 1912 to ask me for $25?
He's not asking, I am.
You?
I bought the mortgage. And when I say cease and desist, I mean cease and desist. You leave the Sarah Belle alone.
Nicky, you own a piece of the boat?
Yes, I do. And as a legal partner, I've got a few things to say about you, too. I don't like the image you project.
Image?
I've got a right to protect my investment, haven't I?
Well, sure, but...
Then take off your shoes.
Look, have you lost your mind? Harold, he's taking his shoes off.
You're darn right he is, Mother. And so am I. Oh, Mike, I want to learn how to go barefoot. Teach me how.
Sure I will, Nicky. But the best way to learn is in your own...
house.
The Sarah Belle. You mind if I carry you across the gang?
Seth, get those pipes back aboard.
Arthur, this is indecent. Now, you come back here.
No, Mother, I won't. And I may never wear shoes again.
Has presented Barefoot in Athens, written by Richard McCracken, directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Carpenter, John McGovern, John Gibson, Elspeth Eric, Holly McIntyre, Abby Lewis, and Elliot Reed. Script editor, Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Mr. Lee Bowman. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. That's Theater 5, New York 23, New York. Speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Fanny Grimes. We are going to present to your edification a story about voodooism. Or should I have said, not edification, but mystification. For no one knows how voodooism works, why it works, or even if it works. It belongs to the misty, uncertain world of the supernatural. That is a world few of us have visited. Or should I have said, none of us.
Jebba.
You call, Doctor?
What are you doing here in the dead of night?
I wait for the white hunter, sir.
What for?
We make walk in the forest for the elephant.
Elephants at midnight? That's impossible.
No, not impossible. They walk the forest at midnight.
Elephants do?
Elephant goes. They walk at midnight.
Our mystery drama, Death at a Distance, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth and stars Norman Rose. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Voodooism is a religion. At least it started as a religion. But perhaps today most would call it a cult with religious overtones. Offensive as it may be to members of the more established religions, voodooism started in Africa centuries ago, and its traces linger to this very day. Its strength lies entirely in the faith of its believers. Can any religion, new or old, say more?
My name is John Best. I'm an old man now, but hardly a day passes that I don't think, however fleetingly, of the time long past that I spent in West Africa. I'd worked my way through medical school by dint of hard work and intense application. And at 24, I was entitled to call myself a doctor. Being without family or close friends, and without a farthing to my name, it was imperative that I find a paying job. Colonialism had not yet acquired its unsavory reputation, and when the Crown offered me a position as resident doctor in a remote West African country, I accepted. I found there a smattering of my countrymen, among them one Josiah Moody, who had risen to the post of chief magistrate, to whom fell the task of administering justice among the natives. It soon became my habit to visit Judge Moody regularly.
Come in, Doctor, come in. You're just in time for tea.
I thought I might be.
Unless you'd rather have something else.
No. He's fine.
Good. Well, Jebba has everything laid out in the library. I've taught her to make something very like scones. Of course, she won't even taste them herself, but I find them acceptable. Well, sit down. She'll bring them in presently.
Well, how are things progressing with you, Judge?
Oh, much as usual. You take anything in your tea?
No, clear, please.
Good. So do I. You know, I'm glad you stopped around today, John. I need someone to talk to.
Well, I'm glad I'm here.
Do you know Chesterton up here?
The elephant hunter?
Yes.
I know of him. I've never met him. He has the knack of staying in good health.
Well, the natives hate him. They come complaining to me.
With justification?
Well, how do I know? Nephew denies everything, of course.
What's their complaint?
Well, he pays them less for the elephant tusks than he's promised them. Or they say sometimes nothing at all.
Small wonder they complain.
Come in, Jebba.
I've seen your pastries, sir.
Scones, Jebba, scones. Set them down.
Scones, yes, sir.
Try one, John.
Yes, I will, thank you.
Well, not exactly what you get back home, but...
good. Yes, really good.
You like it? Truly like it?
Oh, yes, I do very much.
Strange.
That will be all, Jebba.
Yes, sir. I come back later.
Attractive girl.
Well, it was her husband who came complaining to me about Etienne Napier.
She speaks English.
Well, she picked up a lot from me and from the local witch doctor.
Oh, he speaks English too?
Yes, as well as you and I, or better.
I had no idea.
Dr. Barola got his MD from a large London hospital.
Really? But why on earth did he come back to this godforsaken place?
He wanted to do something about the appalling death rate. He got decorated for that by the king.
You don't say. Well, I must try and get to know him.
You'll find him easy to talk to. I always do.
Do you see him often?
Yes, I dined with him. He with me. More than once. I tried to talk him out of his belief in voodoo. He's very patient with me, but I can't budge him an inch. You and I know it's not possible, but, well, Morola's convinced it is.
But what is possible?
To wish a man to death.
I brooded on Judge Moody's words as I walked back to the little two-room shack that served me as both home and office. My first impulse was to seek out Dr. Barola, the African witch doctor who had been graduated from a London hospital. I confess I stood in some awe of the man. Was it because he was at the very least my equal in knowledge? Or was it because he had knowledge that was beyond my understanding, knowledge that perhaps I feared? At any rate, when I reached my office, a patient was waiting for me, a new one.
You are the doctor here?
I'm Dr. John Best.
I've been waiting an hour.
Sorry. I was paying a short call on Judge Moody. Now, what can I do for you?
I need something for a headache. And do not tell me take an aspirin. I've tried that.
Let's get a few facts about you. Your general condition.
I am in perfect health.
Your name?
Etienne Napier.
Oh, yes. You hunt elephants, don't you?
You've heard of me, eh?
Yes, from the judge.
That one.
Now, tell me about the headaches. Do you have them often?
I have never had a headache in my life until 6 days ago. I have never had an illness of any kind. I have no weaknesses, no ailments. I am a completely healthy man, in every way.
Yes. But when did the headache start?
It is not headaches. It is one long headache that never stops.
Why didn't you come to me before?
As I've told you, I am a completely healthy man. You are the first doctor I've ever consulted in my entire life. And I was amazed that I should be stricken with such a ridiculous thing as a pain in the head. And I thought to ignore it till it should go away.
You've endured it for 6 whole days?
Yes. Except for 1 hour.
And when was that?
The native woman who comes to collect my laundry. She saw my suffering. They can be very perceptive, these savages. And she offered to massage my throbbing head. I was desperate, and I permitted it. And in a minute or two, the headache disappeared, and I fell asleep.
And when you woke?
I was myself again. I called for my bearers and my trackers, and we started on the hunt. But not 10 feet into the forest, the headache returned, worse than before. Worse than it had ever been. I had to call off the hunt. And that was when I decided I must of necessity come to see you. Now, if you will be so kind as to give me some remedy, I will be much obliged.
I didn't like the man. People who demand instant cures for whatever ails them can be very irritating to a physician. I told Monsieur Etienne Napier that I would be glad to make as thorough an examination of his anatomy as my limited equipment permitted. But he was unwilling to allow me even to take his blood pressure. I could have given him a sugar pill or some other placebo and trust to luck that his headache would cease. But frankly, I so disliked him I was unwilling even to do that. I wanted nothing but to forget him. A few days later, I found time to visit the thatched hut of a person I really wanted to meet, Dr. Barola, the medicine man.
You are the white doctor, I believe. Dr. John Best. Is that not your name?
Yes. And you're Dr. Barola. I am delighted, sir.
Come in. My humble abode is open to you.
Thank you. Judge Moody has been telling me about you, how you went to medical school in London.
40 years ago, yes.
But you chose to come back here. You chose to be a witch doctor. Oh, you're frowning.
I, sir, am a doctor, pure and simple.
But you do use somewhat unorthodox methods.
When the occasion demands, yes.
Dr. Barola, I'm going to ask you something straight out.
Please do.
Naturally, you needn't answer if you'd rather not.
No, please ask.
Is it true, is it possible, using your unorthodox methods, can you kill a man at a distance?
Of course.
I mean, cause a man's death simply by wishing him dead?
Certainly.
How? Could you explain how it works, if it does?
It does. How is a more complicated matter. I'm not sure I understand it myself.
Well, try, will you? I really want to understand if I can.
I suppose it has some connection with hypnosis.
But you can't hypnotize someone at a distance.
Would you feel better if I called it mental suggestion?
But what if the victim doesn't want to be hypnotized? Is suggestible. How can you affect his health, even his life, at a distance?
How can I explain to you something I do not fully comprehend myself? Do you like the phrase psychic poison waves? Does that stir something in your brain?
Psychic poison waves?
Let us say a man can summon up in his own brain and body certain poisons of hostility and hate, and transfer them across large distances to the brain and body of another.
Don't expect me to believe that.
To you it sounds like hocus-pocus, humbug, charlatanism, trickery.
Well,
Dear Dr. Best, do not think I blame you. I have had the same feelings about voodooism, that it was mere flim-flam. There are still moments when I feel that way, except that it works. I have seen it work.
Dr. Barola.
Oh, Jebba, come in. This is Dr. John Best from England.
Yes, I saw Jebba at Judge Moody's house. How are you, Jebba?
Did you enjoy the scones, sir?
Oh, yes, I did. I enjoyed them very much. They were very good.
What do you have for me, Jebba?
What you asked for. They are in this little stock.
Put it down there, on the table.
Yes, sir. Is there anything else you require?
Not at the moment. If the need arises, I will let you know.
Yes, sir. Send for me at any time.
Doctor, what are you doing?
I thought you might like to see what Jebba brought me. I will empty the contents of the little sack, and you shall see. There. Go ahead and look. There's nothing to hurt you.
But what is this?
What does it appear to be?
Locks of hair. That's what it looks like to me.
You're right. That is what it is.
And these? Well, they look like things from someone's nails. Fingernails, perhaps, or toenails.
Right again. They are both.
I stared in disbelief. Surely this was indeed mere flim-flam, hocus-pocus. what Barola himself sometimes considered charlatanism, except that what was it he had said? It worked. He had seen it work.
As so very often happens, when we are at a loss for words to explain the inexplicable, we must fall back upon that greatest of writers in English, William Shakespeare. Here, in our helplessness, we are forced to quote the words of Hamlet to his friend. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamt of in your philosophy. I shall be back shortly with Act 2. The believers in orthodox medicine sneer too openly at the ways of the witch doctor, let them reflect on this. While they extol the virtues of iron as a tonic and prescribe various pills, liquids, or injections, let them remember that for centuries Africans have been told by their medicine men to get from their local blacksmith a quart of his dipping water, the water in which he cools his iron work tools, and to drink it. It seems to work very well, as it always has.
Clearly, there must be more to this business of voodooism than I had ever suspected. If a man like Dr. Barola, distinct, educated, honored by the crown, if he puts faith in it, then it must have substance, of a sort, anyway. It was time for me to call upon Judge Moody.
Well, he impressed you, did he? Our local practitioner, Dr. Barola.
Yes, enormously.
Well, he impresses me. Yes, I told you that. It's only when we get on to the subject of voodooism that I start losing my temper. No, not that he ever brings it up, he doesn't. But I can't resist teasing him about it. Well, sooner or later, I managed to get in a dig or two about his superstitious mumbo-jumbo.
He doesn't mind?
No, nothing least. Merely sits back and smiles at me as though I were a fretful child.
He says he doesn't know how it works, merely that it does work.
Well, they think it works.
You know the saying, if you believe you can, you can.
Oh, there's no doubt that belief helps. Belief in yourself. But that doesn't mean that if I believe I can fly over the tops of trees, I won't drop to the earth like a stone if I try it.
Barola says voodooism may work through some kind of hypnosis.
I'd hate to be hypnotized into thinking I could fly, wouldn't you?
Or perhaps mental suggestion, he says.
That might work for weak-minded people, not for me.
I asked him particularly about death at a distance, where neither hypnosis nor mental suggestion would apply.
What did he have to say about that?
Why, he said that it was possible that poisons of hostility and hate could be churned up inside one mind and transmitted across distances to the mind of another, who would then absorb the evil poisons and die of them.
Oh, you believe that, Tommy Rock?
Oh, I didn't say I believed it.
Well, I should certainly hope not.
I'm only trying to repeat as best I can what Barola said. He wasn't at all dogmatic about it. He simply said that it was a possibility.
He practices orthodox medicine, too, you know. He's very good at it.
Perhaps I should have sent Etienne Napier to him.
Oh? You've met Napier?
Yeah. He came to see me about a headache. Said he'd had it steadily for nearly a week. I offered to give him a complete physical examination, but he wouldn't permit it. I have to tell you, I didn't like the man at all. Arrogant, self-satisfied.
Well, I'm still trying to get evidence that he's been cheating the natives on the ivory business. But, of course, they have nothing in writing.
I'll wager the man's guilty.
Oh? Prove it.
Oh, I can't. And it's extremely arrogant of me to say such a thing. It's very prejudiced. But he was so conceited, so smug. Well, I told you I didn't like him. Actually, I hated him. Isn't that ridiculous? I only saw him for 10 minutes or so, and I really hated him.
Poisons of hostility churning within your mind?
Well, you could say that.
Poisons that could be transmitted across a distance?
Oh, well, now.
Poisons that could kill him.
Oh, come, Judge, you're teasing me. Actually, I had nothing against the man.
Yes, except that you hate him.
I should make allowances. A man who's had a headache steadily for 6 days is bound to make him edgy.
Well, it wouldn't make me edgy.
Actually, he did have relief for an hour or so.
Oh? And how did that come about?
Well, it seems his laundress, a native woman, noticed his suffering and offered to massage his head for him. He submitted to that.
And the massage worked?
He says the headache went away in a minute or two and he fell asleep. He woke up feeling quite well and decided to go hunting for elephants. But a short distance into the forest, the headache came back, worse than ever. Now, that is when he decided to consult me. Not that it did him any good. He wanted some sort of magic pill that would work instantly. I don't have any such pill, nor does anyone else.
Well, it's what we all prefer, isn't it? A magic pill that gives us happiness, enlightenment, and peace of mind, all at once. Well, I don't have any such pill either, but I could offer you a spot of tea. Jebba! Jebba, are you there?
Oh, by the way, did I tell you that I saw Jebba again after I met her here?
No, you didn't.
Yes.
Jebba!
She was at Dr. Barola's. She came in with something for him. It was a little sack made of antelope skin or something very like. Dr. Barola thanked her and she left. And then the doctor asked me would I like to see what was in the sack. Naturally, I said yes, and he poured the contents out on the table. You'll never guess what they were.
Well, what were they?
They were nail parings.
Nail parings?
Yes. They looked to have been cut from both fingers and toes.
How very odd.
No, wait. That's not all. There were snippets of hair.
Human hair?
They looked to be.
What color?
I beg your pardon?
What color was the hair?
Well, it was brown, or light brown.
Not a dark brown? Almost black?
No. Just a nondescript light brown.
Then it couldn't have been my hair. My hair is very dark.
It never entered my head that it might be your hair.
But on the other hand, your hair is light. A sort of nondescript light brown, isn't it?
I didn't stay for tea. I improvised some excuse and left. Was it possible that Judge Moody, that stern realist, that uncompromising champion of the provable, was his legalistic mind infected with a sneaking belief in voodoo? And a fear of it as well? I went home and was reading my Materia Medica well into the night, when suddenly a scream, a loud, anguished scream. Why did I know at once it was Etienne Napier who said it? I ran from my house to his and found him just outside it, wild-eyed and frantic.
They're in there! All of them!
Napier!
They hate me! They want to kill me!
Napier! It's Dr.
The
Best.
forest is full of them!
Look at me, man!
They're after me! They won't leave me alone till they kill me!
Don't you recognize me? Don't you know me?
One of them touched me!
Now, let me take you into the house. Now, come now.
The others were all around me. They were all around me. Hundreds of them.
Let's go inside
Some
now.
were back of me. Some were hiding behind trees. He was watching.
Here we are now.
The biggest one of all. He touched me.
Where did he touch you?
Ankle.
All right, now just lie down on the couch and let me have a look.
The forest was full of them. They didn't make a sound. Just walked beside me, in front of me and back of me. And when I moved, they moved. When I stopped, they stopped. I couldn't see their little eyes.
There's no mark on either ankle.
But I could feel it wrapped around my ankle. I felt it.
Well, why would anyone want to do that? What would be the point?
To trip me up. To bring me to earth. Then they would all trample on me. They would crush me.
Who would want to do that?
The elephants. The elephants. The elephants.
I sat with the poor demented man. He raved for a time about the elephants. How their tusks had shone in the moonlight. How they followed him without a sound. At last he was quiet. More from exhaustion than anything else. And I left. By now the sun was up, and I couldn't think of going back to my own empty house. So I went to the one place where I might be welcome.
Come here, dear Dr. Best. Do come in.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Barola. I know it's an early hour to be calling.
Please, no excuses. I'm so happy to see you. Do sit down.
Oh, thank you.
You look quite exhausted.
Yes, I am. I've been with Etienne Napier.
And how is Monsieur Napier?
Well, didn't you hear him scream?
Scream? When was that?
In the middle of the night. A terrible, excruciating scream. You didn't hear it?
My dear Dr. Best, here on the edge of the jungle, there are many terrifying sounds in the middle of the night. One learns to sleep through them.
But I heard it.
And?
I knew at once, at least I sensed it, that it was Napier. I ran to his house, and there he was, just outside at the edge of the clearing, raving, hysterical.
Dear. What about?
Well, he'd gone for a walk in the forest. Why at that time of night, I've no idea. And there in the forest, there they were, he said, all round him, in back and front beside him, some hiding behind trees, their eyes shining, waiting for him to fall down so that they might trample him to death.
Surely you didn't think that anyone around here, any of us...
Well, I confess to you at first, I did think so. I thought that his alleged shady dealings with your people, I thought that he was taking their revenge.
You know, they would never do that.
It seems he was talking about elephants. He even said that one big bull elephant reached out and wrapped its trunk round his ankle.
Dear me.
I examined his ankle, both of them. And this was before I knew he was talking about elephants. And, of course, there was no mark on either.
No?
Did you think there would be?
One never knows.
Do you think there actually were elephants in the forest? Watching, following him? Hundreds of them?
Elephant? Ghosts? Perhaps.
Oh, Dr. Barola, really? You go too far.
Perhaps I do. On the other hand, perhaps I do not go far enough. Perhaps elephants were real.
Oh, come now.
Monsieur Napier has killed many of their kind. I knew a farmer here who shot an elephant that was stealing vegetables from his garden. He left the dead animal lying there, and in the morning, the body was gone.
Are you saying?
And the elephant's friends came in the night and carried the body away? Yes, I am saying that. There is loyalty and humanity among elephants.
All the same.
Wait. You have not heard it all. A few days later, 2 thigh bones of an elephant were found by the farmer on the exact spot where the beast had fallen. Reproach? A reminder? A warning? Who can say? Not I, certainly. Can you?
Dr. Carola, may I come in?
Come in, Jebba. Come in.
Thank you, sir. I brought for you what you asked.
The shirt?
Yes, the shirt.
Hand it over. Now, will you both excuse me for a minute? I have something that must be attended to.
Jebba, that shirt belongs to Monsieur Napier, doesn't it?
Yes, doctor.
Jebba, Monsieur Napier told me that a woman of the tribe did some work for him, some laundry. He said this woman had remarkable powers, that she could massage him and make his headache go away. And that the relief he'd had in 6 days came from this woman. Jebba, are you that woman? You are, aren't you? Never mind, I know you are. And you went to his house this evening, too, didn't you? And he asked you to relieve his headache again, didn't he? And you did. And after you left, he went into the forest. Now tell me, Jebba, when you were massaging him, did you suggest to him that the elephants were waiting for him there? Did you hypnotize him? Did you put a spell on him? You must have done something before you left the house with this shirt, the one you just gave to Dr. Barola. Am I right, Jebba?
Forgive my rudeness, won't you? It was very important that I,
Those are tom-toms, aren't they?
The native drums, yes. They are talking together. Speaking in concert. Speaking with one voice. It should not be too long now.
sat in stunned silence as the jungle drums pounded in my ears. Dr. Barola and Jebba talked quietly to each other about what I did not know nor did I want to know. After a while, I muttered something about getting home in time for morning office hours and stumbled out. Once outside, the drums sounded louder and more menacing.
How did it seem to you? Mad, perhaps? Ignorant? Or does it appear simply silly? Consider us silly. Happily, we won't be around to hear them say it. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. We would all agree, I suppose, that voodooism belongs to the world of the supernatural. But what precisely do we mean by supernatural? We mean beyond the laws of nature, do we not? But do we know what all the laws of nature are? Can we even comprehend the true essence of the laws we do know? Perhaps, like Barola, we only know that they work. But why they work remains a mystery.
The tom-toms sounded all day. Their monotonous beat at first disturbed me, and then lulled me into some sort of restless sleep. I was wakened by a native messenger who came to tell me that Judge Moody wished to see me. Of course, I hastened to comply. The judge was waiting for me outside his house.
John, Napier's here.
Oh, how is he?
He's very agitated, very angry. He's come to me with some wild story about seeing elephants in the forest.
Yes, I know.
In the dead of night, for heaven's sake.
I know.
Is the man losing his mind, do you think?
It is possible.
And I was hoping you could, give him something to calm him down.
I brought my bag with me.
Then for goodness sakes, give him something. He's unmanageable.
If he'll let me.
Drums getting on his nerves.
I don't wonder.
Well, they can be disturbing, I must admit. But they don't mean anything.
I hope not.
Just the natives letting off steam. Oh, look. I should tell you, I've asked Dr. Barola to stop by, too. Not that I don't trust you completely. I just thought he might be able to contribute something.
I think you were very wise to call him in.
Moody! Judge! Over here! Coming right away, Monsieur Napier. Contain yourself.
Someone has got to do something.
Someone is going to do something. Here. You see? Now, here's Dr. Best. He's going to give you a sedative. Calm you down, make you feel better.
I don't want him to give me something. I want those drums to stop. Can he do that? Can he stop the drums?
I'm afraid he has no authority to do that.
Well, you do. You have the authority. You are a judge. You are the head magistrate in these parts. You can stop them.
My authority is strictly limited. If the people want to beat on their drums, I can't stop them.
You must understand, Napier. It's their way of communicating with one another. It's like free speech, you might say, the right to speak out. What are they communicating? Why don't they speak out? The way civilized people do in a recognizable language.
Napier, Dr. Barola will be here shortly.
No, that faker, that charlatan.
No. Dr. Barola is a very cultured and distinguished gentleman, and he is wiser than any of us in the ways of Africa.
I think he's coming now.
Yes, there he is. Dr. Barola, how good of you.
Not at all, my dear Judge Moody. How can I help?
You can get those infernal savages to stop beating on the drums. That's what you can do.
My dear sir, what makes you think I could accomplish any such thing?
You can't do it. You understand these people? Tell them to stop this instant.
Monsieur Napier is unduly upset because of an incident which took place last night in the forest.
The elephants. The forest was filled with elephants.
You see, it's quite hopeless.
I managed to administer a sedative to Napier with the assistance of Judge Moody, for the enraged man would not cooperate to the slightest degree. When we asked Dr. Barola to help us, he declined politely and left. A short while later, when Napier had quieted down a bit, I took my leave. But instead of going home, I instinctively sought out Dr. Barola.
My dear Dr. Best, How is your patient?
I suppose you mean Etienne Napier. Well, the judge and I managed to give him a sedative. He's resting now in the judge's library.
Poor man. He has my sympathy.
Why did you refuse to help us with him?
Dear Doctor, did you expect me to stop the drum?
No. You know what I mean. When I wanted to give Napier a sedative, and he was being difficult, to say the least, about it, why did you walk away? You, a doctor, a certified doctor, why did you walk away?
I did not choose to assist.
You saw the condition the man was in?
I did not choose to assist.
Why not? It was your duty. The man was suffering.
I did not wish to touch him.
Well, why not, for the love of heaven? Such a little thing to ask.
Not to me.
You don't even know him. So far as I know, today was the first time you've ever seen him.
True.
Well, then why?
To me, the man is a devil.
A devil? Dr. Barola, you're not going to preach voodooism at me again, are you?
Have I ever preached to you about voodoo or anything else?
No, but...
Come with me. Just into the back room. I want to show you something. Something I think will interest you. As a matter of fact, I think it will interest you greatly. There. Look.
What is it?
What does it appear to be?
Why, it's nothing but a doll. A big doll.
Quite so.
A doll. The size of a man.
Quite so.
It's quite complete. With feet and hands.
Quite so.
And fingernails. Good Lord, Barora. The doll has fingernails and toenails.
Just so.
What is that he's wearing? I mean, what is the doll wearing? It's a shirt. A shirt like Napier's. It is Napier's shirt, isn't it? Jebba brought it to you, didn't she? I know she did. I was here. Oh, wait. Listen.
What is it, Doctor?
The drums have stopped.
So they have.
What does it mean? Why have they stopped?
Their conversation has come to an end.
But why? What were they saying? Tell me, what were they saying?
Dr. Barola, sir, if you please.
Yes, Jebba. What is it?
The judge said to tell you, man is dead.
You mean Monsieur Napier?
Yes. He be dead. Just now. He be dead.
It did not surprise me that I was called in by Judge Moody that same day. Needless to say, I responded to the summons immediately. When I arrived, I found not only the judge, but standing straight, tall, and quiet in one corner of the room, Dr. Barola.
The man died right here in my library, gentlemen.
Well, what do you want of us, Judge?
I want your advice on how to proceed. I want to find out, if I can, who killed him. I'm going to order an autopsy performed. The man was in good health, I understand.
He said this, except for the headache. Judge Moody, I will perform an autopsy if you want me to.
Yes, I do want you to.
But I would like another opinion.
You don't mean Barola here, do you?
Yes, if you will.
No, I will not.
Well, it's not that you're under suspicion, Barola.
Yes, it is. Therefore, I insist on not just a second opinion, but a third and a fourth. There is a Dr. Messinger from Lobengula.
Well, we'll have as many doctors as you like.
I thank you, Your Honor.
For I'll be frank with you, Barola.
Please do.
I think your people managed this somehow. Some poison or other slipped into his veins. I've heard of such things. One of you people have been known to take a piece of bread, a roll, say, prick it at one end with his fingernail, offer that end to the enemy, and eat the rest of the roll himself. But under that fingernail was concealed a small amount of deadly poison. Now, you people know about poisons, I'm sure you do. Poisons we haven't discovered yet.
We people have no knowledge of a poison that cannot be detected any more than you people have.
We'll have all the doctors in. The ones you mentioned, and more if we need them.
Judge Moody was as good as his word. Doctors from all over, even one from London, were brought in to examine the corpse. Their findings were the same as mine. There was no trace of poison to be found. No wound, no puncture, nothing. Napier's heart had simply ceased to beat.
Though I'll believe to the end of my days that Barola did him in with that voodoo business.
Why, Judge, I thought you considered voodoo sheer nonsense. Tommy rot, quackery.
Still in all, don't you think it's odd that the tom-toms stop beating the moment Napier breathed his last?
Very odd indeed.
But the drums don't kill a man, do they, huh?
Not that I've ever heard.
And that big doll Barola had in his office, wearing Napier's shirt. Peculiar thing to have standing around, don't you think?
Most peculiar.
But dolls can't kill people.
Most unlikely.
Stupid doll even had fingernails and toenails. Did you know that? But fingernails and toenails, they don't kill people, do they? Or shirts.
No, Judge, they don't.
So how can I take the thing to court, huh? Tell some wild tale about voodoo killing, which I don't even understand myself, don't even believe. I did bring one person into court.
Who is that?
Jebba.
Jebba? Why Jebba?
She stole Napier's shirt, didn't she?
Yes, that she did.
She was his laundress, and he trusted her with his clothes, and she stole his shirt. She admitted it.
What sort of punishment did you deal out to her?
I fined her. Took it out of her pay. Jebba, make some tea for Dr. Best and myself, will you?
She is still working for you?
Oh, I couldn't get along without Jebba. Matter of fact, I've raised her wages. Jebba, bring some tea, will you, for being my friend.
As I said at the start, I'm an old man now, and many things have changed. I suppose the greatest change of all is in our attitude toward the power of the mind over the body. I've tried to keep up with all the developments, and there's no doubt that it's a great new field of endeavor. I'm too far along in years to start delving into such things, but I've read a lot on the subject. All very interesting, very intriguing. But one thing they haven't even started to explain. Death at a distance.
If you think someone like me is competent to explain death at a distance, you are very much mistaken. I wouldn't even try. I don't understand it at all. If you want the truth, I don't even believe it's possible. I think it's Tommy rot, humbug. But then, what do I know? I shall be back shortly.
To Larry, another reader, or is it victim of Raven House mysteries? I was at the bus stop reading the latest Raven House paperback when a lady walked by. She seemed familiar, like I knew her from somewhere. I followed her. She started to run, and I lost her in the crowd. The next day, I saw her again in the supermarket. Our eyes met over the lettuce. I said, "Sarah, you're supposed to be dead." Raven House mysteries are so engrossing, you can't help but let the mystery take over your life. It was a little embarrassing. I had her confused with the character in my Raven House mystery. Raven House publishes new mysteries every month. Which one will claim you as its victim? If you're clever enough, you'll find Raven House mysteries wherever paperbacks are sold.
originated in Africa, it spread after a while to the West Indies. It is popularly regarded as a kind of sorcery, of magic. But it has its roots in a deeply felt religion, and its adherents are as fervent and devoted as we are to whatever religion we cling to. So let us judge not, lest we ourselves be judged. Our cast included Norman Rose, Bernard Grant, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Raven House Paperback Mysteries.
This is Tommy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Theater presents... Tommy Grimes. Have you ever stopped abruptly, partway through a piece of work, and wondered why you were doing it? Have you ever looked at a friend or loved one and thought, who is that? Have you ever looked in a mirror and seen a stranger? If you have done any of these things, or all of them, and probably you have at least once, then you may respond with sympathy and perhaps a touch of horror to the story we bring you now.
He's a spoiled, rotten brat, your brother.
Jessie, I don't think we should talk about him.
I've known the two of you since you were born. Who's got a better right?
Even so.
It's all very well to love your children, but it's got to be tough love. You ever hear of that?
Tough love? No, I don't believe I have.
It's what you use on people who indulge themselves. You love them, but you don't go soft on them.
Our mystery drama, Matching Chairs, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Christopher Tabori and Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Master Mechanic tools sold exclusively by True Value hardware stores are an unbeatable combination of quality and value. Hi, Pat Summerall to say you get both with the Master Mechanic 45-piece tool set, now just $27.49. It's versatile, with both 1/4 and 3/8-inch drive sockets, reversible ratchet and speeder disc. Plus, it includes a hacksaw with 10 assorted blades, sturdy toolbox, and it's backed by the Master Mechanic promise of satisfaction or a free replacement. Get it now at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade-flavored drinks. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper. Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
Announcing the opening of a new eyeglass factory in Farmington Hills. The Eyeglass Factory, where you have a selection of almost 2,000 different eyeglass frames in stock with savings of 30 to 50% below what you normally pay at optometric centers. In addition to those savings, extra discounts for senior citizens, eye examinations at only $18, a complete repair service department, and the acceptance of all major vision insurance plans. In addition, if you're looking for regular or soft contact lenses, they have those too at comparable savings. The Eyeglass Factory of Oak Park is on Coolidge, just south of 9 Mile Road. Phone 542-2200. The Eyeglass Factory of Redford on Plymouth Road, halfway between Beach Daly and Inkster. Phone 937-1340. And now the new Eyeglass Factory at 28851 Orchard Lake Road between 12 and 13 Mile Roads. Call 553-3820. Now, 3 places to save at the Eyeglass Factory.
This is the story of 2 brothers, Carrie and Troy. 2 siblings. You've heard of sibling rivalry, I suppose.
that inevitable competition between children to stand first in the affections of a parent? Well, what happens if this fierce competition is stifled, forbidden, branded as sin? Listen now to the story that follows, a story called Matching Chairs. Perhaps you'll find out.
I think back and wonder how it all happened. I mean, how did it happen the way it did instead of some other way? I mean, what if I had been born a year after my brother instead of a year before? Oh, well, that's ridiculous. I know that, because then he would have been Carrie and I would have been Troy instead of the other way around. Or something like that. Well, for the present, I can only go back a few weeks to the day I came home from the office and the housekeeper told me my mother, our mother, Troy's and mine, wanted to see me in her room. It's Carrie, Mother.
Oh, Carrie, come in.
Jessie said you wanted to see me.
Yes, I do, dear, I do. Close the door.
Oh, what's up, Mother?
Sit down, Carrie.
Trouble?
Sit down, I'll tell you.
What is it this time?
It's the little one.
Oh, it always is.
He's been naughty again.
What did he do?
Forged my name to a check.
Oh, boy.
Did it so clumsily, too. The bank caught it right away and phoned me.
What do you want me to do?
Talk to him.
What should I say?
He feels awful. Tell him it's all right.
Oh, Mother, he always feels awful. Every single time he feels awful.
Well, every single time you're able to talk him out of it. Now, darling, remember he's your brother and he's younger than you are.
Only a year? 1 year?
Well, still, he's younger. And you've always looked out for him. He expects it of you. When you were little and the two of you played together, you kept him from smashing his toys. And if he did smash one, you always fixed it for him. And wiped his eyes and made him happy again. Well, you were so sweet together. Your father and I never had any fear of leaving the two of you alone. We always knew you'd be all right.
Take care of the little one.
Hmm?
That's what you used to say, Mother, when you went out for the evening. Take care of the little one, Carrie.
And you always did, you see. Oh, it was easy for you, Carrie. You were always so level-headed, so responsible. Troy was flighty and, yes, undependable, I admit it. But charming and handsome and very sweet when he wanted to be. And you know that's true, Carrie. He could wrap you around his finger when he had a mind to.
What do you want me to say to him, Mother?
Well, just tell him he's been a bad boy.
Yes, but he must know that.
And he must never do it again.
That's all.
Well, that should be enough, don't you think? Of course, you'll put it in such a way that his feelings won't be hurt. He won't feel too guilty.
How guilty do you think he should feel?
Well, he did do a naughty thing. But he knows that, and he's already told me he's sorry.
Oh? And what did you tell him?
Well, I said as long as you're sorry, and as long as you promise not to do it again.
But that's what you want me to tell him.
No, I want you to tell him much more. I want you to tell him not to brood about it, and that it's all right.
I gave up and left the room, started downstairs. It was the same old story. Take care of the little one. Look after the little one. Don't let him get hurt. Don't let him be unhappy. Make him stop crying. Take him outside and play catch with him. Let him win. It always cheers him up if he wins. At the bottom of the stairs stood Jessie, our elderly housekeeper, her neat gray uniform matching her neat gray hair.
You going in there?
Yes, Jessie, I thought I would. My brother's in there.
Oh, he's in there.
Well...
But I wouldn't go in just now. He's not alone.
Oh. Anybody I know?
Some young thing, some blonde. I think her name is Maida.
Oh, I never heard him mention anybody named Maida.
Well, that's what I heard him call her just now. I took him a fresh bottle of brandy, which he asked for.
Oh, yes, all right, Jessie. Well, I'll wait.
The other bottle was half full.
Okay, Jessie.
It's not like he pays for it, the brandy. You do.
No, in point of fact, my mother does.
You work for your mother.
I manage her affairs.
Well, that's more than he does. He don't do anything.
Now, Jessie...
Never has done anything except live off the fat of the land.
All right, now.
Spoiled, rotten brat.
I don't think we should discuss this, Jessie.
I've known the two of you since you were born. Who's got a better right?
Even so.
It's all very well to love your children. I'm all in favor of that. But it's got to be tough love. You ever hear of that?
Tough love? No, I don't believe I have.
It's what they use on people who indulge themselves.
Oh?
You love them, but you don't go soft on them. Well, I've said enough, I guess.
Yes. Yes, Jessie, I think you have. Jessie had worked for the family for better than 30 years. She'd helped raise Troy and myself. She'd run the house for my mother. She was a good, gray presence in the house and felt free to voice her opinion on anything at all. But this was different. She didn't know, couldn't know, that I had lived all my life with the high injunction, take care of the little one. I moved closer to the living room door till I could hear voices from the inside.
What do you want from me, Maida?
Well, I don't want anything, Troy.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Well, only for you to love me, that's all.
That's all? You say it like you can turn on love like a water faucet.
But you used to love me.
When was that?
Well, you said you did.
When did I say that?
Well, lots of times. You said it lots of times.
I never said it once, not once.
Well, you acted like you loved me. You made me think you did.
Well, now, can I help what you think? Can I help the crazy ideas that you get?
I don't think they're crazy.
You know what's wrong with you, Maida? You're a full-fledged neurotic. You think because you want something, you've got. Well, wake up, my dear, because it's a far trip from wanting to getting. Huh? You catch my meaning? Have I penetrated that very small brain of yours? Has an idea finally seeped in, huh? Has it?
I started to move away from the door. Troy had girls, I knew that, and he didn't always treat them well, but this was the first time I'd overheard such violence. But before I could escape, the door burst open and the girl rushed past me, I doubt she even saw me, and out the front door. After a minute or two, I went into the living room. Troy was opening the fresh bottle of brandy.
Hi.
How are you, Troy?
Not too good. Sit down. I'll pour you brandy as soon as I get this thing open. There's a clean glass on that little table between the chairs. Maida didn't want any.
Okay.
And while you're there, you might touch a match to the fire, huh?
All right. Mother asked me to talk to you.
About the check?
Yes, that's right.
Oh. I don't know why I did that, Carrie. Here, hold out your glass.
Okay. Just a drop or two.
I asked Mother to buy me a new car. She wouldn't.
And?
Well, I got mad.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. I just got sore at her, and I did it.
Yes, but Mother says you didn't do it very well. It was a very clumsy forgery, she said.
Yeah, I guess it was. I guess I was too angry to do it decently. I just went ahead and I did it. No special reason. I just did it.
She says you're upset about it.
Well, wouldn't you be? Oh, never mind. Don't answer that. You wouldn't have done it in the first place.
Probably not.
It's only me that it happens to.
You think you're the only one who gets angry?
Well, nobody gets as angry as I do.
I don't know about that.
Wanting to strike out and hit back.
I imagine other people do.
Maybe. Huh? I doubt it, but maybe. It's a nice fire, isn't it?
Very nice. Good brandy, too.
Yeah. Bill Wadsworth's wife left him. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's funny. Bill and I were sitting right here in front of the fire. He was sitting where you are, in that chair. I was sitting here.
Yes, everybody gravitates to these two chairs. They look sort of companionable, facing each other.
Bill thought I was the man his wife left him for. Can you imagine? I didn't even like his wife. More brandy?
No, thanks.
Well, I think I will. Dan Mercer went broke. Did you know that?
Yes, I heard something about it.
I wonder how he's taking it.
I haven't seen him.
I played golf with him about a month ago. Came back here with me, had a brandy, just like you and I are doing. I can see him sitting in that chair the way you are now. Of course, I didn't know then his business was in bad shape, or I wouldn't have said what I did.
Well, what did you say?
I thought he cheated on his golf score. I still think he has.
Wasn't it the door?
Oh, Jesse will get it. You know Maida Bartholomew?
No, I don't. Who is she?
It's a girl I know. She was just here.
Oh, yeah, there was a girl past me in the hall. She looked like she'd been crying.
I made her cry. She thinks she's in love with me, and I ought to be in love with her.
Well, nobody can control these things. Yes, who is it?
Mr. Troy, the police are here. Somebody got run over in front of the house. They want to bring her inside. I think it's the girl who is just here.
Maida?
Ran right in front of a car, they say.
Oh, it's happened again. I knew it would. I knew it. It happens every single time. And now it's happened again.
Troy was pale and shaking. I went out and told the police, of course, they could bring the girl into the house, and I stayed with them while they called for an ambulance. I couldn't face my brother. Couldn't deal with him. That would have to wait.
There are those times when someone we know well suddenly shows us a face that we have never seen before. That person becomes an unknown creature, foreign, remote, inaccessible, beyond our reach. Much as we might like to help, we are immobilized, and we are mute. I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
I'm at 25 to give 30 now.
Bavaria on the Water auction sale. Millions of dollars worth of brand new 1- and 2-bedroom condominiums will be individually auctioned Sunday, July 18th. Don't miss this great chance to bid on a new condominium with your choice of 7 floor plans, covered parking, central air, carpeting, and more. Special 11% bank financing available with only 5% down, as low as $2,750. Models open every day, including weekends from noon till 7 p.m. Located north of the I-75 Dixie Highway Waterford exit. Enjoy the lake, clubhouse, pool, tennis courts, fishing, and lots more. Come on out, take a look, and register. Just north of the I-75 Dixie Highway Waterford exit. For information, call 625-6233. Here's
Bavaria
your
on the
chance
Water,
to
an
save
equal housing
thousands of
opportunity
dollars on a
presented
new
by Abbey
condominium at the
Lawson
Bank of
Incorporated.
Ruth Bavaria on the Water auction sale July 18th. Call now. 625-6233.
$90 on the banner. I'm at 25 to give 30 now.
Why do 100,000-mile flyers choose United?
If I can make all my connections on one airline, I don't have to run all over the airport. With United, I'm a businessman, not a marathon man.
Boston, Denver, Philadelphia.
I'm in business to make money, not waste it. And United's got some good deals.
Seattle, Portland, Pittsburgh, too. We got this flag United for you. Where's your wings? Fly away.
East or west, United flies wherever business takes you. We've got convenient schedules and connections to over 65 business centers throughout the country. Chances are we're the only airline you'll need.
To Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, Washington, Chicago. Wherever you want to fly. Give a little fly for a living. Fly United, Spreading Sky.
Fly United nonstop to Denver for as low as $149.50 each way with round-trip purchase. Seats are limited and some restrictions apply. Call United or your travel agent today.
The two brothers, Troy and Carrie, are only a year apart in age. Yet so dissimilar are they in temperament, one might think they belong to separate families. As our story unfolds, it will be our purpose to determine just how different they are, the one from the other. Listen now to the second act of Matching Chairs.
The girl wasn't dead. thank the Lord. But she'd been badly hurt, and they took her off to the hospital. I avoided my brother for a few days, but there came a time when I couldn't put off confronting him any longer. I was sitting in front of the fire, in one of the two big wing chairs, a small brandy in my hand, fire blazing in the fireplace, when Troy came in.
Oh. Hello there.
Hello, Troy.
Having a brandy. I think I'll join you. I've just come from the hospital. I talked to the doctors.
Oh, yes? What do they say about Maida?
She'll live. But there's a good chance she may be crippled. Maybe for life.
I'm sorry. I know how you must feel.
Mind if I join you by the fire?
Oh, there's your chair.
I may ask Maida to marry me.
You what?
I may ask Maida to marry me. Does that surprise you?
Well, yes.
I mean, when she gets out of the hospital, of course. Or maybe we could get married while she's still there. I mean, have the ceremony by her bedside. They could do that, I think.
Well, why on earth do you want to marry the girl?
It's the least I can do.
Well, how'd you figure that?
It's my fault.
What's your fault?
That she's lying in the hospital. That she may be a cripple for the rest of her life.
Troy, I think you've gone clean out of your mind. The girl ran in front of a car. I mean, there were witnesses.
But you don't know what happened before that.
I don't care what happened before that.
But it's the key to the whole thing. Don't you see?
No, I don't. I most certainly do not see.
We were sitting in front of the fireplace. Maida and I. Just the way you and I are sitting now. And I started to yell at her.
So what?
I said terrible things. Awful, cutting things. Things I knew would hurt her.
And what?
I meant to hurt her. I wanted to hurt her.
You lost your temper, that's all.
No. It was more than that. It was just like the time with Bill Wadsworth. He was sitting in that chair, right there, when he said I'd stolen his wife away from him.
Well, you didn't even like his wife, you told me.
Maybe I did like her.
Well, don't you know?
Maybe I thought it'd be fun to see if I could get her away from Bill. I could have thought that.
Yes, but you didn't do it. She left him for somebody she met in New York, some stockbroker.
Well, that's why I got so angry when he said I'd done it. But why did I get so angry?
Well, it is kind of insulting.
But I didn't have to get as angry as I did. I could have told him he was nuts and let it go at that.
Yes, you could have.
But I didn't. I called him all kinds of names, and I threw him out of the house. And when he got home, there was this note from his wife saying she was going to New York, and she did. And she's still there, and she's filing for divorce.
Yes, well, at least he knows it wasn't you she left him for.
Still, if I hadn't yelled at him... Look, and then there's Dan Mercer. When I thought I caught him cheating on his golf score, now, I was really sorry about that, because, well, I could have been wrong. Maybe he didn't cheat. Maybe he just counted wrong. I don't know. All I know is he went broke a month later.
Yes, but what's that got to do with you?
I yelled at him. Don't you see? I was really furious, Carrie, and I yelled at him. He was sitting across from me where you're sitting, and I leaned across this little table between us with the brandy on it, and I screamed into his face, right into his face.
And you think that's why he went broke?
What's happened too many times. And now it's Maida.
Oh, Troy, you mean to sit there and tell me that every time you lose your temper with somebody...
Something awful happens to that person.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
There have been others, Kerry. People I haven't told you about.
It's ridiculous. It's absurd. It's stupid. I mean, you think you have some magic power over people, that you can influence their lives, control what happens to them?
Well, my temper can. My anger... It puts a sort of blight on them, a curse or something.
Boy, it's just not so.
It's happened too many times.
Now, listen to me. I mean, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be you. It could be this chair I'm sitting in. I mean, and the way you tell it, all those people were sitting in this chair. I mean, why couldn't it be the chair and not you at all?
You think it could?
Now, listen, Troy, I don't know about these things, but it's just as reasonable as your temper, your anger.
We have to get rid of the chairs.
What? No, I don't know what Mother would say to that.
No, not both of them necessarily. Maybe just the one you're sitting in. The other one can stay. Ask her, Terry. Please, ask her.
I remember feeling a bit foolish as I climbed the stairs to my mother's room. What had I got myself into? I'd only said the first thing that came into my head. I had to say something because from the look in my brother's eye, I had an idea he was on the edge of a breakdown. Anyway, I kept on climbing the stairs and hoped I'd know what to say to my mother.
Who is it?
It's Carrie, Mother.
Oh, Carrie, do come in, dear. I'm so glad you're here. I've been wanting to talk to you.
Oh, what about?
About the little one, dear. He's got me worried.
Yes, me too.
Oh, you've noticed.
Noticed what?
How he mopes around the house, never goes out anywhere.
Well, he's been going to the hospital to see that girl. He feels responsible in a way. He's even talking about marrying her.
Marrying her? Well, that's morbid.
Yes. Mother, may I ask you something?
Well, of course, my dear, anything at all.
You know those two chairs, the wing chairs facing each other in front of the fireplace?
Well, of course I know them. They're heirlooms.
Would you consider getting rid of them?
Getting rid? Whatever for?
Well, it's a little hard to explain.
Do you realize what those chairs mean to me? They belong to my grandmother, to my mother. They both worked on the needlepoint they're covered in, and I finished it. The flowers were done in petit point. The wool was dyed specially. I'd rather die than get rid of those two chairs.
I'd no idea, Mother. I thought...
No. What's the matter? Don't you like those chairs? The most beautiful chairs in the world? Or is it Troy who's taken a dislike to them? He never paid any attention to them before. Why now?
No, it isn't Troy. It isn't me.
Well, then what is it? Well, never mind what it is. Just put it out of your mind, both of you. Dismiss it. Those two precious chairs stay right where they are, facing each other in front of the fireplace, just as they have for years. Why, I'd rather die than get rid of those chairs.
I'd never seen Mother so agitated. If I tried to explain to her the odd obsession that Troy had seized upon, that it might be one of the chairs that brought misfortune to the people on whom he vented his anger, not the anger itself, what would she think? What could she think? That Troy had gone quite mad? That I had? For the truth was, the notion of the malevolent chair had originated with me. Troy was still in the living room when I came back.
Well?
Sorry, Troy, I'm afraid it's no good.
She won't throw the chairs out.
I did my best.
Oh. Did you tell her how important it is?
Well, I didn't really get a chance. The minute I brought up the subject, she got hysterical.
Then you didn't tell her?
She went on and on about her grandmother and her mother and how they'd all worked on the needlepoint and how the yarn was specially dyed to get the right color.
You didn't tell her?
Boy, what could I say?
Well, you could have said that those chairs... No, not those chairs. That one right there. It's responsible for terrible tragedies in the lives of 6 or 7... Oh, I don't know how many people I've been fond of.
Troy, I couldn't tell her that. She wouldn't believe me. We don't even know if it's true.
If it isn't true, then I'm responsible.
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily. It's happened too many times.
Coincidence.
Since I was 6 years old. And I hit that kid that lived next door, and he died a month later. Ever since then, whenever I got angry and shouted at somebody... something absolutely awful happened to that person.
It might have happened anyway.
It didn't. Don't you see? It's a curse that settled on me. And it came from that chair. That one there.
Troy, I don't think...
I really don't know why it should have settled on me. I don't know what I did that was so bad.
You didn't do anything.
You aren't cursed that way. It's just me. You're a good person.
So are you.
I would be. I could be. If it wasn't for that chair.
Troy, I just don't know what to say to you.
Boys? Carrie? Troy?
In here, Mother.
Everything all straightened out?
Well...
Nothing is straightened out. Nothing.
You mean about the chairs?
I don't know how either of you could have even considered such a thing. Now, let's not discuss it any further. I'm going to sit right here by the fire, and we're all going to have a nice hot cup of tea.
Don't sit there.
Carrie, tell Jessie we're ready for tea and some little sandwiches.
Mother,
so
don't.
Put a log on the fire, will you?
You terrible woman. You wicked, terrible woman. You selfish, self-centered, awful woman. You don't care what happens to me, or Carrie, or anybody. All you've ever done is think about yourself and your awful chairs and all your other possessions. Yes, like Carrie, like me, like Father. Father was one of your possessions, too. You owned him. He belonged to you till he couldn't stand it anymore, and he died. Well, I didn't kill him. Nobody can say I killed my own father. No. Nobody can say that.
Troy,
no.
cut it out.
Because you did that. You cruel, you stupid woman. You sitting there so smug, so pleased with yourself.
Troy, stop it. Stop it.
She's dead.
Are you all right, Mother?
What? Yeah, she's all right, isn't she?
I don't know.
Why is she just sitting there?
Troy, I don't know. Mother?
Oh, do something, Carrie. Do something.
Shut up, you little idiot. Don't you see I don't know what to do?
Do something. Do something, Carrie. I can hear him now. And sitting here, thinking back, remembering the old admonitions that I heard all my life sound monotonously in my head. Take care of the little one, Carrie. Look after the little one. Don't let him be hurt. Don't let him be unhappy. Go on, Carrie. Help him. You're always so good with the little one. Well, this was one time when I couldn't do a blessed thing for the little one.
Do you doubt this story? True, we can't authenticate its details, but its core and kernel are real enough, lying deep in the heart of human nature. There are those who believe, or come to believe, however secretly, in the devastating power of their own anger. So far as we know, such anger was first credited to Zeus, the ancient Greek god who lived on Mount Olympus and discharged thunderbolts as casually as you or I might throw away a gum wrapper. But Zeus was a god. I'll continue shortly with Act 3.
Lots of friends are dropping by, summer fun's in store. With picnic time and camping time, it's country time for sure. Before you all get thirsty, here's a tip that should be made. Get a drink that tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade. Country time, country time.
Get down to your store for plenty of Country Time lemonade flavored drinks. Look for the Country Time coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Tastes like good old-fashioned lemonade.
I told the guy at the garage I wanted a wheel alignment. He says, you got it. Said I wanted it done right. He says, you got it. Said I wanted it guaranteed. He says, you don't got it. Took my car to Goodyear.
At Goodyear, we'll align your wheels and we'll guarantee the work for 90 days or 4,000 miles. Our limited warranty is good at over 1,300 Goodyear service stores nationwide. Get a wheel alignment now for $19, slightly higher in California. For guaranteed auto service, come up to Goodyear.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. Love is yours, but at times you're so cold. It's nights like this, take me before I go.
This song about child abuse was written by a man who had served time in a state prison. It tells how he felt growing up as an abused child. Many of the social problems in America today spring directly from child abuse. Yet, with enough knowledge and enough money, child abuse can be prevented. Help us get to the heart of the problem. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690. A message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
was a god, the chief of the Olympian gods, father of gods and men. Who was it gave him his power, handed him his thunderbolt? Why, it was man, of course. And is it not possible that when those men conceived their image of a god who could maim or kill with his anger, they were carrying in their souls the image of a very human father who could change the color of the world with his rage?
The fire sputters in the grate. The brandy sends up its piercing fragrance. I lean back my head and stare into space, remembering my mother sitting upright in the other chair, looking straight ahead, even as I do now. Looking without seeing and not speaking a word. Well, she was not dead, as you may have feared, as I feared, as Troy feared most of all. No, she had merely suffered a stroke, a cerebral hemorrhage, an insult to the brain, the doctor said.
Will she be all right, Carrie?
In time.
It was the chair that did it.
It'll take time. She'll be all right.
I told her not to sit in the chair.
We're going to have to get another therapist for her speech.
I mean, you heard me, didn't you? I mean, you heard me tell her not to sit in that chair. Oh, if she'd listened to me.
Jessie wants us to hire a maid.
She could have taken the other chair, the good one.
Yes, it's too much for Jessie running up and down with trays 3 times.
Are you listening to me, Carrie?
Yes, certainly I'm listening.
No, you're not. You keep going on about therapists and Jessie and maids and things.
What is it you want to say, Troy?
Never mind.
No, I mean it. Sorry, I got so much on my mind, maybe I wasn't listening. Go ahead. What were you saying?
You don't care?
Yes, I do.
I asked Maida to marry me.
You what?
She said she would.
You can't mean that.
She's going to have to be in a wheelchair for quite a while.
But just where do you plan on living, you and this girl, once you're married?
Where? Why, here.
In this house?
Where else is there?
You can't marry a girl you don't even love and bring her here to live.
Well, I don't see why not.
Troy, there's a sick woman upstairs. She's got a physical therapist. She's going to need a speech therapist. Jessie is 68 years old. She's got to have help with the housework.
Well, Maida could help with the housework.
In a wheelchair? How much help do you think she could be?
Well, we'll get a regular maid.
Oh, and who's going to pay for all of that? You? I mean, were you planning on going to work to support a wife and 2 therapists and a maid?
There's plenty of money.
There won't be if you don't start to shape up.
It'd be all right if you get rid of those damn chairs.
Oh, Troy.
You see, that's what's driving me crazy.
You heard what Mother said about the chairs.
Well, you didn't explain to her what they're doing. Anyways, it's just that one there. It's not both of them. It's just the bad one. The one she sat in and Maida sat in and Bill Wadsworth
Boy,
and Danny
You
sat
think she'd believe that? That chair has cast a spell over you, whatever you think it's done?
It was your idea.
No. I just said that.
And you didn't mean that?
I don't know. I just said it to get your mind off the idea that it was you yourself that caused all those things.
Carrie, please. Get rid of the chair. Just the bad one.
Well, I can't discuss it with Mother. Well, not now, because she can't speak yet. All right, I'll tell you what. I'll talk to Jessie about it.
Oh, thanks, Carrie. Thanks.
I remember, sitting here, how very tired I felt. More than tired. Depleted. Drained of my last ounce of energy. Still, I heard the echo of those words. Take care of the little one, Carrie. And I dragged myself out to the kitchen, where Jessie was preparing dinner. She looked tired, too.
You're going to get me some outside help, Mr. Carey?
Yes, Jessie, I will.
What with the live-in nurse? I'm feeding 5 people, not counting myself.
You have my word, Jessie.
I'm too old for this sort of thing.
Jessie. I want to ask you something.
What's that?
What would you think if... Jessie, do you think we could get rid of those chairs?
What chairs?
The chairs, the 2 chairs in front of the fireplace.
You don't mean those two wing chairs?
Yes, Jessie, I do.
You're crazy. What can you be thinking of?
Well, Troy has sort of taken a dislike to them.
And you? What about you?
Well, I'm not crazy about them either. They don't bother me as much as they do Troy, but...
They're beautiful, those chairs.
I know, but...
I polish them every single day.
But
nothing. Those chairs are the apple of your mother's eye. She sets such store by those chairs.
I know,
She's not going to be bedridden forever, you know. One of these days she's going to be up and around and coming downstairs. You want her to have another stroke and die?
No.
Well, that's what you'd be doing. You'd be killing her.
If we got rid of just one of them.
Mr. Carey, they're matching chairs. That's the whole point of them. They're exactly alike. They match.
I know.
Well, then.
All right, Jessie, I'm sorry I made a mistake. We won't get rid of the chairs. Either of them. I was close to the end of my rope. I couldn't grasp the meaning of what I'd got myself into. And surely it was my own fault that I was caught up in something so idiotic as the disposal of a couple of harmless, beautiful chairs sitting innocently before the fireplace. Well, I couldn't face my brother. Not yet. So I did the common, ordinary thing men do when they don't know what to do. I went out and got drunk. However, the next day, inevitably, I came home where Troy was waiting for me.
Where you been?
Out.
You look it.
I feel it.
Did you talk to Jessie last night? You said you were going.
Yes, I talked to her.
Well?
No, look, Troy, let's go and have a brandy. I need something to pull myself together, if such a thing is possible.
Did you talk to Jessie about the chairs?
I told you I did.
Well, what did she say?
Sit down, Troy. I'm going to have a brandy.
No, I'm not going to sit in that chair. That's the bad chair.
Sit wherever you like.
Okay, I'll sit in the good one. Well?
Do you mind if I pour myself a brandy first?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, come on, Carey. What did Jessie say about the chairs?
She said it's out of the question to get rid of them.
But why is it? I mean, they're just chairs.
She says it would kill our mother.
Oh, Mother doesn't have to know. She doesn't come downstairs. Who's going to tell her?
One of these days, she's going to be able to come downstairs, and you can bet she'll make a beeline for this room, and the first thing she'll see is no chairs.
Well, we can say we sent them out to be, I don't know, reupholstered or something.
Troy, you're being childish. I mean, the needlepoint on those chairs was made by a grandmother or a mother and herself or something. I mean, I told you all of that.
You didn't try, did you? You didn't even try. If you'd tried, Jessie would have thought of something.
No, she wouldn't.
Well, then why didn't you think of something? And then why don't you think of something now? Because you don't care, that's why. No, you've never cared.
Oh, Troy, take it easy.
As long as the chairs are in this house, I am trapped. I'm doomed. And you don't care. You'd see me in hell before you'd lift a finger to help me.
What are you talking about? I mean, I've cared about you since you were born. Take care of the little one. Look out for the little one. Don't hurt the little one. Had that drummed into my ears for as long as I can remember. Well, now it's high time the little one learned how to take care of himself. I'm tired of doing it, and I'm not about to do it anymore. Do I make myself clear?
It's not much I'm asking for, Carey.
It's a lot. Now, you've got me running around trying to get rid of two harmless chairs just because they upset you.
No, not two, just one of them.
It's stupid. It's idiotic. The chairs, neither one of them has got anything to do with anything. Now, if you think they have, or one of them has, then get rid of them yourself. Don't ask me to do it because I'm worn out, I'm fed up with catering to all your fears and your moods. I am fed up. Have you got it? And I'm through. I'm through with you. The fire is dying down. And in the quiet embers, I think I can see the pale face of my brother. That was a week ago. And that was the last time I saw him, or will ever see him. He left the house that same day, and the next morning the police told me that he'd been shot in some brawl in an upstate town. Shot by a complete stranger, someone shooting wild out of who knows what private rage and anguish of his own.
Mr. Carey?
Yes, Jessie. What is it?
Will you be wanting anything before I go out?
You going out?
It's my regular night to go to the movies.
Oh, yes. Yes, well, go ahead. I don't need anything. Or if I do, I'll get it myself.
Mr. Carey, I'm so glad you didn't get rid of those chairs.
Yes, the chairs.
You know, when you talked to me about it, I was scared you might.
Well, there really wasn't any chance of that.
But after you left the house, I came in here and I looked at them. They're so beautiful.
Yes. Yes, they are, aren't they?
Well, I did something I should have done a long time ago. I switched them around.
You what?
I switched them. You see, they'd been in the same place for so long, the feet were wearing into the carpet, leaving marks. So I changed them around. Nobody will notice because they're exactly alike. You don't mind, do you?
Why, no. I don't think I mind. Well, good night, Jessie. I hope it's a good movie. Jessie's off to the movies. The fire's gone out. The brandy is finished. And it turns out I'm sitting in the bad chair, as Troy used to call it. It's true that since he left, I've always been careful to sit in the good chair. Always felt a little foolish, but that's what I did. It must have been the bad chair that Troy was sitting in when I told him I was through with him. I know it wasn't the chair that killed the little one. It was a stranger's stray bullet. I know that. Don't I? Or could it have been my own anger that killed him? Could that have been it? I don't like to think that, but... Oh, that was a big pain. A pain in my chest. Sharp. Jessie! Jessie! Oh, she's gone. Mother! Oh, no. She can't hear me. Couldn't reach me if she did. Am I dying? Is that it? Am I dying? Really, really dying?
It is not an uncommon thing to ascribe to others feelings of our own, which are painful and therefore unwelcome. If we can project these disagreeable feelings onto another person, why can we not project them onto an inanimate thing, like a chair, for instance? I think we can, and we do. And the mechanism is called paranoia. I'll be back shortly.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus liquid assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus liquid assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
Did Carey die in the chair his brother called the bad one? If he did, was it the bad chair that killed him? Or was it his own anger, his guilt at having loosed it? We'll be honest and tell you we don't know. Actually, we don't even know that he died. We hope he didn't. It would seem such a pitiful waste. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Christopher Tabori, Elspeth Eric, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale. Come in.
Thank you.
I'm counting a card for every year. Star, moon, sun. I'm up to 12 cards, one for each of my 12 married years, Pierre.
Yes, but you've been married for 13.
What have you heard from my husband?
Victory in Vienna.
It's true. 13. But I don't dare turn over the last card, even though, you know, I can almost see through the back of it.
Oh, Josephine, what games you play?
It's not a game. It's a warning of the future. So be it. I'm not a coward. I've told a lot of untruths in my day, but I was never a coward. Of these 3 cards, the first one I will turn over will be either justice, the hanged man, or death. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant... Our story begins on a bright and cheery morning, when Muffy Van Buren's mood is anything but. Ordinarily, Muffy is a refined and reserved woman, not prone to outbursts of great emotion. You'll have to pardon me today, for Muffy is flustered, upset, and embarrassed. But, as you will soon learn, she has good reason. The well-to-do widow has summoned police detective Harry Warren to her palatial residence to relate a most unfortunate tale of woe.
This is terribly difficult for me, Detective Warren.
Just take your time, Mrs. Van Drillen.
Talking about them makes me feel more like a fool.
Exactly what did happen?
He seemed so gentle, so nice and considerate. Whoever thought he would turn out to be such a scoundrel?
Yes, I'd be interested in knowing the man's name, Mrs. Van Drillen.
It's Mercato. Andrew Mercato.
Well, it's possible the name is just an alias. You know that.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit if that's only just like everything else about him.
How did Mr. Mercato make your acquaintance?
This may sound like an odd place to strike up a friendship, but we met at the Atchison Cemetery.
What brought you out there?
It was the first anniversary of my dear Leonard's passing. You've no idea how I missed him.
I'm sure it's been very difficult for you.
It was an appropriate day to visit, so I drove out there and put some flowers on Leonard's grave. As I started to leave, this man joined me.
You mean Mr. Mercato?
Yes. He saw that I'd been crying and offered me a handkerchief.
That's kind of him. Did this Mr. Mercato tell you what he was doing at the cemetery?
Well, he was there to pay his respects to his departed wife, Eleanor, I believe.
That was quite a coincidence.
Yes, quite. We talked as we walked to the parking area. As we were about to go to our respective automobiles, Andre asked me if we might have dinner one evening.
And you agreed?
Well, Andre was most charming, and I'd been feeling very lonely.
You and this Mr. Mercato became close friends, I take it.
To the point that when Andre asked for my hand in marriage, I accepted, gladly and gratefully. Do you know Judge Holland?
Just by reputation only.
Well, Roscoe Holland is a long-time family friend. Andre and I agreed that an elaborate ceremony would not be in good taste, so we were to be read in the judge's chambers.
I see. Only Mr. Mikado never showed up.
I'm still waiting. I've never been so humiliated in all my life.
Yes, well, I'm sorry things didn't work out for you, Mrs. Van
Yes, so am I. Andre and I had such wonderful times.
I'm really not sure that I'm the person you should be telling all this to, ma'am.
Why not? You're a police officer.
Yes, well, breach of promise is not a criminal offense.
Andre didn't only abscond with my heart, Detective. 10,000 of my dollars are also in his possession at the moment. I'm sorry, sir, but you'll have to return one of those books to the shelf.
Yeah, how come?
It's library policy that a person can remove only 2 books from the same section.
All right, I'll put one back.
I believe you're next, Mr. Bishop. Nice to see you again.
Well, good morning, Miss Harris. How are you this lovely day?
Fine. Just fine. How can I help you today?
Yes, there is a particular issue of the Herald Chronicle I'm interested in seeing.
Of course. But if the issue is dated more than 3 months ago, I'll have to locate it in a microfilm file.
Well, you'd better get out your catalog then.
Which particular edition are you interested in?
The one dated exactly a year ago today.
You're all set, Mr. Bishop. I've fitted the microfilm containing the material you wish to read onto the viewer. All you have to do to see each page individually is turn this knob. Oh, but you've done this before, so I'm sure you'll manage just fine.
Yes, I'm sure that I will. Thank you. Now, just fast forward this thing to that part of the paper that always brightens my day, the obituaries. Well, here's something. Marcus Croft, president of Croft Enterprises, was laid to rest today after suffering fatal heart attack. Croft, a self-made man, single-handedly turned a small textile business into one of the largest retail chains in this part of the country. Croft is survived by his wife, Winifred. Burial will take place at the Shady Grove Cemetery. Well, I'm sure it'll be easy enough to find that one.
The punk finally confessed to those burglaries, Captain, and I'll have the report on your desk before I go off duty for the day. Goodbye, Captain.
So, you made a good bust after all, Petey.
Hey, look who's back. How's your case coming, Harry? Was Mrs. Van Dreelen able to provide any halfway decent leads, huh?
That poor woman was very badly shaken up.
Well, whoever is pulling his con is a first-class creep. How many rich dames has he drawn into his web so far?
Mrs. Van Dreelen makes number 4.
Now, are you positive it's the same gold digger who's setting all these hearts aflutter?
Well, it has to be, Petey. The M.O. is the same in every case, down to the last detail.
This dude must be a real charmer.
Well, when I get my hands on this Romeo Mercado, or whatever his real name is, it's going to be quite a while before he has another date.
Well, he's good for 3 to 5 years on every count. How much do you figure he's taking these women for, huh?
About $40,000. Maybe more.
He gets them to write out those checks as easy as if they were making up a grocery list, huh? What a racket.
Well, you have to give the guy credit. He does his homework. He always picks women who have been widowed, but not too recently.
So it's a good bet. It is Mark's a right to hear a little sweet talk and have someone around to make them feel less lonely, huh?
Right. He wines and dines them. And then he pops the big question. What more could they want?
Nothing. That's why they fall for his scam.
Yeah, and then, when he tells them he's got this big business deal brewing, these ladies have the resources. So they must be only too happy to hand over a chunk of their inheritance.
Funny thing, as upset as Mrs. Van Veelen is about being taken, she talks as if she still cares for this clown.
Oh, ain't love wonderful?
One thing I still can't figure out is how he meets these women so easily.
Well, he's just a smoothie.
Listen, Beauty. He's met each one while they were paying a visit to their husband's grave.
A cemetery doesn't sound like the best place to hang around if you want to meet girls. Well, yeah, I'll give you that.
If I can figure out how he knows they're going to be there, paying their respects, that might provide me with the link I need to lead me to him.
I wish you luck, Harry.
Darling Marcus, I can't believe it's been a whole year since you've been gone. Not a day, not an hour goes by that I don't think of you. My life is so empty without you. I miss you. I miss you terribly.
Pardon me, ma'am.
Good heavens. Who are you?
Well, I'm sorry if I startled you.
That's all right. I didn't hear you.
Please forgive my intrusion. I simply could not help but notice the beautiful flowers you laid on that headstone.
Marcus always enjoys freshly cut flowers.
Yes, and these surroundings are so peaceful and full of natural beauty. It just seems a shame that the living who come here are never able to truly appreciate it.
That's true enough, I suppose.
Are you leaving now?
I was about to, yes.
Well, I'm on my way to the gate as well. May I walk with you?
If you'd like.
Your late husband rests here, I assume.
Yes. We were married for 27 years.
Are you here often?
Yes, fairly regularly. It gives me comfort to visit. To be near Marcus. Oh, there's little else in my life now.
Well, I too frequently feel the need to be close to my departed wife. My dear Martine reposes in a lovely spot, just beyond that grassy knoll.
You have my deepest sympathy.
Thank you. It was a year ago today that I lost her. It seemed only proper that I be here to commemorate this sorrowful anniversary.
A year ago today? Now, there's a coincidence.
Oh, I'm afraid I don't understand.
Today marks the first anniversary of the death of my husband as well.
Oh, really? It's unfortunate that we share such sad common ground. My goodness. Please, how rude of me. I've neglected to introduce myself. I am Armand Grenville.
My name's Croft. Winifred Croft.
I am most pleased to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Croft.
Thank
you. I think you're the first person I've spoken with since I've been alone who could truly understand my ordeal.
My car is right over there. Thank you for walking me to the gate.
Oh, no. It's been my pleasure. And thank you for listening to the ramblings of a rather lonely old man.
Oh, you shouldn't think of yourself in that way, Mr. Grenville. Not at all.
No, you see, I've not spoken to anyone the way I just did since I've lost my Martine. You're very easy to speak to.
I hope I've helped you feel a bit better.
Yes, you have. Very much so. You're a most charming woman.
Thank you.
Mrs. Croft, I may be totally out of line in making this request, but might you join me for lunch?
Lunch? Well, I don't know.
My intentions are perfectly honorable, I assure you.
Oh, of course they are.
At the very least, perhaps we can help each other forget our unhappiness. At least for the time it takes to die.
Oh, I don't suppose there could be any harm, Mr. Grenville. I accept your invitation.
Well, now, history seems to be repeating itself. Mr. Augustus Bishop, alias Andre Mercato, and now Andre Grenville, has deftly managed to make the acquaintance of yet another wealthy widow. But as Winifred Croft
as vulnerable to her suitor's charms as her predecessors? Or will she see through the larcenous Lotharios route and draw the line before she draws a check? We'll learn more as our story progresses in Act 2. Winifred Croft, partaking of that luncheon, could be likened to Adam partaking of the apple offered by Eve. Neither thought any harm could come of it. A starry-eyed Winifred is still oblivious to the consequences of her actions. A whirlwind courtship is taking place. This particular night, Winifred has prepared a sumptuous candlelit dinner at her home. Armand is enjoying the meal greatly. And why not? Since, figuratively speaking, he has the widow eating out of the palm of his hand.
Was dinner to your satisfaction?
Oh, everything was superb. You outdid yourself.
I'm glad you liked it.
The food as well as the company keeps getting better and better.
That's very nice to hear.
I owe you a great deal of gratitude, Winifred.
What did I do?
Well, I've begun to enjoy life again. And it's all because of you.
You returned the favor, Armand, many times over.
We've known each other but a very brief time. I never thought it would happen again, and certainly not so quickly.
Armand, what are you saying?
I've fallen in love with you, Winifred. I'm in love with you, and I want to marry you.
What?
I didn't mean to propose so crudely.
I'm not sure I can believe I'm hearing this.
Oh, no, if I've offended you, I am truly sorry.
Oh, you still have nothing to apologize for.
Well, does that mean you'd consider becoming my wife?
Well, I am quite fond of you, Armand. You know that.
Oh, you don't have to give me your answer now. Just take all the time you feel is necessary.
Do you think they'd approve?
Well, whom are you referring to?
Your Marquis and my Marcus.
Winifred, our happiness was important to them when they were alive. I'm positive that's not changed. There's no doubt in my mind that we have their blessing.
I believe you're right, Armand. I accept your proposal. I will marry you.
Oh, that is wonderful. A small, dignified ceremony. How does that sound?
Quite proper. Considering the circumstance.
I'll begin to make the arrangements first thing in the morning.
Fine.
What about the honeymoon?
What about it?
How about a cruise to an isle in the Caribbean?
That sounds lovely. You know, all of a sudden, I'm beginning to feel very excited about this. It's as if I were a girl of 20 again.
Oh, I only wish I could give you a cruise around the world. That would be more in line with what you're accustomed to, I'm sure.
You shouldn't even consider such things. I've been well provided for.
I want to provide for you, Winnie.
We'll manage just fine.
Oh, I do all right, but I'd be doing a whole lot better if I hadn't boxed myself into a rather frustrating situation.
What do you mean?
Well, a long-time business associate of mine contacted me the other day. He has a venture in the works that, simply cannot miss.
Oh, that sounds encouraging.
Oh, yes, anything my friend touches turns to gold. And he wants to let me in on the deal.
Oh, why aren't you happy about it?
Well, at the moment, I'm what they refer to in the financial circles as cash poor. You see, all my capital is tied up in other investments, and it would be, well, impossible to shake any of it loose right now.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
Yes. You know, I just had an idea. Your late husband used to speculate in investments of this sort all the time. How would you like to carry on the family tradition?
How would I do that?
You could participate in the venture.
Oh, I don't know the first thing about high finance. Marcus handles all the business affairs.
Well, that is where I can help you. Now, I would act as the liaison between yourself and my friend.
But that still leaves you out in the cold.
Well, not if I accept, say, 10% of the profits. It's a finder's fee.
This idea of becoming a businesswoman intrigues me. Only I'm not sure I like your suggestion regarding the division of profit.
Oh, well, I'd take nothing gladly. Helping you will be reward enough.
Amun, since we'll be sharing everything about our lives from now on, it seems only fair that we share whatever gains are gotten from this deal 50-50. Tell me how much is needed, and I'll write the check.
Mrs. Van Valen, follow-up visits of this sort are routine, but sometimes they can be very productive.
That's of absolutely no help.
Well, you're trying, and that's all I can ask.
The names you're mentioning absolutely nothing to me. Should I know these women?
Prior to your unfortunate experience, Paula Johnson and Jeanette Reagan were involved with a man we believe was your Mr. Mikado.
They were swindled, too.
Yeah, that appears to be the case.
Perhaps I should get together with these women. We could form some kind of a club.
There appears to be absolutely no connection between the three of you. Yet one has to exist.
What makes you so sure of that?
Well, out of all the women in this area, widowed recently, how did this man know the precise day you would be visiting your husband's grave sites?
That's a good question.
I can uncover his source of information. I would be that much closer to apprehending him.
Excuse me. Hello?
Muffy, is that you?
Who's calling?
I'm not surprised you don't recognize my voice. It's been ages since we've spoken. This is Winnie Crop from the country.
Oh, Winnie, yes, hello. Could you hold on for just 1 second? Detective, is our business concluded? I would like to take this call.
I have no more questions, at least not now. But if you recall anything that might be of help, would you please contact me?
Certainly, and I'd appreciate being kept up on all the progress of your investigation.
Thank you. I'll show myself out. Good night.
Well, how are you, Winnie?
Couldn't be better, actually.
Well, that's nice to hear. I'm sorry we lost touch. I removed myself totally from the country club scene after Leonard died.
I did my own disappearing act after I lost Marcus.
And to what do I owe the pleasure of this call?
I have some wonderful news. I wanted to share it with an old friend.
I could use some happy news at this point, Winnie.
Are you ready for this? I'm going to remarry.
Really? Winnie, I'm very happy for you. Congratulations.
It all happened so suddenly.
Well, from the sound of your voice, you must be someone very special.
Oh, he is, Muffy. I bet you've never met anyone like him.
I'm intrigued. Tell me all about this knight in shining armor.
Well, for starters, you'll never guess where I met him.
When did you say that you and Mr. Grenville were planning to be married?
Oh, I expect to be Mrs. Armand Grenville within a week, or 2 at the most.
Look, Winnie, would it be possible for me to come over to your house right now?
Isn't it a bit late to pay a social call?
It's important that we talk. Very important. The last thing I want to do is hurt you, Winnie. You're not going to like what I have to tell you.
You're frightening me.
Winnie, you won't be marrying Armand Grenville.
How can you say such a thing?
We're engaged. The wedding will never take place. Believe me. Are you all right, Winnie?
Oh, I never expected to hear a story like the one you just told me. Is it possible there's some mistake?
Oh, the pattern is all too clear. This man has as much intention of marrying you as he did me.
I can't believe it. I simply can't.
Well, but you must, Winnie. Your Armand is so certainly my Andre.
Why would he tell us both that he loved us if he didn't?
Our suitor loved something about us, all right. Our money. The man is a taker, and we've been taken, but good.
I'll call the police.
Don't you touch that phone. You'll do no such thing.
I don't understand.
We're going to take care of that two-time in gold digger all by ourselves.
I don't think the captain's going to be too happy about this progress report, Harry.
It sounds more like a non-progress report. Well, I'm doing the best I can, Petey.
Mrs. Dreeland and the others haven't given you all that much to go on.
I could only figure out where Loverboy planned to strike next.
You can't stake out every cemetery, Harry.
Well, I hate to sit on my hands. I guess about all I can do is wait for the phone to ring.
And who's going to be on the other end of the line, huh?
The next intended contributor to Loverboy's health and welfare plan. Before she writes any checks, hopefully.
Well, how is that going to happen?
I don't know. Maybe the guy will pick up a mark who's not taken in as easily as the others were. Maybe she'll smell the rat and contact us.
You're grasping at straws, Harry.
Petey, if you have any bright ideas, I'd be more than happy to listen to them. If not, then just as soon you buried your nose in the sports page again.
Harry, this is a red letter day. My Hawks have all but clinched the championship.
Listen, Peter, you're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you? It's only mid-season.
You know the old saying, the team that's in first at the halfway point in the schedule is a cinch for the championship.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't throw any victory parties just yet, Petey. There's 40 games to go, and the Blue Devils are only a game behind.
Harry, the Hawks are a lock. It's going to be just like last season.
What do you mean, just like last season?
Well, a year ago today, the Hawks were in first, and they comped the top spot at the end of the year. It's going to happen again.
Petey, you got your facts a little mixed up. This time last year, the Hawks were in a terrible slump. They were in third place, not first.
Harry, you're telling the biggest Hawks fan in this town that he doesn't know what he's talking about?
We all make mistakes.
Well, questioning me about my team is yours.
Let's not make a big deal out of nothing, huh, Petey?
Sawbuck says I'm right, huh?
I'll take you out for a cup of coffee, but that's about it.
Well, it's a bet.
All right. Okay. So, now, how do we find out where the team stood exactly a year ago today?
Well, the paper always prints the standings.
I may be a bit of a pack rat, but I don't have 365 back issues of the Herald Chronicle sitting around my house.
I know where they do.
Where?
They keep all the past issues on file on microfilm down at the library.
Inadvertently, Detective Warren has just been handed an invaluable piece of information. If his powers of deduction are up to snuff, he may soon be hot on the trail of our elusive conman. However, Martha and Winifred are also looking for the man who done them wrong. Now, if the police reach Bishop first, he'll be arrested. But what will be his fate if the ladies make the initial sighting? It sounded like they were planning to mete out their own form of justice. We'll see who wins the race as our story races to its conclusion in Act 3. In the case of the wager between Harry and his friend Petey, the revelation of certain facts will cost one of them the price of a cup of coffee. I doubt either one will mind paying that debt. But if certain facts pertaining to the activities of Augustus Bishop should be uncovered, his debt to society will prove infinitely more costly. At Petey's suggestion, Harry has gone to the library. Would anyone care to wager how many scores this fact-finding mission will settle?
Hey, Petey, I called to tell you that I owe you that cup of coffee.
I told you when it comes to the Hawks, I'm a walking encyclopedia, huh?
Yeah. I'll be more than happy to pay off, especially if my hunch about those other anniversaries is right.
Sergeant Kelly speaking.
It's me again, Petey. Hey, guess what?
The dates coincide.
Yeah, I went through the back issues. Every victim was met at the cemetery by this charmer on the first anniversary of their husband's death.
Well, my con man come up with a pretty clever angle, huh?
Figures the women would only show up to pay their respects the year to the day that they lost their husbands, right?
So all this guy had to do was check the obituaries, pick the richest dude to pass on, and then head out to his gravesite, huh?
Right. Sounds simple, right? Doesn't it?
Harry, we may know how this guy set these women up, but we aren't any closer to figuring out who he is.
That's where you're wrong, Petey. Miss Harris, has anyone else requested the same microfilm material as I just looked at?
How would I know that?
Well, you're in charge of this section of the library, and...
True. But it would be impossible for me to recall every roll of microfilm that's been taken out.
Could I see the sign-out book? The dates and names would be recorded in there. Here's my identification and badge.
Oh, you're a police officer.
Yes, and I'm on duty, Miss Harris.
This is highly irregular.
I'm sure that you have your rules, but refusing me access to that book is only wasting precious time. Because I can easily get a court order that will force you to let me see it.
It's in my office. Have a seat, I'll get it.
Thank you.
How does this happen? If that detective sees that record book, my next job will be in a prison library.
Hello?
Oh, thank goodness you're home.
Rosie, what's up?
The jig is up, Augie. We've got trouble, big trouble. The cop is here asking questions. All the wrong questions.
You think he knows?
I know he knows.
You told me this scam was flawless.
I guess I was wrong.
I told you we were pushing our luck.
Do you want to haggle over whose fault this is? Or do you want to stay one step ahead of the law?
Well, what do we do now?
Well, maybe I'll go out in a few minutes and tell this flatfoot I couldn't find the information he wanted.
But will he believe you?
Not for a minute. But it'll buy you time to pack. Stuff everything in the suitcases. I'll be over as soon as I can, and we'll bid this city a fond farewell.
Where are you, Rosie? It's been 20 minutes. Let's get a move on. It's about time. Good heavens.
Hello, Andre. Armand, it's so nice to see you again.
Winifred, what are you both doing here?
Why, our friend appears surprised to see us, Winnie.
I do hope it's a pleasant surprise, Armand. Or is it Augustus? Augustus Bishop?
Well, how did you find out my name? How did you find me?
Oh, it was quite simple, actually.
Do you remember that day not too long ago when you offered to light my after-dinner cigarette?
Oh, no, I always did that.
Oh, yes, you were so gallant. Only this particular day, the silver table lighter was out of butane, so you reached into your pocket and took out a pack of matches and completed the task.
Yes, get to the point.
You left the matches behind. When it became necessary to locate you, we took a chance and paid a visit to the tavern advertised on the cover of that matchbook.
It's rather a seedy place. I was disappointed to learn that you frequent such an undesirable establishment.
The proprietor of the watering hole was reluctant to admit you to anyone answering your description. But you would be surprised how a $20 bill can jog a man's memory.
Jerry told you for a lousy $20.
Well, since you owe him $40, he saw it as a way to cut his losses in half.
Well, ladies, I would love to chit-chat, but I am in a bit of a hurry.
This won't take long.
Look, I am sorry that things didn't work out, but these things happen.
Don't try to patronize us. You played us for fools long enough.
What do you want?
We've come to settle the debt.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You owe us each $10,000.
You gave me that money.
You duped us into writing those checks. We want our money back.
Well, I'm afraid I can't oblige you.
Why not?
It's gone. Most of it is, anyway. Just consider it a bad debt. It's tax-deductible.
How dare you make light of this? You toyed with our sections and took our money. We're not about to forgive and forget.
Well, I can't give you back what I don't have.
Then you leave us no choice but to put Plan B into effect.
Plan B? Yes. Well, what is Plan B?
We are going to take care of you, Mr. Bishop. All your worries will soon be over.
How's that?
Have you ever been to Florida, Mr. Bishop?
What is in Florida?
Palm trees, lovely beaches, and a warm sun that shines all year round. Not like here.
Willie and I are going to be in Florida.
We've purchased condominiums in an exclusive retirement village. You're coming with us.
I am what?
We've given this matter a great deal of thought. You are a scoundrel, and you really do belong in jail.
But you also have a certain charm about you, one that brought a great deal of pleasure to the lonely lives we were leading. So you will come to me too far, Mr. Bishop. Once there, you will be in our employ, working off your considerable debt.
Well, how am I supposed to do that?
You are to be available to us at any given time. Should we go shopping, you'll drive and carry packages. When we go to dinner, you'll order and keep up your end of the conversation. At the pool, we'll make sure we have all the necessary amenities.
I am to be your servant. That's what this job amounts to.
We'll refer to you as our companion, if that sounds more palatable.
Well, what if I refuse?
We may not be the ideal female companionship you're seeking, Mr. Bishop, but your social life will be considerably better in Florida than in state penitentiary.
Oh, no, you wouldn't send me there. You couldn't be that heartless.
Unless you agree to our terms, you leave us no alternative but to inform the police of your illicit activity.
What you are doing is tantamount to blackmail.
We like to think of this arrangement as prepayment for services to be rendered.
Rosie, it is about time.
What's going on here?
Be polite, Mr. Bishop. Introduce us to your friends.
Ollie, who are these biddies?
I beg your pardon?
Rosie, you have just insulted Winifred Cross and Muffy Van Freeland.
How did your little harem find you?
Oh, does it matter?
What are they doing here?
We came to make Mr. Bishop an offer.
The ladies want me to go to Florida with them.
Why?
So I can work off the money I owe them by catering to them hand and foot. Oh, you really cooked up a great scheme, Rosie.
You're not going anywhere.
If I say no, they'll tell the cops.
Augie, you're not considering going with them.
What are my choices?
Well, who could that be?
It's probably the welcome wagon from the retirement village.
Who is it?
Detective Warren, Miss Harris. Oh, open the door, Rosie. The more, the merrier.
Oh, come in, Detective.
Nice to see you again, Detective.
Well, hello, Mrs. Van Vreelen. I didn't expect to find you here. It appears as if I have crashed a party with a very interesting guest list.
I'd like you to meet my friend, Winifred Croft.
A pleasure, Detective.
Hello, Mrs. Croft. I've not been introduced to this gentleman, but I believe I know him by reputation.
Yes, Augustus Bishop at your service, Detective.
Mr. Bishop, you wouldn't happen to go by the names Andre Mercado and Armand Grenville when it suits your purposes?
Well, they are my twin brothers. People get us confused all the time.
You made very good time getting over here, Detective.
Well, when you didn't return with that Steinhardt book, I began to get suspicious. When the head librarian told me you left suddenly with a splitting headache.
I suppose I should have been more subtle.
The library provided me with your address.
We would have been long gone by now if it wasn't for Augie's fan club.
Detective, I'm afraid you've made this trip for nothing.
Mrs. Van Vreelen, this man did steal your money.
Well, Mr. Bishop's past behavior has been rather criminal, but we just had a lovely talk. He's seen the error of his ways. So much so that he's agreed to make full restitution. Is that right, Mr. Bishop?
Yes. The matter of those checks was nothing more than an unfortunate misunderstanding.
I've appreciated your efforts in my behalf, Detective. But as it turns out, I won't be pressing any charges.
But, Mrs. Van Veeren, you can't do that. I can't allow you to.
The decision has been made.
But this man is a liar and a thief. How can you let him go unpunished?
It's the practical solution.
Practical. Well, whatever bargain you struck, it cannot be worth it.
Detective, you have no further business here, so I suggest you leave and pursue some wanted criminal.
Mrs. Van Veeren, I'm not going to let this matter drop simply because...
You heard the lady. The matter is settled.
Are you really going to let this man go free, Mrs. Van Veeren?
It's what I want, Detective. Please respect my wishes.
Muffy, I have an idea. One that will ensure that the Detective Warren will close the case and keep it closed.
And what is that, Mr. Bishop?
Well, if you and Winnie and the others sign a statement attesting to the fact that the money you gave me was for a business transaction, which it is, as it turns out, the police will have no recourse but to consider the matter closed.
Well, I would be willing to do that. How about you, Winnie? I don't see why not.
Oh, wonderful. Now, take this pad from my desk.
Ladies, you're making a very big mistake.
Yes. Now, here's the pen.
Where did you get this pen?
What?
How did you come into possession of this pen?
Well, I'm not sure. You gave it to me as a gift, I think.
I did no such thing.
But, it isn't really important. Now, it's just a pen.
Mr. Bishop, how could you? How could I? What? I gave that pen to my late husband as a gift the first Christmas we spent together as man and wife. Leonard cherished that pen so that he kept it displayed prominently on his desk in his study. As a matter of fact, the only time Leonard used that writing instrument was to send a card or personal note to me.
Oh, but I'm sorry. I didn't know.
You stole that pen?
No, I must have picked it up by accident. Oh, here. Take it back. There's no harm done.
Mr. Bishop, I reconciled myself to overlooking your taking my money because the dollars were replaceable. But it's become apparent that you want to steal my memories as well. That I cannot and will not condone.
But I meant no harm. You have got to forgive me.
I am going to sign a statement, Mr. Bishop, but one with a slightly different content than you have in mind. It won't keep you out of jail. It's going to put you in.
Detective Warren was only too willing to satisfy Mrs. Van Veeren's desire to sign on the dotted line. She made the formal complaint official with a stroke of pen that was worthy of John Hancock himself. In a way, Muffy was signing her own Declaration of Independence. The money lost is irretrievable, but the self-respect she gained by not allowing herself to be taken advantage of was worth much more than can be measured in dollars and cents. I shall return shortly. The ability to provide for the needs of another can be a blessing. In Augustus Bishop's case, it turned out to be a curse. Had Augustus selected only one wealthy widow, he would have been well taken care of, and might even find true happiness. Instead, he now sits in a jail cell, contemplating the error of his ways. Personally, I'm not sure if Bishop will think twice about stealing another heart when he's set free. But I'm quite sure it will be a long time before he pulses another penny. Our cast included Elspeth Eric, Fred Gwynn, Edith Juster, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. A preview of our next tale.
You're a smart thing. I was watching you during the trial. Why not? There was nothing better to look at. You knew what it was all about.
Yes.
You knew it was nothing personal with me. I had nothing against your husband. I was only doing a job.
Yes, I felt that.
And I got caught, like they say, with the smoking pistol. Why'd you want to see me?
I want you to help me.
Help you?
Please, don't refuse me. Don't turn me down. I have nowhere else to go.
How could I help you?
You didn't kill my husband. Oh, you pulled the trigger, but like the gun itself, you were only an instrument. The real killer, the responsible murderer, is the person who hired you. And I intend to spend the rest of my life to bring him to justice.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Cooking has now become the most popular pastime or avocation in this country. At least 80% of the men do some.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How are you? Happy? Depressed? Something in between? Well, whatever your mood, listen to a story of success. What does a man want? Wealth? Fame? The love of women? Let's be honest. He wants all these things. Wants them. Dreams of them. Lusts after them. For these three things, he will fight to the death. Or be killed in battle.
Well, you know what Mr. Mom said.
No. What did Mr. Mon say?
Not Mon, Mom. Mr. Somerset Maugham. Good grief, don't you know anything?
I know a lot. Now tell me, what did he say?
He said, money is a sixth sense, without which one cannot make proper use of the other five.
Mystery drama, Help Somebody, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars William Redfield.
The God belongs to the many who could use a helping hand. It is God and America's freedom and the good things in our land.
Are you a veteran? Then give us a piece of your mind. Bring your knowledge and experience to the Air National Guard. You'll earn extra pay, get good rank, work with up-to-date equipment, do something important for the country. If you're a prior serviceman or woman, find out why you should belong to the Texas Air National Guard.
The Guard belongs. The Guard belongs. The Guard belongs to us all. Maybe you belong to the Guard.
Your Lung Association takes great pride in preventing the half a dirty dozen.
They call me tuberculosis. TB for short, but not for long, right? Wrong.
Yeah, I'm chronic bronchitis. That's my trademark. Don't dismiss it lightly unless you'd like to meet my friend here.
Emphysema, that's me. The kind of guy who'd steal your last breath. Occasionally, I'm mistaken for...
Asthma. I'm strictly impartial. I don't care whose breath I rob. I even steal from kids.
I'm a cigarette. Now, I may be little, but I'm dangerous. After all, you know what they say about small packages.
Air pollution, alias the gray ghost. I can do more damage at one time than all these guys put together just by hanging around. To join in the fight against breath robbers, see your doctor at the first sign of shortness of breath. Don't smoke and try to avoid polluted air. Your Lung Association considers it a matter of life and breath.
Our story concerns a writer, and his name is Anthony Price. Nobody's much interested in writers. People are apt to think that plays are ad-libbed by the actors, that movies are improvised by the director, that novels tell their own stories, that poems form themselves. But in the words of an old theatrical maxim, if it ain't on the page, it ain't on the stage. And it's not in the book either, or on the printed page, or, I might add, on the radio. So listen now to the story of Anthony Price, writer.
It was incredible, absolutely incredible, and I, more than anyone, couldn't believe it. But before I try to tell you about it, let me go back a little and hope that will explain, at least in part, why I could not comprehend what came later. It began in Italy, in Rome. Pronto? Si. Anthony Price, aquí.
Anthony?
Si, yes.
Clark McKay, Anthony, your father's lawyer. You remember me?
Oh, very well, Mr. McKay. How's every little thing in New York?
Anthony, your father asked me to call you.
Oh? Couldn't he have picked up the phone himself?
Anthony, he asked me to tell you the answer is no.
Look, hasn't he heard there's inflation in Italy, too? That pitiful allowance he granted me 10 years ago is positively pathetic by now.
Well, he thinks you should be able to supplement it with your writing.
Mr. McKay, I've written 4 books and made a grand total of $914.
Perhaps you should try something else.
I don't know anything else.
Well, there must be something.
There isn't. Thanks for calling, Mr. McKay. I was living in Rome in the thieves' quarter, though no accomplished thief would have deigned to live there, in a room smaller than Savonarola's cell, eating pasta and frutta and more pasta than frutta, obstinately trying to earn the right to call myself a novelist. Pronto? Si, Anthony Price. Yes, hello?
Tony. You there, Tony? Can you hear me?
I'm here, I hear you.
This is Leon, Tony. I got your manuscript. I read part of it. It's not bad so far.
Oh, I love your wild enthusiasm.
I'll call you again when I finished it.
Well, don't throw your money around, Leon. Send it over here.
Of course, a couple of other editors will have to see it.
Why did you bother to call, Leon?
Listen, they may like it a lot. How do I know?
You don't.
So, cheer up.
So long, Leon.
Tony,
Each day, when I finished writing, I walked to the piazza for coffee and the feeling of people around me. A film company was shooting a picture there, and a young actress named Claudia Crisi had a minor role. I was attracted to her from the start, and then finally filled to the brim with a desire to go to bed with her. Pronto?
Antonio, it's Claudia. How are you?
All right. What about tonight?
Oh, I can't. That's why I'm calling you.
You couldn't last night either.
Tomorrow night, is it possible?
Oh, Claudia, you're driving me crazy.
Oh, they're shooting a new scene for the picture. All the different words. I have to learn the new ones. And I have to talk to the director about the changes.
I see. Oh, boy, do I see.
Now, Antonio...
Thanks for making everything so
Antonio.
clear. I was 33 years old and succeeding at nothing but growing older. Then the cablegram arrived. Your father gravely ill, come at once. Sufficient money for the plane fare accompanied the cable. I thought wildly of pocketing the money and staying rooted in Rome, but some puritanical shred still clung to my conscience. And 2 hours later, I was on the plane, bound for the metropolis I had not seen for 10 years.
I beg your pardon.
Yes? Who?
I wasn't sure I recognized you. You are Anthony Price, aren't you?
Yes. Oh, are you... Oh, you're Clark McKay, right?
Right.
Well, it's very nice of you to meet the plane. I didn't expect it.
Well, down to the circumstances. Come on, let's get your luggage.
Oh, I've got my luggage right here.
Just that one small bag?
That's all.
Oh. Well, then, let's get a cab.
I think I should tell you, of course you probably know anyway, I don't have money for a decent hotel.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, no, it isn't all right, but any place will do. How is my father?
You can stay in his apartment if you like.
I'm not sure he'd like.
It's very large. 13-room penthouse overlooking the park. Your father bought it last year.
I suppose he's in a hospital. Which one?
He's not in a hospital, no.
Oh, then he must be better.
Anthony, he's dead.
He's dead?
Yes, about an hour ago.
I was 30,000 feet in the air an hour ago.
I'm sorry.
I wish I were. Mr. McKay, we weren't on the best of terms. You know that. But I wish I could feel something. It's terrible not to feel anything at all.
Well, it's the shock.
Maybe.
Well, now, perhaps I can give you some news that will... that penthouse I was telling you about.
Yes, 13 rooms overlooking the park.
Yes, he left it to you, Anthony.
He what?
It's in your name.
But that's a riot. Oh, that's the funniest thing I ever heard. How am I supposed to support a penthouse when I can't even support myself?
Yes, well, of course, there'll be a formal reading of the will, but I see no reason not to tell you since you're... Anthony, you are the sole heir.
I'm what?
He left all his money to you.
To me? All of it?
It's over $1 million.
$1 million?
Well, it's closer to 2.
And he left it all to me?
All of it.
What's the catch?
There's no catch.
He simply left me the money?
That's right.
Oh, I can't get over it.
Now, I'm the executor. I can't turn it over to you till the will goes through probate, but...
I'm rich. How do you like that? I'm actually rich.
Yes, you are.
I never dreamed. Well, all right. Now, what's the best hotel in town? I want to go there.
Take it easy.
Look, Mr. McKay, when I left Rome, I gave them your address and phone number just in case. You see, I didn't know where I'd be staying. Now, if anybody calls, will you tell them where I am?
Yes, of course.
Now, let's go to some elegant hotel. I mean, the best. I proceeded to go crazy. Room service. Even when I wasn't hungry or thirsty, I called room service. I bought clothes and charged them to this person named Anthony Price, whom I scarcely knew. I bought a watch and a pair of solid gold cufflinks before I had shirts they'd even go into. I walked through the 13 rooms of the penthouse overlooking the park and then called a decorator and told him what I wanted. Lots of space, empty corners, soft things to sit and lie on, plenty of white and lots of yellow and a few touches of red. It was in the middle of one of these prodigious conferences when the phone rang. Hello.
This is Leon, Tony.
Oh, how are you, Leon?
You haven't forgotten your book's gone to press, have you?
Huh? When? When did you decide that?
Well, we pushed the publication date up a bit. I told you that.
Oh, I must have forgotten.
It's not in the bookstores yet, but the review should be coming out in a day or so.
The most I've ever gotten before was 3 inches in the back of the Sunday book section. 3 lukewarm inches, I might add.
I just thought I'd tell you.
Thanks a lot, but don't hold your breath. So long, Leon.
So long.
Now, you may think I sounded blasé, and I suppose I did. But in the pit of my stomach, there was the old familiar stirring, the bubble of excitement, the fervid silent prayer, this time, let them like what I've written. I stayed up every night waiting for the morning editions to hit the stands, and finally, shortly after midnight, I don't believe it. I do. I'm a success. Hey, everybody. I'm famous. It's happened. I'm a success. I was in Leon's office before 9 o'clock, clutching the morning papers and waiting for him. My heart was racing. My head was spinning.
Congratulations, Tony.
You've seen him?
The important ones. Come on inside.
And you thought the book was no good.
I never said that.
Well, you never called it the authentic masterpiece of the decade.
I never thought it was.
Al, what do you think now?
I think a lot of other people think it's the masterpiece of the decade.
Mm-hmm.
And for all I know, they're right.
Oh, Lord, it's all too much. It's too much. I can't take it in. I really can't. First the money, now this.
Pretty overwhelming, isn't it?
Overwhelming, devastating. There's no word to describe it. It's too much, Leon.
Do you mind if I answer this?
I don't mind anything. Go ahead.
Yes?
Is Mr. Anthony Price there by any chance?
He's right here in my office.
I couldn't reach him at his home. May I speak with him, please? This is his lawyer.
Certainly. It's your lawyer.
Oh. Yes, Mr. McKay.
Anthony, I have a cablegram here for you. Shall I send it over, or do you want to pick it up?
Read it to me.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure.
It's from Rome. It's signed Claudia.
Read it.
I cannot live without you, Antonio. Arriving tomorrow, flight number...
That's enough.
Well, don't you want to know that...
I'll pick it up in a little while. She cannot live without me.
Who?
She's flying here to be with me.
Who is?
A girl I've been wanting for months and months, and now she wants me. It's too much. It's just too much.
How very far our hero has advanced in the short time we've been on the air. How short a time in his young life. From the slums of Rome, from artistic obscurity, from the frustration of unrequited desire to riches, fame, and love. Where can he go from here? We'll let you know in Act 2.
I'm Hy Brown, producer of Radio Mystery Theater. As you may know, we've drawn the name of the first lucky winner in the contest we're having with Walt Disney World. Grand prize this week to 11-year-old Michael Honick of Fort Madison, Iowa. Now comes your big chance to win an all-expense-paid trip for 4 to fantastic Walt Disney World near Orlando, Florida. A first-class flight, 1 week stay at the Dutch Inn, all meals, all attractions. There's something for everybody at this vacation kingdom of the world where you can relax on the shores of a beautiful lake, fish, play golf, camp, watch animals, take spectacular rides, and much more. Make the trip whenever you want during the coming year. And for runners-up, 100 of those neat Mickey Mouse watches every week of the contest. It's very simple to be eligible, so get the details. I'll bring them to you right after the next act of Mystery Theater.
In God we trust. America speaks. In the words of John F. Kennedy, the torch has been passed to a new generation, born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed. With a good conscience, our only sure reward, with history the final judge of our deeds, let us go forth to lead the land we love, asking his blessing and his help, but knowing that here on earth, God's work must truly be our own. Presented by the Catholic Communications Foundation.
The father of Anthony Price died suddenly and left his son almost $2 million and a penthouse overlooking the park. Following close upon this stupendous event came the publication of Anthony's 5th novel and the reviews which made it his first successful one. And fortune's smile turned to a gurgle of light-hearted laughter when he received a telegram from the girl he coveted, announcing that she felt the same desire for him and was flying to join him.
Antonio! Antonio! Oh, my darling.
Oh, let me look at you. Oh, I wasn't wrong. You are the most beautiful thing in the world. Come on. I've got a car waiting.
Oh, but my suitcase.
Never mind. I'll send somebody back for them. Just give me the check stubs.
Oh, what's all this? This car waiting, this sending somebody back for the suitcases. You talk like a rich man.
I am. My father left me all his money.
Your father? Who was so stingy?
Well, he got generous toward the end. He also left me a 13-room penthouse.
A penthouse?
With a terrace. Overlooks Central Park. I've had it all done over.
I thought we'd be staying in some cheap pensione. Oh, I can't wait to see it.
Well, you'll have to wait for a couple of hours.
Oh, I can't.
Now, I have to go to a cocktail party, and you have to come with me.
I don't care about any old cocktail party.
I only care about this one. It's for me.
For you?
My publishers are throwing it. My book came out a couple of days ago, and Claudia, it's a hit. Not just a hit, a big, big hit.
Antonio, you're a success. You're famous. How wonderful.
And you're beautiful. Lord, but you're beautiful. And how I want you.
This is so exciting.
Is it?
Who are all of these people?
I don't know. Publishers, editors, writers. I don't know any of them.
Then how am I going to meet anybody?
Well, why don't you just go mingle with the crowd? The way you look, you'll meet everybody inside half an hour.
This isn't a movie crowd. Oh, come on. You just can't stand in the corner.
Yes, I can.
Oh, you look as though you hadn't even been invited.
That's how I feel.
Well, if that's the way you're going to behave, Antonio, we might as well leave.
Let's.
Only I don't want to.
Oh, wait a second. There's my editor. Leon.
You see, you do know somebody.
Yes. Over here, Leon.
Oh, well, finally.
How long have you been here?
Forever.
Not long. Claudia, this is Leon Long, my editor. Signorina Claudia Creasy, actress.
Signorina Enchante, or whatever you say in Italian.
Mr. Long, I've heard about you so much.
You mean that?
Leon, do me a favor. Take Claudia, introduce her around, will you? She wants to meet people.
Well, sure, but what about you? You're supposed to meet people. This is your party.
Later I will, I promise. I don't know. I'm just not used to this kind of thing.
Signorina Creasy, permesso. How's that for speaking the language?
Oh, perfetto. And call me Claudia, please.
Claudia.
I stood there, like a wallflower. I can't tell you why. This great gathering of people, all there to meet the man who had written the authentic masterpiece of the decade. 10 years of trying to reach the very spot where I now stood, and I couldn't take the next step.
Anthony?
What? Oh, Mr. McKay. Hello. I didn't know you'd be here.
I asked your publishers to invite me. They were kind enough.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Shouldn't you be out there in the middle of the crowd receiving plaudits?
Yes, I guess I should.
Well, then?
Oh, I will later.
Yes. Anthony, what do you plan to do with your money? I think we ought to begin to think about that, don't you?
Well, what do you mean, do with it?
Well, there are various ways of handling it.
Well, what did my father do with it? I'll do whatever he did, I guess.
Well, your father used it to make more money.
Oh, I see. Well, no, I don't think I'd care to do that. Actually, I wouldn't know how. I mean, can't we just put it in the bank and I'll buy things with it, I guess.
Uh-huh. A car?
Oh, I already bought one of those.
Oh, what kind?
Maserati.
Oh, that's a good car.
Yes. I wanted one for 10 years. Now I've got one.
You like it?
What?
I said, do you like it?
Oh, look at Claudia. She's having a ball, isn't she?
Which is Claudia?
The most beautiful girl in the room.
Oh, she's the one from Italy. Sent you the cable.
Mm-hmm. Leon's introducing her around.
Well, I think he's bringing her back here.
Antonio, such a beautiful party. I meet so many people. Everybody's so nice.
Come on, Tony. You can't stand against that wall any longer.
Go on, darling. It's your party, all for you.
You really should, Anthony.
I don't want to.
Tony, come on.
Antonio.
Oh, I really think, Anthony...
I want to get out of here.
You can't.
Claudia, come on. We're leaving now.
I have to get my coat.
Well, then we'll get it. I started to move away with her, but I stopped before I'd gone very far. The voices of Leon and McKay reached me where I stood.
Is he all right, do you think?
I don't know.
I was talking to him before about his inheritance. He didn't seem interested.
Well, he certainly isn't interested in anything here.
I think perhaps all he's interested in is the young girl from Italy.
That must be it.
That must be it. I said the words over to myself. That must be it. Claudia was here. Claudia was with me. She had flown the ocean to be with me. I was waiting for her to collect her coat. Then she and I would get into my Maserati. We would drive to my 13-room penthouse, and there, after all the months of longing and frustration, she would be mine. Here we are.
Yes. Oh, Antonio. Oh, Dio mio, magnifico. Oh, che bello, che bello.
Ah, you like it, huh?
Oh, never have I seen. Oh, how lucky you are, Antonio. Oh, exquisito. And so gay, so light, so Italiano.
You think so?
You don't like it?
I don't know.
Why don't you like it?
It looks gray.
Gray? With the white walls, the yellow shutters, the beautiful white carpet? Oh, what are you talking about?
I don't know. I just think it looks gray.
Oh, and the beautiful red couch. Oh, is it velvet?
I don't know what it is.
Oh, and look down there. Antonio, come to the window, look. Oh, how beautiful. Look there.
That's the park.
Yes, I know it's the park. Look. You can see the people with the dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of people. Hundreds of dogs. Oh, how sweet.
Come, I want to show you the bedroom. One of the bedrooms.
Your bedroom?
Yes. It's mine. It's hard to remember that it's mine, but, well, it is. There.
Oh, beautiful. Some difference from that little room in the thieves' quarter, no?
Mm-hmm. It's different, all right.
Antonio, kiss me. Don't you want to?
I want to very much.
Oh, wait, right here. I want to bathe, and then wait right there.
I stretched out on the bed and thought of her taking off her clothes, running the water in the tub, pouring in the bath oil, picking up the scented soap, washing her beautiful body. I ached with desire. It was going to happen to me. Surely this was what I had waited for.
Well?
Oh, come here.
Of course.
I've wanted you for such a long time.
Oh, let's not wait any longer, Antonio. The moment is now.
Yes. Now. What is a man supposed to feel when he first possesses a woman he has desired? Triumph, ecstasy, fulfillment? I don't really know. All I know is that I felt nothing. I could have been an actor in a motion picture. I could have been reading about myself. This man, this Anthony Price, this character, this hero. Oh, what a man. Rich, famous, and beloved. I marveled at him, and I felt nothing.
Antonio, say something, please. You don't like me? I disappoint you?
It was very good.
Then why... Antonio, look at me. Oh, Dio mio, you look so sad. I never saw a man who looked so sad. What is it?
Is it me that I do wrong?
You did everything right.
Then why do you look so unhappy?
I don't know.
Oh, I was not good for you.
Oh, no, it's not that. Please, I don't want you to think that.
Oh, what else can I think?
You're beautiful. You're desirable. Everything was exactly what I wanted. I'm a lucky man.
Then why are you so unhappy? Because you are unhappy, aren't you?
I feel... It's not even unhappiness. It's worse.
What can be worse?
Ashes. Ashes in my mouth.
What does that mean?
Everything has turned to ashes.
Oh, if you're going to talk like that, I don't understand a word.
I know, and I can't make you understand. Claudia, look, do one more thing for me, will you?
Anything. What?
Go back to Italy.
Now?
Right now. I'll give you the money.
I have my own money, thank you.
No. I want to give you some, Cara. I have a lot.
I don't want any of your money.
Please, let me, Claudia.
I'm going to get dressed now. Find out when the next plane leaves for Rome.
I called the airline. Then I walked to the window and I looked down at the park. There were the people, walking their assortment of dogs, pausing to talk to one another. All very urban, very civilized, very nice. Then I saw a black figure racing along the furthest edge of the park, running wild and unattended. I wanted, above all else, I wanted to be that solitary thing. I wanted to be a wolf, a lone wolf on the tundra, so that I could open up my throat and howl. A desperate, abandoned howl filled with terror and desperation. A howl that would say, I am here. I am frightened. I am alone. And I don't know what to do.
Consider the predicament of the tiny baby whose mother has turned off the light, left the room, and shut the door, leaving the helpless infant not knowing that she will ever come back. What can the child do but cry? And what does the cry say but, I am here, I am frightened, I am alone, and I don't know what to do. Now, what of the grown man for whom every aspiration, once achieved, yields no satisfaction? What of him? We'll explore his destiny when we return shortly with Act 3.
I'm High Brown, director of Mystery Theater. This month, we in Walt Disney World are giving 16 lucky people all expense-paid vacations at Walt Disney World near Orlando, Florida. Just send your name and address, and each week in August, we'll select the lucky winners in random drawings. You can win a week of fun for 4 at the Vacation Kingdom of the World. Fly first class, stay in the Dutch Inn, get free tickets to all rides and attractions in the Magic Kingdom, including Disney's spectacular bicentennial celebration, America on Parade. There are 400 Mickey Mouse watches as prizes also. Send your name and address to Mystery Theater, P.O. Box 1, Radio City Station, New York, 10019. Contest void where prohibited. Employees of CBS and Walt Disney not eligible. Write today. Mystery Theater, P.O. Box 1, Radio City Station, New York. Entries received by September 3 are eligible for at least one drawing. Winners will be notified by mail.
I like the way the forest sounds. The way the leaves rustle in the wind and fall to the ground and crunch under your feet. The way the birds sing and the chipmunks chatter. The way a squirrel scrambles up a tree. I like the way the forest smells, too. The air's fresh. And you can tell the difference between one kind of tree and another just by smelling them. But did you know we can destroy all that beauty in just one careless second? That's why I'm asking you to please be careful with fire. Because when we lose a forest, we lose a lot more than meets the eye. I ought to know. I'm Ray Charles.
public service on behalf of the Forest Service, State Foresters, and the Ad Council.
We left Anthony Price, writer, with his new wealth, his sudden fame, both turned to ashes in his mouth. His capacity to enjoy them evaporated. He had just suffered his bitterest disappointment. The girl of his dreams and desire had yielded herself to him, and this, too, had brought no pleasure. We rejoin him now, alone.
I lived somehow through the days that followed. There was nothing I wanted to buy. There was no talk show or interview that I wanted to take part in. There was no woman I wanted to meet. For the most part, I lay on the red velvet couch and stared at the ceiling. Now and again, I would get up and walk to the window and stare down at the park with its myriad of people and dogs. One day, I thought I would dress, go outside, cross the street, and join them. Perhaps lose myself in that idle crowd of dog-walking people I did not know, who did not know me. I developed a mild interest in the dog-walking people. They usually formed little groups, and when I eavesdropped on their conversations, I found they were almost always talking about their dogs, almost never about themselves. And another funny thing, they almost never knew one another's names, but they always knew the names of one another's dogs. So it was, hello, Beauregard, hi there, Colonel, well, how's Mingus today? Greetings like that. It was as though this brief, dutiful period in the park had been given over to the dogs, and the pets had become the people, and the people, the pets. Then one day, I saw a young girl sitting on a bench. A stringy, scrawny sort of a girl, not distinctive in any way, save one. She had no dog. Hello.
Hello.
Mind if I sit down?
No.
Thank you. I don't have a dog either. Makes me feel out of place here.
Why don't you get a dog?
Why don't you?
Well, my landlady won't let me keep one.
Oh.
Anyway, I have one. Sort of.
Where do you keep it?
Well, he keeps himself.
Really? Where?
Well, I don't know.
Well, why do you say he's yours?
Well, I feed him. I'm waiting for him now. I have some steak with me. I saved it from dinner last night. I was taken out to a restaurant.
Are you sure he'll show up?
Well, he always does.
Oh. What's his name?
Well, I haven't given him a name. It's not up to me. On the other hand, I suppose I ought to call him something.
Well, that's a good name.
What is?
Something.
You think so?
Well, if I were a stray dog, I'd like to think someone was looking for me. And everybody's looking for something. Don't you think so?
Is that supposed to be a joke?
I don't think so.
Well, oh, here he comes.
That's him?
He's just a mongrel, but he's very beautiful, don't you think?
I've seen him before.
Oh, he comes around every day.
No, not here. I saw him from my window once, running, just the way he's running now. It was a day when I thought the world had ended.
Oh, obviously it didn't end.
Not quite.
Come on, good dog. Come on over here. Here's something. Oh, good dog.
I saw the girl almost every day for the next few weeks. Once or twice, she wasn't on the familiar bench, and on those days, the dog didn't show up either. I never asked her anything about herself. True to what I took to be the code of the dog walkers, I confined our conversations to the subject of the black dog. Then, one bright sunny day, I walked with some semblance of a purposeful stride to the familiar bench and found it empty. I sat down and waited. I waited until nightfall. Oh, well, it had happened before. Tomorrow we would meet and talk about the black dog and bring our bags of food for him and discuss his weight and the color of his eyes. But she wasn't there the next day, or the day after, or the day after. And the black dog was nowhere around. Mind if I sit here?
Not at all.
Oh. Nice dogs you've got there. Poodles?
Can't you tell?
I'm looking for someone, a girl. She usually sits on this bench. She has this dog. I mean, he's not hers, but she feeds him. I mean, he's black, long hair, very glossy, shiny hair, wavy tail, amber eyes.
What's his name?
His name? Well, she never gave him a name. She said she supposed she ought to call him something, and I said, well, that's a good name, something, but we really never decided exactly.
And then the dog doesn't belong to you?
Oh, no.
Then he's a feral dog.
A what?
A feral dog. Wild, untamed.
Oh, no, he's not wild. No, and he's very tame. He's a very nice dog.
Feral dogs don't last long.
They don't?
I read somewhere 2 years is the average life for a feral dog.
Never have I hated a man so much. I left without another word. By the time I got back to the apartment, I was trembling with rage. But what had he said to anger me so? 2 years is the average time for a feral dog. Though he'd read that somewhere, he'd simply repeated it to me, but in a voice and with a manner so indifferent, so callous, so uncaring, I wanted to kill him. I was in the park the next morning almost as soon as it was light. I reached the bench which had been my rendezvous for those few life-saving weeks. I didn't expect to find the girl there at that hour. I didn't expect to find anyone. But there was someone, a very old man, dogless like me. And I sat down beside him. Oh, nice morning.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I very seldom come out this early.
Well, probably you can sleep.
Yeah, I'm pretty well, yes.
I have trouble in that department. I'm 82 years old.
You don't say.
What brings you out so early?
Well, actually, I couldn't sleep either. Something happened yesterday right here on this bench. As a matter of fact, something someone said.
Oh?
Yes, someone I didn't know, a complete stranger. He said, feral dogs only live 2 years on the average.
Feral dogs? Dogs without homes?
I don't know why that made me so angry, but it did.
Are you interested in feral dogs?
Well, I'm interested in one, a black one. There was a girl, you see. She used to feed him, and she and I got to talking one day. I told him the whole thing, the whole trivial story. He didn't seem bored. He seemed quite interested, even concerned.
Well, I know that girl.
You do? Oh, what happened to her? Why doesn't she come around anymore?
She got married.
She got married?
I think they moved upstate somewhere. He got a job up there.
Oh. Well, I don't know why I'm surprised. There's no reason in the world why she shouldn't get married, only... Well, I guess I got into the habit of meeting her and feeding the dog. I guess I thought it would go on forever. That was silly of me.
It got to be a habit.
Well, sort of. No, it was more than that. You see, I met her, and through her I met the dog at a kind of crucial time in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened to me. Well, a lot of things happened to me all at once when I least expected it. Least expected them, I mean, any of them, and... Well, certainly not all of them. And then it happened, and that was the worst of all. I'm sorry. I must sound all mixed up. I must sound crazy.
That's all right.
I'll try to straighten it out. That is, if you're interested.
Oh, I've got all day if it takes that long.
Well, I don't think it'll... On the other hand, I don't know. It might.
Well, it's a nice day.
It all started when I was in Rome, and I got a cable that my father was very ill. By the time I got here, he was dead. all came spilling out. He'd nod once in a while and say, "Oh, yes," or, "Mm-hmm." Never anything more than that. And I went on and on. I'm not sure I was coherent all the time, or any of the time, but I didn't care. I talked on and on. You see, these were all the things I'd wanted, things I'd craved, things I thought would make my life happy and complete and everything like that. And here I had them. And not just had them, but the promise of more to come, more money, more books, more women, more fame. I don't know, more everything.
I see.
And I didn't want it. I mean, I didn't not want it. That's not what I'm trying to say. I don't mean I wanted to give it all up and go live in a cave like some old monk.
But you did go and live in a cave.
What?
A 13-room cave. You're dead. And you're in hell. Didn't you know people could die before their deaths and go to hell?
Well, I must say, No, I didn't know that.
Oh, yes. Happens all the time. It's what religions are all about. All of them. And all philosophies and all faiths. They're all defenses against dying before your death and going to hell. Nowadays, some people call it depression and go to psychiatrists.
Has it happened to you?
Oh, of course. Or how could I know all about it? There's a way out, though. You can work your way back, though it's difficult.
How? How? Tell me.
Well, in everything you've said, something seems to be missing. Now, that part about your father's death, you told me you didn't feel anything. I think you felt a lot. Only it wasn't what you wanted to feel, or thought you should feel.
But I felt nothing.
Well, you felt so much you couldn't sort it out and let it come clear. No matter what your father was to you at age 33, there was a time when your father was God. Strong, brilliant, kind and compassionate. Everything God is said to be. And then, little by little, he didn't seem to be God anymore. He became just a man with limitations. But I don't think you've ever forgiven him for changing into something else.
How do you know all this, if it's true?
Well, I know I've disappointed my own sons. And my father disappointed me.
Excuse me, will you?
Oh, certainly.
I think I just saw something. And I had a black body streaking across the hill. I wanted to call to him. I wanted him to join me. I started to run after him. I was so desperate for his company. I ran and ran, trying to emulate his free and easy stride. And in the back of my throat, the word was forming. Something, something. And finally, I shouted it out loud. Something, something. Magically, he stopped. His ears pricked up. His head turned and his amber eyes fixed on me. I stopped too, and we looked at each other. Then slowly he started toward me while I stood trembling a little and murmuring, "Something?" He broke into a trot, and I said a little louder, "Something, something, come." And he lowered his head and started to run towards me. I felt tears start in my eyes, and a wash of feeling swept over me. A feeling that could only be hope. Hope that I would find my way out of hell and back into life.
You'll have noticed, perhaps, that at first Anthony ran frantically after the dog Something. Then, when their eyes had met, he stood stark still, and Something began to run joyously to him. There's a moral to be drawn here, or a lesson to be learned. Not wishing to be didactic, I leave it up to you. I'll be back shortly.
The following fable is presented to make you want to buy a Buick.
From Mom, I got my practical side.
Christmas? Oh, just get me a nice mop, son.
From Dad, I got my fun-loving side.
Go fly a kite, kid.
So, being practical and fun-loving, naturally, I got a Buick Skylark. Being the only V6-powered American compact, it's very practical. And being a Buick, it's a lot of fun to drive. As Mom says...
A wise decision, son.
Or, as my father would say...
Nice car, kid. Let's go shoot some pool.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
You probably have a friend who drinks too much, but you can't talk to him about it because, why? Because it's not polite. Nonsense. Friends are supposed to get involved, so don't be polite. Help him. Talk to him and write to us. We'll send information that can help you help him. Write Alcohol Box 2345, Rockville, Maryland 20852.
This message is a public service by this station and the National Institute on Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism.
I believe I said at the very start that you were to hear a success story, didn't I? Or did I say simply that it would be a story about success? Well, no matter. Now that we've reached the end, it seems to me it was either the one or the other, and probably it was both. Our cast included William Redfield, Court Benson, Joan Shea, and Dan Ocko. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Are you an unpublished author? Do you have a book-length manuscript ready or almost ready for publication? Or do you know of anyone else who is an unpublished author? If so, Vantage Press invites you to write to a leading New York publisher for a free illustrated brochure titled To the Author in Search of a Publisher. It explains how you may have your manuscript printed and published in a matter of months. Just write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. Whether your subject is fiction, non-fiction, poetry, or even scientific, specialized, or controversial, this 52-page brochure shows you how to arrange for prompt publication. To get your copy, write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. That's GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. If this is your first book, you'll find this free brochure especially valuable and informative. Write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. GPO Box 1414, New York, New York.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and by the Florida Orange Growers. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
What can you do in just one day? You can find out how to help yourself, your country, and...
The National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 25. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the director of Radio City Playhouse, Harry W. Junkin.
Thanks, Bob. Friends, the story we have for you tonight is not a nice story. It is, however, a true story as it deals with the truth in a human situation, and we feel that once in a while, radio can do with true and realistic stories. Our star is Miss Elspeth Eric, one of New York's most talented actresses. She plays the very difficult and penetrating role of Martha Hillman. Here, then, with Elspeth Eric as Martha and Adelaide Klein as her mother, is tonight's play, Machine, Attraction 25 on Radio City Playhouse.
Martha Hillman works in a factory. It's a good factory, good pay, good working conditions. Martha's job consists of soldering together 2 copper wires, which protrude from an aluminum ring. The ring, after several additional operations, may end up in any one of a dozen electrical devices. All Martha knows is this one job. She is a human machine, efficient, quiet, dependable. A big, overweight, 24-year-old, bad-complexioned machine. She is also generous and kind and the hardest worker in her department. Martha goes on working for a few minutes, then turns off her soldering iron, puts down her work gloves, and finds herself at the end of a line of girls checking out their worksheets before going to lunch. She waits patiently, her turn at the supervisor's window.
Mary Bishop, 432, 16 defective.
Bishop, 432, 16, okay. Martha Hillman, 645, 4 defective.
Hi, Martha. You the last one?
Yeah.
6454 defective. Well, I don't know how you do it. That Bishop kid took all morning to do 432.
She's new, isn't she?
Yeah, here she's leaving, getting married.
Well, you seeing Eugene?
Hey, just a second, Martha. Mrs. Forrest up in personnel wants to see you.
See me?
Yeah. She phoned down this morning. Wants you to drop into her office before you go to lunch.
What for?
I don't know.
She hasn't done anything.
Look, kid, all I know that is Mrs. Forrest just wants to see you. Better go up before you eat. It's on the 4th floor, room 428. Okay?
Okay. Sure can't understand why she wants to see me.
Come in. Oh, hello, Martha. Come in. Sit down, Martha.
Thanks, Mrs. Forrest.
Martha, we've some news for you. Some good news.
Good news?
We're going to promote you.
Promote me?
Don't you think it's about time?
Well, I don't know.
We're planning to send you up to the 34th Street warehouse. You'll be working under Mr. Ralph up there, traffic and shipping. We'll have 5 girls under you, and there's an increase of $7 a week.
34th Street?
Yes. Well, don't look so sad, Martha. It's a promotion.
Would that mean I'd never get down here at all?
Not unless you visit the night shift.
I can't go, Mrs. Forrest.
What did you say, Martha?
I'd rather not take the other job, the promotion.
My dear girl, you're not serious.
Yes, I'd rather not.
But I don't understand. This is a promotion, a raise of $7 a week. We've liked your work here. You've been steady and reliable and punctual.
Just don't want to go up to 34th Street, that's all.
But, Martha, it's closer to where you live. It's a shorter ride in the subway, better pay, nicer work. It's a promotion, Martha. Don't you understand that? A raise of $7 a week.
I don't need the money.
But, Martha, why? I thought you'd be delighted. I thought you'd be thrilled.
You've always been very nice to me, Mrs. Forrest, but I don't want to go.
Is it some personal reason?
Yes.
At home, perhaps? Is there some trouble at home? I don't mean to intrude, Martha, but it's so, well, it's such a good chance. I hate to see you just turn it down.
Do I have to go?
You don't have to, no. But I'll be very disappointed in you if you let me down.
You wouldn't fire me if I didn't go?
Well, of course not. Martha, how can you talk that way? Nobody wants to fire you.
And I'll just stay where I am.
Martha, I wish you'd be frank with me.
I don't want to go, that's all.
Oh, now, Martha, you mustn't cry about it. If you don't want to go, well, that's all there is to it. Look, supposing you think it over till tomorrow at noon. I'll keep the job open till then.
I won't change my mind.
But you'd meet new people, make new friends. It's a wise step in your career.
I don't want to meet any new people.
But, my dear
I don't want to make
girl,
any new friends. I want to stay here. I like it here.
All right, Martha. That's the way you want it. I'll keep the job open till tomorrow noon. If you change your mind, come in and let me know. That's all, Martha.
That you, Martha?
Mama.
Hello, baby. I just made us a
nice pitcher of lemonade. I thought it would cool us off.
Boy, does it ever feel good to sit down.
I'll bet.
Gee, what a day. Was it ever hot? I'm boiled, aren't you? Absolutely
I
boiled.
was till I washed my hair. I feel better now. Here, have a nice glass of cold lemonade.
Isn't there any beer?
No, baby. We just didn't have enough money this week to buy any beer.
Okay, lemonade's fine. Thanks, Ma.
Tastes good, doesn't it, huh?
Yeah, well.
Swell. Martha.
Matter, Ma.
Well, baby, Mrs. Forrest phoned me from the plant this afternoon. She's a personnel lady. She told me all about this new job. She seemed to think you ought to take it. She said she hoped I didn't mind her phoning, but that she couldn't understand why you didn't want to go.
Just don't want to go?
Don't pick at your face, Martha. Why don't you want to go?
'Cause I don't.
Well, that's no reason, honey.
Okay, so that's no reason.
But 34th Street's closer and a raise. $7 a week, that pays the rent.
So it pays the rent. We can pay the rent on what I make now.
It's at times like this I sure wish your father was alive.
I'll bet.
Martha.
Oh, now let's not get into a row, Ma.
But I'm only trying to advise you to help you.
I know.
Leave your face alone, Martha. You'll make it bleed if you keep picking at it.
Look, Ma, I'm tired. Let's have dinner, huh?
But why? Why? Just answer me that one question and I'll keep quiet.
Because I don't want to. Now let's drop it.
No, I won't drop it, Martha Hillman. You just got to come to your senses. I never heard of anything so silly in my life. You're behaving like a silly kid.
Ma, will you lay off? Honest, I'm tired out. Now let's drop it.
$7 a week. A raise of $7 a week and you're being airy-fairy. Well, you'll learn, young lady. I suppose you think you should have Mrs. Forrest's job. $7 a week isn't good enough for
I don't want to talk about it.
Opportunity only knocks once. Remember that. Besides, it isn't as though you were so crazy about this job you got now.
I like it fine.
One day you like it, next day you hate it. Once you make up your mind, will you please leave your face alone? It's bad enough now without you picking it all the time.
Will you shut up, Ma? For heaven's sake, lay off of me.
Why don't you make up your mind? Since you're not getting married, you might as well get ahead in your work, because if you don't...
Shut up! Will you shut up, Ma?
Well, are you getting married? Do I ever see any boys around here? When I was your age, I was married for 3 years. If you don't want to get married and you don't want to be a success in your job, what do you want?
I just want to be left alone. Now, will you stop it before I get mad?
Don't you talk to me that way, young lady, and stop pacing up and down. And be careful of that lemonade. You'll spill all over you.
Will you shut up?
Have you gone crazy?
No, but I'm telling you, if you don't shut your mouth and get dinner, I'll...
You might have hit me with that glass. You might have...
I'm sick and tired of you yapping about this job. I worked hard all day, and you make me sick with your yap. Now just shut up and leave me alone.
You're an ungrateful, rude, nasty girl. That's what you are. An ungrateful, stupid, rude, nasty... Martha! You struck me! My own daughter!
Now, shut up, will ya? I haven't got enough to put up with without having to listen to you all night. Make me sick sitting around all day, nothing to do but wash your hair.
You struck me. You struck me, my own daughter here. There's no use just throwing yourself on that couch and kicking, Martha Hillman. You're a nasty, horrible-tempered girl. I don't care what you do. You can stay in that job until you rot for all I care.
Oh, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I wish I was dead.
Well, I should think you would.
Please, Ma, please leave me alone. Oh, what's the use anyway? I wish I was dead.
You shouldn't talk like that, Ma.
Well, I do. I hate that job. I hate the factory. I hate Mrs. Forrest. I hate this stinking hot flat. I hate everything. Now go away and leave me alone.
You make your face all red if you cry.
So what? So what if it's red? So what? Does it make any difference if it's red, blue, or green? Oh,
Martha, please stop it. Stop crying like that.
Well, I do. All the time it goes on. Sure, I go to night school. So what? Sure, I work hard at the factory. What good does it do me? What good does it do me when I'm like this? When I'm so fat that I... pimples all over my face.
Martha, please don't. Please, baby.
Creams and stuff all the time. They ever do me any good?
It's because you're so nervous. That's what the doctor
said.
said.
Wouldn't you be nervous? Always looking like he had the measles. I just can't stand it anymore. That's all. I just can't stand it anymore. I'm going to go away someplace and never, ever come back here again.
Baby.
I'm just going to go away somewhere. I'm not going to go on working with never anything to show for it, never. And I never get any thinner. If I stop eating altogether, I never get any thinner.
Baby, please don't go on so it's bad for you.
never go to dances, never do anything. I want to go out. I want to have dates. Why can't I be like June Macaulay?
Baby.
Why can't I? Because I'm fat and I've got pimples and I'm too tall and too big.
Martha, baby, please stop crying, please.
Well, you just don't know what it's like. So one time, I went to the company dance. I sat all night. All night long, I just sat there and had to be good-natured and pretend like I was enjoying it.
Baby.
Sure, they think I'm good-natured, just like an old cow. And nobody danced with me. Nobody. Not one of those dirty, mean, nasty, stuck-up guys would ask me even once. Not one of them except Bob.
Bob?
He's a guy in shipping.
Oh.
Just because he lives on the same street and he's sorry for me.
Oh.
He was the only one with enough decency and enough common ordinary. Oh, dear God, I wish I was dead.
My poor baby.
Oh, go and make supper, Maud, leave me alone.
Baby, it's not as bad as that, please. You're not so fat. You're big boned. You're just a big girl.
Will you stop it? I can't stand it. Will you stop it, Ma, please?
Honey, this Bob fella, you like him?
Well, of course I like him.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I don't like him that way, if that's what you mean. I don't care if he... Ma, please get supper and lay off him.
You got nice hair, baby.
Yeah.
So naturally curly. And you're a good girl, Martha. You're kind and good and smart.
Yeah.
Don't you care about those dances and everything? You're just the kind that if he had any sense at all, he'd pick for a wife.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ma. I'm real sorry. I don't know what got into me.
That's all right, baby. You're upset. Let's have supper and maybe go to a movie. We'll talk about it in the morning. In the morning, huh? More toast, baby?
No, thanks, Ma.
Coffee?
No, thanks.
Oh, you should eat more breakfast. Work all morning on one slice of toast and one cup of coffee.
I'm fine. Got time for cigarettes?
It's a good date.
So I'll have a smoke.
Sure. Take your time, honey. Martha. You're my own daughter, Martha, and... Well, honey, I'd do anything that would help to make you feel happy.
I know you would, Ma. So would I.
Look, Martha, can't we just say everything we're thinking real honest and straight from the shoulder? Can't we?
All right. Go ahead.
Well, look, honey, have you always felt like this? I mean, have you always felt sort of, self-conscious about about not being as pretty as some girls?
Yep.
And have you wanted... It's awful hard for me to say all this, Martha.
It's your idea.
Yeah, I know. Well, have you always wanted to have more dates with fellas?
Yep.
And this Bob fella, supposing he asked you to marry him.
Drop dead.
Now, Martha, you promised we'd be real honest. I'm only trying to help. If he asked you to marry him, what would you say?
I'd say yes.
You like him, huh? Is he the reason you didn't want this promotion, so that you could stay where you might see him once in a while?
Yep.
You love him, maybe?
Maybe.
Well, then you've got to...
To what?
Well, if you never try, if you just sit around and never try...
What do you want me to do, hog tie him?
But why make yourself... I mean, how do you think I got your father to propose?
You didn't weigh 158.
But you're big in the bones, baby. You're not fat. You're just a big girl.
All over. Big all over.
Couldn't you just... You say he lives here on Cremont?
That's right.
Couldn't you just kind of meet him accidentally some night?
Accidentally is right.
And maybe ask him in for supper?
In here?
Oh, why not? Why not? I'm a good cook. We use all the best china.
Supper, he'd think I'd gone nuts.
Well, at least you could try, baby. I'm only trying to help. A mother doesn't like to see a baby miserable.
I'm not miserable now, Ma. That was last night. I'm fine. Forget it.
But couldn't you try? Couldn't you just kind of happen to meet him on the way home from work and just casually ask him in for dinner?
I'm not going to look at the subway every night for a month and pounce on him, if that's what you mean.
But you'll try, huh, baby? Please?
Gee, it's nearly 8 o'clock. Goodbye, Ma, and thanks for... Well, thanks.
But you'll try, baby?
Sure, Ma, I'll try. Maybe I could ask him to supper some night. Maybe I could. In this neck of the woods.
Oh, hiya, Martha. How are you?
Whatever are you doing way out here?
Well, I live here on Tremont.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, isn't it a small world after all? you walking my way?
Well, sure.
Aren't those subways awful? Honestly.
Yeah.
Schooler today, though. Honest, that hot spell 2 weeks ago, we nearly died in our department.
Yeah. I sure will be glad to get out of that joint.
Out?
Yeah, I'm quitting. Getting another job over in Jersey. My brother-in-law's got a garage over there. Wants me to go in with him.
Jersey?
Yeah.
Well, isn't that just fine?
Well, I figured I wasn't getting anywhere with old Jorgensen.
Everybody says you're twice as smart as Jorgensen.
Oh, yeah?
If they had any sense, they'd fire him, give you his job.
Well, it doesn't matter now. I'm leaving the end of this week.
This week?
Mm-hmm. Gave my notice Monday.
So you're leaving?
Yeah.
Gee whiz, the shipping department will fall apart. Honest, Frank Henley says you're the strongest man they ever had in shipping.
Yeah?
Sure, that's true. Said you do more boxes in a day than any other guy they got.
Oh, it's just my good living.
I'll bet.
That's a fact.
I'll bet you're not so good living.
Oh, yeah?
I'll bet you're a wild one.
Oh, you think so, huh?
I can tell.
Yeah?
Ah, you men.
You live around here, Martha?
What? Now, doesn't that beat everything? I've walked clean past our place. It's your fascinating conversation.
Oh, yeah?
Well, the least you can do is walk back with me. It's only half a block.
Well, look, I sort of have
Come
to...
on, it's only a step.
Well, okay, Martha. Gee, women sure are queer. Nothing ever make me forget where I live.
That's what you get for being so attractive.
Well, me?
Well, you are. Jean Milton, that's our supervisor. She thinks you're the best-looking guy in the plant.
Jean Milton, who's she?
She's our supervisor.
I don't know her.
She's a nice girl. Gosh, I'm hungry.
Yeah?
Ma always has swell dinners. I always say a good home-cooked meal tastes better than anything you ever get at the Waldorf Astoria.
Oh, you go there?
Oh, not for weeks and weeks. There's this guy from out of town. He always takes me there, but honestly, he's such a jerk, I nearly died.
Yeah?
I'd rather have one of Ma's home-cooked meals than anything. You eat out much?
Yeah, all the time.
Must get tired of it.
Oh, I don't mind it.
Don't you ever get real anxious for a good old-fashioned home-cooked meal?
Oh, I go to my sister's in Jersey's on weekends.
Say, Bob, I got a swell idea.
What?
Why don't you come in and have supper with us? Why don't you?
What, tonight?
Sure, why not? If you're leaving the plant, I won't ever get a chance to ask you again, and...
Gee, Martha, that's nice of you, but I sort of have a previous engagement. I was thinking...
Well, I'm busy later myself.
What?
Not anything I couldn't break, but I did promise a guy that I'd go to a show with him tonight, so you could come in and eat and leave just as soon as you want to. This is our place here.
Yeah?
What do you say?
Well, I guess it'd be all right. I can't stay, though.
Well, fine. I mean, not fine that you can't stay, but I've really got to go to the show with this guy anyhow, so it'll be fine, won't it? Come on.
Okay, Martha.
Ma'll be tickled to death. She never gets tired of me bringing guys home for meals. Mother! Me! Come on in.
Thanks.
Martha, don't sit in the living room. I washed the slip covers and they're still wet. Honestly, I never saw such a wash in my life as we had today. I thought I'd never... Oh.
Ma, This is Bob Lawson. Bob, this is my mother.
How do you do, Mrs. Hillman?
Well, Mr. Lawson, this is
Bob's
a surprise.
coming for dinner, Ma. I hope you got something wonderful.
Oh, well, isn't that silly? I washed the slip covers on the Chesterfield suit, and I'll just sit on them anyway.
Well, look, don't go into any trouble, Mrs. Hillman. We can sit anywhere.
Well, they're really pretty wet.
Couldn't we bring in the kitchen chairs, Ma?
Well, why can't we sit in the kitchen?
Oh, no, that's awful. Suppose we bring in the kitchen chairs, Ma.
Well, I'll get them.
Oh, no, Mr. Lawson, I'll get them. You children go on in the living room, and I'll bring the chairs.
Wouldn't this be the day Ma would wash everything?
Yeah.
Honestly, she's the most particular housekeeper I ever saw. Honestly, you could eat off the floor. Well, this is home sweet home.
Oh, it's real nice.
Gee, those slip covers are still pretty damp. Guess we'll just have to sit on the kitchen chairs.
Yeah.
Well, here we are. This is just the silliest thing. But those slip covers were so dusty. Well, I'm afraid you'll just have to have a straight back chair, Mr.
Oh,
Lawson.
well, look, that's all right, Mrs. Hillman. Martha, you sit on this
No,
bucket.
no. You sit down. I'll get the other chair. Mother, you keep Bob company for a while.
All right, dear. Sit down, Mr. Lawson.
Well, what about you, Mrs.
Oh,
Hillman?
no. Sit down. I have to see about dinner anyway in a minute. Sit down.
Okay.
Martha said you lived just up the street a bit.
Oh?
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well, I'm real glad you came.
Yeah, me too.
Well, if you'll excuse me just a moment.
Well, sure, Mrs. Hillman.
I'll just see about dinner. There's some magazines right there next to you, right there.
Okay, Miss Hillman, take your time. I'm okay.
What a night you picked, Martha. Wash
What have we got for dinner?
We've got nothing. Good night, Martha. Couldn't you let me know?
Met him at the subway.
And those slip covers soaking wet, and I look such a mess. I washed the whole afternoon.
Is there any beer?
No, I'll go down and get some, and we got no meat either.
No meat?
No, I thought we just had eggs tonight.
Oh, we can't give him eggs. Isn't there a can or something?
I'll go right down to the supermarket.
Closed. It's nearly 6:30. What about Bernstein?
The Jewish holiday, and they're closed, too. I phoned this morning. Mrs. Leipzig told me.
Can't just stand here and wonder what we're doing.
Well, you go on in, I'll manage. You go and put on your black pumps
Yeah,
first.
all right. And use the good
Yeah, I
dishes.
will.
Oh, wouldn't you know you'd wash those slip covers? Honestly, I could die.
Get in there. Here, what we're doing. Go on. I'll get dinner. I'll get something. Some raspberries, Mr. Lawson.
Oh.
I put them up myself.
Oh, well, no thanks, Mrs. Hillman. They make my eyes swell up.
Say what?
Yeah, isn't it silly? I'm allergic to raspberries.
Oh.
I've got a friend allergic to dog hair.
Yeah?
Yeah, honestly, every time she comes within a mile of a dog, she gets sore eyes and sneezes. It's awful.
What about coffee, Mr. Lawson?
Well, no, but I tell you, I'd sure like a glass of milk if you have it.
Sure, Bob. Mother, would you get Bob some milk?
Well, I'm afraid I used the last of the milk in the scrambled eggs.
Well, look, that's okay. I'll have some water.
All right, pass your glass.
Okay.
Not very cold. I'll get some ice.
Oh, no, this is fine. Honest, I'm fine.
Maybe the slip covers would be dry.
We can take these chairs back to the living room. It's cooler in there.
Well, look, honest, folks, I got to be going. I got another previous engagement.
Why don't you go then? You might as well.
Martha.
He's got a date.
I know, but you shouldn't make him hurry.
Well, I do have to go. And, well, it's been swell. Thanks very much, Martha and Mrs. Hillman.
Really, I'm sorry about the wine. I don't know what happened to it. It was wonderful when we had it last Christmas. I guess I must have fermented too much, huh?
Yeah, well, look, I guess I better run along now.
Guess you had.
I certainly enjoyed those scrambled eggs.
That's good.
And I certainly was pleased to meet you, Mrs. Hillman.
Same here, Mr. Lawson.
He's going to go.
Papa.
Why doesn't he go if he's going?
Well, so long, everybody. Don't bother Miss Hillman. I can find the door.
Oh, that's all right. I'll show you to the door. It's been real nice having you, Mr. Lawson. I hope you'll come again.
Bye, Martha.
Goodbye, Mr. Lawson.
Bye.
He's a real nice fellow, that Bob. Oh, Martha, baby, I'm real sorry about the wine. I never thought to get beer today with Bernstein's closed.
Doesn't matter.
I'm sorry if everything wasn't just right, but honestly, honey, I washed the whole afternoon. If you'd only let me know.
Stop it,
I
Bob.
Oh, and those slip covers. If I'd known, I could have washed them any day. Honestly, I nearly died when you both came in because I thought right away about the slip covers and that it would be awful all sitting on straight chairs and everything.
Stop it, Ma. Will you stop this?
But eggs, honestly, tomato soup and eggs. Some dinner. And no milk and no beer and wet slip covers. Honestly, I'm so ashamed.
It doesn't matter. Can't you understand that? If we'd had turkey and pudding, can't you get it through your head? It doesn't matter.
When the lunch whistle blows, Martha doesn't hear it. The constant noise about her has trained her to shut her ears. She goes on working for a few minutes, then turns off her soldering iron, puts down her work gloves, and finds herself at the end of a line of girls checking out their worksheets before going to lunch. Martha waits patiently for her turn at the supervisor's window.
Mary Bishop, 311, 20 defective.
Mary Bishop, 311, 20 defective. Well, it's a good thing you're getting married, Mary. You're sure not much use around here.
Just thinking, after the end of this week, I'll never, ever have to touch a soldering iron as long as I live. Oh, brother, am I?
Martha Hillman, 702, no defective. Hi, Martha. 702, no defective. Boy, Martha, at the rate you work, it's a wonder to me you're not president of this joint. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
You have just heard Machine, as written and directed by Harry W. Junkin. The part of Martha was played by Elspeth Eric. Ma was Adelaine Klein. Other players included Grace Keddy, Phil Sterling, and Ann Petoniak. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. Radio City Playhouse is supervised for the National Broadcasting Company by Richard P. McDonough.
This is Harry Junkin again. Next week on Radio City Playhouse, Stephen Vincent Benet's great story, Elementals. It is the story of a young man who made a bet of $10,000 that love was stronger than hunger. Be with us next week for Elementals, Attraction 26 on Radio City Playhouse. Good night, everybody.
Bob Warren speaking. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Convenient offices of Fidelity Federal Savings and Loan Association.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The story we shall bring you in a few minutes is titled The Man Who Ran Away. The wish to run away is a common one. Usually it is an impulse not too hard to resist, but often it is a compulsion, and there is no time to think what it is we are running away from, and what it is we are running to.
How dare you? How dare you enter this house?
I knocked two, 3 times.
I could shoot you, you know.
Please.
And no one would blame me. You're trespassing.
I know,
and this is my house, and no one can come in here unless invited by me.
But
I invite no one.
Our mystery drama, The Man Who Ran Away, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mercedes McCambridge.
It is sponsored in part by Time Magazine and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is not only children who run away. Grown people do it too. With children, we're apt to call it an act of defiance. With a grown man, we're at a loss to say what it is. But I strongly suspect it is a cry of pain. Listen now to the story of David, the man who ran away.
David, let me explain.
Never mind, Mona.
There are things you should know.
I know enough.
Where are you going?
I have no idea.
But we should talk about it.
No, we shouldn't.
Don't you want to hear what I have to say?
You've said it all, Mona, my dear wife.
You're taking the car.
Yes, I am.
But why are you doing this?
Because I've got to get away.
David, you can't. David, come back. Jack, Mona. Jack, I did something stupid.
Yeah? What now?
That watch I gave you for your birthday, I charged it. I meant to go in and pay the bill the next day, but I forgot.
Yeah? So?
The bill came today, and David saw it. Now he knows everything.
You told him?
What else could I do?
How did he take it?
He up and left. Took the car.
What do you mean, left or where?
I don't know.
Did you ask him?
He just said he had to get away.
And when did all this happen?
This morning.
He'll be back.
It's 3:00 and he isn't back yet. Hasn't phoned, nothing.
Well, don't worry. Just give him time. He'll be back.
Anybody home? Is anybody home? What? What are you... is anybody in here? Anyone? Oh.
How dare you? How dare you enter this house?
Well, I knocked 2-3 times.
I could shoot you, you know.
Please.
You're trespassing.
Please, my car's out of gas, and I wondered if I might
use... This is my house, and no one can come in here unless invited. By me.
I know, but...
And I invite no one.
I'm sorry.
Hush.
I didn't mean
be quiet.
It's just a horse.
It's his horse.
Oh, I can see it.
Move away from that window.
What?
Don't stand in that window. Move away.
Oh, all right.
He might think it was I, standing there.
Oh?
On the other hand, no one could mistake you for me.
No, not very likely.
But he might think I'd invited you here.
Well, I could explain.
He's very jealous, though he has no reason to be. But he loves me desperately.
Well, I don't want to make any trouble for you.
Oh, you won't. We all make our own trouble, don't you think?
I don't know.
I do. And that's the way it should be, huh? Come. Into the parlor, why don't you? We'll have a little talk.
But the man on horseback...
Don't worry about him. He'll be back tomorrow. In the morning, and again in the evening, tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, and so on. Please, come into the parlor. You will tell me your troubles, and I'll tell you mine.
Yeah? Hello?
This is Mona, Jack.
Oh, has he come home?
No, and it's after 10 o'clock.
Oh, give him time.
How much time?
Look, he's probably out somewhere getting drunk.
I doubt that.
With some woman.
Oh, no.
You You want to get in touch with the police?
Oh, no. No, not that.
Yeah, it's too soon.
David would hate that.
Well, hang in there. He'll come back. You'll see.
Everyone has troubles, you know. Little problems of one kind or another.
I'm sure that's true.
You haven't told me much about yours.
Well, you haven't told me anything about yours.
Oh, mine can wait. Now, you said you became upset. That was your word, wasn't it? Upset? And you ran away. You kept running, not knowing what you were running to.
Not caring.
Simply running away. From what?
From something unpleasant.
You're a grown man. How old are you?
36.
Have you always run away from each unpleasantness, such as losing a job, being snubbed by a friend, reprimanded by a superior, things like that?
No.
Then this unpleasantness was something more than unpleasant. Yes?
Yes.
It was something quite dreadful. Am I right?
Yes.
Not a death, and not the death of someone you love?
Not exactly.
Ah, but I am getting warm.
I don't know why we have to go into all this.
Oh, but we do. It's very important. No. Not the death of someone you loved, but something like it, something close to it. Yes, I think so. All right, then. The beloved one did not die, no. But something did happen, something that distressed you terribly, made it impossible to go on living as before, made it imperative for you to run away. Now, what could that be?
Really, I don't...
If she did not die, then perhaps her love died. Her love for you.
I really don't want to talk about it.
What a sensitive nerve I've touched. Dear man, I'm so sorry for the pain you're feeling. So very sorry.
I think I'd better leave. Thank you for everything.
Don't so.
This door...
What about the door?
It won't open.
Of course it will open.
Well, it's locked or something.
Who ever heard of a door locked from the inside?
Did you lock it?
My dear man, I like your company, but not so much as to lock you in.
Well, then, why won't the door open?
Because you don't want it to open.
But I do.
Do you really?
I'd like to leave, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. But you only half-heartedly want to leave. The other half of your heart wants to stay. You know I'm right. So say it.
Right. You may be right.
No, I am right. Now, come back and sit down and talk to me.
I don't really feel like talking.
Then let me talk. Huh? Her love for you died, not little by little, or the shock wouldn't have been so great. Am I right so far?
You're right about the shock.
Then the love may have been dying for some time, but you only just now discovered the truth.
Yes.
I'm not so naive as to think you found them locked in an embrace in bed. No, nothing like that. I believe you found out in some foolish, fatuous way. It was something really inane that led to the truth, was it not?
She gave him a watch. An expensive watch.
Yes?
And she charged it to our account. I saw the bill.
Oh, how very idiotic of her. Is she an idiot?
No.
Then she must be very inexperienced.
I suppose.
This is probably her first infidelity.
Perhaps.
Oh, certainly, without doubt.
Well, that's very small comfort.
Oh, my dear, I know. Believe me, I know. Because it is not the infidelity itself that plagues you, sir.
But it is.
No. It's the shock of discovering that you are not all you thought you were. Not to her. Not to the one you entrusted with your pride, your confidence, your manhood. Oh, no. It is not the infidelity which matters. It is the crushing of self-respect. That's what does the damage. A little love affair on the side. What is that? It's a little love affair on the side, no more. But it has made you feel that for her, you were not enough. That you did not suffice to keep her happy and content. That she needed a little love affair. That is what hurts. Are you crying a little?
I guess I am.
Well, good. It's only right and proper that you should.
I'm sorry.
If one does not weep for one's lost innocence, then for what should one weep?
I didn't know that I was quite so innocent.
No. You thought you were grown up and sophisticated and immune to shock. Well, we all think that until the blow falls. Now, what to do with you?
You want me to leave?
Not at all. I want you to stay. Let me give you some wine.
Oh, no, thanks.
No? Some men would run away into wine or whiskey.
Oh, not me. I only get sleepy.
I have some cocaine. Would you like some of that?
Cocaine? Oh, no. I don't use any kind of drug. I don't even like to take aspirin.
There are those who run away to drugs to help the pain.
Well, I'm not one of them.
So, what are we to do with you?
I guess what I really want to do is to go to sleep.
Aha, sleep. The safest place to run. Would you like to sleep here? There are plenty of beds.
Well, if you don't mind.
Come. I'll show you the way.
You're very kind.
I can be even kinder.
Alone in a strange house with a woman a little more than strange. Is this what our man has run away to? Is this the escape that he sought? Or merely the one he stumbled upon? Or is it the one he was inevitably drawn to? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Has passed since a desperate man stumbled upon, sought refuge in, or was inexorably drawn to a strange house many miles from his home. And in this house was a woman who, while she did not precisely welcome him, still urged him to stay, offering him every consolation, including herself.
What's happening here?
Well, the man on the horse.
You were standing in the window.
No, I wasn't.
He saw you.
No.
Well, then why did he turn in and come up to the house?
I don't know. I think he's leaving.
Get away from the window.
He can't see me. He isn't looking this way.
He's never done that before. Actually come up to the house.
Was that so terrible?
He's supposed to wait for the signal. He rides past each day, in the morning and again just before it grows dark, waiting for the signal that I have forgiven him.
Who is he?
He is my husband, of course. Who did you think he is?
I didn't know.
And when he sees me standing in the window, dressed in my white muslin, the one with the lavender ribbons and the blue rose, then he will know that I have forgiven him, that he may enter this house, and I will be his again.
I see. At least I think
He's getting impatient, wouldn't you say? Else he'd never have turned in and come up so close to the house. Poor darling. I can't blame him. It's been a long time. How long can a man wait for his wife to forgive him?
Forgive him for what?
Oh, come now. You must know.
For infidelity?
Of course. Oh, I know it didn't mean anything to him, not really, but it did awful things to me.
And that's why you understood me so well.
People don't understand things they haven't experienced. They may try. They may pretend. They may sympathize and try to console, but they don't understand. How can they?
You understood me so well.
And I was right, wasn't I? That there was nothing for you to do but run away, to escape.
You were right.
And I was right, too, wasn't I? That the most delectable escape is in a strange bed. Wasn't I right about that? Come now, admit it. You don't think I'm speaking of love, do you? Oh, no. There's no love between you and me. There's not even affection. Although I'm sure you're a very nice man. No. There's nothing but a blind search for oblivion, your search and mine. We are two aching, passionate people, asking only to ease the ache and expend the passion in a wild and blind embrace. Oh, no. There's no love here. My love is with the man on the horse. Yours is with the woman you left back wherever you came from. No love. Love would only get in the way. Hello?
Is this the David Trent residence?
Yes. Who is this?
Is Mr. David Trent there?
No. Not right now.
When do you expect him?
I'm not sure. Who is this?
Am I speaking with Mrs. Trent?
Yes.
Do you own a red sedan car, Mrs. Trent? License plate number XM458.
Why, yes. Who is this, please?
Your car was stolen recently, is that right?
Why do you say that?
Oh, because I saw it parked down the road from where I live, in front of an empty house.
Where do you live?
Outside the town of Marathon.
I'm sorry, I never heard of it.
Well, it's a very small town between Norbury and Fermac.
I'm afraid I never heard of them either.
Well, they're all very small towns, madam, you see, in the mountains. But if you want to reclaim your car, I can tell you how to get there.
You say the car is parked in front of an empty house. Is it all right? I mean, there wasn't an accident or anything.
Well, it looked all right.
Are you sure the house is empty?
Oh, yes.
How do you know?
I own it.
Don't you think so?
Think what? About what?
That love would only get in the way?
In the way of what?
In the way of our little retreat.
Is that what it is?
I made my retreat to this house a long time ago. Then a week ago, you made yours.
I didn't know I was making a retreat.
You didn't think it's only the religious who make retreats, did you?
Well, I never really thought about it.
Many people make retreats, though they don't always call them that. Alcohol is a retreat.
Really?
Alcoholism is a permanent retreat. Drugs are a retreat. Addiction is a permanent retreat. A breakdown is a retreat. Insanity is a permanent retreat. And, of course, the last, the drastic, and the really permanent retreat is suicide.
Aren't we getting a little morbid?
Oh, what a touchy man you are. Are you afraid to talk about serious things like love and loss and death?
No, I'm not afraid. I just don't want to spoil the retreat.
Would you like to make it permanent? That would mean becoming a hermit. Would you like to be a hermit?
Well, no. But I wouldn't be. Not as long as you're here.
But I shan't always be here.
Why not? Why won't you?
Did I ever say I would?
Not in so many words, but I assumed. I took it for granted.
That was very foolish of you.
Yes, I suppose it was. If you're planning on leaving...
Eventually.
Well, then, I might as well plan on it, too.
I think you should.
Actually, I might as well leave right now.
If you like.
You don't care?
I don't care. No.
It doesn't open.
Try harder.
It's no good. I can't.
Let me open it for you.
If you don't mind.
Not in the least. Well, think of that. Imagine. I can't open it either.
And that means...
That means that I don't want to leave any more than you do.
And you'll stay? As long as I do?
You'd like that?
Very much.
No, my dear. It's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
Because we are becoming too much like lovers. Well, we nearly had a quarrel just now. Do you realize that? Just like real lovers.
Would that be so awful?
You don't know how awful. No. I can't open the door now. But tomorrow...
You won't want to open it tomorrow any more than you do now.
Oh, yes. Because tomorrow I shall put on the white muslin dress with the lavender ribbons and the blue rose, and I shall wash and dress my hair. And when he gallops up the road, he will see me standing in the window. He will look up at me and smile with joy, and he will wave to me and know that his long waiting is over. And I shall open the door and go out to him.
Yeah, hello?
Jack, this is Mona.
Any word from Dave?
Not from him, no. But a man named Gregory Cape called me. He says our car is parked in front of an old deserted house down the road from where he lives. Been there for a week, he says. That's exactly how long David's been gone.
Well, how does he know it's your car?
He checked out the license plate.
Where is this old deserted house?
About 200 miles from here, outside a little town called Marathon.
Is Dave holed up inside this old house? I mean, did the man say?
I didn't tell him about David. He thinks the car was stolen and abandoned. I let it go at that.
Probably is. That's my guess.
I intend to find out. And that's why I called you. I want to borrow your car.
Well, sure.
I'll drive up there tomorrow. It's too late to go now.
You want me to bring the car over to your house?
If you don't mind.
Want me to drive up to this place with you?
I know how to get there. Mr. Kate told me in detail.
Hey, I just as soon, you know.
I don't want you to, Jack. I don't think David's in a mood to face you right now.
I guess not.
Actually, I might as well tell you now, if you'll just let me use your car tomorrow, then I don't want to have anything more to do with you. You understand?
I understand.
Aren't you coming downstairs?
Soon. Yes, soon.
I'm so afraid of losing you. Sometimes I think I have, or that I never really found you. Can you hear me?
I'm busy.
Doing what?
You see.
Well, not... You're not. Oh, not yet.
Here I am. You may look. Well, what do you think? Do you like it? Come now, be honest. Tell me, do you like the way I look?
Yes.
You really mean it?
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry it took so long, but this is a very elaborate dress. And my hair is so difficult to handle.
That's the dress, the white muslin with the lavender ribbons. Where's the blue rose?
It was so faded and a little crushed. I don't think he'll notice that it's missing if he remembers that it was ever there.
No man could ever forget you in that dress.
It is pretty, isn't it? And it's becoming, isn't it? It suits me, don't you think?
You're going to stand in the window, aren't you? In that dress.
Of course I am. I told you I would when I thought he'd suffered enough.
He'll be riding by very soon now.
Yes, any minute. What kind of pose shall I assume? Oh, perhaps a hand to one cheek. Would that be good?
Come away from that window.
Or would it be better if I were just full face with my arms at my sides? Very simple, very affected.
Come away from that.
Don't touch me. Don't you dare touch me.
You can say that after everything
that is
we've...
over. It's over. Oh, I think you've mussed my hair. Well, it can't be helped. I've always told you my retreat wasn't permanent, that the day would come.
But not today.
Why not? I think I hear him. Oh, yes, it is. How do I look? Well, no matter, it's too late to think about that now. Oh, hear how fast he gallops. He was always like that. Always at a hard gallop on these backcountry roads. There he is. No. No, wait. Didn't he see me? Oh, that's impossible. He must have seen me. Why did he go on past? He didn't even look up. He never slowed his horse. He never even... Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be that he doesn't care. It can't be that. Can it? Tell me. Can it be that? Can it be that he doesn't care?
To err is human. We all know that only too well. But is it really so divine to forgive? Especially when the one who is forgiven shows no appreciation of our forgiveness. Perhaps never wanted it, never needed it, and is in no mood to accept it. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. David Trent, the man who ran away, has spent the past week in a strange house with a woman he has come to know intimately, who, in our last act, stood at one of the front windows of the old house, listening to the sound of hoofbeats approaching.
Here he is. No! Didn't he see me? He must have seen me. Why did he go on past? He didn't even look up. Oh, wait.
What are you doing?
I have to call him back. It can't be that he doesn't care. Oh, what's the matter with this door?
Can't you open it?
Of course I can. Why doesn't it open?
You said to me the day I got here, you don't want it to open. That's why.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Trent?
Yes. You're Mr. Cape, Mr. Gregory Cape.
Come in.
Thank you.
Do you have any trouble getting here?
Some.
Well, we're a little off the beaten track here.
It was very kind of you to call me about my husband. About his car.
He didn't come with you?
No. Oh, I might as well tell you, Mr. Cape. My husband left home a week ago. I haven't heard from him since. I think there's a good possibility he's hidden himself away in that house.
I hope not.
Why? Is there anything dangerous?
Oh, no. Not dangerous. Just a big, empty house with a sad history.
You own the house, you told me.
Yes, I wish I didn't. The house belonged to my grandfather. He built it at the turn of the century for a beautiful young woman. For a few years, the house was full of laughter and music and dancing, and then one day...
Yes?
Oh, it was a trifling affair. My grandfather was a lusty young man in the year 1901. There was a pretty parlor maid, and my grandfather was not true, to misquote Shakespeare slightly. He gave dalliance too much rain. Well, the beautiful young girl he married drove him from the house. The laughter and the music and the dancing went on, but without him. It went on for a long time. It became wilder and more abandoned. The neighbors protested. They took steps to force her out of the house. When that happened, the music and the dancing stopped quite suddenly. There were not more guests.
But she stayed on?
She stayed on. First of every month, cases of liquor were delivered to the house. The laughter within was no longer merry or gay. It was hysterical and spiteful. And then that stopped, too.
She died?
Oh, no. It was about that time that cocaine was discovered. By Freud, actually. Though few people remember that. As an anesthetic for operations on the eye. Freud himself was addicted, I believe, for a short time. And the lovely lady in the house was also addicted for a very long time.
Oh, how unhappy she must have been, your grandmother.
My grandmother? Oh, no, Mrs. Trent. I am the grandson of the parlor maid.
Was I too ugly? Is that why he didn't stop? Have I grown old and hideous?
No.
That can happen, you know. A woman doesn't always realize what time is doing to her. She thinks she's always 18. Is that what's happened to me?
No, believe me.
My pretty dress? Has it turned yellow? Have the ribbons faded?
It's still very pretty, and so are you.
Do you mean that?
With all my heart. I think you should go upstairs and take off your dress and bathe yourself.
I could do that, I suppose.
And then lie down upon your bed and sleep for a while.
Should I do that?
Didn't you tell me that sleep is the safest retreat of all?
I did say that, didn't I? You know, I think you were right about the door. It wouldn't open because I didn't really want it to open. Not really.
Come in if you want to. I can't open the door, but come in if you like.
Hello, David.
Mona. Hello.
How are you?
I'm well. Are you?
Not very.
Oh, I'm sorry.
David, will you come home with me?
Well, now, I don't know about that.
You've been away so long.
Has it been so long?
For me, it has.
How did you find me?
The man who owns this house saw the car out front and took down the license number. He called me. David, please forgive me.
Forgive you? Is that what you want me to do?
I know it can't happen right away.
It might take years and years.
I don't care how long it takes. I don't care if it takes forever. I just want you home where I can take care of you, where we can live together and try to be happy again. David?
Listen. He's come back.
Who?
He's come back to be forgiven. His days of suffering are over. Listen.
What was that?
Oh, she couldn't. She couldn't.
It was a shot, wasn't it?
I never thought.
It sounded as though it came from this house. David?
There's a man outside, lying on the ground. The door opened.
Oh, there he is.
There's his horse.
David,
Oh.
It's Mr. Cape.
What in the name? What happened? We heard a shot.
We thought you'd been shot.
No. My horse stumbled and I went off. That's all that happened. I must have blacked out.
But you're not hurt?
Well, you can see I'm not hurt. Well, it's this house. It's this cursed house. I should never have ridden down here, but I was concerned about you, Mrs. Trent. Ow. Well, at least I see you found your husband.
Yes. Yes, this is David.
Mr. Cape. You do a lot of riding, don't you? On horseback?
Every day.
The same horse every day?
Yes.
Have you ever, Mr. Cape, known your horse to stumble on flat ground, moving at a walk? A slow walk, Mr. Cape? Are you here? It's only me. Don't be afraid. Are you here?
Is that you?
Yes.
I'll come down.
I'll wait.
Have you come to make another retreat?
No.
No. Then why?
I came to tell you that I've bought this house.
Oh? Why have you done that?
I wanted to be sure that you'd always have a place to live.
That was very kind of you.
Well, there was another reason.
You've gone back to the woman who betrayed you. Am I right?
You're right.
And you've forgiven her.
I'm getting back my self-respect. You told me, that a little affair is, well, just a little affair. But the consequences to the third party, the one left out, the one made to feel like an outsider, well, they are very severe, as you well know.
As I well know.
You did shoot him, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
I thought so.
I saw him fall, and a great burden was lifted from my heart.
But you stay on here?
Where would I go? Oh, I can't say I don't miss him. Miss the sound of his horse's hoofbeats pounding up the road. Yes, I miss that. The days seem long without that. Still, what else could I do? What could I do but kill him?
It must have seemed like the only thing.
You were going to tell me the other reason why you bought this house. You said you bought it for me. But there was another reason.
Yes. I bought it for myself.
To live here?
No. At least, not all the time.
I see.
Just for the times when I need to run away.
To make a retreat? That was very wise of you. And you know, don't you, that whenever you decide to run away, I shall always be here.
I know.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, thank you for being here. I wonder if the door will open for me.
Try it.
You see?
Yes.
Come back. Soon.
The rest of us must make our retreats from life and its harshness the best way we can. It is very nice if you can take a vacation in some far-off place. It is also nice to shut oneself in one's room and read old books. But only David Trent knows a house where he is perpetually welcome. A house occupied by a certain woman of indeterminate age. I'll be back shortly. There's a great deal of talk about facing reality, and I myself endorse all of it. Reality is the safest place to live in. But we have to admit that not all of us are strong enough to live with reality day in, day out. We all must run away from time to time to build up our strength. The thing is, we must always know the way back. For us, the door must always open. Our cast included Mercedes McCambridge, Robert Dryden, Martha Greenhouse, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Look what I found. There's this Indian arrowhead among the rocks. Well, that's unusual. There's a design on it. Here, let me rub off more of the moss. It's heavily encrusted. Must have been here for hundreds of years. Yes. Drums. Beg your pardon? Drums. Indian drums. Hear them? Drums. What are you talking about? I don't hear anything. Here. Any idea what this design means, Colonel? Well, they're gone. They're gone. What? You didn't hear the Indian drums? No. When you rubbed the arrowhead, I distinctly heard drums. When you handed it to me, the drums stopped.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Time Magazine. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm happy you could join us. I must tell you something about myself, which perhaps you already know. Now and then, I succumb to a temptation which is as futile as it is irresistible. I ask for an answer to a question to which there is no answer, never has been, and may never be. Yet the question stands and stays, patiently awaiting the answer that will let it retire. So now, I ask you, what is truth? Our mystery drama, Guilty, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Jack Grimes and Ann Petoniak. It is sponsored in part by the Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Kenneth Case is 39 years old. He lives in his mother's house on one of the tree-shaded streets of a pleasant suburb, and he teaches philosophy at the State University. He's not handsome, but he has a genial look about him. He's not brilliant, but neither is he stupid, and most people enjoy his company. His means are modest, but so are his wants, and he has tenure in his job. The life of Kenneth Case has been placid and fairly free of stress until this moment.
All right, hands at your sides, and look straight ahead. Take your time.
That's him.
Please.
I just turned from the left.
Please keep your voice down.
I'd know him anywhere. That's him.
Mother? Mother?
I'll be right down, Kenny.
Oh, okay, take your time. Gonna make myself a drink.
I meant to be at the station house, but
that's all right.
I had to finish up with the lawyers. It's not so easy to take out a second mortgage. I never thought I'd have to...
You make out all right?
Well, of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here.
Well, that's right.
I don't suppose you made a drink for me.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you
That's
wanted...
all right. I'll make it myself. I need one as much as you do.
I doubt that.
Well, almost. Isn't $15,000 kind of a high bail?
Oh, I have no idea.
Well, it seems awfully high to me. They know you're not going to run off someplace.
I've never known how they decide what bail to set. I've never thought too much about it. I never thought it would concern me. Even now, I can't believe it has anything to do with me.
You want a little snack or something to go with your drink?
No, thanks.
It was that woman's identification that did it.
Oh, I don't mean the identification. I stopped believing any of it long before they put me in the lineup. By the time I'd gotten that far, I was starting to think the whole thing was a joke.
A joke?
A comedy of errors.
Well, it is.
And when that detective showed up, I just thought he was, just here to ask questions. Did I know Mrs. Malloy? Had I seen her that day? Et cetera, et cetera. When he said, I'm going to have to ask you to come with me, Mr. Case, I think I laughed. I don't remember exactly, but I actually think I laughed. That's when it started to be unreal. Something out of another world, another life. Not my world, not my life. I think when she screamed out, that's him, I don't think I really laughed out loud, but I wanted to. Inside I could feel a little kind of giggle.
Oh, I hope you didn't actually laugh.
Now, what's the difference? The whole thing is a craziness. This woman, this total stranger, says a man 5'9" with a blonde mustache and a black briefcase, knocked at my door. When I opened it, he grabbed me by the neck and he tried to choke me. After that, he knocked me down and raped me. He took my jewelry and he ran. I read it all in the paper. No particular reason, except that I know the house she lives in. I pass it every day on my way to the university and again on my way home. That gave me some kind of special interest, I guess, just knowing the house. But then I forgot about it. Completely forgot till Detective Stein showed up and, well, you know.
The woman's crazy.
No, she isn't necessarily crazy. She's just mistaken.
She's crazy.
She said from the start the man was about 40. Blonde mustache, brown suit.
Or a liar.
Then she sees me. Blonde mustache, brown suit, about 40, and she says, that's my man. She wasn't necessarily lying. In fact, I'm sure she thinks she was telling the truth. Only she wasn't. She made a mistake. She was wrong.
They'll find out she's lying.
Not lying. Just wrong.
Whatever.
I saw her a couple of times.
You did? Don't tell them that.
Yeah, on my way to work, she was on the porch. I never even spoke to her. There was no reason to.
What does she look like?
Oh, about your age, I guess.
Is she pretty?
Yeah, I don't know. Nice looking, near as I remember. Hair cut short. Yeah, I remember that because you just had yours cut short, so I sort of noticed.
Well, what I can't figure out is why you. What does she have against you?
She made a mistake, that's all.
She lied.
No, she didn't.
Well, she certainly didn't tell the truth.
No, she certainly didn't. Only how am I going to prove that?
Make her take a lie detector test.
A what?
A lie detector test. Why not?
Well, she believes she's telling the truth, only I know she isn't. Mother, I think you've given me an idea.
I have.
I'm going down to the station house. I can just make it if I hurry.
What for?
I want to talk to Lieutenant Stein.
Come in. Oh, come in, Mr. Case.
Lieutenant?
Didn't expect you back so soon.
No, I guess you didn't.
Well, sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what can we do for you?
I want to take a lie detector test. That identification by Mrs. Malloy shook me up, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm.
She sounded so positive, and she's so wrong.
The lie detector readings are not admissible in court, you know that.
Yes, I know that. It's about the only thing I do know about them. But it's hanging over my head, this thing. I don't mind telling you that it's not pleasant.
No, I don't imagine it is.
I may have to go to a trial.
You will?
Unless you find out who really did it before then.
Well, we're still looking.
Well, that's good. But in the meantime, even if it doesn't help me in court, if it comes to that, it would help me to prove my innocence.
Who do you think you're proving it to?
I don't know exactly. To myself? That's silly. I already know. To you, maybe? I'd like to feel you're on my side.
I'm on nobody's side. I'm just a detective.
Yeah, but... Well, let's just say I'd like to take the test.
Well, if you want to.
I do.
Janet, get me Dr. Knapp at the hospital, will you? Thanks.
A doctor, huh? Well, I didn't know doctors ran these things.
Well, any qualified person can do it. Dr. Knapp happens to be the polygrapher we use when there's any occasion, which isn't too often.
Well, I'm sort of looking forward to it.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Knapp, thank you. This is Lieutenant Stein. Can you run a polygraph for me? Well, anytime, I guess. Now, hold on, please. You in a hurry, Mr. Case?
Well, yes.
As soon as possible, Doctor. This afternoon, 4:30. Fine. See you, Doc. All set.
4:30?
Right.
Where do I go? To the hospital or where?
How about right here?
Well, is that possible?
Easiest thing in the world.
Well, all right, then. It's fine. I'll go home and tell my mother, and I'll come back here at 4:30. Gee whiz.
What's the matter?
Well, nothing's the matter. I just didn't know it'd be so simple. Look, would you be here later when I come back?
Oh, sure, I'll be here. I have to give the doctor the list of questions.
Oh, you make up the questions, not the doctor.
I'm the only one who knows what to ask.
Yes, of course, you're right. The doctor doesn't know me at all. Well, thank you, Lieutenant, for everything.
Not at all.
I'll see you at 4:30.
Right.
You know, I'm beginning to feel better. It's a question of doing something, I guess, not just sitting and waiting. I'll see you later, Lieutenant. Am I early?
Just a couple of minutes. How are you, Mr. Case?
Well, all right, I think. I'm kind of looking forward to this. I guess because I know I'm not guilty of anything. It'd be nice if everybody believed me, but they don't, so I guess I want a machine to sort of stick up for me. Crazy.
Oh, I don't know.
Is that it?
The polygraph? Yeah, that's it.
It's small, isn't it?
How big did you expect it to be?
I don't know what I expected. I don't even know what I expect now. I just know I didn't do anything wrong.
I know. Now, that must be the doctor. Hi, Doc.
Hello, Lieutenant.
This is Mr. Case. Dr. Knapp, Mr. Case.
Mr. Case?
Oh, I was just saying, Lieutenant, here, that I wasn't sure what I expected from this test. And one of the things I didn't expect was that you'd be a woman.
I'm also a qualified polygrapher.
Well, I didn't mean... Life is full of surprises.
Are we ready?
Okay to start, Mr. Case?
Oh, sure, yeah, sure.
If you'll be so good as to step over here, Mr. Case.
All right.
Now, this is the machine.
Yeah, the lieutenant told me.
That's your chair. This is my chair.
Mm-hmm.
Will you please remove your jacket and take your place in the chair?
Yeah, sure.
Sit down, Mr. Case.
Okay.
Relax. That's better. May I have your right hand, please?
Right hand? Sure.
This is nothing but an abrasive salve I'm rubbing into your palm. Similar to those used for making contact in electrocardiograms.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm going to fasten the disc. Tell me if it's too tight.
No, it's okay.
Your left arm now, please.
All right.
This is a rubber sleeve I'm putting around your bicep, much like the one used for taking blood pressure. Too tight?
Maybe a little.
There. Ready?
Yes, thanks.
This thing that looks like a rubber accordion, it goes around your chest. Will you lean forward a little, please?
All right.
There. That's all. Are you comfortable, Mr. Case?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, you're now connected to the machine, and the machine is connected to you.
Mm-hmm.
The disc in your palm registers pulse beat. The band in your arm, pressure of blood.
All right.
The band around your chest measures your breathing. That's all there is to the machine. Simple, isn't it?
Will it also make coffee?
Not this model. You have the questions, Lieutenant?
Yeah, right here.
These are the questions I'm going to ask you. Each question has its corresponding number on the tape. They're synchronized. If there should be a long silence at any time, don't worry. I'm only waiting for the next number to come up. You answer with yes or no.
What?
The questions are designed to be answered that way. Understand?
No.
Mr. Case.
What kind of a game are you trying to run on me?
Game?
Well, there's hardly a question in the world that can be answered yes or no.
Mr. Case, you're disturbing the wires.
Any question worth asking can't be answered yes or no.
Mr. Case, you asked for this test.
I know I did.
The polygraph has to have yes or no answers, or it won't work at all. Believe me.
Okay, I believe it.
Now, try not to move, please. And answer the questions in a low and uniform tone of voice. Ready?
Ready.
Is your name Kenneth Case?
Yes.
Were you born in the United States?
Yes.
Are you married?
No.
Are you a professor of philosophy?
Men and machines and men. If our age is distinguished by anything, it is man's devotion to the machine. There is almost nothing we have not invented a machine to do for us. From washing our clothes to killing our enemies, we worship the machine. It has taken over our lives. The day may come when it will take over us. And in simple self-defense, we will turn ourselves into machines. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Kenneth Case, age 39, professor of philosophy at the State University, lives with his mother in a suburban town. The tenor of his life was interrupted when he was taken into custody on suspicion of assault, rape, and robbery. The victim was a Mrs. Malloy, who stridently identified Kenneth Case as a criminal. At his own request, he has been granted a lie detector test, and the test is in progress.
Do you have a dark blue suit in your wardrobe?
Yes.
Do you have a brown suit in your wardrobe?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a woman named Frances Malloy?
Yes.
Have you ever spoken with Mrs. Malloy?
No.
Do you shave with an electric razor?
No.
Are you aware that Mrs. Malloy was assaulted in her home?
Yes.
Are you married?
No.
Do you pass by Mrs. Malloy's home on your way to work?
Yes.
Do you pass Mrs. Malloy's house on your way home from work?
Yes.
Did you see Mrs. Malloy on Monday evening, June the 3rd?
No.
Did you see her on the morning of June the 4th?
No.
Have you ever thought of starting a conversation with Mrs. Malloy?
Yes.
Have you ever started such a conversation?
No.
Do you live at number 114 Forest Avenue?
Yes.
Does your mother also live at this address?
Yes.
Do you have a checking account?
No.
Do you have a savings account?
Yes.
Is it a joint account with your mother?
No.
On June 3rd, did you assault Mrs. Malloy?
No!
Please, Mr. Case, I asked you not to move and to keep your replies as close to a monotone as possible.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to have to adjust the machine.
Glass of water, Mr. Case?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah, ready.
Do you own a radio?
Yes.
Do you own a record player?
Mother? Mother?
I'll be right down, Kenny.
I'm going to make myself a drink. You want one?
Please. Well, how was it?
Not too bad.
You mean it?
Well, at first it wasn't quite what I expected. To start with, the polygrapher, which is what they call people who give these tests, turned out to be a lady doctor.
A lady?
Well, she works at the county hospital. Polygraph, sort of an outside activity, I gather.
Did she tell you that?
Well, no, I just guessed.
How old?
What?
How old is the lady doctor?
Yeah, I don't know. Around my age, I guess. Maybe younger. I didn't get around to asking her age.
Now, don't be sarcastic, Kenny.
Sorry.
Dorothy called while you were down there.
Oh, well, what you want?
Just to know how you were and how you're bearing up, etc.
She want me to call her back?
Well, I can't remember if she said to call her back or if she didn't.
I'll call her back anyway.
Finish your drink first.
Yeah.
Are you serious about Dorothy?
Well, I like Dorothy. You know that.
Well, of course I know that. I asked you, are you serious?
I don't think I'm serious about Dorothy.
Does she know that?
I think so.
You just think so?
I know so.
You've told her?
Don't worry, Mother. She knows.
I wasn't worried. Why don't you call her back? She sounded genuinely worried.
I think I'll have another drink first.
I think I will, too.
Okay.
You know, Kenny, I'm glad you're not serious about Dorothy.
Well, you are?
Well, but she's too young for you.
Here's your drink.
Thank you, honey.
I don't need your permission to get married, you know.
Well, whoever said you did?
Well, the way you talk.
Well, it doesn't hurt to talk about it, does it? I mean, you've waited this long to get married. I should think you'd want to be sure it's the right girl.
I do?
Well, all right, then. Now, take that girl you met on the Caribbean cruise. You almost married her.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did. I remember it very well. What was her name? She had a long, skinny face, looked like a horse.
Christine.
Now, that would have been a mistake to marry her. Now, you know that. There was something not really feminine about that girl, that Christine, don't you think?
Oh, I thought she was very feminine.
Well, it's a matter of opinion, I guess. Anyway, it didn't take you long to get rid of her.
Look, Mother, I was feeling pretty good when I came home. Now I'm starting to feel lousy. Can't we talk about something besides my old girlfriends?
Well, what do you want to talk about?
I don't know, anything.
Why don't you call up Dorothy?
Later. I'll call her later.
I like Dorothy.
Well, I never knew that.
Well, I think she's very nice and attractive looking. Don't you think?
Well, I guess so.
Not like that awful, what's her name that you were so gone on last year?
What awful, what's her name?
You know the one, that fat blonde, that divorcee?
Myra Stanton?
That's the one, Myra. She was years older than you.
She was exactly my age.
She was. Well, she looked years older and fat. Now, Dorothy isn't fat.
All right. We've established that much. Dorothy isn't fat. Now, can we go on and talk about something else? Like, what's for dinner?
Leftovers?
Oh. Maybe we should go out.
What for?
I don't know. I feel like... I don't know, sort of celebrating.
Celebrating what?
Yeah, well, it may sound silly, but celebrating my lie detector test.
What kind of a thing is that to celebrate? Taking a lie detector test like a common criminal.
Do you want to go out for dinner or don't you?
No, I don't. I went to a lot of trouble to dress up those leftovers, and I want to eat home.
Okay, maybe I'll see if Dorothy wants to have dinner with me.
Honey, don't do that. I'll go out for dinner. I didn't realize it meant that much to you.
Well, for some crazy reason, it does.
Look, I'll go up and change. And it won't take a minute.
Okay.
You make yourself another drink, and I'll be right down.
Okay.
I'll wear my blue lace.
I'll get it. Yes, hello.
Is Mr. Case there?
This is Mr. Case.
Mr. Case, Lieutenant Stein.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
I thought you might be worried about the polygraph.
Well, I'm interested, naturally.
I'm not sure I ought to be doing this, but I figured, it's your test. You asked for it. You paid for it.
That's right.
I hope you're prepared for this, Mr. Case.
For what? What are you talking about?
Well, Dr. Knapp just handed me the analysis, and I'm sorry to have to tell you this.
Tell me what?
The analysis seems to indicate that you're guilty, Mr. Case.
That I'm what?
Guilty.
That's impossible.
That's what the analysis says.
It's simply impossible.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd tell you.
Thank you.
Now, don't let it get you down. Polygraphs aren't admissible.
Well, I'm all ready. How do I look? Was that Dorothy on the phone?
It was Lieutenant Stein.
What did he want?
He wanted to give me the result of the polygraph.
Oh?
The machine says I'm guilty.
But I didn't do it, the man cries out. Even as a little boy, he must have cried out to his mother or his father, I didn't do it. Parents are ready to be persuaded or convinced. But what can the man expect from the machine? The silent, implacable machine. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Kenneth Case, under suspicion of assault, rape, and robbery, has asked and been allowed to take a lie detector test. Knowing his own innocence, he has returned to the house he shares with his mother, only to receive a phone call from Lieutenant Stein informing him that an analysis of the test results indicate he is guilty. This information Kenneth Case has just passed on to his mother.
The lie detector says you're guilty. How can that be?
I don't know. It seems after they've asked all their questions and your answers have made marks on a chart, blood pressure, heartbeat, respiration, they take this chart and they analyze it.
And this chart, those little marks, make out that you're guilty?
So it seems.
Well, how can that be?
Mother, I don't know.
Well, you were the one asked to take the test. You even paid to take it. Now, would you do that if you were guilty?
Maybe they figure I thought I was good enough for a liar to get away with it.
Well, why did you ever ask to take it?
Because I wanted to clear myself, Mother.
But they don't allow those things in court, you said.
I know that, but Look, Mother, let's not get into all that now. Do you mind?
They trapped you.
No, they didn't. Why would they?
Well, that doctor trapped you, that lady doctor.
It was a perfectly legitimate test.
Well, then why did it come out the way it did?
I don't know. I'll just drop the subject.
I don't suppose we'll be going out to dinner.
No, I don't suppose we will.
Well, I guess I'll go upstairs and take this dress off.
Yeah, you do that.
I'll be down shortly and heat up those leftovers. Okay?
Okay.
Now, Kenny, try not to brood about this thing, will you?
Yeah, I'll try.
Now, it's spilt milk, that's all. They can't use the test against you in court. Not that I think you'll ever have to go to court.
Mother, go up and change your dress, huh?
Okay. I won't be more than a couple of minutes.
Take your time. I'm not hungry.
Kenny, get that, will you?
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Case?
What? It's Dr. Knapp, isn't it?
Yes. Did Detective Stein call you?
Yeah, a few minutes ago.
Oh, he said he was going to.
Yeah, well, he did.
I imagine you're upset.
You would imagine, rightly.
Mr. Case, may I come in and talk to you?
What about?
The test.
What's there to say?
Well, quite a lot, really. Anyway, I have a lot to say. Please, Let me come in.
Okay, come on in.
Thank you. This is very unprofessional, what I'm doing.
Oh, is it?
It's absolutely forbidden to contact anyone we've given the test to. I've never done it before, and I won't be doing it again.
Look, I was just about to make myself a drink. May I make you one, Dr. Knapp?
No, I don't care for a drink, thank you.
Well, I guess I won't have one either. You were saying you aren't supposed to contact people you give the test to.
I said I'm not supposed to. I never have, and I won't be doing it again because I'm giving the whole thing up.
Oh?
After I got my MD, I decided to do some more studying, to become an analyst.
A psychoanalyst?
Yes. It meant a lot more schooling. And there's my training analysis to pay for, and I was a little short of money. By that, I mean I didn't have any. So one of the things I did to get my hands on some was to learn how to give lie detector tests. The more I learned through psychoanalysis, the less I liked lie detector tests.
Oh, well, why is that?
I suppose you know what unconscious guilt is. Or do you?
I can't say that I do. I know people are always saying you know something unconsciously. I have heard people say that. I guess that means that you know something, but you don't know that you know it or something.
Well, people do say that. And they are profoundly wrong.
Oh?
It's not possible to know something unconsciously because knowing is a property of the conscious mind.
Yeah, well...
It's impossible to know anything unconsciously. As soon as you know it, it's conscious. Are you with me?
I can't really say I am.
But it's possible to feel unconscious guilt. In fact, most of the guilt we feel is unconscious. What we feel consciously is more like uneasiness.
You sure you don't want to drink?
No, thank you.
Yeah, I think I do.
It's a kind of pervasive discomfort. It accounts for a lot of our feelings of inadequacy, inferiority, and so on.
Cheers.
Oh, dear, I've done it again.
Done what?
Tried to explain something to someone who wasn't ready to listen.
I was listening.
Yes, but I'm sorry. It was very wrong of me.
I'm sure you were just trying to help me out.
I'm afraid I haven't succeeded.
Well, it was nice of you to try.
I'd hoped to explain to you how unconscious guilt can and does affect us all.
It's all beyond me. I'm sorry.
I'd better be going. Look, if you're still upset about the polygraph...
Oh, I'll get over it.
Yes, but if you should want to talk some more about it...
I'm hoping he'll catch the real criminal pretty soon. Lieutenant Stein says they're still looking.
In the meantime, if you want to talk to me, call me at the county hospital. Anytime. Will you?
Oh, I didn't know we had company.
Mother, this is Dr. Knapp.
Mrs. Case?
Dr. Knapp gave me the test. She dropped around.
You're responsible for the whole thing.
Oh, no.
Doctor, you'd better go.
Oh, I don't want her.
Do you know what you've done to my boy?
Come on.
Try to explain to her, will you?
I will. I will.
And call me if you want to talk.
I will, and thanks very, very much. You didn't have to be so rude, Mother.
Oh, she had some nerve coming here.
She was trying to be helpful.
She did the damage. Now she wants to help. You didn't eat very much.
Not hungry.
Where are you going?
I'm going to call Dr. Knapp.
The woman who was here?
Well, she said I could if I wanted to.
The woman who gave you the test?
That's right. Now, here's the number.
The woman who ruined you.
Oh, Mother, please.
Well, she did.
In the first place, I'm not ruined. In the second place, forget it. County hospital? Yeah, I wonder if I might speak with Dr. Knapp, please. She said I could reach her there.
She gave you her number?
Yes, thank you.
Well, what did she do that for?
She said if I wanted to talk to her, I could.
Dr. Knapp here.
Oh, Dr. Knapp, this is Kenneth Case. From this afternoon?
Oh, yes, Mr. Case.
You said I could call you if I wanted to talk to you, and I do want to, so I'm calling you.
You want to talk now?
What? Not on the phone.
Can you come to the hospital?
Yes, I can.
You have a car?
Well, my mother does. I can borrow it.
Well, then, go to the admissions desk on the main floor, and they'll put me on page.
Thanks very much. I'll be there in 20 minutes or so.
Fine.
I'll see you. Mother, okay to borrow the car?
You're not actually going to drive clear across town to see that woman.
Yes, I actually am. Where are the car keys?
I swear she's got some kind of hold over you.
Come on, where are the car keys?
I am not going to give you the keys. I am not going to have you running off to that woman.
Mother...
The woman who ruined you.
I just want to talk to her.
Stay here. Talk to me. Why do you want to talk to her?
Because she understands about lie detector tests.
She certainly does. She knows just how to make them come out.
Look, Mother, it's not like that, please. Now, give me the keys.
No, I will not. You are not going to talk to that woman.
You mean you won't let me take the car?
No, I will not.
I don't believe it.
You're always running off to some woman. The minute anything happens, you're off somewhere to be with some woman.
Mother, you don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. It's been one woman after another all your life. Dorothy, Myrtle, Christine, and Mila. And I can't remember all their names.
Mother, give me the car, please.
Now it's this woman doctor. How long will she last? A few months, then it'll be somebody else. You're like an animal, always sniffing around. You're disgusting. You disgust me.
Give me those keys. I'm asking you for the last time.
I'm not going to give you any keys of mine so you can go sniffing around that lady doctor. No, sirree.
All right, I'll take a cab.
No, you won't. You won't take any cab. Not while I'm alive, you won't.
Get away from that door, Mother.
I'll stand here till hell freezes over before I let you go rushing off to that woman.
Mother, get away from the door.
Never. I'm never going to let you be an animal anymore.
Mother! Stop it, damn it. You stop it. You hear me? You stop it.
Kitty, let go. Kitty, is choking me.
Oh, Lord, no. Mother, oh, God, I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry. Sorry.
Oh, Mother.
I'm sorry, Mother.
How could you?
Are you all right?
I think so.
Come on, sit down over here. Come on. Oh, would you rather lie down?
You go on and see your doctor friend. The keys to the car are in my purse.
No, I'm not going to leave you. I'll phone her and tell her I can't make it. Do you want a doctor?
No, honey, I don't want anything.
Yeah, well, hello. Could you locate Dr. Marion Knapp for me?
Maybe you should keep your appointment.
No, that's not important.
What do you want to see her for?
She told me some things when she was here, and I wanted
Dr. Knapp here.
Dr. Knapp, this is Kenneth Case.
Oh, yes.
I won't be able to get over to the hospital.
Oh, something happened?
Yes, something happened. Quite a lot.
Are you all right, Mr. Case?
I think so. I mean, yes, I'm all right.
Well,
maybe I'll call you in the morning. Would that be all right with you?
Of course it would.
I'm not sure. My mother's. I mean, I can't be absolutely definite about it.
You don't have to be.
Thank you. I'll call you in the morning, Dr. Knapp.
I'll count on hearing from you.
Yes.
Don't forget that. I'm counting on hearing from you.
I won't forget. Goodbye, Doctor.
Did you reach her?
I just got through talking to her.
Kenny, I told you, if you want to take the car, the keys are in...
No. I wouldn't leave you now.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. You're a good boy.
After what I did?
Oh, I said some awful things to you, Kenny.
Yes, you did.
But I didn't mean them. I was upset.
What were you upset about?
Well, you know.
everything.
Mother, you were upset about my going to see a woman. If Dr. Knapp had been a man... Mother, I was going to talk to the doctor about something she told me this afternoon. I didn't listen too hard, and I didn't understand most of it.
Well, who could understand that psychological mumbo-jumbo?
Well, I thought I'd like to try. She said something about unconscious guilt. How we carry it around with us and don't even know it. That's about all I remember, but she connected it up to why the lie detector test turned out the way it did. And I wanted her to try and sort it out for me.
Why don't you go over there now?
I'll call her in the morning. I'll see you tomorrow.
Who could that be at the door?
Well, maybe I'd better find out.
Yes, honey, you better.
Lieutenant Stein, what are you doing here?
I guess you're a little surprised to see me, huh?
Yes.
Well, Dr. Knapp called me. She said she talked to you on the phone, and she didn't like the way you sounded. So I thought I'd come over.
Well, it was very nice of you. Very nice. I appreciate it.
Dr. Knapp thinks a lot of you. I think you're all right, too.
Well, thank you. Under the circumstances.
Polygraph. That doesn't mean anything. I've got some news for you. We found the perpetrator. The guy that beat up Mrs. Malloy. He looks something like you. And then Mrs. Malloy was pretty hysterical when she identified you. Anyway, I thought you'd like to know.
Oh, that is good news, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I thought you'd like it. Well, I'll be getting on home.
Thanks so much for coming by.
Not at all. Good night.
Mother?
Who was it, Kenny? Who was at the door?
Lieutenant Stein. They, found the perpetrator.
The what?
The man who committed the crime. The man who attacked Mrs. Malloy. Look, Mother, if it's all right with you, I'm going to take the car and drive over to the hospital. I want to tell Dr. Knapp the machine was wrong.
Guilty. The word falls heavy and precipitous. It has a horrid sound, yet a familiar one. As though at the moment of birth, the entire observing world had solemnly pronounced it over the tiny emerging head. And the echo of the word will haunt us to the end of our days. Guilty. I'll be back shortly.
Someday you'll own. Someday you'll own. Sooner or later you'll own General's.
For 60 years, General Tire has been one of the nation's leading tire manufacturers. But General Tire means more than tires. Their one-stop car care centers are staffed by experts who know how to take care of your car, whether it's wheel alignment, wheel balance, lube and oil change, mufflers, shock absorbers, brakes, or batteries. You get fast, dependable, up-to-date service using only brand parts and materials. And your car gets a free 7-point safety check, too. Best of all, it's priced right. For tires and service, check your yellow pages for the General Tire headquarters nearest you.
You'll own General's. Sooner or later you'll own General's.
To be pronounced guilty by a machine no bigger than a record player, or for that matter, to be pronounced innocent. It is a measure of our wisdom that such machines have no credit in our courts. It is a measure of our devotion to the mechanical instead of the human that they have credibility anywhere at all. Our cast included Jack Grimes, Ann Petoniak, Nat Poland, and Jean Gillespie. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Think. You are lying on your back. There's something above you, and it has blotches on it. Your head rolls to one side. A big shape is coming toward you. The shape makes strange little noises. For good or ill, it comes closer and closer. It hovers over you. It encircles you. It lifts you. It holds you. It thrusts something into your mouth. You are a baby, and you are 12 days old.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all?
You are my darling, you.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the sweetest of them all?
You, my angel, you.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the cleverest of them all?
You. You. You.
Our mystery drama, Mirror, Mirror, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and all state insurance companies. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Think how hard it is to be a very young baby. Helpless is the word for it. Unable to stand, sit, walk, or even turn over. Unable to distinguish one object from another. Only light from dark. Unable to comprehend what is said to you. Unable to convey your own feelings except with moans, gurgles, and crying. Unconscious of everything, really, except your own, your very own, very private person.
I was in Mozambique with my husband when I heard of Claire's death. The letter from my mother gave no details, and there was no question of my being able to return home for the funeral. But I was pregnant with my first child and had already decided to go back to the States for the birth. Being close to 40 years of age, I needed the nearness of my mother and the care of American doctors. I was barely settled into my mother's house when the phone rang. Yes? Hello?
Jessica, is that you?
Yes?
Well, it's Mrs. Connor, dear. Claire's mother.
Well, of course, Mrs. Connor. I was going to call you.
Well, your mother told me that you were coming back from that place.
Mozambique.
Yes, and I figured you might be home by now.
I got here the day before yesterday.
Well, Jessica, dear, I know you're going to have a baby.
Yes, I am.
But I wondered if you could find time to come by and see me.
Well, of course. I was planning to anyway, just as soon as I got
want to have a little talk with you. After all, you were Claire's dearest friend.
Well, of course, Mrs. Connor. When would be convenient?
This afternoon. Would that be all right?
Perfectly all right.
5 o'clock? Come for tea. And we'll have a nice talk. And, well, there's something else. But never mind about that. I'll tell you when I see you.
The air was cool and the sun was warm when I set out to walk the mile or so to where Mrs. Connor lived in the house that had been Claire's. It was September, very like the day nearly 25 years before when I had originally met Claire. That was the first night at Stapleton Academy, finishing school as it was called in those days, and the main corridor was filled with laughing, chattering girls. Some of them were there for the second year, but it was my first experience away from home. I stood stiffly against the wall and envied those who seemed so relaxed, so easy in their ways.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I like your dress.
Thank you. I like yours.
My mother made it.
Oh.
My name's Claire Connor.
That's a pretty name.
What's yours?
Oh, Jessica Chapman.
Are you a boarder or a day pupil?
What?
Do you live in Stapleton?
Oh, no, Chicago. Just outside, that is.
Oh, you don't mean it. You can't. Where outside?
It's a suburb. Sugar Glen.
Sugar Glen. You don't mean it. You can't.
Where do you live?
Oh, I'm embarrassed to tell you, Merton.
But that's very near Sugar Glen.
It's the other side of the track.
But I go to Merton a lot when I'm home. I go there all the time to take
the elevated into Chicago. I know.
Well, it always seemed very nice, Merton.
Well, it's not. But I won't always live there. You see, someday I'll live in Sugar Glen or New York or Paris or Venice, one of those places. Listen, have you got a roommate or a room by yourself?
I don't know yet. They haven't told me.
Well, let's ask if we can room together. You want to?
Oh, yes.
Well, we'll have lots of fun. We'll be best friends. You want to? And we'll tell each other everything and not tell anybody else. It'll be just you and me. You want to?
Oh, yes, yes. And so it came about. That night, Claire and I sat up till daybreak, eating ginger snaps and zuzus and drinking orange squash and sucking on bullseyes. The next day, I broke out in hives and had to go to the infirmary. But Claire came to see me there and stayed as long as they'd let her.
Well, classes don't start till tomorrow, so you haven't missed anything. Oh, I bought some material for drapes. I hope you like it. You see, it's pink, which is my favorite color, and has blue flowers and stuff. Oh, how are your hives? Do they itch?
And so it was all year. Just Claire and me. I'd never had a best friend before, and I'd never known anyone like Claire. We'd go into town together and have chocolate fudge marshmallow sundaes with nuts. And sometimes we sneaked off to see a movie, if it had Joan Crawford in it, because Joan was Claire's idol. One day we were in Stapleton, and we saw this little antique shop. And in the window, there was a mirror.
Oh, Jessica, look.
Look at what?
That mirror.
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, I'd give my immortal soul. Look, it's got 3 panels. You could see yourself front, back, and sideways all at once, practically. Oh, I bet it cost $1 jillion.
Oh, that gold carving.
You want to go in?
You want to?
You bet.
Yes, young ladies?
Well, we wanted to ask you about that gold mirror in the window.
You're interested in the mirror?
Kind of.
You show good taste. It's very old, that mirror. My wife found it in Paris.
Oh.
Used to belong to Sarah Bernhardt.
The actress?
The great Bernhardt herself. That's what they told my wife in Paris.
Oh, well, is it, how much? Is it expensive?
Priceless.
That's what I thought.
How much do you think you could spend?
Well, not very much.
How much is it?
Well, I should get $500 for it.
Come on, Jess.
However, I'd take a little less. 400?
Oh, I'm afraid we don't have anywhere near that. Thank you, anyway.
Come back any time. We'll talk about it.
Jeepers. $500. That's all the money in the whole world.
You could save up for it.
Oh, you know what my allowance is. $20 a month. That's the smallest allowance of any girl in the school.
I felt awful for days after that. My family sent me $100 every month, and I never spent all of it. There weren't that many things to spend it on. Finally, it came to me that the thing that would make me happiest would be to give Claire the mirror.
Jessica! Oh, Jessica! I can't believe You are the dearest, the sweetest. You are my best friend. You are my only friend. It's you and me, Jessie. Just you and me against the whole world forever and ever.
Remembering all this, I was smiling a little as I arrived at the house. But the smile faded as I wondered what I'd say to Claire's mother. There's so little to say at such times, and so much had happened since the days at Stapleton Academy. I needn't have been concerned, though, because Mrs. Connor did most of the talking.
You and Claire were so close. Such dear friends, Jessica. You were her only friend, her only real friend. You understood her.
I was very fond of her.
Now, I've been going through her things. She had so many lovely things. 2 mink coats and a mole skin and jewelry. Oh, heavens. Later, when we've had our tea, I'll take you upstairs and show you, and you can pick out whatever you like as a remembrance.
Oh, I don't wear much jewelry anymore, Mrs. Connor. You see, I married an archaeologist last year, and we travel a lot to very out-of-the-way places.
Oh. But there must be something of Claire's you'd want.
Well, actually, Mrs. Connor, there is one thing I'd love to have. That big mirror. Claire had it at the academy.
You wouldn't want that mirror?
Oh, yes, I would. I gave it to her, actually. And I've never forgotten how she loved it. I could store it at my mother's house till my husband and I settled down enough to have a place of our own.
I don't know where it is.
Oh, maybe you don't know the one I mean. It's a 3-way mirror, full-length mirror. Claire loved it because she could see herself from every angle. It has a lovely gold frame. When the man who sold it to me said that it had belonged to Sarah Bernhardt, though, of course, we never believed it.
I'll have to look around for it.
Well, she always kept it in her bedroom.
You are going to have a baby. Is that right?
Yes. Imagine, at my age.
Melisande came back for the funeral. At least she did that. Her father didn't.
Well, Stanley and Claire were divorced.
Oh, not divorced. Oh, never divorced. He just up and left her and took Melly with him.
But Melisande wanted to live with her father, Mrs. Connor.
Yes, and after all Claire did for her, from the instant the child was born, she raised her exactly the way she'd been raised herself, with all the care and attention. Melly was never very pretty, you know, like Claire. Strange, because Claire was so lovely. And Stanley was a handsome man, whatever else he was or was not, but poor Melly. And Claire did everything for her. Clothes, lessons. The child could speak French at the age of 7. And Claire had her nose fixed. Gave her a cute little turned-up nose. And if Stanley hadn't snatched her off when he did, Claire was going to have her chin altered, shortened sort of to balance her nose, the way I had Claire's legs fixed.
Oh, Claire had beautiful legs.
Uh-huh. But she wouldn't have had if I hadn't had them broken and straightened.
You had her legs broken?
And straightened. It's a simple procedure. Claire was born with slightly bowed legs, unfortunately, but the operation made them absolutely perfect. Melly never had those advantages when she went to live with Stanley. When I saw her at the funeral, she had a certain chic, but it wasn't at all what Claire wanted for her. Stanley never did anything for her, not a thing.
He just let her grow up.
Precisely. Well, now, why don't we have our tea? I have oatmeal cookies I made myself. I just have to pop them in the oven. Remember how you and Claire loved oatmeal cookies? With lots and lots of raisins? Well,
while you're doing that, Mrs. Connor, could I go upstairs and look for the mirror?
I just remembered. It's broken.
Broken?
Yes. Yes, it broke.
Oh, well, I could have it fixed.
I think we threw it out.
Claire would never have thrown it out. Look, if it's just the glass that's broken, I could have it replaced, and that would be simple.
I really don't know what happened to it. Best forget about it. Now, you just sit there, Jessica, while I give the cookies 10 minutes in the oven and set up the tea tray. All right?
All right, Mrs. Connor.
And, forget about the mirror. Don't even think about it.
Have you ever tried not to think about something? Anything from immortality to a lavender mouse? You will find that in your striving to avoid thinking about certain things, you become totally unable to think about anything else. This is the impasse Jessica reached when Mrs. Connor said, "Forget about the mirror. Don't even think about it." We'll return shortly with Act 2. Has it ever bothered you, however slightly, that never, never will you see your own face? Anyone else can see it, and many do every day. By sunlight, by moonlight, by candlelight, or in the glare of searchlights. But you yourself have never seen it, nor will you ever see it, except in a mirror.
So I tried not to think about the mirror. I thought about Stanley. Good old Stanley. I'd known him all my life. Stanley was very handsome, with lovely manners, always had money to spend and spent it generously, and was consistently, everlastingly dull. Such a nice boy, my mother said, and I couldn't deny it. But I longed to know other boys, not so nice, maybe, but likewise not so dull. Like the boys Claire knew. How do you do it, Claire? All the boys are chasing after you all the time. You're so popular.
Oh, you've got Stanley.
Oh, Stanley? I want to know scads of boys the way you do. But they just don't know I'm alive.
It's easy. You really want to know?
Oh, I'll say the word.
There's only 2 things you have to learn how to make a boy notice you.
No fooling.
You won't tell anybody else?
Word of honor.
Well, the first is, I had a dream about you last night. And if that doesn't work, you say, I have a bone to pick with you.
I don't get it. Why would you say things like that?
Because they're intriguing. You tell a boy you had a dream about him, he can't wait to find out about what you dreamed. Now, the same thing if he thinks you're a little mad at him. Not really mad, just sort of miffed. Comprenez-vous?
I don't know if I do.
Try it. You'll see. It works.
Well, it didn't work for me. Maybe I didn't say it right. Most of the boys just gave me a blank stare. Once it worked, sort of, with Charlie Gale. He came up to me at the end of the dance and said, "Okay, what'd you dream about me?" And I said, "I forget." Because, of course, I hadn't ever dreamed about Charlie Gale, and I hadn't the forethought to think up some things. Charlie said, "Well, it couldn't have been much of a dream if you can't remember it," and he walked away. I never tried out I have a bone to pick with you. Because I was never really mad at anybody, not even miffed. I never got to know anybody that well. So I was stuck with Stanley, and he took me to dances and movies and parties, and everybody took it for granted that one day Stanley and I would get married. I started taking it for granted myself.
But he's so good-looking, Jessie. I think he looks like John Gilbert.
I guess so.
And rich.
I guess so.
And he graduated from Princeton.
Yeah.
Well, what do you want?
I don't know.
Oh, he's crazy mad for you. He's your slave.
I was very fond of Stanley. I'd always been fond of Stanley. And my mother kept telling me that I'd love him once we were married, and I started to believe that. One night at my house, Stanley had come for dinner, and my folks left us alone after dinner because they trusted Stanley implicitly. And he and I had been talking in the desultory way we always did about announcing our engagement, setting a date, and whether to buy a house or rent an apartment. All those topics that sounded to me more as though we were going to open a small business rather than get married. When all of a sudden, Stanley jumped up from his chair.
Guess what that nutty friend of yours said to me the other night?
Who?
Claire Connor.
What'd she say?
She said she had a dream about me. Can you tie that?
Did you ask her what the dream was about?
Well, sure. I was kind of, sort of...
Intrigued?
Yeah, sort of intrigued.
Well, what was the dream?
Some goofy stuff. You know how dreams are. Seems I was some kind of knight. Like Lancelot or Gawain, one of those. And she was Elaine, the lily maid of Astolat. And Merlin the magician was there, and he...
And this was all in Camelot?
No, it was right here in Sugar Glen. That's the intriguing part of it. Out on the golf course at the country club. Seems I rescued her from the sand trap on the 16th hole. I told you it was a nutty dream.
Well, how would Claire know there was a sand trap on the 16th hole? She doesn't play golf. The Connors don't even belong to the club.
Well, I know, but she walked around with me one day. Somebody stood her up for a date, and she didn't have anything to do. But wasn't that a nutty dream?
Claire's family didn't belong to the country club. Not many people from Merton did. But I'd invited her there lots of times. Actually, I was sort of showing off. She was so pretty, so peppy. And in those days, being peppy was about the most important thing to be. And I wasn't peppy. I was shy and introverted, and lots of girls and boys, too, considered me a drip. It was very depressing to be considered a drip. But Stanley didn't think of me as a drip. He thought of me as a peach of a girl. And this made me, if not more loving toward him, at least more grateful. But then...
Jessie, I've got to talk to you.
What about? What's the matter?
I think Claire's mad at me.
What about?
I don't know. That's just it. I saw her at the sweet shop this noon. She was with Charlie Gale, and they were right at the next table, and all of a sudden she leans over and she says, "I've got a bone to pick with you, Stanley Sherman." Naturally, I said, "Why? What have I done?" And she said, "Tell you later." I thought maybe she told you.
No, Stanley, she didn't tell me.
Not that I give a hoot, but I hate to have anybody mad at me. You know how it is.
Oh, sure. I know how it is. I knew how it was, all right. And I knew I was losing Stanley. Claire's line was working on Stanley. My Stanley, who didn't have a line any more than I did.
You know what Claire was mad at me about?
What?
Because I hadn't called her up for 2 weeks. I hardly ever call her up, except once in a while when you're busy. And I asked her a couple of times if she wanted to walk around the golf course with me, because I couldn't find anybody to play with. She wanted to carry my clubs, but of course I wouldn't let her do that.
Of course you wouldn't.
But she was awfully interested in the game. She said she'd take some lessons, only of course you can't do that unless you belong to the club. I may have said something about teaching her myself. She says I did. But if I did, I forgot.
Claire didn't forget.
No, and she's been feeling terrible about it. And that's what she meant when she said she had a bone to pick with me. Can you tie that?
I wasn't a bit surprised when Stanley called me a few weeks later and said he had to have a talk with me. A serious talk, he said. And I knew instantly what the serious talk would be about. It would be about Claire.
You're going to think I'm a heel, Jessica.
No, I'm not.
I don't know how it happened. I swear to you.
How what happened, Stanley?
I fell for somebody.
Claire?
How did you know?
I just knew.
Your best friend. I'm an awful heel.
Are you in love with her?
Yes, I am.
Do you want to marry her?
Yes.
Well, then, do it.
You mean it's all right with you?
We were never really engaged.
Well, we talked about it.
That's all we ever did. Just talk.
Oh. I feel so much better. I thought maybe you'd... I was so afraid that
I just want you to be happy, Stanley. You should know that.
Oh, I'll be happy, all right.
You've already asked Claire to marry you?
Yeah. Anyway, I said something or other. I was telling her she was a wonderful girl, so much fun and pretty, too, and I couldn't imagine any man not being in love with her. And she said, "Does that mean you, too?" And, well, I said, "Yes, me, too." And she said how happy she was and could we build a house in Sugar Glen, and I said I thought it was a neat idea. And the more I thought about it...
The neater it seemed.
Yeah. Oh, Jessie, you really are a peach. There's not many girls would be so understanding.
I told you. I just want you to be happy.
You know what Claire said after we got it all settled about the house and everything? You know what she said?
What did she say?
She said, "It'll be just you and me, Stanley. You and me against the whole world till death do us part." And right then I knew she was the girl for me.
I I felt very little when Stanley married Claire. Ours had been such a tepid romance, if indeed it had ever been a romance at all. I was still friends with both Stanley and Claire. He built her a big house in Sugar Glen, and they had a Pierce Arrow and a Packard Roadster with wire wheels. They went to all the country club dances, and they gave wonderful parties in the big house. Suddenly, sitting in the drawing room of that very house, waiting for Claire's mother to serve tea, my mind jumped to the big bedroom just above me, Claire's bedroom. A big, square room with 6 windows all curtained with white silk net with ruffles. A chaise longue with a blue satin throw covered with real Duchess lace. A dressing table holding more than a dozen bottles of French perfume. A white bearskin rug beside the big canopied bed. All so different from anything she'd had before she married Stanley. Everything different. Except the mirror. And there I was, thinking about the mirror again.
Well, here we are now. I brought milk and sugar and lemon because I couldn't quite remember. Now, why don't you pour? And I'll go and get the cookies. I had to let them cool for a minute, but I'm sure they're ready now. I'll be right back.
The mirror. I couldn't get the mirror out of my mind. It was my strongest link with Claire. The thought of it took me back 20 years. Now, Claire was dead. I was married. I was about to have my first child. I was sitting in Claire's house, waiting for Claire's mother to serve me oatmeal cookies. And all I could think of was the 3-paneled, gold-framed mirror that I had given Claire when we were schoolgirls.
I have to give them another minute to cool. They're still sticking to the pan. Let's have a cup of tea, and then they'll be ready. You pour, will you?
If you want me to.
Just lemon for me.
All right. There you are.
Oh, thank you.
Mrs. Connor, about that mirror of Claire's. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh.
Why do you keep talking about that mirror?
Did you burn yourself?
You keep going on and on about that mirror.
No, Mrs.
I told you to forget about it.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That mirror. That cursed mirror. That mirror killed my precious Claire. That mirror killed my baby.
Are you wondering how an inanimate thing like a mirror could murder a living person? How a thing of gold and glass and quicksilver could bring death to a woman of flesh and blood? How a thing of ornamental beauty and some practical use could prove fatal to its owner? We'll tell you how when I bring you Act 3 in a moment. Jessica, paying a condolence call on the mother of her dead friend Claire, keeps returning to the subject of an antique gold-framed 3-panel mirror, which she had given to Claire when the two of them were best friends at Stapleton Academy for young ladies. Claire's mother became so agitated at the mere thought of the mirror that she dropped her cup of tea.
That mirror, that cursed mirror, that mirror killed my precious Claire.
Oh, Mrs. Connor, I didn't know.
Killed my baby.
Nobody told me.
Well, there were a lot of confused stories about it. None of them true.
But what was true? How could the mirror...
The mirror fell over on top of her.
Oh, no. But how could it?
I don't know. It was very old, of course, and I suppose it had got to be very rickety and unstable.
But it just doesn't seem possible.
There was glass all over the floor. Claire was cut horribly. She bled to death.
Oh, Mrs. Connor.
She was all alone in the house. I'll never forgive myself for not being there.
But you couldn't have known. Not possibly. You can't blame yourself in any way.
I came here to live with her, you know, after Stanley deserted her and Melisande went to live with him. So I moved in and we tried to make some kind of a life. I remember Claire said to me, "It's just you and me now, Mummy. Just you and me. Like when I was little." And then not to be there when that terrible mirror killed her.
We won't talk any more about the mirror, Mrs. Connor. I am so sorry that I kept bringing it up, but I didn't know that it had any...
You won't want the mirror now, will you?
Well, we'll just forget all about it.
I think that would be best. Well, now, tell me about yourself. You're going to have a baby?
Yes, at my age.
I hope it's a little girl. A pretty little girl that you can dress up in lovely clothes and teach all sorts of things. How to get along in the world. It's not easy for a woman, you know, as I used to tell Claire.
Oh, I don't think it's easy for anybody.
Oh, maybe not, but especially a woman. Oh, heavens, I completely forgot about the cookies.
Never mind about the cookies. I ought to be getting on home.
Well, I could wrap some up for you to take with you.
No, never mind. I think you need to be alone right now. I'm afraid I've upset you.
Oh, that's all right, my dear. You didn't know.
I'll come back another time.
If you do that, dear. And we'll talk some more about Claire.
As I walked home, I thought about the last time I'd ever seen Claire. It was a very special visit because I had something very special to tell her. I found her in her big, airy bedroom, standing in front of the three-way mirror. Oh, the mirror again. It wasn't going to be so easy to forget that mirror.
Jessie, come on in. How do you like this dress?
It's beautiful.
Well, Charlie Gale is taking me to the club dance Saturday night.
How is Charlie?
Oh, you know Charlie, sort of a goop. But he's better than nothing. Oh, you know, before I wouldn't have looked at him twice, but now...
Do you ever hear from Stanley?
Well, he writes me every month. First of every month. When he sends me the check. He doesn't write anything except how Mellie's doing. So I don't know how he is. Oh, well. I married a millionaire. And look how it turned out.
Claire, I've come over on purpose to tell you something.
Oh, what?
I'm getting married.
You what?
It's true. I'm getting married.
Who to?
Well, you don't know him. His name's Bob Orlovsky. He's an archaeologist.
Oh, what kind of name is that, Orlovsky?
We'll be traveling a lot. He goes on digs. That's what they call those expeditions where they dig up old ruins. And I'll go with him.
Is he good looking?
Well, not very. But he's a beautiful person, and I love him a lot.
Am I going to meet this beautiful person?
I'm afraid not. I'm going to meet him in New York, and we're going to get married there. And then we'll be leaving right away.
But you're not going to have a wedding?
Well, I'm a little old for that, don't you think? No, we'll just get a judge or somebody like that to marry us, and then we'll be off the next day.
But doesn't your mother want you to have a wedding?
She doesn't care. I think she's so happy to get me off her hands.
Aren't you ever coming back to Sugar Glen?
Well, eventually. Maybe. We don't know. Oh, well, we'll probably visit from time to time.
Well, what'll I do without you?
You'll be all right.
I suppose.
You always manage somehow. Look, I have to be going.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Jessie. Be happy.
I shall. I know I shall.
Yes. Well, write to me when you have time.
Well, of course I will. Goodbye, Claire. Best friend.
Bye.
I had gone only a few steps down the hall when I heard Claire's voice. I thought she'd remembered some last-minute message for me, so I'd gone back. The door of her room was still open. Claire stood before the three-way mirror, and she was speaking not to me, but to her own reflection, speaking softly, tenderly, lovingly.
It's just you and me now, sweetie. Just You and me against the world. It's you and me, honey. Just you and me.
From somewhere, and who knows where, had come other voices. Soft, tender, loving.
My sweet baby. You're so wonderful, Claire.
Claire, you're so popular.
So peppy and everything. My beautiful, precious girl.
All those boys chasing you?
Darling child. Adorable girl. Dearest heart. So lovely. So wonderful.
Walking home, it all came back to me. But how much of it had really happened? I had seen Claire, dressed in her pretty ball gown, standing in front of the mirror. That much had been real. I was sure of that. And I had heard her talking to her reflection. I was pretty sure of that. But where had the other voices come from? Her mother's, Stanley's, my own. Had they drifted down the years to echo themselves at that particular moment? Or had they emerged from my own mind, so attuned to Claire for so long, so worshipful of her person, her ways, her personality, her whole self? I began to understand a little. Everyone who had known Claire intimately had adored her. First her mother, then me, then Stanley. All of us her devoted acolytes. Only Melisande, her own daughter, had refused to bow down. I wondered, had we, the three of us who worshipped her, been picked for that very reason? Or had it been some lack in us, some deficiency, that made us seek her out? Some feeling of incompleteness that made us need someone stronger, surer, someone who seemed so enviable in every way. Lost in my own reflections, I was not at all surprised when I reached home, and there, sitting on the front steps, was Stanley. It seemed very right that he should be there.
Hello, Jessie.
Stanley?
I heard you were in town.
I'm going to have a baby.
Yeah. I heard that, too. That's wonderful.
I think so. How are you, Stanley?
Oh, same as usual, I guess.
How's Melisande?
Great. Mellie's just great.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
Could we sort of sit down on the steps, talk for a few minutes?
We can go inside.
No, this is all right. Unless you'd rather.
No, this is okay.
Swell. Well, you look wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
It's being pregnant, does it?
Really?
No. Being happily married is what does it, but being pregnant is extra.
Yeah. I sure missed the boat with you, Jessie.
Oh, we wouldn't necessarily have been happy, married to each other, Stanley.
Maybe not. I ever tell you why I left Claire?
No, you didn't.
I'm not very quick at catching on to things. It took me about a year to find out why Claire married me. It was to show me off.
Oh, Stanley.
Yep, to show me off. It wasn't the money. The money was important, but it wasn't just the money. It was other things. Now, you may not agree, but I'm not bad looking.
You're very handsome.
Well, I was.
You still are.
And that was important to Claire. She was always after me to get my suits made in London, Bond Street, that sort of dribble. And I wasn't allowed to wear the same suit 2 days in a row.
That's hard.
And it was important to Claire that I had, well, what you'd call good manners.
You always had good manners. I remember very well.
I was brought up that way. I didn't have anything to do with that. And she liked it that I could speak good French. But that was because I took French in school, 6 years of it. It wasn't my fault I could speak good French. It didn't have anything to do with me. And I knew a lot about food, Well, my mother knew a lot about food, so naturally
Claire didn't have a chance to learn all those things while she was growing up.
But those things didn't have anything to do with me. They were all learned things. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, Stanley, I do.
I got the feeling like some tailor's dummy ordering fancy food in perfect French.
Stanley, that's really very funny.
So, I left.
And Millie went with you?
Yes, because she was turning into a little dummy, too. I mean, a little mannequin with perfect clothes and perfect manners.
Yes, and a perfect French accent.
Yeah. And she couldn't stand it either.
Do you know where I've just come from, Stanley?
No, where?
Your old house. The one you built for Claire. I went to see Mrs. Connor. She wanted to talk about Claire.
I ought to go see her, I know. But I didn't even go to the funeral. Mellie went.
Mrs. Connor told me. And she told me the awful way Claire died.
Yeah, that was pretty awful, all right.
And it was especially awful for me, because I gave her that mirror.
I know. When you were in school together. She loved that mirror.
It's so hard to see how it could have fallen on her. I mean, it was very sturdy, you know, even if it was old.
What do you mean, fell on her?
The mirror fell over on her and cut her. Oh, didn't you know? You must have. She bled to death.
It didn't fall on her.
Mrs. Connor told me.
She smashed it. She put her fist through it.
You can't mean that. How do you know?
Well, Mellie told me. Mellie saw the mirror. 3 big holes, one in each panel.
But she was cut all over.
No, she wasn't. Just the main artery in her right wrist. The mirror was still standing when they found her.
Why? Why would she do a thing like that?
I don't know. I'm not much good at figuring out things like that. But I know what I think.
What do you think, Stanley?
I think she just got tired of looking at herself in the mirror and nobody looking back at her.
And so we come back to the very young baby, the one we mentioned at the beginning of our story. 12 days old and unconscious of everything but his own small self. Perhaps by now he has discovered his fist. Later on, he will discover his toes and other interesting parts of his body. But it will take a long time before he discovers things outside his own person, people other than himself, and an even longer time before he learns to love them. I'll be back shortly. What we have tried to tell you is the story of a narcissist, someone eternally in love with himself. In this instance, herself. All of us are susceptible to this affliction. We all continue to dote on ourselves long past the age when we should be turning our interest elsewhere. But we never do completely. And the result is that the world is largely populated by very large babies. By children grown old. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Carmen Matthews, Marion Haley, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Good Lord.
Oh, no. Not again. Our room's been ransacked.
What a mess. Every drawer open. Look what they've done to our clothes.
Oh. Well, at least they've left us something. Not like before when I lost everything I owned.
Yeah, well, we'll soon find out what they did take.
Let's see. Not interested in my jewelry or the pocket radio. You'd think someone might take that.
They busted open this suitcase, but the traveler's checks are still here.
Peter, I haven't missed anything yet. Whew, but it's a nasty feeling to have someone paw through your personal things.
Oh, you know what they were looking for. Now, where did you hide it?
What, Peter?
Our most important piece of evidence, your photograph of the painting.
I told you it's in a very safe place. You have the photograph.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Welcome. Come in. I'm Tammy Grimes. Some years ago, it was popular to say that in every relationship, there is one who loves and one who is loved. You don't hear that dubious axiom so much of late. Instead, you hear the equally uncertain postulate that the earth is divided into the givers and the takers, which, in the hidden channels of our feelings, contains the same sediment of truth. Given two people, there will always be one who offers love and one who accepts it.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Darling, relax. Just take it easy.
Stanley, I wouldn't do such a thing.
I know.
I'm not a thief.
Of course you're not.
But somebody saw me do it.
Well, whoever somebody is wrong.
You believe me, don't you? I swear.
Honey, you don't have to swear anything. I believe you, and I love you, and because I love you, I believe you.
Our mystery drama, Mind Over Mind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Jada Rowland. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Yes, this is a love story. Rather a strange, a bizarre love story, you may conclude before we are through. But a love story nevertheless. Probably there never was a love story that did not contain elements of the strange, the bizarre, for love itself is strange and contains elements of the bizarre, the incredible, as everyone who has ever loved or been loved very well knows. Our story's title is Mind Over Mind. Itself an odd name for a story.
What is she like?
I don't know her all that well.
Do you know her?
Kind of.
What does that mean?
Well, I never dated her or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Did you date her?
Me? Certainly not.
I just asked. If you didn't date her or anything like that, what did you do?
I walked her home once or twice.
Which?
What?
Was it once or twice you walked her home?
I think it was twice I walked her home.
Where does she live?
Ridgeland Avenue between Elmwood and Euclid.
With her husband? Well, does anybody know?
I don't know.
You?
There was a man sitting on the porch the times I walked her home. He got up and kissed her. Now, I don't know if he was her husband or not her husband.
You didn't think to ask?
Well, how could I ask her?
I mean, when you saw her again.
It wasn't any of my business. How could I ask her? I told you I didn't know her that well. Gee,
Okay. All right, now. I don't suppose you know if she's married.
Well, I told you I don't. I don't go around prying into people's private lives. It's none of my business what they do away from here.
So far, we've come up with zilch. Nobody knows anything about, what's her name?
Dorothy.
Dorothy Brent.
Nobody knows anything about Dorothy Brent, except she lives on Ridgeland Avenue between Elmwood and Euclid with a man who may or may not be her husband. Anybody want to add anything to that?
I don't.
And I can't. I would if I could, but I can't.
Yeah. All right. So, Let's get her in here.
Oh, go easy on her, will you?
She's a very nice girl.
That remains to be seen, doesn't it?
No, she really is. When you meet her, you'll see what we mean.
All right. So get her in here.
Jerry, will you? You know her better than I do.
But when she finds out, she'll hate me. Dorothy? Dorothy?
Oh, hi, Jerry.
Getting ready to go home?
Yeah. Have to put a roast in the oven.
Ooh, a roast, huh? Living high these days.
Oh, I wouldn't say that exactly.
Gosh, my wife hasn't bought a roast since I can't remember when.
I don't do it too often. Like once a year. See you tomorrow, Jerry.
Dorothy, wait a minute, will you?
I really ought to get going.
I was supposed to tell you something.
Oh, what?
Mr. Treadway wants to see you in his office.
See me? What about?
Search me. He'll tell you.
He didn't tell you?
Oh, he didn't have to.
You mean you know?
In a way.
Well, what is it?
I'd rather Mr. Treadway would tell you.
I haven't been in Mr. Treadway's office since the day he hired me.
Yeah. Let's go, shall we?
That was a year ago.
Yeah. Come on, okay? He's waiting for you. He asked me to come out and get you.
Okay.
Dorothy, I think you should know. I think I should tell you.
Know what? Tell me what?
Mr. Treadway isn't alone. There's somebody with him.
Who?
Just somebody who wants to talk to you.
What about?
Listen, I didn't want to tell them, I swear, but when they asked me, I had to.
Had to what? Tell me what?
What I saw. I had to tell them what I saw. I had to.
Jerry, what's wrong with you?
I didn't want to. Here we are. Now, remember, Dorothy, they asked me, and I had to tell them. And try not to hate me, okay?
Who is that guy, that Jerry character?
Jerry Bissinger, his name is. He's one of the tellers.
Yeah. I gathered that.
Jerry has the desk right next to Dorothy.
I know that. I mean, what kind of a guy is he?
Well, he's been with the bank for 5 years. I hired him myself.
Is he reliable?
Well, I say so, yes. But then I thought Dorothy
wasn't given to flights of imagination. Seeing things.
Oh, no, I don't think so. But, something like this happens and you wonder, what do you really know about anybody? I mean, really know.
Yeah, makes you wonder, all right.
Jerry?
Yes, it's me, Mr. Treadway. It's us.
Well, come in. Come on in, both of you. Come in. Go ahead, sit down. Well, hello, Miss Brent. Will you take this chair?
Thank you, Mr. Treadway.
Oh, please, permit me to introduce... this is Detective Sergeant Hobbs, Dorothy.
Hello, Miss Brent.
Detective?
Yes, sit down. Here, Dorothy.
I got a few questions to ask you, if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
You work here?
Yes, of course I do. I'm a teller.
Now, you work next to Mr. Bissinger here, don't you?
Usually I do.
Now, you were working next to Mr. Bissinger yesterday, weren't you?
In the morning I was. Then after lunch...
In the morning is what I'm talking about. 10 a.m. In the morning. Now, you were working next to Mr. Bissinger, right?
That's right.
And at 10 a.m., a man came into the bank and walked up to your window. A man wearing a blue baseball cap. Remember that?
Well, no, I don't actually.
He shoved a note at you. And you gave him $500.
Shoved a note?
Well, maybe it looked to you like a withdrawal slip.
That's what it looked like to me.
Jerry.
Is that what it looked like to you, Miss Brett? Or was it a note ordering you to turn over $500?
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not that we blame you for giving the man the money. It's just too bad you didn't tell us. But, well, if you can tell us now what the note says.
If you will produce the note.
There isn't any note. There wasn't any man. Nothing happened like what you're saying.
Miss Brent, Mr. Bissinger saw the whole thing.
Well, at first, he couldn't believe what he was seeing, but when the computer showed $500 missing...
He remembered what he had seen.
He didn't see anything. Tell them, Jerry. You didn't see anything like that. Tell them.
But I did, Dorothy. I couldn't believe my eyes, but then later I realized that what I couldn't believe I saw, I really did see.
Don't you think I'd have told somebody? Do you think I'd have let somebody walk out with $500 without telling anybody? Walk out with the bank's money just like that?
Well, we thought maybe you were too frightened to say anything.
Maybe the man threatened you. Maybe he had a gun.
There wasn't any man.
Miss Brent, if we could just see the note.
There wasn't any man, and there wasn't any note. And none of this happened. Oh, Stanley, it was awful. Just awful. Mr. Treadway and Jerry and this detective, they wouldn't believe me. They believed Jerry. Jerry, of all people, he doesn't even know me.
It's all right now, honey. It's all right.
No, it isn't all right. It's terrible.
No, it'll all get straightened out, sweetheart.
But nothing like that ever happened. There wasn't any such man, and there wasn't any note. I never gave anybody any money. You believe me, don't you?
Whatever you say, honey, I believe you.
Oh, you're so wonderful, Stanley.
No, I'm not. I just love you, that's all.
Oh, that's everything.
What's going to happen with this thing, huh?
I don't know. They didn't say anything about it. They keep thinking the note will show up.
They do?
Of course it won't, because there isn't any note.
Well, after a while, they'll give up.
They will, won't they?
Well, of course they will, honey. So don't worry about it.
I'll try not to.
There. You feel sleepy?
Oh, no, not a bit.
Come on. Put your head down on the couch.
I feel like I'll never be able to sleep again.
You will. Believe me, you will. That's it. Come on. Put your head down.
Oh, it won't do any good.
Oh, no, yes, it will. Believe me, it will.
Okay. I believe you.
That's it. Now, want me to give you a little massage,
Would you?
Sure, I would. Sure. Now, how's that?
Wonderful. Why would Jerry say something like that?
Forget Jerry.
We were never what you'd call friends.
Don't think about him.
I never knew he hated me.
Forget him.
And Mr. Treadway? I always thought he liked me all right.
Oh, the heck with Mr. Treadway.
He gave me my job.
Forget him.
Okay, I will.
Just think about me and go to sleep. That's it. That's it. You're getting sleepy, aren't you? Sure you are. Sure you are.
A loving couple, wouldn't you say? A tender scene, a delicate exchange of devotion and dependence. But we have only completed the first act of our story. There are 2 more acts to follow, in which we will explore in more detail the complexities of this relationship. As of now, it would appear to be one of gentle love. Who knows? We'll come back shortly with Act 2. Is our Dorothy an innocent, naive child? Is Stanley an adoring, gullible lover? Is Jerry a malevolent influence in both their lives? And is the apparently mild but forceful Mr. Treadway only an observer to the interplay of forces which he can neither control, influence, or even comprehend? And our detective sergeant, Mr. Hobbs, what of him? Perhaps we'll progress a bit further in our investigation of all these people as we listen to Act 2.
Listen, Jerry, maybe it really was a withdrawal slip.
Oh, it was, Mr. Treadway. I'd recognize one of those any place.
I see enough of them. It really was one.
Well, they couldn't have been a regular customer at the bank.
I never saw him before.
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
I've been here 5 years, Mr. Treadway. That ought to mean something. I mean, probably the only reason I looked up is because I'd never seen him before.
And it doesn't follow that there was anything written on the withdrawal slip. It could have been, well, a regular transaction.
Well, of course, that's what I thought it was. Only she gave him the money right away. I mean, she didn't consult the records or anything. She just handed it over.
$500. Yeah.
Then, when the computer showed $500 missing at the end of the day, that's when I connected the whole thing with Dorothy and the man in the baseball cap.
Well, you certainly made out a case for it, Jerry.
I don't see why she keeps on saying it never happened.
She's coming in today, any minute now.
Maybe I better get out.
No. I want you here. Detective Hobbs will be here, too, and also he's bringing somebody.
Who?
He didn't want to tell me, so I just didn't urge it. Excuse me just a minute. Miss Treadway here. Oh, yes. Well, ask him to come in. The both of them. Oh, and when Miss Brent arrives, send her right in. Thank you.
Mr. Treadway?
Yes, Detective Hobbs. Come in, sir. Come in.
Mr. Bissinger, that's the right name?
Yes, hello. How are you?
I'm just fine, thank you. I would like you to meet
Mr. Treadway? Your secretary said to come right in.
Oh, yes, Miss Brand. Please do. Come in. And please close the door, will you, please? Now, come over here and sit down, will you?
I hope I'm not late or anything.
I was just about to introduce Miss Treadway, Miss Dorothy Brent, Mr. Bissinger. This is Dr. Haywood.
How are you?
Yes, good to know you.
Doctor?
I hope you don't object, Miss Brent. Dr. Haywood is attached to the police department.
I don't understand what he's doing here.
I thought perhaps I could be of help.
Help who?
Well...
Help me?
Possibly.
I don't need any help.
Well, neither do I.
Now, Jerry...
I know what I saw, Dorothy.
No, you don't, Jerry. Because nothing like what you say happened really happened. I don't know why you're doing this to me. I've never done you any harm. I don't know why you should try to hurt me. I suppose you have your reasons. Maybe I hurt you sometime without even knowing it. If I did, I wish you would tell me, and maybe we could straighten it out. But we're never going to get anywhere if you keep on telling these lies.
They are not lies. I saw what I saw, and that's what I told Mr. Treadway and the detective here. Now, I haven't got anything against you, but I know what I saw. All right, now, hold on there. I know what I saw.
You didn't see anything.
All right, now, let's everybody take it easy. You tell her to take it easy, Doctor. Both of you take it easy, okay? Now, Mr. Bissinger, would you be good enough to tell me what you've already told Detective Hobbs and Mr. Treadway? Would you do that for me? Just tell me briefly what you saw.
He didn't see anything, Doctor.
Bear with me, Miss Brent. Will you do that? Just be patient, and maybe we can get to the bottom of this very perplexing situation, which I'm sure causes you a lot of pain.
Yes, it does.
So, let's allow Mr. Bissinger to proceed. All right?
All right. But he didn't see anything because there was nothing to see.
Go ahead, Mr. Bissinger.
Well, it was yesterday morning about 10 o'clock, Doctor. A little before, a little after, but about 10 a.m. This man walked up to Dorothy's station. He had on a blue baseball cap. Now, you don't see too many of those. But these days, people wear anything they feel like wearing. So, he shoved this piece of paper under the plastic window, and Dorothy opened the cash drawer and took out 5 $100 bills and handed them to him. He took them and walked out.
That's all?
That's all. And I didn't think anything about it. I thought a little bit about it because we usually don't hand out that much money without checking to see if the depositor had that much in his account. But I figured she probably knew him, so I forgot about it. Until the computer showed 500 missing, and then I remembered.
Did you know the man? Mr. Bissinger? Never saw him before in my life, Doctor. About this piece of paper. That was a withdrawal slip. It was pink. And that's the color of our withdrawal slips. Deposits are green.
Isn't it possible? The man in the baseball cap was a regular depositor and simply walked in to take out $500.
Let me answer that, Doctor.
Mr. Treadway?
No withdrawal slip in that amount has turned up.
Well, does anyone have a theory as to why Miss Brent handed over the $500?
If she did. She did. And I got a theory if nobody else has. I think the man was a bank thief. I think he wrote on the withdrawal slip that she should turn the money over to him or he'd kill her. Shoot her, maybe.
Did he have a gun?
I couldn't see from where I was standing.
Did Miss Brent seem frightened?
I don't know. See, I didn't bother to look because at that point it never entered my head that anything peculiar was going on. That came later when the computer showed up.
I think I've got the picture. Now, Miss Brent, I'm sure you want to say something.
No.
No?
I've already said it. Nothing like that ever happened.
Do you remember handing out 5 $100 bills to a man in a blue baseball cap?
There wasn't any such man.
But Mr. Bissinger says he saw him.
He couldn't have.
And he says he saw you give the man 5 $100 bills.
He couldn't have because I didn't. I don't know why he wants to make trouble for me. I don't know why he hates me. I don't know what I've ever done to him that he should want to make...
Dorothy, you've got me all wrong.
That's all right, Jerry. I know you think you're telling the truth. I know that. Because basically you're honest. Anyway, I've always thought so. But this time you're wrong. Because nothing like what you just said ever happened. Now, I'd like to go home, please.
Hey, Doctor. Better go home, Mr. Treadway.
Thank you very much. I need to be with somebody who believes me.
Now, we'll be in touch, Dorothy.
You know where to reach me. I expect I'll be home most of the time from now on.
I feel sorry for that girl. I don't know why, but I do.
Gee whiz. So do I.
It's none of my business, but would a lie detector do any good?
Lie detector?
Nah, I don't know about that.
Why should I take a lie detector test? I'm telling the truth. I got no reason not to tell the truth.
Well,
I'll tell you what. I'm sorry I got mixed up in this thing in the first place. I should have known better. You try to do the right thing, and what do you get? An invitation to take a lie detector test. Let a machine decide if you're telling the truth. Well, no thanks. Not for me.
No. There seems to be a contradiction between what you say and what she says.
So let her take a lie detector test. I'm telling the truth.
But she says she is.
So let her prove it.
Dr. Hayward. What? What do you think? Yes. I feel sorry for her, too. No. I mean, what do you think about a lie detector test?
Well, not for me. I won't take one. There is no reason why I should.
Doctor, what about a lie detector test for Miss Brent? Lie detector test? Oh, no, I don't think so. Not too reliable, those tests. No. It's obvious. The poor girl is in a trance. A trance? A trance-like state would be more accurate. It's a little like somnambulism, sleepwalking. Not precisely like, because the subject isn't asleep. No. She is in a trance state. Probably she was yesterday, too.
I ought to start dinner, Stanley.
No, there's no rush. You tired?
Mostly I'm cold.
Here, want your sweater?
Yeah. Hand it to me, will you?
Right. Here you are. Here, let me help you on with it, honey. Now, were they mean to you over at the bank, huh?
Not mean exactly. The doctor was quite nice. I liked him, but he doesn't believe me either. Oh, thanks, honey. Oh, that feels good.
Want me to button it up for you, huh?
I can do it. Stanley, they just don't believe me. None of them.
Well, they just don't know what a wonderful girl you are the way I do.
Anyway, you believe me?
You bet I do. Want me to answer that?
No, I will. Hello?
Hey, Miss Brent? Dorothy?
Yes?
Hey, this is Mr. Treadway, Dorothy. At the bank?
Yes, Mr. Treadway.
And I hope we weren't too hard on you this morning.
That's all right.
Now, you have to understand we're all very confused about this whole thing.
I do understand.
Well, we even talked about the possibility of a lie detector test.
Okay.
Did you say,
I said okay.
you wouldn't mind?
Why should I mind?
Well, Mr. Messenger minded. He kicked up quite a fuss about it.
That's because he's not telling the truth.
Well, actually, the doctor says lie detector tests are not too reliable. He wants to see you again.
Who does?
The doctor does.
I don't think I want to see him.
You don't?
I told him everything. I don't see why he'd want to see me again.
Well, he has an idea. I mean, I wish you would see him again, Dorothy. As a favor to me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Treadway, but I don't think I can do that. I'd like to do it as a favor to you. But frankly, I'm sick of this whole thing, and I don't want to go on with it. Good night. That's that. The doctor wants to see me again, but I don't want to. You heard what I said, Stanley?
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. You feel okay, honey?
I feel cold, kind of.
You want me to turn the heat up?
That's not a bad idea.
Well, no sooner said than done.
Stanley!
Huh? What is it?
Look. Look what I found in the pocket of my sweater.
What? What is it?
It's a withdrawal slip.
You mean it?
This is the sweater I had on yesterday.
Dorothy, do you think that...
Stanley, call Mr. Treadway and tell him I'll see the doctor. Go on, call him. And tell him I've got the note. Tell him Jerry Bissinger must have been right.
What does the note say?
Nothing. Not a thing. It doesn't say anything.
Now what do you think of our cast of characters? To which another has been added in the person of Dr. Hayward. Is he the Deus ex machina who will solve the mystery of conflicting testimonies? Or will he muddy the waters even further? We'll be back shortly with the concluding act of Mind Over Mind. Dorothy has denied the truth of Jerry's contention that she had turned over $500 to a man who handed her a note at her teller's window. And then she discovers evidence that Jerry could have been right. In the pocket of her sweater, she finds a withdrawal slip. The very sort of paper Jerry claimed the note to have been written on. But complications have developed. The small slip of paper holds no message whatsoever. No writing of any kind.
I feel bad about this, Doctor.
Trust me, Mr. Treadway.
She was so positive and so calm about it, so serene. Now, I have to tell you, I believe the girl.
So do I.
You do? You mean you don't believe Jerry Bissinger?
No, that's not what I mean.
Oh, well, then you don't believe the both of them.
Yes, I can. And yes, I do.
Sounds like you got something up your sleeve, Dr. Hayward.
Well, you could say that.
Doctor? Oh, excuse me. Yes? Oh, yeah, ask her to come in, please. She's here. Good.
Mr. Treadway, I'd like to be alone with her. Now, after the preliminaries, could you make up some excuse to leave?
Oh, yes, I suppose I could. Dorothy, hello.
Hello, Mr. Treadway.
You know Dr. Hayward, of course.
Hello, Dr. Hayward.
I am so glad you decided to come back, Dorothy.
I had to. I found this in the pocket of my sweater.
Oh? May I see it?
It was the same sweater I was wearing yesterday.
This is a withdrawal slip.
I know.
But it's blank.
There's nothing written on it at all.
I know.
I have some things to attend to, so if you'll please excuse me.
Yes, of course, we will excuse you.
Couldn't you stay, Mr. Treadway?
It's, better if he leaves us alone, Dorothy.
But I...
He'll come back, Dorothy.
Now, I'll wait outside, Dorothy. Now, if you need me, I'll be right there.
Well, all right.
Now, don't be frightened.
I'll try.
Close the door, will you? Well, Dorothy?
What's going to happen?
Nothing very alarming. Sit in this chair, will you?
All right.
Good. And I am going to pull up this chair facing you. Nothing very disturbing so far.
No.
Tell me something. Do you like me at all?
I don't even know you.
I know that. This is only the second time we've met. But don't you think that we all get a certain impression of people right away? And what was your impression of me yesterday?
Nice. I thought you were nice.
Just nice. That's all? Just nice?
Strong. Strong but kind, too. Like a...
Yes?
Like a father.
That's what I would like to be. Like a father. Good, strong, kind father. I like you, Dorothy.
You do?
Yes, I do. You're a very likable person. Now, don't be embarrassed if someone likes you. Are you embarrassed?
Well,
look in my eyes, Dorothy. Look deep into my eyes. And you'll see that I am telling the truth. You're a little bit tense, aren't you?
I guess I am.
Well, you just try to relax. Just let yourself go limp. Close your eyes. Now, let go of the tension. All of it. Let go. That's it. You feel it leaving you?
I think so.
So do I. Now, let your head fall back against the chair. That's it. Back and back. All of you is beginning to relax, isn't it?
Yes.
Limp and relaxed. No tension anywhere. Right.
Right.
Now, Dorothy, breathe slowly, deeply, slowly and deeply, and relax. Just relax. Oh, that's good, Dorothy. That's very good. Now, I want you to think back to yesterday. Here in the bank. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning. The man is coming into the bank. He's coming up to your window. He's wearing a blue baseball cap. Remember? Do you remember? He is standing in front of your window. Remember that?
Yes.
Now, what does that man do, Dorothy?
He's standing there.
Yes. Then what does he do?
He gives me something. He slides it under the window.
What is it?
It looks like a withdrawal slip.
Is it? Is that what it is?
Yes. That's what it is. Only
what? Is there something wrong with it?
Yes.
What's wrong with it?
There's something written on it. On the back of it.
What is written on it, Dorothy?
It says, "Give me the money."
So what do you do?
Why, I give him the money.
Why do you think you gave him that money?
Because he asked for it.
Good. Very good. Had you ever seen this man before?
I don't think so, no.
Look hard at him. Look at his face and tell me. Is he someone you know? Someone familiar?
I can't tell.
Why not? Try. Try and see it. Try and see his face.
I can't.
Why can't you?
Because...
Yes, because?
Because he has no face. He has no face. He has no face at all.
It's all right, it's all right. It's all right, Dorothy. I've got you. You won't fall. I won't let you fall. It's all right, Dorothy. It's all right.
Wait a minute. You can't go in there. A little more.
Now, will you stay out of here? What do you think you're doing?
I couldn't stop him. I tried.
What's going on? It's all right. She just fainted. She'll come round in a minute. What have you been doing to her? Who is this man?
I've never seen him before. He barged in here demanding to see Dorothy, and I couldn't stop him.
What is your interest in Miss Brent? I happen to love her, and I don't want anything to happen to her. Oh, don't you be alarmed. Nothing has happened to her that hasn't happened before. Many times before. I should think. Such as what? A little hypnotic session. I managed to regress her to the events of yesterday when a man came into the bank. A man in a blue baseball cap. And she gave him $500 without question. Simply handed it over.
We think he must have threatened to kill her.
Under hypnosis, she said to me. She said, the note written on the back of a withdrawal slip merely said, give me the money. Yet this slip that she found in her sweater pocket says absolutely nothing at all. I wonder why.
You must have some idea, Doctor.
Yes, indeed I do. I think that when she was hypnotized, it was planted in her mind that at 10 o'clock, a man wearing a blue baseball cap would walk up to her window, hand her a withdrawal slip, and she would give him 5 $100 bills. There was no need to write anything on the slip. It was already written on her brain, if you see what I mean.
Yes, I'm beginning to.
Now, under this most recent hypnosis, she remembered the man, his blue baseball cap, remembered giving him the money, remembered everything except his face. She couldn't remember his face. She said, he has no face. She repeated it several times. He has no face. Now, why, when she remembered everything else so well, why would she run up against a block when it came to the man's face? I'll tell you why. Because the face was the face of someone she cared for, even loved. Am I right? Am I close to the truth? Well,
Doctor.
Look, she's opening her eyes.
What happened?
You fainted, that's all. Do you remember what happened before you fainted?
I was remembering.
Yes, you were remembering what happened when the man in the blue baseball cap came up to your window and handed you a note written on a deposit slip.
Yes, that happened.
And you gave him $500.
Yes, I did.
Now, when I asked you what the man looked like, you said, do you remember what you said?
I said, he has no face.
And then you fainted. Now, Dorothy, I want you to take a look at this man. Step over here, you. Let's get a good look at you. That's it. Now, Dorothy, who is this man?
Why, it's Stanley.
Yes. Can you picture him with a blue baseball cap on his head?
Stanley. You came into the bank. You came up to the window. You handed me the note. I gave you the money. Why? Why did I do that?
Because I hypnotized you, sweetheart, while you were asleep the night before. Doctor, you know that natural sleep can be changed into hypnotic sleep.
Yes, of course I know.
Well, I've been doing this to Dorothy for a long time.
Why would you want to do that?
Well, I don't know. To be sure I wouldn't lose her, maybe. To see if I still had this magical power. See, I've had it, since I was a kid. But I just never used it before to get money.
And now you have.
No, not to keep. I never meant to keep it. Magical powers can't be used, for material gain. Oh, here's your $500. If I kept it, my powers of magic would just disappear.
Yes, of course.
Magic is always amazing, isn't it? Well, but I think I'll be going. I'll leave Dorothy with you.
Yes. I think you'd better.
All right. Oh, I'll be waiting at home for you, Dorothy. When you feel like it. If you feel like it.
I never knew. I never thought. Why would Stanley want to do something like that to me?
Well, he ought to be horsewhipped. I'd like to beat him up myself. Do you feel like going home to him, Dorothy?
I don't know. How can I?
If I might make a suggestion, please do. Dorothy, would you care to come and stay with my mother? She'd be very happy if I took you home with me for a while. Until all this wears off. She'd like you. She'd take good care of you. And so would I.
So you see, it was a love story after all, wasn't it? Two love stories. Stanley's love, which demanded that he control his sweetheart at all times. And the love of Mr. Treadway, who merely wanted to protect. Which of the two loves will Dorothy choose? Which would she? I'll be back shortly. Each of us has at one time, I'm sure, been in love. Think. Did it not partake of the nature of hypnosis? Did not your lover appear clad in shining raiment, without flaw, without weakness, without sin? Why, of course. Then did the day arrive when you awoke from your hypnotic trance and you saw your lover to be nothing more than a fragile, flawed human being. And you were shocked and stunned and wondered why you had ever fallen in love in the first place. Of course. But we won't dwell on this unhappy discovery. Only trust that you weathered it well and emerged intact. Our cast included Jada Rowland, Earl Hammond, Bernard Grant, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Fran? Hey, who's that man?
Huh?
That man in the guest room.
Mary, what are you talking about?
There's a strange man asleep in our guest room.
Theater 5 presents The Stranger.
You nearly dressed, Fran?
Oh, give me another minute or a half an hour or something.
Well, the bathroom's ready for you. I'll go down and make breakfast.
Okay. Say, how about making me some sausage this morning?
All right.
Give me some men who are stout-hearted men who will fight for the right they adore. Shoulder to shoulder and boulder.
Fred!
Huh? What is it?
Fred? Who's that man?
What?
That man in the guest room.
Mary, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the man in the guest room. Maybe all right, but I should think you would have told me you brought someone home with you last night.
Wait a minute.
When I think of it, I went right past the guest room door, practically undressed this
Mary,
man.
will you stop talking and let me get a word in? Are you telling me there's somebody in the guest room?
Yes.
A man?
Yes.
Well, I didn't bring any man home with me last night.
But where did this man come from?
What time did you get in last night?
I don't know, 11:30, I guess.
And the guest room was empty then?
I don't think I looked into it.
Well, I got home about 1:30, and... No, I guess I didn't look into the guest room either. This man in the guest room, what's he doing?
He's lying in bed, apparently fast asleep.
Well, I think we just better wake him up.
What if he has a gun?
Oh, Mary, don't be ridiculous. Come on.
Listen, Fred, I'm afraid.
Honey, look, don't worry. We'll turn this guy out of the house or over to the police or whatever. Now,
Look at him. He's still asleep.
Hey. Hey, you. Come on, wake up. Wake up. The party's over.
Good morning, Fred. Good morning, Mary.
Who are you?
Well, don't you know?
Of course he doesn't know, and neither do I. Who are you?
You don't know either?
No, I don't.
Well, this is a pretty situation.
Look, stop stalling and get out of that bed.
I'm not stalling. I'm trying to figure out what to do.
No, just bet you are.
Oh, what the devil. I'm not going to take the rap. I'm going to tell the truth.
We'd like to hear it.
All right. Now, last night was your bridge night, wasn't it, Mary?
How did you know that?
And it was your bowling night, Fred. Isn't that right?
That's right, and I don't know how you knew it, but it's got nothing to do with the fact that you
everything
broke
to
into
do
our
with
house.
My presence here, and I didn't break into your house. This is a very delicate situation. Mary's bridge night, Fred's bowling night, but, well, let me put it this way. One of you is putting me in a most embarrassing position because, you see, one of you didn't go bowling or bridge playing. And that one brought me home and invited me to stay a week.
What are you talking about?
I was invited to stay here in this house for 1 week by one of you. He or she seems to have changed his or her mind.
I went bowling last night, and I never saw you before in my life.
I played bridge last night, and I never saw you before either.
You see? One of you is lying.
Well, that's impossible.
Uh-huh. It gives us all something to think about, doesn't it?
Look here, if you are suggesting that my
you
wife...
can't tell me that my husband...
One of you was very clever to say what you just said. Still, it's going to be a strain, isn't it, to keep it up? I tell you what, I have a suggestion.
What is it?
Well, it's born of the fact that I'm hungry. Why don't we talk this over at breakfast like sensible, civilized people?
You've got a nerve.
You are going to give me some breakfast, aren't you?
Mary, I think we ought to. It'll give us a little time to think. Now, look there, you go on downstairs. I'll stay here with this character while he gets dressed.
More coffee?
Oh, thank you. I will, yes.
Are you ready to talk now?
Well, I really told you all I have to say. Oh, this is good coffee, Mary.
So glad you like it.
I'm willing to answer questions if you have any.
All right. Now, you say one of us brought you home last night. Which one?
Now, that's the question I'm not going to answer.
Why not?
Well, the person who brought me home doesn't want his or her husband or wife to know where he or she was last night. And you know what? On reflection, I can see why.
This is ridiculous.
Of course it is. You came home about 11:30, right?
Yes.
And I got home about 1:30.
And by that time, Mary was asleep. Now, where does that get either of you?
Well, I've got a question. According to your story, you knew one of us, only one of us. But when you woke up this morning, you called us both by name. Now, how do you account for that?
The person I was with last night talked about the person he or she was married to. As a matter of fact, Under the circumstances, it was quite natural to do so.
What circumstances?
One of you knows very well what circumstances, and the other will have to guess.
Fred, were you with your bowling team last night?
Yes. How about you?
I played bridge at Agatha's house.
That's what you say.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, that's what you say. He says differently.
No, he doesn't. He says differently about you.
Oh, this is great. This is. I've been reading for years about the kind of thing that goes on in the suburbs, the discontented wives.
The philandering husband.
And I'll tell you the truth, I honestly didn't think it applied to this suburb, or at least to this house in this suburb.
What are you trying to pretend, Fred? That I've had an affair?
I don't know what has happened, but I know I'm going to find out one thing. What's Agatha's phone number?
SC44099. What do you think you're going to find out?
I am just going to get a couple of things straightened out. Believe me, it's time we got the cards out on the table. We'll just find out. Hello, Agatha. This is Fred Denton. Agatha, Mary has gone out this morning, and I can't find a little black notebook that she was carrying for me last night. I wonder if she left it at your house. Oh, I see. Well, she was there, wasn't she? She was either supposed to go to your house or... Oh, yeah, that's right. It was bridge night. Okay, well, the notebook will probably turn up. Thanks, Agatha. Bye.
Give me that phone.
And what do you think you're doing?
Never you mind. You just never mind. Don't think you're the only one that can go around checking up on things. Well, but, hello? Harry? Well, this is Mary. Listen, Harry, confidentially, what is the best bowling score my husband ever had? Oh, I see. Well, he hasn't been bragging then. What did he bowl the last time? Oh, that's right. It was last night, wasn't it? No, I just didn't think he was that good, and I've been kidding him. Well, thank you, Harry. Bye.
Mary?
Yes, Fred.
I'm ashamed.
I'm ashamed, too.
Of course, either Agatha or Harry was fixed beforehand.
You shut up.
All right, if you want me to.
I trust my wife implicitly.
That's
And
splendid.
I trust my husband.
Admirable.
What is your game, anyhow?
It doesn't seem to do much good for me to tell the truth to you people.
You're going to tell the truth before I get through with you.
You bet you are coming in here and upsetting us this way.
Now, you've had your breakfast, and you probably think you're going to leave now. Well, you're not. You're going to stay in this house until we get to the bottom of all this.
Of course I am. I've been invited for a week.
May I come in, Fred?
Sure. Where is he?
He's sitting on our sun porch as if he owned it, reading one of our books.
Well, I wouldn't have let it go on this way if it weren't that I run the business from home here.
I should hope not. I wouldn't want to be alone with him.
But in all of these days, what is it, 3 or 4 days, we haven't found out a thing.
Well, he found out his name is Bert.
If it is his name.
And he's just been divorced and has no place to go.
Yeah, if he was ever married, which, frankly, I doubt. Or do you find him attractive, Mary?
What do you mean by that?
Hang it all. I just want to know why he is here.
Because you told him he couldn't leave. Which fitted in perfectly with his plan.
Oh, this is too much. Look, I'm going to see that guy. You stay here. I want to talk with him alone. No, and it's not what you're thinking.
I didn't say a word, did I?
You looked.
Go ahead. Go and talk to him. Whatever you have to say.
Well, Bert, taking your ease on my sun porch, I see.
Oh, just a moment, Fred. Wait until I finish this paragraph, will you?
Oh, I won't wait.
Well, you're pretty hopped up.
You bet I am. Why are you causing trouble around here?
Am I?
You know you are, and you're enjoying it, too.
Well, why not? I'm a student of human nature.
I've had enough. Now, let's see you smile after that. Or that.
Stop it! Stop it!
All right. Your husband has a cut on his cheek. You better fix it.
I'll give you more than that.
I said stop it.
What are you doing here anyway, Mary? I told you I wanted to talk to him alone.
If you want to know, I was in the dining room listening.
Oh, you were? Well, then, if you were listening, you now know this character and I never saw each other before.
No, I don't. Anything you said to each other can be taken either way. Either he came home with you that night, or you have no idea who he is. Nothing you said told me a thing.
Think back on the conversation, Fred. She's right. Nobody knows any more now than you did that morning you found me here. Still and all, in view of the fact that we've had this fight, I'll go or I'll stay, just as you please. If I leave now, you'll never see me again. And you'll never know, will you? So, shall I go?
Stay.
Stay. Come in. Oh, hi, Mary. Everything under control?
Everything's under control, including dinner.
Oh, is it really that late?
Mm-hmm.
I've been catching up on some work I should have done earlier this week.
Well, dinner's ready.
And our guest?
Upstairs.
Do you know, Mary, we haven't said a single thing about why Bert is here or that fantastic story he gave us or anything at all since he and I had that fight.
I know.
Of course, I don't know what you're saying to him while I'm here in the office.
Now, Fred, I thought we agreed we would just forget those suspicions.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way, honey. What I mean is it's actually been kind of pleasant since the fight.
Well, I hate to agree, but that's true.
It's been as if you were, I don't know.
One of the family.
That's right.
It's all wrong, of course.
I know. The truth of the matter is that since the fight, we've all been getting along beautifully, and we haven't found out a thing.
Well, it's just been easier for us to be pleasant because we're pleasant suburban people.
That's what I mean.
And you know something, Fred?
What?
This is our last chance.
What do you mean?
He was going to stay a week. At 1:30 tomorrow night. That week is over.
At 11:30 tomorrow
Oh, now,
night.
please, Fred.
Well, sometime tomorrow night. All right. We've got a little more than 24 hours to find out all about this man and what he's been up to. Right? Now, is dinner ready?
Yes.
Okay, come on. And let's make it a pretty tough dinner for him.
Mary, you couldn't have pleased me more. I love goulash.
Well, I'm glad.
Look here, my friend. You have been here now almost a week.
You know, I was thinking of that myself. I'm going to miss you two people.
Well, we are not going to miss you.
Oh, now, I'd take offense at that. If I really believed you, Fred.
I think tonight would be an excellent time for you to explain yourself, Bert.
You mean speak right out in public and tell you who brought me here last week?
Either that or what joke you're playing.
Oh, now, I couldn't be that cruel to you. It would be better, wouldn't it? For you to think in the years to come that possibly I was just kidding.
What we want from you right now, Bert, is the truth.
I've never told you anything else.
The whole truth.
How long do you cook the noodles?
The whole truth, and now.
My week is up tomorrow night. I suppose I can see your point of view, but, well, it isn't always wise to insist on knowing things that might hurt you.
Will you stop all that nonsense and just tell us what you have to tell us?
I was going to say it isn't always wise, but if people insist on knowing, they usually can find out.
So?
We have more than 24 hours. I don't want to ruin an excellent meal, but I can give you a promise.
What is it?
Well, I arrived in this house sometime between 11:30 and 1:30 a week ago tomorrow night. By tomorrow night, at that time, you, Fred, and you, Mary, won't have any further doubt.
Look, I want an answer from you, and I want it now.
Well, you're not going to get it.
Stand up.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, what do you tell us what's going on here?
Stop it!
Are you going to tell me?
Fred, stop it! Don't hit him!
All right, Mary.
Now, look, I've said all I've had to say. And you listen to me, you two. Tomorrow night, both of you will be quite certain that you know the truth.
Fred, have you seen Bert?
Well, no, I've been here in the office since 7 a.m. Why?
Well, I went to call him for breakfast, and Freddie's gone.
What do you mean?
He's nowhere in this house.
Let me look.
Can't I've looked everywhere.
I don't doubt it.
And I've called him and called him. I tell you, he's gone.
I'm sure he's gone, but what I want to see
Perhaps
is...
we ought to see if his clothes are there.
It's not his clothes I'm interested in. Mary, where's my watch?
Well, how should I know?
I left it here on this bureau.
Well, then
Exactly.
where are you going?
To check on other things.
What other things?
The silverware, for one thing.
Fred.
Gone.
Oh, this is awful.
We have been the prize suckers, the prize fools.
Fred.
What?
Look, the mink vase is gone.
Sit down. Let's not look any further. I'm sure every small object we've got that's worth anything is gone.
Oh, it was just awful.
Oh,
What are you laughing at?
oh, darling, you know it's not awful at all. Don't you see? It's over.
Oh. Oh. Yes. Yes, Fred, you're right. Yes, it's over.
Ah, darling, if I could only tell you the suspicions I had of you.
Well, I had the same suspicions of you.
Ah, darling, it's just wonderful. Let him have the stuff.
It was nothing but a burglar.
A confidence man, a racketeer.
Oh, darling.
Oh, Mary, my love. Hey, you think we ought to report this to the police?
Well, I hadn't thought about it. What do you think?
Oh, I don't suppose they could get any of that stuff back for us.
No. Still. No. Maybe you're right. It wouldn't be wise to report it.
Well, I didn't say we shouldn't report it.
Well, of course you did. Mercy, do you think I have anything to fear from reporting this?
Well, does that mean you think I have?
Now, Fred, let's not quarrel.
Well, you said that... No. Let's not quarrel. Well, will we report it to the police?
Well, I'll leave it to you. It might make us a laughingstock.
That's true. Yeah, that... Oh, look, we don't have to spar around this way as if we were still suspicious of one another.
No.
Why don't we just decide not to report it and agree that this is the decision of both of us?
That's much the best way.
Let's just put aside all doubts of one another.
Yes.
Just say, I love you.
I love you.
And I love you.
And we can prove it, too, Fred, this very night. No doubts, no suspicions. This is your bowling night and my bridge night.
Hey, that's right. You go to your bridge and I'll go to my bowling. And we'll just forget the whole ridiculous business. I love you, Mary.
And I love you, Fred. But I'm not going to my bridge party. There's a drugstore across from the bowling alley, and I'm going to be there in the window with an ice cream soda, seeing whether he goes bowling or not. And if he checks me, it will be easy to get the girls to say that I was playing bridge.
No bowling for me. I'll be in the bushes opposite Agatha's house. The guys will cover for me in case she checks. I'm going to find out about her for certain, one way or the other.
Love, Fred, but he's not going to make a fool of me.
She is the greatest girl in the world, but if she's putting anything over on me, I'm going to find out.
Theater 5 has presented The Stranger, written by Robert Senadella and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Elliot Reed, Elspeth Eric, and James Monks. Audio engineer Bill Sandreuter. Sound technician M.C. Brock. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends. This is your host of the Inner Sanctum, welcoming you again through the squeaking door for an hallucinating good time. Why am I smiling? But I always smile when I open the squeaking door on Tuesday night. You see, each week when I say good evening, I think to myself, a good evening for what? And of course, there's only one answer to that question. A good evening for murder.
A fine thing to say. You wouldn't feel so chipper about it if you were going to be murdered.
Why, Mary, there's no bigger thrill than to be murdered. Why, it happens only once in a lifetime.
Well, I know something else like that.
Now, don't tell me that Lipton tea...
No, I'm not thinking about Lipton tea. I'm talking about that solid sterling silver medallion that the Lipton tea people are offering to the ladies. Yes, ladies, it's the chance of a lifetime to get a lovely piece of jewelry. The kind you find at those smart shops on Fifth Avenue in New York. Now, let me tell you about the medallion. It's made of real sterling silver. It's about an inch in diameter, and it's decorated with a Chinese inscription. The medallion is hung on a narrow black rayon satin ribbon, so it can be worn as a necklace, a choker, or you can simply add it to your charm bracelet. And here's how you get the medallion. Just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea people, Box 92, New York City. Yes, that's Box 92 in New York City.
And now it's time to begin. Our story is called Dead to Rights. It's an original spine tingler by Sigmund Miller, and our stars tonight are two radio favorites, Elspeth Eric and Santos Ortega. So relapse in your chair, settle down for a half hour of alarming but charming entertainment. Why not get really reckless tonight? Go the whole works. Turn off the main switch in the cellar. The darker it is, the more strange things you'll see. Lou Dunn is nervously pacing his room in a dingy boarding house near the East River in Manhattan. His wife, Dottie, is looking at an old newspaper.
That's him, Dottie. You see for yourself. That's Jensen, that queer old guy. Lives upstairs with $20,000.
Mm-hmm. That's him, all right.
All that money. Only a floor above us.
According to this paper, William Jensen was found wandering through the streets in a semi-conscious condition due to lack of food. The police discovered $20,000 in $100 bills mixed with crusts of bread in his pocket. He's being sent to Bellevue Hospital for observation.
That newspaper's more than a month old. Jensen's been back for 2 weeks. Hey, Dottie. Must be somewhere we can get that money.
There is.
You mean rob him?
Rob him. Maybe kill him.
Kill him?
If you're not scared.
Scared? Well, I ain't scared of anything.
I know you. You always talk toughness about all.
I'm not scared. We could knock him off. Make it look like suicide.
You really want to do it?
Yeah, sure. I'd like to put my hands in that 20 grand.
Boy, what we couldn't do with that money.
It'll be easy.
If we do it smart. Very smart.
Sure.
Maybe you could sort of visit him. Just before he goes to bed. Turn on the gas. That'd make it look like suicide. Then we could go back and pick up the money. Not all of it. We'll leave half of it so it won't look like robbery.
Sure. He's a crazy guy. It's natural for a crazy guy to knock himself off.
Mm-hmm.
When do we do it?
Well, if we're going to do it, we got to do it right now. We'll never have the guts to do it later. Now, you're sure you want to do it, Lou?
Sure. Sure I do, Daddy.
Mrs. Scully was going to the movies. What time is it now?
It's, 5 to 10.
She won't be back till after 11.
Well, that only gives us about an hour.
Oh, you got plenty of time. Jensen goes to bed just about this time. You go on up, stay with him until he's in bed. And then, on your way out, you turn on the gas. Not too much, because that'll make a lot of noise. And keep your finger off the spigot. Use a stick or a glove or something.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, okay. What are you waiting for?
You want me to go now?
Well, what do you want to do? Die of heart failure worrying about it? Go ahead.
Who's there?
It's me. Lou Dunn, the guy that lives right under you.
Oh, just a minute. I was just about to get to my bed. Is there anything special you want?
No. I just had a little argument with the wife.
Oh.
I don't want to go back right now.
You're going to teach her a lesson.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. Come in. You can talk to me while I get into bed.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Jensen. I won't stay long. You going to bed right now?
Yeah. Would you mind helping me take off my shoes?
Sure.
I'm getting too old to bend down.
Oh, sure. Sure thing.
Thank you. Oh.
That's no place to hide your money, behind the pillow.
Huh? That ain't no money. It's just a lot of pictures. It's all just pictures.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. I ain't gonna be good company. I feel kind of sleepy.
Well, maybe I'd better get back.
Nice of you to come see me, Lou.
It's freezing outside. I'd better close the windows or you'll catch cold. Well, good night, Mr. Jensen. Good night. Oh, it's beating like a trip hammer. If I get downstairs without being seen, everything will be all right. Hey, someone's coming up the steps. It's Mrs. Scully, the landlady. It's dark. Maybe she won't recognize me. I'll pull my hat over my face.
Mr. Dunn?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were Mr. Dunn.
It's all right. Good night.
Good night.
Who is it?
It's me, Lou.
Everything all right?
Close the door.
What's the matter with you? Anything go wrong?
We're going to be caught.
Calm down. Tell me what happened.
I did everything you said. Everything went fine until I got outside. I met Mrs. Scully in the hall. I pulled my hat over my face.
She recognize you?
She called my name, but I disguised my voice.
Nothing to worry about.
I'm sure she knew it was me. We're going to get caught.
Did you come right down here?
No. I went outside for a few minutes in case she was watching me.
That's good. Now you got to go back and get that money. He's dead by now.
I can't go back.
You got to go now before the gas leaks into the hall and everybody knows about it.
I can't. I can't do it.
All right, I'll go myself. Where'd you say the money was?
The pillow under his head.
Stay here till I get back.
Maybe we ought to forget it.
No. Not after we've gone this far.
Who's there?
It's me, Mrs. Scully. Let me in.
What do you want?
Well, the people downstairs have been complaining there's water leaking down the ceiling.
Water?
Yes. I'd like to take a look at the sink.
Sure.
Funny. Pipes aren't leaking.
Guess just a mistake, huh?
Oh, they must be cranks. Floor's dry.
Is that all, Mrs. Scully?
No. You're a couple of days over on your rent.
We'll have it for you tomorrow.
Well, you better. I have to pay my bills, you know.
Sure, I promise you.
Well, all right. Say, didn't I pass you upstairs on the 4th floor a little while ago?
Me? Oh, you must have me mixed up with someone else.
It looked like you. Had you billed?
I haven't been out of this room for a couple of hours.
Okay, Lou,
Dolly, Miss Scully.
Oh. Hello, Mrs. Scully.
Hello, Mrs. Dunn. I was just telling your husband about the rent that's... Hey, do you smell gas?
Yeah. Must be a gas jet open someplace.
Well, you'd better take a look at your stove. Don't want any accidents in this house.
No, neither do we.
Seems to be coming from the hall. I'd better take a look at that empty room.
You should have knocked before you came in. You almost gave the whole thing away.
Yeah, I know. Had the money right in my hand. I only took half the dough, about $9,000, I figure.
The cops questioned Mrs. Scully. We'll be done for.
Yeah, she smelled the gas on me. I almost died in that room.
We gotta get away from here.
Maybe you're right. I'm getting kind of scared myself. Things ain't working out so perfect.
Let's get packed.
Okay. We better hurry. No, wait a minute. We ain't gonna pack.
We're not gonna stay here.
Listen, if we walk out with our suitcases, we'll be giving ourselves away. We
found out about Jensen.
We gotta stay calm or we're dead pigeons.
What should we do?
We gotta get out of this house first.
We can't go out the front door, not now.
Maybe with all this excitement going on, we can sneak out without them noting.
I tell you, I'm scared, Daddy.
Oh, my. Come on. Now or never.
There's nobody at the front door.
Oh, that's a break.
What's going on? The cops, they just came in.
Quick, get back in the room before they see us.
We'll never escape.
I'll escape. There must be some other way.
Dottie and Lou are in bad shape. My only hope is that they don't die of heart failure before the end of the program. That would be very embarrassing. Sometimes I wish the characters in our stories would show a little more nerve. They all get so flustered. It's not that they aren't first-quality villains, but they're too indecisive.
Well, what do you think is going to happen to them?
Oh, they'll probably turn on the gas again.
Oh, please.
And brew themselves a pot of Lipton tea.
Well, you fooled me that time, and now I'm going to fool you. I'm not going to talk about Lipton tea. Instead, I'm going to tell you a story. Yes, it seems there's a true story behind that sterling silver medallion that the Lipton people are offering to the ladies. It's really a good luck charm. The original was given to an American flyer by Chinese guerrillas who rescued him after he'd bailed out over enemy territory. The flyer was told that the Chinese letters on the medallion would identify him and bring him safely through the lines. Well, he did get through, and only then did he learn that the medallion said, "Good luck," in Chinese. Now, ladies, there's something to tell your friends. And to get this good luck charm, this lovely sterling silver medallion, just like the one the flyer carried, all you have to do is send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea People, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
Well, now let's go back to our pale and panicky pair of murderers. If you remember, they ran back into their room when the police came in. And since then, they've been trying to figure a way out. Maybe they've got a plan. So let's take a look, shall we?
We've got to think of something.
How about that back stairway?
I don't know where it goes.
Well, it's better than staying here.
Cops will see us.
We got to take that chance. They're probably still upstairs. Come on.
Let's hurry.
Slow, you.
I gotta open the door to get to the back stairway.
Open it slow.
Oh, the door's locked.
You fool. Maybe it's just rust.
It's jammed.
Let's close up and try to open it.
No use. The cops will be down in a minute.
Come on. Let's push it.
Get him.
It's opening. Just a little bit more.
We can just step through.
You all right?
Like it's cold in here.
Stairway goes down to the cellar, I guess. Come on. Stuck down here. It's choking me.
There's another exit that leads out into the alley.
Listen, that's the cops coming down to look for us.
They're coming from the hallway stairs.
We've got to hide. Here. Get behind this old sofa. Lie down on the floor.
There's nothing you'll find down here.
I hope you don't mind, lady, but we'd like to look over the premises.
Look, this dust is killing me. I'm going to sneeze.
No.
I can't do it.
It's just a waste of time looking for anything here.
All right. Let's get out. There's too much dust here.
Dottie. I killed him. Dottie, please get him. Oh, I'm glad you're not dead.
You tried to kill me.
I had to put my hand over your mouth. You'd have sneezed. We'd been caught.
Let's get out of this dusty hole.
We get these barrels away, we can get out through the alley.
Well, get a little safer out on the street. Please, will you stop looking back?
There's someone following us.
There's nobody following us.
I tell you, there is. By now, all the detectives in New York must be looking for us.
Stop acting so suspicious. Turning around all the time. We gotta look like normal people.
Normal? I've never been so scared in all my life.
I told you not to turn around.
The same guy.
Who are you talking about?
Think up yourself. The guy with the gray hat.
He could be just an ordinary guy. Maybe we just think he's following us.
We gotta get away from him.
No, look. Hold my hand. We'll fool him. Make believe we're in love.
What's the matter with you? I don't get it.
Act like you're crazy about me. Act as for real. Go on.
What am I supposed to do?
Say I'm wonderful. Say I'm the sweetest girl in the world. Go on.
You're crazy.
Do what I tell you.
You're the sweetest girl in the world.
Say it like you mean it. Hurry up.
You're wonderful. I love you.
Put your arm around my shoulder.
I ain't gonna do any good.
Now, walk slow. Act like we don't care where we're going.
He'll catch up to us.
He can always catch up to us. We gotta make him think we're the wrong people he's following us. Keep talking love to me.
You're wonderful. I'm crazy about you.
And you're wonderful, too, Lou, darling. I've waited all my life for somebody like you.
I don't know what I'd do without you. You're still following us?
Yes, sweetheart. Look, we gotta figure out something.
Maybe we can give him the slip in the subway.
Yeah. Look, I'll go in the subway first. You go in the cigar store. He'll follow you. I'll wait for you on the platform. You come down a few minutes after me. Have a nickel all ready. Then as soon as the train pulls in, wait till the doors are closing, then drop your nickel in the slot. I'll hold the door open for you. Whoever's following won't be able to make it. You understand me, dear?
Oh, what if he arrests me first?
He won't. Look, here's where I go down the subway. You go into the store. Kiss me.
Okay. Darling?
Don't forget to wait until the doors are closing. Of the platform for everybody to see me.
I thought you'd run out of me.
Maybe I should have.
You had. I'd give myself up to you.
Yes, you would.
Where are we going?
Next station. We'll get a bus going to New Jersey.
Maybe we ought to ride on the plane.
getting off here.
Let's read it. What are you hanging around?
Wait a minute. We gotta hide this money so they won't have anything on us in case we get caught.
Yeah. That's a good idea. We can come back with it later, huh?
Hide it right underneath the platform.
Yeah, that's a good spot. No one in the station. Let's do it fast.
Here's the money. I'll hold you while you bend over.
Right.
Be careful you don't drop it.
Now, hold on good. I'm liable to fall.
Hurry up before somebody comes along.
Yeah. Okay. It's heading.
Let's go. We'll be back for it in a day or so. Now put your arm around me while we go up into the street.
I can't do it anymore.
You don't do it, I'm leaving you.
No, don't.
That's better. Sweetheart.
Yeah. I guess you're the best girl for me.
You just wouldn't know what to do without me. Would you, darling? Don't turn around. There's nobody following us.
There's a cop right behind us. They must have radioed a description of us.
Cops don't follow people. They arrest them if they think they're guilty.
Well, maybe he ain't sure. Maybe he's watching us first.
We'll turn the corner without hurrying. You do love me, don't you?
I love you more than anybody else in the world.
I love you, too. You're right, we are being followed.
What are we going to do?
There's a factory up ahead. We'll make believe we're going in on the night shift. That ought to throw them off the track.
We'll get caught in the building.
Well, it's worse out here on the street. When the cop sees us go into the factory, he'll think he's made a mistake and he'll leave us alone. Now hang on to me tight and walk slow.
Is this the building?
Yeah. We'll walk in just as if we belong here.
He hasn't followed us in.
No, it worked fine. Now we can stay here for a few minutes and then
It's the cop.
We're caught.
Let's take the elevator up. Come on.
Floor, please. 16.
There's no one on the 16th. It's empty, ma'am.
She means the 15th.
Yeah. Hurry up, please. We're very late.
In a second. There's an officer coming in.
Thank you for waiting.
Floor, please.
Just take these people wherever they're going.
Yes, sir. Watch the door.
Where are you two going?
15th floor.
Who are you seeing on the 15th floor?
What do you want with us? We didn't do anything.
Oh, I just asked you who you're seeing on the 15th floor.
We work up there.
15, please.
Come on, Lou.
Just a second.
Run, Lou. Run. Around the corner.
He'll shoot at us.
Hurry up. He'll kill us. Stop or I'll shoot. There's the freight elevator. It's open. If we can make it, we can slam the door and run it ourselves.
Wait a minute.
Hurry up, Lou.
As fast as I can.
Quick. Stop. The elevator. Stop. You next.
Those poor devils.
Operator, get me precinct 23.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. This is Officer Malone. I want to report a double suicide. Their names are Lewis and Dorothy Dunn. I knew they were going to do it, and I tried to stop them. I saw him in the subway station. The man was trying to jump off the platform, but the woman was holding him back. He changed his mind, and they went upstairs. It looked like a lover's suicide pact to me. I saw them holding each other around, kissing on the street. I followed them from the subway into this building, and when I asked them a few questions, they got frightened and got off on the 15th floor. Well, I did. I tried to stop them, Lieutenant. They ran down the corridor and then threw themselves down an empty elevator shaft. Dead. As doornails, yeah. Lieutenant, you know, the funny part of it is, they lived in the same house where that old crackpot, Jensen, committed suicide by gas a few hours ago. You know? What? Yeah. Yeah, that sure is an unlucky house. Well, that's one way of getting rid of the duns, making them throw themselves down the elevator shaft. Not a very pleasant way, I'll admit, but business is business. We just don't fool around with characters like that.
Well, I can't help feeling sorry for them. Those poor people probably never had a lucky day in their lives.
And it's your fault, Mary. You should have given them one of those good luck charms you've been talking about. You know, the medallion with the black ribbon. Yes. If the medallion didn't bring them good luck, they could always hang themselves with the ribbon.
Now, you stop that kind of talk. Because Lipton's sterling silver medallion on its black rayon satin ribbon is a lovely piece of jewelry. But you may never own it if you don't act now. The Lipton tea people make it easy for you. Listen, just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to the Lipton Tea People, Box 92, New York City. The 25 cents includes the full cost of packing and postage.
And now, a word of advice. If the elevator service is bad and you're in a hurry, just throw yourself out of the window. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum Mystery novel is The Red Right Hand by Joel Rogers. Oh, and I must tell you about next week's story. It takes place on the high sea, but it's about a man who doesn't like singing. Yes, singing seems to strike the wrong note with him, and he goes around opening up throats with a knife to find out just what makes that wrong note. So, if you're one of those guys who sings in the shower, just cut it out before next week's killer does it for you. Now it's time to close the squeaking door until next Tuesday, when Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present another Inner Sanctum Mystery, directed by Hyman Brown. Good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, it's wonderful how quick and easy cooking is these days. I guess lots of you remember when it used to take half a day to make a pot of chicken noodle soup. But now we have Lipton's noodle soup mix. And what delicious chickeny tasting soup it is. Yes, Lipton's has an old-fashioned homemade flavor, and it's brimful of tender golden egg noodles. Lipton's is economical, too. It costs less and makes more than canned soups. Of course, sometimes it's hard to get in some stores these days, but there's lots of good things scarce in wartime. So, folks, remember to ask for Lipton's noodle soup. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting
No, Betty, no. Don't make me...
I say yes. It's got to be. And now and here, she's got to die.
Betty.
I say yes. Here.
I'll hold her arm. All right, Betty, but...
No, don't. I don't want to die.
Midnight, the witching hour when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Nightmare. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's Masters of the Macabre. Our story by Joseph Ruskall is one of the most terrifying and fantastic nightmares we've ever heard. Its title, Nightmare.
What's the matter? Helen, wake up, for Pete's sake. Hey, stop it, Helen, stop it. It's me, it's Ernie.
What? Where am I?
In bed. Where do you suppose? It's almost 12 o'clock. I wish you'd let me get some sleep.
Oh, thank heaven. Oh, it must have been just a dream. Oh, thank the Lord. Oh, Ernie, it was so real. I dreamed somebody was leaning over me just now with a pillow. Oh, it was horrible. They were trying to smother me to death. And Ernie.
Yeah?
It was you.
What? Oh, me. Oh, that's a beaut. Where's the light? Oh, my aching back. Why, you poor, foolish little... Come here, Butch. I'll kiss you back.
No, don't touch me. Keep away.
Huh? What is this?
That pillow in your hand.
Oh, for crying out, Bells. Can't I even straighten it out?
Sorry, dear. Gee, don't mind me, but that horrible nightmare, it seemed so real. Oh, darling, wasn't that crazy? You, the sweetest, gentlest husband in the world.
Then why...
Oh, Ernie, now please don't look so hurt.
Now I can't even look hurt. I just murdered my wife in her sleep, didn't I?
No, you were just about to. I mean...
Oh, now what the... Everything's happening tonight. Hello. What? Who? Wrong number. And what's more, this is a heck of a time to be ringing. Why, what a nerve. On a night. Thought maybe that was the police you phoned in your dream. Now will you go to sleep?
Ernie Kraft, I'm sure I didn't mean to insinuate anything. I was just telling you my dream. You asked, didn't you?
Oh, you're a character. I guess I'll have to put you in that book I never wrote, too. Well, now what?
That was in it, too.
Huh?
That book you never wrote. You've nagged about it so much, no wonder. Oh, and that look when you bent over me like a madman.
Oh.
Ernie, what on earth do you suppose made me have a nightmare?
That's easy. You would insist on eating hamburgers after the show tonight.
Yes, I did, didn't I, when we got out of the movies? Hamburgers, of course. Ernie, they were part of my dream, too. Hamburgers. Oh. Ernie, stop punching on that pillow, please.
All right. Go ahead, then. Better tell me your dream, all of it. Neither of us will sleep until you do. I'll just light this butt. Now, let's have it. The gruesome details.
Well, I don't know if I can remember now. It was all so hazy and terrifying.
Well, what happened before I smothered you with a pillow?
A crazy quilt. Something about your job, and I was a millstone around your neck, and hamburgers, and you hated me, and July 15th.
July 15th?
Yes, I can't imagine what that meant.
Look. Start at the start. Why did I decide to murder you?
Because of that other woman, your secret love.
Huh?
You promised her you'd kill me tonight when I was asleep.
My secret love?
Yes, she had you in her spell.
Oh, that's kind of bad casting, isn't it, Butch? I'm the dishes and dustpan type, remember? In the 5 years we've been married, have I ever looked at another?
I know. I told you it was a crazy dream.
Maybe you want me to eliminate my one night a week out, too. My Saturday gin rummy with the boys.
Oh, no.
Who was my secret love? Did she have a face?
Oh, this is the silliest part of it, Ernie. It's absolutely ridiculous. It was that girl, Betty Daniels.
Betty Daniels? Who's she?
You remember that tall, dark-haired artist I introduced you to at Cape Cod last summer? At the exhibition.
No, I don't. Oh, wait a minute. Trousers, long cigarette holder,
Yes.
very intense.
Yes, very intense.
But what the devil? What was she doing in your dream? We said hello to her, we walked off, and that was that. Casual.
Yes, I know. I hardly remember her myself. I can't imagine why I dreamt of her. Why?
Now,
No,
then.
don't touch me. Don't. No. Oh, that dream. That awful dream. So crazy. And yet it seemed to be telling me something, warning me. Strange and weird. You know how dreams are. First thing I remember is Provincetown and us looking at the art exhibition just the way we did last summer. Only now the picture was about 10 feet tall and hanging crooked. And then she came along. Betty Daniels. Just the way she did then.
Hello, Helen.
And I introduced you the same as I did then. Only not exactly the same. Like in a dream. You know, silly. Betty Daniels, this is my husband, Ernest. He is very faithful to me.
How do you do?
How do you do? We've never met.
That's a marvelous Goya painting, Helen, don't you think? Or do you prefer hamburgers?
Well,
My wife prefers hamburgers, Miss Daniels.
Oh, I didn't know.
Only after a movie, though. Anyway, I'm sure I can't tell one painting from another. My husband's the art lover in the family, I guess. And I just tag along for the fish. Only I don't like fish. I like hamburgers.
I know. You don't wear trousers like I do. You're fluffy.
Betty and I met on the beach, Ernie. She's a painter. Our rowboats got tangled. That's how we met.
Yes, it was all very casual. I hardly remember.
Well.
Ernie and I are going back to New York today. Isn't that a shame? I wish you two wouldn't stare at each other so.
Well, we better run along, Helen. Lots of packing to do.
Ernie has got to get back to his silly old job. He's a reporter.
A reporter? Shouldn't he write a book he never wrote?
Well, imagine. That's what he always says. Well, goodbye. I'm wondering why I'm thinking of you now. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
The scenes sort of dissolve into each other like a kind of dream movie. And I'm trembling with fright because I have a feeling I know how the plot's going to end. The next thing I remember, Ernie, I'm in a penthouse apartment on Park Avenue. Everything zigzag, even the butler. And I'm the maid, Helen, there. And what I'm doing is turning pages for Betty Daniels while she plays the piano. For you, Ernie. Isn't that crazy? Neither of you hardly notice me at all. And I keep trying to open my mouth. Like that. But it's stuck. And I'm absolutely frozen at what I overhear.
Darling.
Yes, Butch.
Love our loveness.
Out of this world. Ah, this is heaven.
Ernie, do you ever call your wife Butch?
Never. What gave you that idea? I hate the very sight of her.
She's really a little ignoramus.
You're telling me she prefers hamburgers.
Ernie, do you think she suspects yet?
Of course not. She thinks I'm at a gin rummy game.
Darling, you're blind, but she's not. She knows.
She knows? How'd she find out?
You may go, Helen. Helen, do you hear me? Why don't you go? Answer me. Have you lost your tongue?
Oh, well, there's murder in the air.
How'd she find out, Betty? Tell me.
Darling, do you suppose she doesn't know what happened last summer in Provincetown? After we all said goodbye, you came to look for your cigarette lighter. She knew you hadn't lost your lighter, that you'd come back to ask me for my New York telephone number.
She knew?
Of course, intuition. She knows we've been having a secret affair ever since. I can't go on like this. I'm tired of being just a gin-rummy excuse. Ernie, if you love me, you'll do what I promised.
But I pity her so.
Don't be a fool. Isn't it her fault you never wrote that book you never wrote?
It's true. She wouldn't let me give up my job. She's a millstone around my neck.
Then get rid of her, Ernie. Get rid of her, and I'll bring your genius to the world. I've plenty of money, and you can give up reporting and write that book. Fulfill your destiny.
Fulfill my destiny. Oh, Betty, you'll help me.
Yes, but only if you forget July 15th. You'll forget about July 15th. It won't mean a thing to you from now on.
Not a thing, I promise.
And you'll do away with her. The way I told you.
Yes, like you told me.
The pillow?
The pillow. Shh, don't let her hear.
Just look at her standing there at the piano. You've been spying on us, Helen, haven't you? Haven't you? Answer, have you lost your tongue? Oh, don't try to fool us. We know you're the real Helen and not the maid. She's heard everything you've said, Ernie. So we'll have to kill her now.
Unless she gives me a divorce.
Will you give him a divorce? Answer or we'll finish you right now. Very well. Here's the pillow, Ernie. Right now. I'll hold her on.
Answer, Helen. Don't make me do it. Answer, Helen. I pity you, but I hate you.
Let her cry. Look at her. Stricken dumb. Her mouth's moving, but she's not saying anything.
What are you trying to say? Helen, please don't make me do it. Will you give me a divorce? Tell me.
Ernie, stop. Fools we are. Do you want her body found here? Well, hang for it.
She's got to die. She's got
to. No, not here. Not like this. There must be some other way. Later tonight, Ernie. After the movies. Hamburgers. She'll get hungry for hamburgers. She's bound to. The waiter will ask her how she wants them. That'll give you the clue. And then, when she's asleep... and they'll find her in her bed. The perfect crime. Don't you see, Ernie? Hamburgers.
A frightened girl reliving a dream that was more terrible than any reality. A dream that could even become more terrible as the clock on the mantel ticks on and the hands draw closer to 12 o'clock and...
Murder at midnight.
And now back to Murder at Midnight and Nightmare.
Well, let's hear the rest of this dream of yours, Helen. What happened after that?
Well, it was after that it really got bad. It was so crazy, but so real. I don't know what stopped you, Ernie, kept you from killing me then, but you didn't. And still, I knew you were going to. You dragged me out into the street and then into a movie and then out again. And I looked at you and you were crying because you'd made up your mind to finish me off when we got home.
You should have let me write that book, Helen. You should have.
And I kept crying, I love you, Ernie. Don't kill me, please. Don't kill me tonight.
But I've got to. I've got to. I pity you, but I've got to.
And you pulled me along through the streets again. I was terrified. And then I saw a policeman and I cried to him, Officer!
Yes? What is it, lady?
Please save me. My husband here wants to kill me.
Oh, wants to kill you, eh? Why, that's a crime. A felony.
Oh, why are you joking? Don't joke about it. Do something, please. I'm frightened to death.
Don't pay any attention to her, officer. She's dreaming.
I'm not. Don't believe him. He wants to wait till I go to sleep tonight. And then as soon as I fall asleep...
Oh, come now, lady. He wouldn't do it to you in your sleep. Why, you're cute. Not in her sleep now. Would you, mister?
Of course not, officer. Not in her sleep. As a matter of fact, we're stopping off first for a hamburger. She's hungry.
No, I'm not. I mean, I am, but I don't dare. I'm starving, but I don't dare. He's just waiting for me to order one, officer, to see what I'll say. And then he'll take me home and kill me.
Oh, lady, stop. Sure, and you're breaking me heart.
Come along, dear.
No, officer, please protect me. Don't let him take me, please.
Come along, I say, darling.
And then we were in the little lunchroom in our neighborhood, around the corner from our house, sitting on stools. The counterman came over to us. He winked at you, Ernie, and you winked back at him, and he said...
Evening, folks. What do you have?
You looked at me, but I shook my head. I shook my head, and the tears were streaming down my face.
I tell you what, Joe. Make it 2 hamburgers. Right. Rare, medium, or well?
Medium, Joe. Make mine medium.
Right. And the little lady?
How do you have yours, Helen? How do you like yours? Make hers medium, too, Joe.
2 hamburgers, medium.
2 medium, coming out.
And what do you have on them, folks? Relish or onion?
Relish. Make mine with relish, Joe.
Right. And the little lady?
Man's talking to you, Helen. How'll you have yours? Answer him, I say. Answer him. This is it. How'll you have yours?
No, I won't tell him. If I do, you'll know how to do it, so I won't tell him, I won't. The next thing I dreamt, we were home again, sitting in the parlor, everything exactly the same, Ernie, just like tonight before we went to bed. But in my dream, I was sitting paralyzed, in a cold sweat, waiting for the word from you that meant my death.
Well, Butch, I guess we better hit the hay. What do you say? What do you say, darling?
No, wait, Ernie, did I tell that counterman how I wanted my hamburgers served?
Of course, dear.
What did I say? I can't seem to remember.
Oh, I forget to come along to bed.
No, I don't want to go to bed yet. Please don't make me go to bed. I'm scared.
Helen. Come to bed, darling. Like a good little girl. Hmm?
We went to bed. And then you said...
And now, lights out, eh?
I tried to think of everything I knew to keep awake. I wondered whether I ought to count to 100 or whether counting would put me to sleep. I tried not to count, but I felt myself getting sleepier and sleepier.
Asleep, honey?
I heard, but I pretended not to. I fought to keep my eyes open. I knew I would die if I closed them.
Asleep, Butch?
I didn't answer. I couldn't if I wanted to. I was so scared. And then pretty soon I heard you stirring ever so quietly. And in a moment you were leaning over me. Oh, Ernie, I know it was just a dream, but it was so real. And there was hatred in your eyes, and there was a pillow in your hand, and I knew you were going to do it right then, and
Oh, that's a beaut, that's a honey. Oh, my aching back. Darling, when you have a nightmare, you sure do it up golden brown and creamy.
Wasn't it crazy? Oh, darling, wasn't it mad?
Oh, wait till I tell it around the office tomorrow. Oh, this is too good, dear.
But, Ernie, how does a person have a horrible dream like that? What does it mean?
Oh, it's a cinch. I'll interpret it for you, and without a dream book,
You
too.
will? Well, go on then, Ernie. Tell me.
Okay, then here it is. First of all, a dream always means the opposite, right? You ever hear that?
Yes, I have. That's right, it does.
Which means I must love you simply awful. Granted?
Granted, silly. But goodness, what about the rest of it?
Easiest thing in the world. Darling, where'd we go tonight?
To a movie?
What kind of a movie?
It was a murder story. Gee, that's right. Do you think that was...
Now, don't interrupt, Butch. Who was starring in the movie?
Betty Davis?
Repeat the first name.
Betty.
And the villainess in the dream, my secret love, the girl we met last summer, was also Betty. Betty Daniels.
Oh!
Well, that gave you Betty on the brain when you went to sleep tonight, and movies and murder, and those hamburgers you did stop to eat after the show wrapped up the whole sequence. And no wonder. They're still lying on my stomach, too.
Well, what was the pillow doing in it?
Sweetness and light, what were you talking about early this evening? That chore you intend to get after someday?
Oh, yes, I've got to stuff the pillows. They're caved in the way the feathers have come out.
Right, that's your pillow you had on the brain, which brings me back to the hamburgers.
Yes, I was going to ask you. I mean, that nonsense of how did I want my hamburgers. What did all that mean, for heaven's sake?
Precious, how did you order your hamburgers done tonight? Remember?
No, I can't recall.
Of course you can. Think now. How do you almost always order your hamburgers?
Well, smothered in onions. Oh, Ernie, of course.
Smothered in onions. Smother, pillow, smother with a pillow.
Check.
Oh, my heaven sakes alive. Oh, my gosh. So that was it. Oh, if that doesn't beat. Ernie, that was wonderful. Really. The way you did that, figured that all out. I think you'd make a terrific detective.
Yeah, so I'm a police reporter. Close enough.
Darling, it's made me think, though, but maybe I have been a little bit selfish.
What do you mean?
Well, that book you always wonder, right? Maybe I ought to let you give up your job and try.
Oh, and have us both starve? Nuts. Anyway, in my sane moments, Helen, I've always known the truth. I'm no writer. If I had it in me, it would have come out of me, job or no job.
I could go back to work again, you know. I could take up nursing again. It was pretty hard,
No, nonsense. I won't have it. I don't say any more about it, and that's fine. You're a swell guy, though, Butch. To offer to.
Oh, there was one thing more, Ernie.
Yeah?
What do you suppose that was all that about July 15th, about your forgetting July 15th? What did that mean, you know?
Yeah. Don't you?
Well, no, I can't. It does seem familiar, but I can't seem to... Where are you going?
Get something out of my wallet. Wait a minute. What's the date of our anniversary, Helen?
July 15th, of course. Tomorrow. What was that?
Right. You've had that on the brain, too.
Oh.
Here. Little present for you, darling.
Oh, what on earth? Tickets. 2 railroad tickets to Montreal.
Right again. We're taking an anniversary trip. I wanted to surprise you when you woke up, but... Well, anyway, happy anniversary, baby.
Oh, Ernie, oh, you great big precious darling. How can I ever... You didn't forget. You always did before, but this time you didn't. Oh, Ernie, I just can't stand it. First that dream, and then finding out that it did mean just the opposite.
No, Helen, don't.
It's so sweet of you. I'm so thrilled. Montreal, where we had our honeymoon, and you haven't forgotten. Oh, Ernie, I do hope I've been a good wife to you. And if there's anything I ever... I mean, if you want me to, I can always change.
Oh, darling, I wouldn't want you any different for the world. I want you to stay just the same sweet little girl I married. And now, let's get some shut-eye, huh? Lights out?
All right. But I'm going to put the tickets right here under the pillow. And have a happy dream for a change.
Good night, Butch.
You haven't kissed me? Good night, dear.
Sleep, darling. Darling, are you asleep? Hello?
Ernie?
You shouldn't have phoned before, Betty. She was still awake.
I had to know. Is it done?
Not yet.
You got the tickets?
Yes,
It has to be tonight. You promised.
I know.
Is she asleep now?
Yes. Just gone off.
Then what are you waiting for?
Nothing. I'll do it now. Right now. As soon as I hang up.
Putting down the phone, Ernie turns and picks the pillow off his bed. As the clock finishes striking 12.
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death appears out of the darkness, wearing the face of one you know. And the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at Midnight.
The part of Helen was played by Elspeth Eric. Walter Vaughn was Ernie. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We have a drama for you. An adaptation of a story written long ago. A lady by the name of Mary Wollstonecraft, dead now for a century and a quarter, accomplished in her lifetime two things for which she is well remembered. She married the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley, and she composed the novel Frankenstein. The first brought her misery, the second brought her fame. Though she never married another man, she did write other novels and a goodly number of short stories besides. It is one of these we bring you now.
Why tell a tale of impious tempting of providence and soul-subduing humiliation? Why? Answer me, you who are wise in the secrets of human nature. I only know that it is so. And in spite of strong resolve, of a pride that too much masters me, of shame and even of fear, I must speak.
Our mystery drama, The Transformation, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Kevin McCarthy. The background for our tale of horror is the proud and beautiful city of Genoa, which looks down upon the blue Mediterranean Sea where the northern coast of Italy curves toward France. It was in Genoa that our hero was born, and on the shore of that sea that his strange adventure, or should we say misadventure, began.
I walked the shore. The waves sounded in my ears. The air was gray and dismal, and above the horizon black clouds loomed. The scene reflected my own mood, misery and desperation flooding over me, and a crushing sense of my own helplessness. Memories flitting shadow-like through my tortured mind. Memories of days past when I had lived with my father. I was born with, I freely admit it, a most imperious, haughty, and tameless spirit. The words of our confessor, Father Pellegrini, echoed in my head.
Your father seems a tyrant to you, Guido. I know that. But you have no mother, and someone must check the wild impetuosity of your character. You must respect your father's wishes, Guido.
But I did not. The only hope of my rebel heart was to be a man, free, independent, or, in better words, insolent and domineering.
Ah, Guido, what is to become of you?
My father had one friend, a wealthy Genoese noble, the Marchesa Torella, who, in a political tumult, was sent for a time into exile. Like my father, he was a widower with one child, a little flower of a child whom he left under my father's guardianship.
You will take care of my precious daughter, will you not, Guido? You're several years her senior. You will be her protector, her defender, will you not?
I had only nodded my head, but my heart had said much more. My heart had given glad shouts that this exquisite child was to be put into my care. Though words would not come to my lips, this little child, this Juliet, had held out her tiny hand and placed it in mine with such simple trust and affection that then and there I knew I had met my fate.
Guido?
We grew up together, she and I. When I was 11 and Juliet 8 years of age, a cousin of mine, much older than either of us, he seemed to me to be quite a man, took great notice of my playmate, and one day he called her his bride and asked her to marry him. And when she shrank from him, he insisted and drew her towards him. I had watched the odious scene, and with the emotions of a maniac, I threw myself upon him.
Oh, Guido!
I strove to draw his sword. Failing in that, I clung to his neck with a ferocious desire to strangle him.
Guido, no!
Boys! Guido, loosen your hold! I'm ashamed of you. No, don't try to explain. I know the bully was trying to force himself on our little Juliet, and I know you had to come to her aid, but Guido, had you not been too small to draw his sword from his scabbard, who knows what you might have done?
Father?
Your actions were a great sin. Come with me to the chapel, and we will pray for your impetuous soul.
This I did, and that very night I returned to that same chapel, holding little Juliet by the hand, and in that holy place I profaned her child's lips with an oath that she would be mine forever, forever only mine. Well, those days passed away. After a few years, the Marchesa Torella returned from exile and became wealthier and more prosperous than ever. When I was 17 and Juliet a blossoming 14, my father became gravely ill. As he lay dying, Torella, Juliet, and I stood by his bedside.
I know what you seek of me, my friend, that I will take your son to my heart and into my home. You have my word on that. But there is more, is there not, my friend? Yes. You wish me to bestow upon your well-loved son the hand of my equally beloved daughter. That is your wish, is it not, my dear friend?
And so it was done. The beautiful child I had so loved from childhood was promised to me against the day when I should be so situated as to claim her for my wife. And now on the rocky and rain-swept shore, as I walked bent over against the rising wind, the memory of these early feelings returned to mock me, torture me, drive me to a distraction I thought I could not bear. My dreams had vanished. Hope had abandoned me. I had been willing to die there on the shore, to let the rain and the cold congeal my blood and freeze my marrow and end at last a life which had become unbearable. Then, all at once, a gigantic flame pierced my eyelids and made me lift my head to look seaward. The spot where I knelt was locked on one side by a rugged promontory. Round this cape suddenly came, driven by the wind, a vessel. In vain the mariners tried to force a path for her to the open sea, but the fierce gale drove her on the rocks. With a frightful shock, the vessel dashed upon her unseen enemy. In a brief space of time, she went to pieces. I covered my face with my hands and wished with all my heart that I could have sunk beneath the waves with those unfortunates. Then, all at once, I looked up. Something was floating towards the shore. Was that a human form? A human being bestriding a sea chest? A fellow creature saved from a watery grave?
Was it human? Surely never had such existed before. A misshapen dwarf, I could see it now, with distorted features, a torso as wide as it was long, legs thin as threads and extending an inordinate distance from his body. His arms were the same, and the hands that dangled were tipped with pointed nails that were black all over.
By St. Beelzebub, I have been well vested, and by the peace, here is another ally of the Mighty One. To what saint did you offer prayers, friend, if not to mine?
Now I could see his face. God in heaven, his face. His head sloped back from his eyes so sharply he could be said to have no forehead at all. His hair was black, as were his eyes, but long and growing unevenly over his shriveled pate, and from the backs of his hands, from his legs, and even from the toes.
What a noise the big ocean makes! The waves disturb me. I will have no more of my roaring. Silence, winds! To your homes! Clouds! Fly to the antipodes! And leave our heaven clear!
He stretched out his long, lank arms that looked like spiders' claws and seemed to embrace the expanse behind him. Was it a miracle? The clouds became broken and fled. The azure sky first peeped out and then spread a field of blue above us. The sea grew calm.
Come! Don't be frightened, friend. I am good-humored when pleased. And something does please me in your handsome face. Though you look a little woebegone. Shall we be friends?
He held out his hand. I could not touch it.
Oh, well then. Companions. That will do as well. And now, while I rest after the buffeting, tell me why you wander thus alone and downcast on this wild seashore. Have you no home?
I have a home.
Then why are you here?
I dare not go there.
Tell me, is it a woman?
What?
Did she throw you out? Did she betray you with another?
She is the purest, the loveliest, the most faithful. She has done nothing but good, nothing that is not consonant with her noble nature.
Well, then why in the name of the devil are you here?
At first I could not speak. And then the words started to come, and soon they were flowing in a steady torrent. Before I could marry my Juliet, I must amass a fortune, and before domesticity claimed me, I must see the world, and see it I did. I went to Florence, to Rome, to Naples, and at long last to the bourne of my wishes, to Paris.
Paris!
I was arrogant and self-centered. I loved display, and above all, I threw off all control. I became a spoiled child. Who could control me? Not the letters of Tarela. No, only strong necessity in the shape of an empty purse.
Oh, poor, handsome boy.
Acre after acre, estate after estate, I sold. My dress, my jewels, my horses were unrivaled in Paris, while the lands of my inheritance passed into the possession of others.
Well, go on. I'm caught up in suspense to hear the outcome.
I thought that I would come home to Genoa. I was nearly a beggar, yet I would come home and rebuild my fortunes. I knew the moment I went to claim my bride, the world would know me for what I was. Not only a beggar, but one who had beggared himself, a wastrel, a fool. Knowing myself unfit to marry Juliet, according to the proper precepts of Genoese law and custom, how could I have contemplated such a thing? I abducted her.
Good, brilliant, inspired.
You think so? You think so? I had planned to marry her, carry her off to France, but my plot was discovered. What property I still owned was put in the hands of commissioners to pay at least partially my mountain of debts. Alone, friendless, I came to this shore, and so you see me now.
How
can you laugh so? How can you humiliate me even further?
Do you mean to starve on these rocks and let the birds peck out thy dead eyes, huh? While your betrothed is possessed by another?
What would you have me do?
Revenge thyself, man. Humble thy enemies. Set thy foot on the old man's neck. Possess thyself of his daughter.
Oh, had I gold, much could I achieve, but poor, I am powerless.
You have noticed the sea chest on which I am seated.
It was on that chest that you floated to shore.
I shall now dismount. See? A common sea chest, would you say?
I have seen many such.
But when I press here, when a spring lurks beneath, see what happens? It flies open. Come, closer. Behold.
I approached the chest. And, Holy Mother, what a sight met my eyes. Blazing jewels, ruby, diamond, sapphire, emerald, beaming gold, pale silver. I trembled head to foot. A wild passion swept over me to possess this treasure which gleamed and glittered within the chest. I looked helplessly at the hairy monster who stood watching me through half-closed eyes. His look, his very attitude told me that he had read my deepest thoughts.
Can it be that from horror comes beauty? Can hope be born of despair? Even as the winds die down, the thunder ceases, the waves subside, and the wind quietens, there comes the suggestion, only the suggestion, mind you, of the sun's revival, the heralding of a clearer day and a fairer sky. We will be back shortly with Act Two. You will remember that we left our despairing hero on the shore of the Mediterranean Sea below the city of Genoa. He had poured out the story of his wasted life, his extravagance, his self-indulgence, his profligacy, into the ear of a misshapen monster who had survived a shipwreck by floating to land on a small sea chest. It is this chest which the monster has just opened for our hero's inspection.
What a sight. Blazing jewels, beaming gold, pale silver. A mad desire to possess this treasure which gleamed and glittered within the chest was born of a sudden within me. Though I was trembling, yet I controlled my voice as best I could. Doubtless one so powerful as you could do anything at all?
Nay, I am not so omnipotent as I seem. Some things I do possess, which you may covet. But I would give them all for a small share of what is yours.
As nothing is my sole inheritance, what beside nothing would you have?
Your comely face and well-made limbs.
You cannot mean what you say.
I ask for a loan, not a gift. Lend me your body for 3 days.
Oh.
You shall have mine to cage your soul the while, and in payment, my sea chest. What say you to the bargain? 3 short days.
It may seem to you, listener, incredible that I should lend my ear to this proposition, but in spite of his unnatural ugliness, there was something fascinating in a being whose voice could govern earth, air, and sea, and I did feel the keenest desire to comply. For with that chest, I could command the world. You must realize that if you were to be faithless to our bargain, I would soon die upon these lonely sands.
I shall leave you food for survival.
But even should I survive, the limbs and body which are still mine would be yours forever.
3 days only. Look here. Huh? See the blue of these sapphires. See how the rubies glow, the diamonds flash and sparkle. And there is gold enough here for a kingdom, silver to furnish an army.
I know little of black magic, for that is surely what you deal in. But I have heard that there must be a spell, and you must know it, whereby you, should you play me false, would be obliged to render up what you so unlawfully gained. I mean, my face and form.
There is such a spell.
And what is that?
Your blood and my blood must mingle. Here is a dagger. Show me your wrist. Hold it out to me. I have drawn blood. Now, here is my arm. Take the dagger and cut!
I hesitated. It was possible that I contemplated driving the dagger into his heart instead of his wrist, then making off with his treasure, leaving him to die upon the shingles, his with the sand. Or was it that the sight of that bony wrist, that hand with its elongated fingers and their black nails, seemed too repulsive to touch?
Cut!
Cut I did. I held the horrid hand and drew the dagger across the skinny wrist until the blood flowed freely.
Good. Now our wrists must lock together. Let our bloods become one.
And so we did. In horrid fascination, I watched his blood and mine mix and mingle, yet not quite did they become one. For while the blood from my wrist flowed crimson, the blood of the monster flowed black. I scarcely knew when he separated himself from me. My eyes were fixed upon the treasure chest. I let the jewels run through my fingers. I caressed the gold. I stroked the silver. But as I did so, I saw my hands. Could they really be mine? Long, black, emaciated fingers with long, black nails? Yes, they were now mine. But I comforted